It all starts on a good day. The guy has a birthday. He was 18 years old. The sister congratulated her brother on the holiday, and his father asked what desire he made. But the birthday person did not talk about the mystery, so that the desire would probably come true. Hugging her brother, she asked not to incite her curiosity. The father considered it correct that the son did not tell his secrets, since he is an 18-year-old man, but he decided to tell his sister, since she wants to know so much. He hopes that he and his family can always be together, but luck soon turned away from them. There was a disaster, many explosions. Parents of the kid flew down from a huge high-rise building right into the fire. The main character of this plot began to scream when he saw what happened to his loved ones. It's good that it all turned out to be a dream. The boy was in the lesson. He suddenly fell asleep. Xiao Hao called the teacher. He decided that his history lessons were too tiring, so his student fell asleep. Or he knows the material too well. In this case, he asked him to tell everyone what the era of the Earth OL is. Shi Hao apologized to the teacher, and he explained that last night he studied until late at night, so accidentally fell asleep. The student wanted to start telling about the era of the OL land, but the teacher interrupted him and asked not to continue, but to go to the end of the class and listen to him carefully. He almost forgot that this little is actually an excellent student. But he would have begun to show off. Fortunately, the teacher considered himself quite resourceful. He explained that students should be carefully recorded, since all this will be in matters on the exam. The teacher began to tell what is called the era of the Earth OL. 2036 years, the sudden spatiotemporal chaos turned the entire planet into the game world. This world was full of dangers and opportunities. Young generations call this time the era of the Earth OL. They lived in it. Despite the emerging mighty monsters, humanity also has something to imagine. After the first years, the catastrophe, 5 clans suppressed monsters and also established a new world order. Shi Hao thought it was true. In this complete dangers and secrets of the era, each person spares his strength to raise his level. After classes, the boy left school. He was hazed by the guys who followed him. He asked Luo Feng what he wanted. Luo Feng laughed back and decided that he was pretending to be a fool. It's time to give money for his defense this month. Shi Hao told him that 2 years ago a senior student forced him to pay him for protection. But now he, like his older brother, is protecting him. However, now he demands money from him for his protection. Of course, he was blind. He used to think that the one who had just entered school immediately received the 3rd level, has great talent. But he could not imagine that over the past 2 years, he had reached the 5th from the 1st level, and he was still in the 3rd. Luo Feng pressed the boy with his head to the ground and called him a discharge. Suddenly, a girl appeared who came to defense of her brother. She hit Luo Feng with her foot and asked him to remove his hands from his brother. It was Shi Yunfei. Despite the fact that she is only 16 years old, she is already at the 7th level. The guys heard that she defeated a 10th level monster. They decided, it is better to leave. In the end, they again called Shi Hao as a garbage, which can only be hiding behind a female back, and they asked him not to catch their eyes. Shi Yunfei began to reassure her brother. She asked him not to listen to nonsense. Despite the fact that he is only the 3rd level, he will undoubtedly be able to become the coolest warrior. Shi Hao stroked his sister on the head, soothing her. He explained that her brother does not recognize his defeat so easily. They decided to return home soon. To himself, the boy thought that he was no doubt able to pump a discharge. He investigated the materials from the disaster to the present. There have never been similar cases so that a person could not increase the level. Is he really the only leash of the Earth OL? He definitely cannot admit his defeat. The guy's family congratulated him on his birthday. He decided that he still needed to defend his family, protect their well-being. He must become strong. Shi Hao thought his birthday was now a critical moment. Why so at the wrong time? He remembered that nightmare. The boy invited parents to eat fried fish in Liaolitu. He really wanted to go there now. Mother did not want all the prepared food to disappear, but the father exclaimed that these dishes would wait. Today they celebrate the birthday of his son. His word should be decisive. Leaving the restaurant, Shi Hao noticed that nothing special had happened. It seems that he was too worried. But suddenly everything was lit up with a bright purple light. Is it a crack in space? It is necessary to hide from the monster. Passers-by shouted that it was necessary to run. It was worth calling a defensive detachment. They could not understand how a monster could appear in the security zone. The guys decided to run rather. If it looks at them, then you can die right away. The monster, in the form of a huge spider, began to drive them into a trap. Shihao stood aside with his family, and the spider approached them faster and faster. Father rushed towards the danger and asked his son to take care of his mother. The boy decided that even if he had only a 10th level, but he would not allow harm to his family. Even if you have to sacrifice life, he will at least delay it for a while. Spider began to let his weapon on a man and thought that he was a weakness. All people are insignificant by nature. The sting of the spider pierced the man's leg. Mother asked Hao to take her sister with her and rather leave. The monster pushed the woman, as she interfered with him. He promised to eat her later. He felt a pleasant smell, and I decided that the 10th level should be good in taste. Shi Yunfei took out her bow with arrows, and calling the monster a freak, exclaimed that if he was afraid to attack, she would do this. The spider realized that the girl dares to provoke him. She asked her brother to take her dad and mother, and said that she would try to detain him. Shihao noticed that the nightmare really comes true. He frantically thought what to do. He has only the 3rd level, and this is still a monster of the 15th level. But the monster felt despair, which is absolutely logical in the face of such a power. He pierced the girl with his claw, and he whispered that she would become his food. The taste of a human girl should be delightful. Shi Yunfei could not move. The next sting of the spider was already striving in her direction. But suddenly her brother appeared in front of the girl. He caught his hands with a spider's claw and asked his sister to run rather. He will not be able to hold the spider for a long time. The monster pierced the boy with his sharp sting. Shi Yunfei began to call her brother, but he asked her to leave him, and rather leave. If he was only strong enough, none of this would have happened. Why cannot he increase the level? The boy thought with annoyance that he was so weak. But I did not want to give up in any case. The spider noticed that the guy was already at the last gasp. The insignificant 3-level discharge still dared to resist him. The monster felt sorry that he did not even want to eat him. The accumulated experience of the carrier has already reached the norm. The functionality of the Overlord account is activated. Since the carrier has lost its combat effectiveness, the system launches the Overlord account. The system selected the account of the Red Flame Emperor. The spider noticed that the girl was going to escape and decided to end her rather. Shi Yunfei realized that his brother was sacrificing himself to win them for a couple of seconds. The girl ran towards the spider. She decided that she could no longer run away. So even if she died, at least a revenge on her brother. Shihao suddenly revived to stand on his feet. The monster decided that this was impossible. The insignificant 3-level garbage dared to challenge him. He began to approach the guy. Shihao decided to use the Blade of Shadow of Fire and began to activate it. Spider was very surprised, because the guy was definitely at the 3rd level. Where did he get such power? The guy had the feeling that the body would be exploding now. This force has already exhausted it to the limit. Spider decided that it was his short moment of glory. He is a weak little man. Her body of the 3rd level will tear from such a load. He doesn't even need to do anything. He will soon die. Shihao noticed that he really had almost no health. Now it all depends on this golden scale of energy. You can't use everything before the end of the battle with this reptile, or inevitable death awaits it. The monster exclaimed that the guy was wasted. I didn't even want to taste it. It was not easy for Mr. Chi and the show to open the portal into a safe zone. He needed to absorb high level as soon as possible, and the boy will still die at such a pace. But turning to Xiao Hao, the monster could not understand this look and the overwhelming aura, as this could be with a 3-level one. Meanwhile, a rescue detachment has already arrived. They gave the command to look for the wounded and begin to provide assistance. Rescuers discovered a 15th monster. It was a clairvoyant demonic spider. It is subject to immediate destruction. Shihao asked the guys to wait because he would kill them, but rescuers noticed that it was he who was now at death. He should not rely too much on a beautiful skin, bought at the 3rd level. Even if it surpasses them in level, they have a numerical advantage, so that you should not worry. In addition, he has only 30% of health, but the monster did not think so. He began to wrap the rescuers with his sticky web. The spider laughed and whispered that these people even begin to like him. He did not know that it was so beautiful to tear off the heads of their heads. Then he promised to kill them all and gain experience for this. Spider monster has increased +3 levels. He raised as many as 3 levels, which was just wonderful for him. The monster began to approach Xiao. It was his turn to die. After all, with such force, a completely different matter. It is very difficult to raise the level to the monsters, unlike people. In the end, in a distant wilderness, it is almost impossible to meet a person with a level lower than that of Shihao. However, it is only worth raising the level. Then they immediately become much stronger. The power of the boy has increased many times. His energy is almost running out. The monster laughed. Wasn't the guy just strongly strong? And now he does not even have the strength to raise his hand. The system said that the energy and health of the owner is below 10%. The achievement capacity of the Hurricane Red Flame is ready. The system asked if he wanted to apply it. Since the boy could not increase the level, countless people mocked him. Shihao exclaimed that today they would see that their so-called garbage eventually is much stronger. The guy began to use a hurricane of red flame. The monster noticed that it was an unusual fire. It consists of divine energy. What kind of person is this guy? With dying, the spider exclaimed that Mr. Qiansho would not spare him in any case. The system notified that the clairvoyant demonic spider is defeated. The gained experience is 20,000. Thus, the boy survived. However, you need to collect a drop from this spider as soon as possible. The system gave the kid a lot of privileges. Since the owner has received serious damage, 10,000 experience points are automatically used to recover. After healing of the Russian Academy of Sciences, health indicators are updated to 100%. Shihao realized that he was in the user's interface. But this is more like a Milky Way. It is completely different from its meager visual interface. The stitch of the world, how the world has changed. Each player has its own visual interface, which is used to view and distribute attributes, as well as access to the inventory. The guy saw a source of his strength in front of him. The system explained that this is the Emperor of the Red Flame, the maximum level. The owners of the Overlord account system greeted. The system contains countless royal player accounts of the maximum level. The owner can use personal experience to gradually unlock all accounts of the Overlords. Since the owner's level reached the 10th, the account of the Emperor of the Red Flame was activated. Despite the fact that the initial level of the Emperor of the Red Flame reached maximum, but the owner still needs to accumulate experience, increasing the relationship between accounts. The stronger the connection, the more the power of the accounts will be revealed. The owner is recommended to get more experience as soon as possible. Shihao thought that he needed to understand what the best way to use the system. The Emperor of Red Flame came from the strongest in another world, once headed his clan and used the power of Red Flame to combine the territories under his beginning. So he became famous throughout the world. Shihao determined the first point in the plan. Accumulate experience and unlock as many accounts as possible, then form a detachment with all possible attributes. Thus, he will not have flaws in any attribute. The affordable experience is 10,000. It can choose to strengthen the level of levels or unlock additional ability. Shihao chose to strengthen the level of levels. Now it is most important to increase your viability and unlock more accounts, abilities, and others. It will then deal with the relationship of account levels +2, the current combined level of 12. The boy felt the increased power of each cell of his body. Has his personal main attribute also intensified? He decided to open the panel of characteristics. Shihao was surprised how he could still be the 3rd level. This is a maximum of his true forces. He heard a conversation that said why there was so much money. The boy realized that this was a familiar voice. He woke up in the hospital and noticed that not only the health scale, but his wounds also healed. However, when he recalls that it took 10,000 points of experience, he immediately becomes bad. Feifei told the doctor that he should be mistaken. How the price for treatment can be so high. She was asked not to get excited, because the wounds had not yet been completely healed. Shihao smiled and was delighted that his sister was in order. But after listening to her voice, he could not understand what was wrong with her condition. Shi Yunfei told the doctor that even if his hospital used high-level treatment, it still does not cost 500,000. The doctor interrupted the girl, explaining that she does not understand what condition she is now. All 4 members of her families were under the debuff of the elite toxicity of a rare monster in order to heal to the end. You need to drink special medicinal potions. In addition to her, there are 2 more men who are less lucky. If he does not take medicine, her father may not stretch for a month, and the brother of the weak. Mother asked the girl not to worry. She will solve the issue of money. In extreme cases, they can sell the house. The doctor asked the woman not to be nervous, as she was still too weak. Then, Xiao Hao appeared. He said that the parents worked in the sweat of their faces for most of their lives. To earn it, under no circumstances, they cannot sell the house. He promised to find money for treatment. Shi Yunfei asked his brother why he got out of bed. The boy replied that everything was fine with him. She should not talk so much so as not to aggravate her condition. The doctor exclaimed that among 4 family members, his poisoning and wounds were the most serious. He was very surprised how the boy was able to heal on his own. Shihao replied that the reason is not important. The main thing is that he does not need further treatment. If you exclude it, how much in this case 3 people will be required? The doctor said that 300,000 would be enough. Officially, the guy has a 3rd level, but the regeneration rate is higher than that of his patient with a level of 60. Shihao asked the doctor to start treatment. He promised to collect 300,000 in an hour. The doctor did not believe that this is possible, but as a doctor he is ready to give him this time. The boy thought that although he was used to saving, but even if he adds to the money received for the murder of a clairvoyant demonic spider to his savings, then there will be no 300,000 in total. The fastest way to get money is to sell things from the inventory. This is a rare demonic crystal of the 15th level. The guy hoped to help out good money for him, if it goes to the official auction, although it sells at the full price, but will not meet the hour. In addition, there is a minimum level of the level of participants, and its 3rd level will definitely not be enough. Therefore, the boy decided that now there is only one option. They say that in the underground of the 9th safe zone, there is a black market where you can trade, despite the level. In the black market, several powerful groups are speculated by prices, and even there, full of doubtful personalities. Previously, he would never have stowed there alone, but now he is not afraid. He was stopped by some healthy guys. One of them said that this was not a place for children's games, and asked him to leave where he came from. He knows what kind of place it is, and still wants to go there. Shihao replied that of course he knew that he would come to the black market not to have fun. He explained that he wanted to sell things. Whether this place is famous for the fact that everyone can trade freely here. A man with a cigarette in his teeth laughed and said that they did not accept children's toys here. The boy replied that since he dared to come here, his goods were good enough. He asked him to miss him, because he was in a hurry. The guy asked what kind of goods a little boy could have good. He explained that they did not have time to play with him. Some old man entered the room. He said that they are engaged in business here in order to gain benefit. Of course they need good goods. But all people can trade freely here. It was their elder Lee. He said that he did not know what this boy wants to sell, but he can get it and show it to the old man. Shihao exclaimed that he had finally met a man, was ready for cooperation. Then he took out a brilliant stone from his pocket. He asked if this stone could please his gaze. The old man was very surprised at a rare demonic crystal. He suspended his people, and he said that he could not think that such a thing could be from their 3-level friend. The elder suggested discussing the deal and asked to let the guy let go. They headed for the black market. Shihao thought that he had represented him completely differently, more like a nightclub, since there were half-dressed girls. It seems that the local owner is very smart, because if you give customers to get drunk, they will spend money more willingly. One of the men said that this boy came here to buy snacks for the proceeds. He asked him to return home to his mother and let his uncle see what kind of treasure he has. One of the men pushed the guy and explained that this was a guest of Lee Elder. How they dare to bother, are they really tired of living? The guy told them in the back that they rely on the fact that they belong to the group of Huanjing, and they create that they want. Then they called Lee the Elder. The man was asked to shut up. The guys brought Shi Chaos to the VIP room of the group of Huanzheng. The old man asked him to sit down. Then he asked me to lower unnecessary formalities and go right to business. The elder explained that although his demonic crystal is very valuable, he is only the 15th level. Shihao interrupted him and asked why he immediately began to shoot down the price. Once they agreed to conduct a business conversation, he asks for less crawling. Although he has a 3rd level, he is not 3 years old. He can understand what things are worth nothing and asked to name the price rather. The old man noticed that although this young man has a low level, the character is not weak. If the usual demonic crystal costs several thousand, it can pay 100,000 for it. Shihao exclaimed that the truth was told that all businessmen are cunning. Even if we take into account that the price of the black market will be lower than at the auction, its crystal costs at least 200,000, and he offers only 100. He apologized and said that he would better look for the one who would offer more. The old man said that there was a misunderstanding. Here, he does not decide whether there will be a deal or not. In addition, there has never been the one who would interfere with the Huanzhen clan to get the desired. The boy decided that they were going to rob him. Everything can happen in this black market. If he takes advantage of the account of the Emperor of the Red Flame, he will be able to get out. But even if it gets out, it is not profitable to provoke riots for him. He will not get a penny. This will only postpone the treatment of sister and parents. Lee exclaimed that 100,000. A huge amount for a child like him. He asked to listen to the old man, take money and fail. Shi Hao realized that he was left only to come to terms. I would never have thought that he would face a similar insoluble problem that rests into force. The majestic clan Huanzheng deceives his 3-level friend. That's really a shame. Then some girl appeared and said that she had heard as if there was a good product. She asked for permission to join the fun. It was the beauty of the Moscow region. The old man realized that this was the eldest daughter of the Han Mo clan. And he asked for what purpose she came to such a dubious place. Is it really to compete with the old man? The girl asked not to speak like that. The opportunity to trade freely, the right of the highest price, these are the laws of the black market. He is much older and wiser than her, so that he should know them much better. The boy thought that he had already heard this name somewhere. Mo went up to him and said that he was an attractive young man. Such a rare demonic crystal is very interesting. She promised to pay 300,000 for him and asked to sell it to her. The old man was very surprised, and he exclaimed that this boy had just said 200,000, and she already offers 300. Why is she doing this? The girl explained that the rich have her own quirks. Yes, and she will not want to renew the boy of the 3rd level. It is better to spend 100,000 on restoring the spoiled reputation of the Huanzheng clan. It seems to her that this thing is worth its money. She wished the elder of a good road, and she asked when the next time they would find something good, do not forget to call her. Earlier, Shi Hao heard that the 2 largest groups of the 9th safe zone, Han Mo and Huanzheng, did not get along. But I did not think that he would meet with them today and even benefit from this situation. The boy thanked the girl, and he said that he has several more things that may interest her. Mo replied that she was not interested and asked not to thank her. She just took the opportunity to put Huanzhan in place. His affairs have nothing to do with her. He just accidentally caught my eye. She asked her servants to give the boy money. As for the demonic crystal, if they do not find use, they can simply be thrown away. The boy laughed to herself. He realized that this was the eldest daughter Han Motsunder. In any case, he will remember the service provided. Meanwhile, the mother of Shi Hao asked the doctor how long to be treated to her husband. The doctor replied that now his condition is still bad. Then a man flew into the ward and asked whether it was true that these beggars did not pay for medical bills. And why are they still here? The doctor answered the director that they had already paid for the provision of primary assistance. The director took him by the breasts and asked what he was doing. They have a hospital here, not a shelter. Their lives are not as dear as his medicines. The doctor explained that the boy from their family said that he would get money. Could he wait a little more? The director gave a slap in the face to the doctor and exclaimed that he had a sawdust in his head. This boy has a 3rd level, and even he is a child, where in his opinion he will take 300,000. The director exclaimed that they have few such dietary supplements. Even if Shi Yunfei will sell her parents, she will not have enough money. The girl asked the director to wait a little longer. Her brother went for money and will return soon, but the man began to push her away. He said that this is the only hospital in this safe zone. Rogue like them cannot spend all their reserves. He asked if there was no money to immediately go home. Then Xiao broke into the door. He asked to remove his hand from his sister. The director grabbed the guy by the chest and asked who he was, and how dares to knock out the door of the hospital with a foot. He must now compensate him for the damage. The boy's eyes sparkled. He exclaimed that the director had just hit his family member with this hand. The director began to scream by grabbing his hand. His hand was burning. He began to look for a fire extinguisher and ask for help rather. The doctor asked the guy what he did with the director, how his hand could so suddenly light up. Shi Hao replied that although he has every right to expel them from the hospital, he hit his sister, and he would not forgive this. The boy promised to pay 10,000 for medical expenses. If he has the same good doctor as he, then there is nothing to worry about in this case. The doctor realized that the director deserved it. Since he is Shuren of the chairman, in full use of his position, most employees hate him. Today he was finally repulsed. Maybe in the future he will not dare to behave like that. Shi Hao handed over to the doctor 310,000 and asked to continue the treatment of his family. The doctor asked the guy not to worry. The accounts in their hospital are not just so high. His family will receive the best treatment. The boy thanked the doctor for believed him and gave time to raise money. He is now in debt in front of him. The doctor asked not to thank him, since this is his duty. He thought that the guy not only healed on his own, but was also able to collect 300,000. This is a very curious young man. Shi Yunfei apologized to her brother and said that she could not protect her father if she had not been as weak as now. Shi Hao asked his sister not to blame herself. It was he who came too late and therefore she suffered. but now everything is fine. The girl explained that if not for this debuff, she could have participated in the dungeon at school tomorrow at school. She wanted to win. The boy took her by the shoulders and exclaimed that they were given a decent amount for victory. Replied that this amount would start from 500,000. She was preparing for this for a whole year. Brother smiling told her sister that she could calmly continue treatment. All financial issues are all on it. He was going to get this prize. And the next day came. Before us is the school building. Students greeted at the annual school festival of quests. It must have been among them for a long time rumors about the size of a cash prize. This year the prize starts from 500,000. Depending on the degree of progress in the dungeon, money from above can be added to this amount. There is no limit to adding. The leader of the festival decided to explain why this year such a large prize. All because this year the event is sponsored by the Hanmo clan. The daughter of the clan company appeared in the hall. Everyone exclaimed that her beauty is blinding. They just look at her and their hearts melt. The old man exclaimed that in addition there is another good news. The winner of the competition will receive a chance to join the Hanmo combat detachment. The Hanmo combat detachment includes 10 in progress in the dungeons. The guy from the crowd exclaimed that this stimulates better than a cash prize. Getting into the Hanmo combat detachment is how to reach a career peak. Shihao heard that the competition between the detachments of various guilds is great, but she was going to take away talented fighters with school children and is not too much in a hurry. The boy decided that this did not apply to him. He is interested in the monetary prize. This year, the dungeon is a shadow forest, institute of such a high level. In addition, they say that not a single student has passed it to the end. In the dungeon, the lowest level of the monsters is 5th, and the final boss is an elite creature of the 10th level. They all have about the 5th level. To go there the same as docking yourself for sure death. This is a really elite monster of the 10th level. How the school can give them to him to eat. Shihao was surprised to hear about the elite shadow of the 10th level. Are they sure that they do not just give him money? The head asked to calm down. This insti is really quite complicated. Also it is a PvE and PvP zone. Therefore, based on these reasons, this time they can combine up to 5 people. The guys decided in this case simply to join the team more strong. Once you can unite, then it will not be so difficult to kill an elite shadow village of the 10th level. But then, will not the brawl for the murder of the boss. You will still have to constantly fear a blow to the back. Shihao thought it was an opportunity to unite in groups and a system of 2 modes in Institute. The school wants to give them real experience of survival and battles. One of the guys asked the director how to determine individual progress if they are combined into groups. The director replied that during the competition they accumulate glasses on their own, and points for the murder of the Shadow Ancient will be divided between members of the group. The team which received the maximum number of points for its murder will share first place. Esley will win another team in PvP, their points will go to them. The guys decided that it was too cruel. Do they not encourage them with this statement to fight against each other? The director, without answering this question, raised his hands up and proclaimed the competition. The participants exclaimed that they needed double D 5th levels. One of them said that he knows a senior student, which can be joined. We need 5th level Chilla. The guys were surprised why garbage of the 3rd level was still here. The second replied that this garbage has not yet been expelled, because they were left so that he would clean the toilets. They were frightened that he would ask for their team. Shihao thought that if they begged him, he would not have joined their group. He does not need extra ballast. Acting alone will be most convenient. The guy went to the teacher and said that he wants to sign up. The girl asked what about his team members. Shihao replied that he would pass alone and asked him to record it. The teacher noticed that he has only the 3rd level. It is very dangerous for him to go alone. She asked him to think carefully. One of the guys asked to score on him, let him die if he wanted. Garbage of the 3rd level will spend the air in vain. It was again Luofeng. The guys did not like that he was saying so with their older brother. They asked him to allow him to teach a lesson to this garbage. Luofeng asked them to wait. He was, after all, his older brother in quotes. You can't handle it like that. He explained Xiaohao that the boy should stand on all 4s and grate a couple of times. Then he would be so to take him with him in the dungeon. Shihao asked in response to how dogs bark. The guy immediately answered him. Then he became very angry and began to attack him. A teacher got between them. She explained that if they want to fight, then let them go to the dungeon and fight there. And here there is nothing to dissolve your hands. Luofeng finally advised the guy to gain courage so as not to escape. He threatened to wait for him in the dungeon to test his moral qualities. Shihao answered them that he did not know such a word to run. The girl asked him not to speak like that. Shihao again asked the teacher to record him. She replied that although his courage was boasted, the final result still depends mainly on his strength. Since he is so torn, she can only wish him good luck. Xiaohao Brave walked forward and thought that the most interesting thing was now beginning. He entered the dungeon for the first time and got the experience of 2,000. The kid was noticed by two guys led by Mo. They remembered that yesterday we met in the black market in the evening with this guy. Mo decided that he was interesting, just the 3rd level, and not just dared to come to the black market, and he was eager to clean up the instance. She decided to see what he had besides courage. Her comrade asked if Miss would think that he could successfully go through such a dungeon. The girl replied that they should wait a bit and enjoy the show. Shihao thought that the appearance at the random point of the dungeon, they did so that the team would not arrange a massacre right away. This is only in his hands. At first, as soon as possible, the boy decided to clean the nearest area from small mobs, and now 10 points began to be added to his experience, with every step. The area of the dungeon is too large, also the monsters are dispersed. To kill small mobs for too long. To win the competition, you need to track down high level. Shihao wondered where they were going. He decided to follow them. Then he went deep enough into the forest. He began to peer forward at a huge, thick tree. A sticky girl hung on this red web. It was Wan Tian Hiller, 5th level. The girl exclaimed that she had been abducted by monster spider, and called plaintively to the aid. Shihao began to get to her and asked to be silent if she wants to live. If she continues to scream like that, she will attract monsters, and he will no longer risk his life in order to save her. The girl asked, not the senior, or he was Yunfei's brother, Shihao, the one that cannot raise the level. She was very surprised how it could be, how he was able to advance so far in institute. He has only the 3rd level. The girl asked to leave her and run away from here. Shihao realized that she was a friend of his sister, and he exclaimed that if Fei Fai finds out that he abandoned her, he would kill him. Therefore, he asked the girl to shut up and wait calmly. She thanked him but asked not to be stupid. He has only the 3rd level. It cannot be that he managed to cut the web of an elite monster of the 8th level. The boy picked up the web and smiled maliciously. She caught fire in his hands. The girl was very surprised at how he could just burn this web. Is she saved? Shihao asked her to get out of here as soon as possible and find her group. It is dangerous to be alone here. Then the Red Widow of the 8th level began to approach them. The girl could not understand what happened. He asked her to take care of the poison. They fell into a huge, sticky web. Shihao could not understand when she managed to arrange a trap so silently. How he did not guess. This is the mechanics of the elite monster in the dungeon. And he is also with this girl here. They both completely overwhelmed the web. The girl began to scream that it was all over and they would eat them. The boy asked her to calm down and not move, otherwise they would get confused and the web is even stronger. He has a system of access to the overlords of the overlords, but although his abilities have not improved, he has not yet received a new level, so that they are in danger. Later, he will think about the redistribution of glasses. The girl screamed that she did not want to die. Tears shone in her eyes. At one point she thought that the spider had left. Has he considered that they are not tasty enough, and they can be saved? Shihao began to explain that based on information about the behavior of red widows, after they find themselves the food of the Pauls, catch people to lay eggs in them. Most likely it is still hungry and will return when she eats. The girl again began to scream that she did not want to put a spider eggs in her. The boy asked her not to move. If this continues, then they do not escape. They are too tightly connected. If he uses the abilities of the Emperor of Red Flame, then he can injure it. Shi Chao leaned in front of the girl and began to pull his teeth by the web. She decided that he was trying to pester her at such a time. The boy asked her to stop fantasizing, and if she wants to live, then do not move. She asked what he plans to do. Shi Hao realized that fortunately this web is not poisonous. Besides, she was completely fresh. She had not yet managed to harden. The boy did not stop tearing her teeth, realizing that it was very difficult. He asked the girl to help him. Very soon, the web will harden, and the chance to escape will disappear. He asked the girl not to bite him, but to bite the ropes, and no longer make such sounds. After she explained that he touched her boyfriend, asked not to say any more things that people could misunderstand, and so they are finally saved. Shi Hao said that now was not the time to relax, and asked the girl to rise and run from here. She explained that her legs did not obey her. Does it really mean that the fact is a misunderstanding? There was a loud sound. The Red Widow returned again. Shi Hao exclaimed that the girl should have a group and asked to find them and come to his aid. The girl said that even if he tries to look cool, He should take into account the circumstances. After all, he is only the 3rd level. In the battle with the elite monster of the 8th level, he will be killed in a second. She asked the kid to run with her rather. Shihao laughed and replied that he had gone to the dungeon not to run away from the first mob. His goal is a hunt, so that it was insulting because he is going to have fun with him well. While they were talking, the Red Widow was already catching up with them. The boy turned to the girl and told her, "What does he spit? She will run away or remain. The main thing is not to get confused under his feet." The girl asked him to be allowed to stay and chop. In the end, she is a healer of the 5th level. She could not understand how such an aura could have a 3rd level guy. Can he hide his real level? Well, this is absurd. Shihao thought that the Red Widow in the end was also a spider. All anger for the harm caused to his family will now feel the spider in his own skin. The boy realized that the spider does not know how to speak. It seems that he is really much weaker than clairvoyant demonic spider, so even much better, because he will not hear pleas about mercy. Shihao jumped over the spider and began to attack him. The girl was in shock. He really went out to kill an elite mob of the 8th level. It looks like her hunch was true. He really knows how to hide his level. Shihao killed the elite Red Widow and received 1,000 points. Huan Tiantian helped in the murder and received 500 points. The boy received 5,000 additional experience points. The girl was very surprised why she also gave her glasses. She didn't even have time to do anything. Is this a legendary person? She found a person who can steam her. Most often this expression is used to dress and raise the level. The girl asked how he managed to hide the level. It was immediately strange. He entered the school with the 3rd level. Could such a talent simply abyss? When she hugged him, Shichao asked him to let him go. If she grabbed him again, he promised to kill her in place. The guy had already regretted that he took her with him. Shihao told the girl that she received points for the murder, but he would take the whole drop to himself, not taking into account her opinion. The girl replied that she did not need anything while he allowed her to go with him to victory. Shihao received different useful objects from his system. The boy thought it was not bad at all, even if any equipment did not fall out. On such combat trophies, high demand in the black market can be sold. The combat trophy Poisonous Fangs of Red Widows are improved to Deadly Poisonous Fangs Red Widows. Shihao was delighted that a drop could be improved. Before that, a ring fell from a clairvoyant demonic spider. Ring of Good Luck. It was a legendary ring. He decided that he had found a real treasure. With this ring, he will be able to get so much useful in the future. The only thing he does not know with what chance the improvement takes place. Shihao asked the girl to deal with everything herself, and do not stick to him constantly. She noticed that at school everyone calls him a discharge. It turns out all because he pretends. She was wondering if he had any object that allows him to hide the level. Shihao replied that he had many reasons not to answer the question. If she wants him to take her with her to the end, she asks to shut up and keep his secret from others. And then he does not even know what can happen to her. Then they were noticed by guys from another group. They were surprised that Huan Tian was still alive. Since even a Red Widow did not eat her, she is really garbage. The girl asked Li Yun found her patron again, to which the boy replied that he could do what he wants, and therefore threw her out of their group. She only talks about love and spells all day. If they were not classmates, he would never have taken her in inst. The girl exclaimed that he used her like a bait for a Red Widow, and then fingered cowardly. What is bad in love and magic? What the right to laugh at other people's dreams? The guy asked if she really thought herself a sorceress. So in his opinion, she is just a hopeless dumbass. Comrade Brother Lee noticed that something was not converging. Because the Red Widow was killed. She is really dead. He barely gathered people to return and kill her. The guy asked if she was doing this with a spider. The girl explained that they got rid of this great man together with the Red Widow without asking their opinions. They have no idea about honor, so they are not opponents of her friend. The guys noticed that this is the famous for the whole school of Xiaohao. And then they laughed. Did the spell really burn her brain? Huan Tian said that they could laugh at her, but let not dare to insult her god. The guys were asked to score, because this is just 1,000 points. They will be able to get them in another place. Li answered that he would rather believe that it was Huan Tian by some miracle that he had fallen a Red Widow, than that it was a discharge of Shi Chao. Then the boy exclaimed that it seems to be at least some benefit from her, and he suggested returning to their team. The girl said that she no longer believes what he was saying. The guy said that they were giving her a chance to win without much effort. She will even be able to benefit, bypassing their cannon fodder. Moreover, staggering with this guy, He will never know when he died. The girl clenched her fists and again began to ask not to dare to insult her god. Then she heard some kind of terrible sound and hung on the hand of Shichao. It was a roar of a demonic Tyrannosaurus. The guys exclaimed that this is an elite boss, for which they give 5,000 points. It is amazing how close to them he was sleeping. They decided to meet, as he is much better than a Red Widow. Shihao asked them to wait. Do they really want to go fight with a demonic Tyrannosaur? The boy exclaimed that they would just die. With their current abilities, they are not even suitable for him. He asks them for the sake of his own good to abandon this idea. Li exclaimed that then he would kill him first. But the comrade stopped him and asked his brother Li not to pay attention to nonsense. A little more, and the boss will be taken away by others. Li, leaving, said to Si Shichao that they had not ended with him yet. The girl exclaimed that her god simply showed care and let them not look for him later in order to cry and ask for help. Turning to the guy, the girl asked Shihao to go to clean up small mobs in the vicinity, so they can easily score glasses. The boy replied that there is a large card and small mobs are concentrated. This is too ineffective. If they want to win, it will simply not be enough to clean the mobs. The girl asked what was his plan then. Shihao explained that of course they would catch up with them and wait. Meanwhile, the demonic Tyrannosaurus of the 8th level was already waiting for its victims. The guys noticed that a demonic Tyrannosaurus seems to fight with some other creature. He had already been demolished 15% of the HP. It seems they were largely lucky. Comrade told his brother Li that even if so, he emits such a powerful, overwhelming aura that he is hard to breathe. Will everything be fine? Li, his brother, asked if 4 5th level people could not defeat the 8th level dinosaur. He is the only elite boss in this instance who knows how much valuable he is falling from him. Having clenched his fist, he asked his comrades not to be afraid of anything with their strength. They will kill him, and even if they do not pick up the final boss, they will still be in the first 10. And then he will reduce the score with Shichao, and Huantian herself will rush into his arms. He will show this discharge that you should not come in front of him. Then he will ask for forgiveness from his older brother and say that he was mistaken. Everything develops just successfully. They began to run towards danger. Li exclaimed that he would cut him into shreds today. One of the guys said that he remembers as if in Gaida it was written that a demonic Tyrannosaurus is black and green. Why it is black and red? It seems Black Red was in a state of frenzy. Is it really angry with other monsters? Why did he not say about it before? He will simply kill them in fury. Li brother gave the team to run away. They saw the state of rage of this monster. The dinosaur began to run after Li. He thought that, although he could still escape, in the end he has good dexterity. He will never catch up with him. He must bring him to people so that the dinosaur switches to them. The nearest person is Xiao Hao. He hoped that the guy would enjoy his gift. Shihao and the girl walked through the forest. Li found them. He said that while he had found them, almost died, and they simply wandered idle. Huantian exclaimed that he was scared again and fled shamefully as she thought. Li asked her not to be so insensitive because he was not alone. He exclaimed that he had prepared a special gift for them. Shihao asked the guy not to be modest. His accumulated points are already the best gift. The boy noticed that Li Yun was quite fast. Is he really going to attack on his forehead? But what happened to his group? This is all somehow suspicious. Li Yun replied that they would talk about points later. He ran to the girl and pushed her. He asked to see what kind of gift he presented. Then he pushed the girl with all his might to the ground. She exclaimed, not understanding what he wanted from them. Why suddenly he was doing this. Turning around, Huantian saw a demonic Tyrannosaurus in front of her and began to scream. Shihao asked the girl not to attack him, since the dinosaur is not on her. The girl apologized and said that she was not on purpose. She asked her god to help her. Li Yun told Xiao that for a man who had never been to Institute before, he really did not disappoint Huantian. How did he take this idiot to his team? Did he boast that he himself could win alone? So he passes his gift to him personally. He asked the guys not to worry. When a demonic Tyrannosaurus will end them, he will be raised from their bodies. After that, the boy laughed and disappeared into a dense green forest. But it wasn't there. Shihao exclaimed that he did not allow him to leave. Although Huantian is stupid, because she is a beginner. But for her he at least has application. And as for him, then he is even more worthless than the rest. The guy squeezed his teeth without understanding what was happening. He is exactly in full invis, as She Chaos can see him. It seems that the level of his ability is still not high enough. She does not make him truly invisible. Therefore, the guy asked him not to be surprised so much. He feels the heat that he produces. Li Yun could not understand whether She Chaos really has the outgoing warmth, thermal imager. After all, this is impossible. When Xiao Hao grabbed the guy by the throat, he asked him to let him go. Devil's Tyrannosaurus in frenzy. If this continues, then they will all die. Li Yun could not understand what kind of power it was. A variant of a hot cell. Everything around was lit up with a bright red-yellow flame. Li Yong exclaimed that She Chaos was that garbage that could not increase the level where he got such a force. He asked, since the boy is so strong, why not kill the demonic Tyrannosaurus together? I would just share glasses, and the whole drop will be him. Shi Hao replied that he was even more arrogant than he thought. However, he first needs to ask the girl if she agrees or not. Li Yun asked his sister Huan how she thinks whether they should give help to a classmate with points in the dungeon. The girl thought that God is so imperious. This makes her heart beat even faster. He asked her, even if she was against being fought together, help at least get a mercy from Xiao. Huan Tian asked the guy to let him go, because such a vile person as he does not deserve forgiveness. Li Yong exclaimed that he should not use it as cannon fodder and asked him to give him a chance. Huan noticed that the demonic Tyrannosaurus got out. What should they do now? He was able to destroy the fiery wall. The state of frenzy cannot be neglected. Li Yun had a kuti saturated with poison in his hands. Any blow will be fatal. The guy began to run up behind the guys, raising his weapons over their heads. Xiao Hao felt the enemy from behind. He asked how the guy dares to attack at such a time. But is it really that his brain is really for decoration? The boy continued to explain that at first he took into account his efforts to deliver a monster to him, and was about to let him go with his hands. But now he does not see this. He will gladly accept all his gifts. Shi Hao receives personal and command glasses Li Yuna 5000. PvP protective mechanism is activated. The player Li Yun lost to a duel and will be thrown out of the dungeon. Li exclaimed that the guy did not even hope for mercy, he promised to pay him. The player of Shi Hao was congratulated. He received a book of skill invisibility, and Ikuti saturated with poison. After the victory over the enemy, there is a certain chance that objects selected from the enemy can be sold. The boy thought that as expected, the offspring of rich parents of Li Yun, a really high-quality equipment is already at the 5th level. 2 items were obtained, which is very rare. While the boy was understanding, Huan Tian shouted that the devilish Tyrannosaurus was approaching him. Shi Hao noticed that he got here very quickly. Demonic Tyrannosaurus, a special monster of the forests of shadows. Its main attribute of fire quickly goes into a state of frenzy. The state of frenzy, its main characteristics can increase by 2 or more times. At this time, it is very difficult to win. The textbook said that if in the open world or in the dungeon you encountered a monster in a state of frenzy, then you need to go to the ground, so there will be a small chance to survive. He is not a problem for him, and just a small obstacle. Shi Hao began to use a bomb of a fiery dragon. If the demonic Tyrannosaurus is in a state of frenzy, then after the murder there will not be any drop. The idea is to make the player kill the monster without putting him into a frenzy. This is a very cunning mechanics. Fortunately, he guessed to leave the opportunity to frenzy. Even if the demonic Tyrannosaurus is already in frenzy, he has a plan. And in this regard was Huan Tian. He went to the girl and asked her to listen to him. It was required to impose peace on a demonic Tyrannosaurus. Shi Hao explained that this is a special skill of Hill. She can remove the effect of frenzy. The girl replied that they had a big difference in the levels. She is not sure that the spell would work, and she will be able to use it only once for the battle. The boy said that he does not say this skill now. It is necessary to wait for his team, to increase the chance of triggering skill. He will first remove HP to 20%. He is very strong. The girl thought that God could successfully resist the monster in frenzy. Its strength is comparable to professional members of groups to pass the insta. Just killing an elite monster even in a state of frenzy for him is easier. He has to calculate the forces so that this does not happen by chance. Otherwise, they will not receive anything. The boy noticed that he had a very strong blow. There should be a lot of full-fledged loot in this monster. He caught on his tail tightly, and he asked to show him what surprises he could still give him. Xiao Ho gave command Huan Tian to use skill faster. The girl immediately obeyed him. She waved her magic wand and began to combine beauty and wisdom, embodying love and magic. In the name of love, she decided to heal him. The girl sent an air kiss towards the dragon. Why did he shout so plaintively? Interestingly, it was peace or torture. Shi Hao asked the girl is sure that she used the right spell. Huan Tian replied, thinking that there should be no mistakes. Suddenly the dragon turned into a little dragon. The girl exclaimed that it was very nice. Is it really a demonic Tyrannosaurus? Huantian herself was surprised that her reassurance spell caused such an effect. Shihao replied that now he needed to finish him off. After that, they will receive glasses and drops and go further. The girl immediately hugged the dragon and asked to wait. He may not kill him, he is so nice. In addition, he is also a Rarik. Wouldn't it be better to put it as a pet? The boy replied that in this case he would first kill her and take her accumulated glasses, and then he would make him his pet. Will kill two birds with one shot. When asked what she thinks about this, the girl began to give the dragon to him. Still, getting experience and drop is more important. Shihao looked at the dragon and exclaimed that he was useless to look at him like that. He knows better than the strongest in this world. People and monsters are the same. In order not to become prey for others, they can only become stronger. Shihao received 5,000 points. Huantian receives 2,500 points for assistance. She exclaimed that she could not even think that there were so many points for the dragon. Shihao received 50,000 experience points. This is even more than they gave for a demonic clairvoyant spider. It seems that in Institute there is a buff for the experience gained. The boy decided to go into the interface and see what else you can spend experience points, except on increasing the level of communication between accounts. It was found that the owner has a large number of accumulated experience. For its optimal use, it is recommended to increase the connection with the Emperor of the Red Flame to the 20th level, which will allow access to other accounts. Shihao thought that the Emperor of the Red Flame was already very strong. But now you should not unlock a bunch of new accounts. It will not master so much. It is better to focus on the one that he already has. Even if the damage just grows, you can still encounter an enemy who will not be able to win. The boy decided to open the panel of special abilities. The Emperor of Red Flame of the 12th level can open many abilities. He was surprised why the additional abilities are so expensive. But this keen look is really amazing. It is literally the same as knowing the whole card in a certain range. Although only living creatures can be revealed, this is enough. Shihao decided to unlock a keen look. Due to the fact that the shadow is very well hidden, he even thought whether this was a matter. But now with this ability to search for monsters, he has nothing to fear. He will be the first to kill this boss. Then Huantian called him, and she asked to look forward. Showing her finger, she asked him to take a closer look. He asked the girl who allowed her to open the drop, or she was tired of living. Huantian laughed and replied that she was a little short. Lived? Well, now the main thing is not, because there was an egg. Shihao said that he rumored to burst him. Unknown egg. He can spend experience points to grow it or just fry it with rice. The guy thought that in this way you can get an extremely rare object. Is this girlfriend really so successful? She exclaimed that it was very cool. Usually from such eggs you can get military pets or marionettes. She introduced God riding on a formidable demonic Tyrannosaurus. Even her heart begins to beat faster. Shihao thought it sounds pretty good. After he received an unknown egg, Zhuan asked the guy whether she was even a little useful. She always pulls him down, for which she is very ashamed. The girl thanked him for not abandoning her. Shihao asked Huantian not to be so naive. He will not fall on her fishing rod and will not give her an egg. The girl exclaimed that her words were sincere, and he did not understand her. She ran after him explaining that she did not need his egg. She asked to wait for her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a restroom at school. Mo watched what was happening and noticed that this boy really has something curious. Even the devilish Tyrannosaurus in a state of frenzy is not an opponent. He does not look like a wimp with the 3rd level. Mo asked her people to bring here the director Jan. Although the new Lin Lao designed system for monitoring of the dungeons and not bad, it works only with low-level installations. When they can also monitor the installations of medium and high levels, the combat grouping of their clan will gain an advantage and will be able to rise in the ranking. The director asked the girl what she wanted. Mo asked how many points she received Shao in the dungeon. Director Yang asked if it was a student who still could not increase the level. The girl looked at the old man in surprise when he said about could not increase the level. She asked him to explain herself. Jan began to tell that when a student of Shihao entered school, he already had the 3rd level. Then everyone called his genius. However, in 3 years, he did not raise a level. But he does not know what happened to him. The girl realized that the guy was disguised well, but she could not understand for what purpose. He is becoming more and more curious. When the director looked at the monitor, he was very surprised. How it turned out that in the rating of Shi Chao in third place. How he could achieve this. Mo said it is time to publish the current rating in the dungeon. Moreover, it is necessary to make information about the location of the players of the public. The director was very surprised that Miss Mo plans to complicate the task for them. In this dungeon there are already quite complicated mechanics. If they make up the locations, then students will certainly arrange a brawl among themselves. The first will open the hunt on Xiao Hao. Mo replied that the real world is much worse than this instant of the 10th level. If the clan Hanmo plan to select someone, then it should be the best. The director could not think that Miss will be interested in Shi Chao. Maybe he is really talented. It seems to be more attentive to follow this student. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Forest of Shadows, they really united to kill other players. On Earth lay the leader of the Chenfeng group, for which 2,000 points were received. The leader of the Luo Feng group stood over the lying guy. He answered him that there is no such rule here that would forbid them to unite. He just uses the opportunities provided. Attacking a guy, he asked him to just dump from Institute to go to complain about him to the director, as expected from Brother Feng. The leader of the group Zhang Yi said that under his leadership of 2 detachments, they are simply invincible and glass is flowing. The guy replied that in the future he wants to become a professional player for progress in the Insties, so he cannot understand his joys. He would not have contacted these discharges if he had not needed glasses. A system warning has come. The school opened access to the rating of players in the dungeon and their location. The leader explained that this is all obvious. They considered that they did not have a hard competition enough, so they decided to stir them up. This is perfect. Now making points on other players will be much easier. The leader noticed that the garbage of Shi Chao still did not drop out. Yes, and is in third place. How he did it? Or is it just luck? If you rely on luck, he reached third place, then it is very commendable. The strip of good luck is over. It is time to pick up his glasses. Raising the weapon up, the leader led his team along, since another fight awaits them. It is time to teach a lesson to this garbage of Shi Chao. And then the hunting for the guy began. The leader of the group, Shu Tian, 6,500 points. He fled through the forest. I thought about how this could happen. He's just some kind of demon. Their team attacked him, but in the end, he is the only one who survived. How could this happen? The guy could not understand how such a force could have a second level. The boy was at a dead end. He heard a voice behind his back. He was asked where he was so running. Shi Hao explained to the guy that he would not eat him and asked to just talk. Did he not come for his glasses? He waits not to wait until the guy kills him and called to approach him. The guy exclaimed that he was lying. He killed all members of his group, as he could believe him. After which, he clenched his fists and began to attack Xiao. He decided not to give up once he would die anyway, at least to fight him. Shi Hao replied that he began. Why then the villain exposes him? While he can earn glasses, what is the difference of a demon or an angel? He blocked the enemy's blow, using a twilight flame of true fire. Shi Hao asked the next time to bring more people with him. He killed Shu Tian and received 6,500 points plus a weak potion of treatment. Activated PvP protection mechanism, Shu Tian is transferred from the dungeon. Huan Tian exclaimed that Shi Chao really deserves the title of God. He defeated all 4 groups that decided to attack them, and this is very cool. The boy replied that it was a pity from all these people nothing useful, except for glasses. He thought that the fact that the school revealed their points and the location quite corresponded to the character of Miss Mo. She wanted to increase competition, but in fact, she only simplified his task. Huan Tian noticed that they were the first. The boy replied that he understood, but now is not the time to celebrate. You can't lose vigilance. Meanwhile, the director congratulated the talented Hila Huan Tian on the first place in the competition in the dungeon. She receives a reward to the cash prize. Shi Hao noticed that it was terrible. The girl still dreams of becoming a goddess. As experience shows, more and more people begin to hate her. Looking at the map, the guy noticed that only 3 teams remained in instance. Is it really moving to completion? Huan Tian asked why Luo Feng and Zhang Yi, finding himself below, have not yet undertook anything. Shi Hao replied that he knew the character of Luo Feng well, even if he seems to be an aggressive fool. Well, in fact, he is very cunning and careful. He thinks that this guy is watching from afar. Since he surpassed his expectations, he does not rush just ahead. When he comes up with a plan and will be completely sure of it, then he will immediately attack and kill him. The girl exclaimed that it was mean. The boy explained that that guy was simply trying to compensate for what was considered his younger brother. They should focus on finding and killing the final boss in this insta. Chuan replied that she had heard that the shadow is hiding so well in the forests, so well that no one could find it. She is sure that sending them to the Forest of Shadows, at school they immediately planned that the winner would be defined in PvP. Shi Hao was surprised that the girl was able to independently come to this conclusion. She asked not to underestimate her mental abilities because of her beauty. Shi Hao exclaimed that she was right. The competition this year is really more directed at PvP. However, he does not plan to refuse to kill the boss. In the end, a lot of useful things should fall from him. Therefore, the guy decided to activate a keen look. In front of him was all instructions in front of him. This ability really costs its 70,000 experience points. Looking carefully, Xichao realized that he had found a shadow tone. A keen gaze did not disappoint him. It was so easy to find a boss with him. It doesn't matter. In the open world or in institute, crushing and special abilities will always be useful. He must open them even more. Shi Hao noticed that the flame was also in the depths of the forest. What a convenient ability. Just 10 out of 10. The guy had an idea. He called the girl and exclaimed that he had found the final boss, and if they did not rush, they could lose to others. Huan was very surprised and praised him. Shi Hao said that if she screams like that, then someone would hear them. Indeed, they were heard by the guys who had a hunt for Sheo. They heard that the guy found a boss. But what if he tries to lure them into a trap? Usually he is so weak that he does not dare to pitch, he cannot change. The comrade replied that he himself saw Xiao Hao destroyed 4 teams with almost one blow. The leader replied that he wants to get into the detachment of the Mo clan, so they are obliged to get glasses for the boss. It doesn't matter what he will do, he will show him. He rejoiced that he was different from all this garbage, and called his team along to kill him and the boss. Comrade told Brother Fan that they had a problem. The location of Shi Chao has disappeared. He disappeared somewhere. Feng was very surprised and could not understand how possible. How he could just abyss. When he managed to learn this, that girl from his pati, the first year from the 3rd grade, Huan Tian, should still be there. The guy gave the command to surround it and catch it. He will not believe that he will stay away. The girl walked through the woods and asked Shi Chao not to joke like that with her. To seem, because now is not the time for this. He only said, "Please, be careful with a bait," and immediately disappeared. Huan Tian thought about what Xiao Hao was plotting. He probably thinks that Luo Feng and the rest will lead to it and appear. But are they stupid enough to buy it? Then in front of her appeared the leader of the Luo Feng group. He asked the girl where Shi Chao. The girl replied that she did not know. The guy asked her to stop hanging his noodles on his ears and say where this garbage went. Huan Tian explained that he suddenly disappeared. They can check it on the map. Luo Feng exclaimed that her life depends on her answer. The girl said that she did not know the truth. She really hoped that the guy would seem. After all, she delayed them as soon as she could. But on this, her authority was all. Then the guys felt some kind of earthquake. In front of them, the final boss of the dungeons, a shadow, is rebelled. 10th level. One of the guys exclaimed that this could not be. How they could stumble upon a boss, which no one could find. The second guy thought that he could win, just scoring a maximum of points through PvP, waiting for the end of time. Well, now to do. Li Feng asked not to panic. The Shadow Ancient has the entire 10th level, and there are as many as 10 people. He gave the team more to take up positions, and so far he is overgrown with himself. The guy realized that Shi Chao for this purpose lured them here. He will take advantage of his opportunity, and when it kills the Shadow Ancient, he will do it. The guy gave the team first to take up positions and concentrate on the weak places of the monster. He asked them to use fiery spells. The team got into combat positions. Li Feng asked to follow the HP and not to chew the snot. The team immediately obeyed the guy. He began to use a fireball. DPS is crazy. Let the second tank get ready to pick up aggro. Huan Tian noticed that they had a huge coordination. Somehow it does not look like only assembled teams. It seems that Luo Feng is not just an upstart, but the girl noticed his good skills. She began to scream, "Where is her god?" If he does not appear, then Luo Feng and the team will be killed by the Shadow Ancient. One of the leaders exclaimed that if they continue in the same spirit, they would be able to defeat this boss. Li Feng replied that they would undoubtedly succeed. Apart from the numerical advantage, he simply divinely does it. But then he noticed that the shadow is now petrified and immune to all the blows. The leader warned the guys that the second phase began. They could not understand what happened. The leader asked not to ask him, because he himself does not understand anything. Nobody has yet encountered the ancient shadow in the second phase. The guys began to ask his brother Feng what to do next. The roots of this monster began to climb and crack the ground. What happened to these roots? He used his strength to create many small ancient. Now he has a numerical advantage. Among them, even the weakest are 7-level ones. You need to run away soon, Li Feng asked without panic, and rather take his position to everyone. All aggro hangs on it. Meanwhile, Zhuantian tied the truly with his roots. She called him a pervert and asked to lower him to the ground. The girl began to call for the aid of Shi Chao, and the monster in turn laughed at her. Then he threw her with all his might to the side. Shi Hao caught the girl in time and praised her for completing her task. But next time she better watch the show from afar. Huan Tian asked if she was really useful. The boy replied that the truth. She was very happy and said that although she was very scared, she still played an important role. Shi Hao asked her to be calmer. He was sorry that he had to use her as a bait, but he promised to compensate for it. Luo Feng exclaimed that now is not the time for flirting. But the Xiao Hao plan was a success. He brought them to the boss, and he decided to sit aside. Shi Hao replied that he only wanted to enjoy the show. To kill this boss, he does not even need to strain. But he impressed him, a very good coordination of the detachment and general preparation. Luo Feng replied that he did not have time to listen to his flattery. Since he sees what this boss is capable of, then you need to unite. Let them be together in garbage. They can at least help him extinguish all mobs on him. Shi Hao asked Luo Feng not to lift his nose. The guys asked the garbage to get out of here. Do not stand in their way if he does not want to die. The boy asked if the leader thinks that he needed to unite with him. Zhang Yi was killed, and Shi Chao received 8,500 points. Luo Feng began to be indignant that he killed an ally in a similar situation. Shi Hao replied that he was not an ally. For him, they just swarm like cockroaches. Get their glasses for him once. Luo Feng exclaimed that since he decided to come in front of him, he would kill him. And he ran with an attack on the guy. But Shi Hao immediately stopped him with one movement of his hand. He said that being impulsive is not bad, but if he does not have real strength, then they will quickly kill him on the battlefield. Luo Fan did not like that the guy was going to teach him. He asked him not to be so arrogant. He will not be able to kill the boss alone. He had no point in cutting his team for the sake of glasses. After all, if the boss kills him, he will still lose everything. Shi Hao said that then he would kill him the last, so that he could see it with his own eyes. He will not only receive all points, but will also remain unharmed. Luo Feng asked what he was going to do. The guys could not understand why the guy is Dametu, and them. The fire fell into their backs, also impressed the small ancient. One of the guys asked Luo Feng to help him, but the guy did not give him a hand. They noticed that the force from the small ancient returns to their boss. Wantian noticed that the stone armor of the huge ancient suddenly cracked. In a new appearance, the antiquity has become much less. Shadow villages in shadow mode. Apparently, this is the last phase of the boss. Wantian realized that this was the last phase of the shadow ancient. Although it has decreased, it looks more dangerous. She asked Shi Hao to be careful. The guy was surprised how fast the Tremum moves. Where did he get such speed? The boss of the 10th level should not have this. Moreover, you can understand a decrease in size and simultaneous increase in speed, but his strength remained the same. For an ordinary player, without special attacks, it will not be easy to kill him. Luo Feng laughed and exclaimed that the games were over. Does the kid still want to kill him alone? Now he will first raise it, and then he will conduct a combo hit to his death, and by the time his body falls back to the ground, he will already be a shapeless mass. Shi Hao replied that no matter how many tricks he had, he was just a boss of the 10th level. The last phase should not be so difficult. You just need to focus on his weaknesses, and just add even more heat. Xiao Hao congratulated the shadow of the shadow on the boss. He received 10,000 points. 10,000 prizes were also received for the first murder of the boss. Congratulated the player of Shi Hao on the achievement of the more brushwood, the higher the flame. The dungeon of the shadows was passed. There are only 3 survivors. The portal is open. It is necessary to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. Luo Feng was very surprised that the boy instantly killed the boss as possible. Shi Hao replied that if he was strong enough, everything is possible. The boy looked at Luo Feng and said that the show was over and now his turn. Luo Feng asked him for forgiveness. He wanted mercy from the guy and promised him to never dare to shift again. He will treat him as an older brother as before. Shi Hao noticed that he still has a conscience to offer him this. What a pity that he no longer approaches the role of a younger brother. The guy got angry and exclaimed that he had given him such an opportunity, and the guy refuses. Even in such circumstances, he tried to attack stealthily. Huan Tian told Luo Feng that such a vile trick would not work with God. Luo Feng said goodbye to Xichao and said that no matter how strong he was, he has little real experience. The girl noticed that he was running away. The guy asked not even to dream of getting his glasses. Shihao said that with such a difference in strength as they are, experience is not important. Xiao Hao killed Luo Feng. All glasses of his group were received. Puppet map. After activation, a user clone will be created, which can be freely manipulated. The user himself will be in an invisible state for 30 seconds. Huan Tian received 21,000 points in this instance. It can get a lot of gold coins when exchanging a point. Shi Hao said that he immediately said that he would leave the group before leaving the dungeon. So only he will receive a reward of 500 points. Does she have any complaints? The girl replied that she was already very pleased with what she received. He brought her to victory. Shi Hao thought that, although she was prefixed, she knew the measure. For the victory over the final boss, the guy received a rather rare subject. Inlapped precious stone heart of nature. Shi Hao decided that for him he was useless, and gave the stone to the girl. She was very delighted with this. After all, she was not particularly useful, and he gives her such a jewel. The girl fantasized that God loves her. Shi Hao explained that he promised her a reward for becoming a bait. Then the boy decided to dissolve the group. Suddenly there was a signal that the dungeon was crumbling. It is necessary to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. The portal will soon close. Shi Hao exclaimed that this was a bug. He does not see another explanation. What could happen outside? Shi Hao asked Huan Tian to run faster to the portal from the dungeon. Otherwise, it will be locked here forever. The girl ran so quickly that she slipped and fell. It seems she turned her leg. Shi Hao did not expect this to happen at such a critical moment. She began to cry and ask for forgiveness. She should not go to this inst. She asked God to leave soon and leave her. She cannot continue to get him into her problems. But Shi Hao took her in his arms. He said that she was right. Here, if he did not calculate his abilities and strength, he subscribed to an immortal sentence, although she fully justified his idea of herself. But in the end, they were in the same team and he chose it himself. And throwing a group member for him is unacceptable. The boy threw the girl far to the portal and began to run that there is urine. There is very little time left. While in the portal, she asked how he could be so stupid. Sacrifice yourself for her. She did not want to be the only survivor. He said that he would not leave his team members. Only a few seconds remained. The portal in the dungeon closes. Well, why was it possible to play this drama about eternal separation, as if they were in a series of some kind? The guy began to use the return scroll, to sacrifice herself to save another, a girl of too good opinion about him. He sent her to the portal in case she forgot to take the return scroll with her. The spell was ready. Teleportation begins. Student rest and teleportation room is completed. Well, why was the exit from the dungeon destroyed? Is the earthquake really? There should be another reason for the closure of the portal. The girl was crying, but Shi Chao approached her and asked who stupid it here. Seeing him, she was delighted that he was still alive. The portal closed, and she thought that he was forever stuck in a destroyed dungeon. Shi Hao asked the girl not to cry with him, everything is in order, because when the portal was closed, he used the teleportation scroll. How could she forget about basic information? Huan Tian, who was so lulling to him in Insta, now she suddenly began to be shy. The guys with weapons in their hands began to approach them. They were surprised where the school children come from. This could have happened, did not say, all school children should be in the gym. There was a team to catch them soon. The guys thought it was a detachment of mercenaries of a black tiger. The one who killed civilians in a safe zone 5 years ago, and then was exiled. Shi Hao thought it was strange. As a hired criminal group, she was able to penetrate the safe zone and why they chose a school. They can hardly profit from something here. The guys were surprised where the third level came from such a pretty companion. The sky will punish him for this, Shi Hao exclaimed, calming the girl that everything would be fine with him. The man was angry because the rejection of the third level dares to argue with him. He gave the command to break his leg. He wants the guy to see how they have fun with his girlfriend. They decided to kill him all his legs. Shi Hao was waiting for their attack, which he instantly repulsed. He got the experience of 2,000 points. The guy was surprised how he could kill the 15th level. Shi Hao said that if he remembers correctly, criminals like them, expelled from the safe zone, are ready to take up any dangerous work if they pay. They went so far it cannot be only to just give the whole reward to him. The guy asked not to kill him. He promised to give money and information. The passive ability to set fire to the Emperor of the Red Flame every second causes enemies damage in the amount of 1% of their maximum health. Shi Hao exclaimed that this is already clear, such information is useless. This is the clan Huan Zheng. He hired them to kill the beauty of the Moscow region. They not only let them into the safe zone, but also gave rare stones to the head so that it took only 2 bodyguards. Shi Hao has already heard that these clans are not fighting for life, but to death for the dungeon of hunting grounds. But this time they dared to directly attack the beauty of CO. This is very valuable information. The guy kneeling in front of him thanked him for saving his life. He decided that it was necessary to quickly drink a large potion of treatment until his CP fell to 0. Is the whole school really surrounded by a magic barrier? It seems to be impossible to get out and go to sell information to the Hanmo clan. The guy was still damaged. He realized that Shi Chao lied to him. The boy replied that he had never said that he would spare him. What kind of deception could be? Shi Hao told Zhuan Tian that the school was surrounded by a barrier so that he could not get out of here. He asked her to find a safe place to hide. The girl replied that the school should be full of full mercenaries from the Black Tiger. Shi Hao replied that now only he could save everyone. Even if it is dangerous, he must at least try. He asked the girl not to repeat her mistakes. In this situation, it could cost her life. She replied that she understood him and find a place where no one could find her. She felt that although she was a noob, he did not look at her down. Huan Tian asked the guy to be more attentive and monitor safety. He assured the girl that she could be calm. Shi Hao exclaimed that he was never rash. Its main goal to ensure the safety of the sister of the Moscow region. The eldest daughter of the Mo clan cannot die in any way. And who else will give him a reward? Meanwhile, the war was patrolled, although they thought that they had already caught all students. The guy replied that the head was afraid that there are still some students who had not left the instance, who told their team that the head ordered to guard the entrance to the instance. There is nothing to worry about. They destroyed the exit from the dungeon, so that if one of the students remained there, they have long died. The guys decided that the time had come to change the detachments. It was time to return to the chapter. Shi Hao noticed that even the patrols have the 15th level. Teachers are mainly the 10th, 20th level. It is useless to resist them. 20 minutes still, Miss Mo will have to wait until the keen gaze. Since he does not yet know the location of all people in this school, the boy decided to chat first with the commander of these two. Meanwhile, the boss reported that all the students caught at the exit from the dynasty on the spot. Everyone who wants to survive is just sitting quietly. Well, why do they want to achieve it? The teacher screamed to the soldiers to let her and her students go. The leader noticed that she was very well and beautifully connected. It is simply brilliant. He began to lick, disgusted. The woman said that they dared to arrange riots at school, in a safe zone. The leader replied that this was not what she needed to worry about now. She should think about how to please him to survive. The girl asked to let her go. The man noticed that women in this safety zone are so unusual. Life in luxury and bad disposition led to such behavior. One of the guys said that he tied it up. And he asked how the boss would finish with the meal to leave a little and them. The boss replied that he would be the next in line. Luo Feng thought that if they only began to resist the teacher would have a chance to escape and call for help. The boss exclaimed, approaching the teacher, that it was time to get down to business, and laughed immediately. Luo Feng asked boss to let her go. He tried to push the man away from the teacher. He cannot just watch when she will torment her right before his eyes. The boss noticed that a trifle of the 5th level builds himself a hero who saves a beauty. He realized that the baby is not indifferent, but it is not surprising who would resist such a beauty. What a libertine! He admired his recklessness. After all, he has such a potential. The man threw a knife to his teeth. Their new era is simply permeated by the spirit of the end of the world. The boss asked not to be deceived by imaginary security. These weaklings are not worthy of living. He asked to kill them. If Luo Feng does this, he will be able to join them. The guys asked him not to do this. Luo Feng knew that he was a really bad person. Students were already preparing for death. He not only robbed people at school, but also enjoyed murders in PvP. But the guy still saw the difference between the dungeon and a real life. He raised the knife up and exclaimed that they had a very bad group, and he is not like them. When the guy waved his hand with a knife, boss thought he had at least a little mind, but he nevertheless disappointed him. Once I decided to build himself a hero. Now he is definitely a lid. But the boy tried to beat off a blow. For the first time in his life, he committed the right act. And here it is, death. It turns out he was better than thinking about him. Someone's weapon hit the boss right. Blood poured from his mouth. Around everyone was surprised how this could happen. Luo Feng heard a familiar voice. He could not understand what suddenly happened to the boss. Shi Hao said that usually Luo Feng performs a lot of bad deeds, but facing a serious moral dilemma, he acted like a real man. Shi Hao was at the stage of invisibility. It seems he did the right thing that he followed these two mercenaries. Under the buff of the Emperor of the Red Flame, invisibility and the strength of objects can get a special improvement. The guard realized that this little one arose from nowhere, and even attacked the boss in the back. Well, as possible, because their captain has a 25th level. He must have turned this vile trick with the help of some object. They gave the team to kill him, rather. Shi Hao told Luo Fan so that if he wants to live, he would go to bed. When the guy lay down, Shi Chao figured out 3 fighters. When the guys began to talk to him, he asked them to speak in turn. If not for him, they would have been dead. Shi Hao told Luo Feng that his behavior surprised him in difficult times. He worthy to be considered his younger brother. Does he want to join him? The guy replied that of course he wants. He called him a respected older brother, and he was ready for the sake of becoming stronger to do everything that he would order him. Shi Hao said that he has a good dream. Only people who are on the verge of death can understand the basic rule of survival in this world. He handed Luan Fan a knife and said that his experience would be his gift to him. The boss was lying on the floor and said that smelly school children dared to resist the mercenaries of the Black Tiger. He advised them to take their place, for they will kill not only them, but also their entire family. Luo Feng brought a knife above his head and said that he knew about everything that the Black Tiger clan was doing. Therefore, he will not even hesitate. I would never have thought that the day would come when he would commit justice. The level of the guy increased by 5 points. The boy began to thank Shi Chao for such a great opportunity. He exclaimed that his life now belongs to him. Shi Hao asked him not to bow to him. This is not necessary. The rest of the guys immediately began to ask him to allow them to join him. They promised to serve him fidelity. Shi Hao asked if they thought they were suitable for him. Luo Feng said that his boss was saying a matter. Their worthless abilities are not enough. The fact that they were saved is already luck. So the guy asked them to shut up. The teacher thanked Luo Feng. In the eyes of teachers, he was rather a bad student, but in such a situation it was he who saved her. The guy answered, blushing, that there was no gratitude. One of the advantages of bad students, they have no fear or conscience. He could not look at what these freaks were going to do with the teacher. Shi Hao asked his brother to help untie other students, as it was unsafe to stay here. The guys asked Shi Chao what to do next. All students are hosted by hostages, and leaving school is blocked by seal. They cannot escape from here and escape. Shi Hao asked the teacher not to worry and promised to find a way out. The boy decided that it was time to act. It is necessary to apply a keen look at school. Then he activated a keen look. The location of all people is indicated on the map. Judging by the map, most school children and teachers are closed in the gym. Although the protection has a level and low, but there are quite a lot of them. Near the warehouse there are no patrols and guards, whether the teacher and the rest may well hide there. However, the glory of the Black Tiger is not an empty phrase. They have several people above the 40 level. Shi Hao asked Luo Feng to take the teacher and everyone else and hide in the warehouse. The guy replied that he wants to go with him and help him get rid of the mercenaries. The boy replied that there would be more problems from him than good. Moreover, he will be able to make a more important thing, to ensure the safety of the teacher and students. He handed the guy some item. Luo Feng realized that this was the subject with which he killed the head of the detachment, and decided that it was too wasteful to give him such things. Shi Hao asked, taking into account their forces, they should only encounter a group of mercenaries they would immediately kill. Therefore he asked to avoid battles, and if he could not hit them in the back, to inflict the highest damage. Only 2 applications are left, so you need to be careful. Luo Feng asked the boss not to worry. He was special for blows in the back and the like that. Shi Hao thought that at least his main task is to save Miss Mo. But the commander of the mercenaries, as much as the 45th level, he is too strong. Even using the account of the Emperor of the Red Flame, he is not sure that he can win with a difference of 33 levels. Its main problem is that he cannot appreciate the limits of his strength. Now at 12 levels of communication of accounts, he can defeat the enemy of the 25th. But what about the one standing at the gate with a 40 level? The difference of 28 levels does not really scare him, but it is better to play it safe and increase the level of adhesion. He decided to enter the visual interface. He has 50,000 retained experience points. It can increase the level of communication or open new abilities. The boy decided to increase the level of communication of accounts. He got a plus of 9 levels. The current level of communication was 21. He felt this power with his whole body. So overcoming a certain line, the connection will increase its personal level. The account of the red flame reached 20, so the talent of talents opened to him. For an extra level, he received 1 point for distribution. Although he increased the level of communication, the difference is still about 20 Elvlov, whether he should take something to defend. After all, survival is most important. He chose a protective talent. The protective branch is pumped for 1. It is time to check what this first level defense will give him. Unlocked additional active protection skill. He also received an additional active skill. Detonation, the active protective ability of a neighbor. Contented skill. The guy came up with the idea of how to apply it. One of the warriors thought that in this safe zone it is so good. Everywhere there is only peace and tranquility. But the whole world beyond its borders is so different. The second replied that even they did not dare to move far from safe zones. There are rumors that the distant parts of the continent remained as they were before the era of the Earth. But here are strong monsters and instants everywhere, so no one has yet dared to go to research. Even the combat detachments of large clans are advancing very carefully, and are more focused on stripping and capturing insta. One of the warriors heard that the clans of Huanzhen and Hanmo are just competing in one now, and their task this time is another. The partner asked him to shut up so that the head would not hear them. Shihao took advantage of the moment and killed these two. Award for the murder of 2,000 points. There are 6 15th level people and 1 40. He decided to first kill low levels and then engage in their commander. The guys noticed that they did not follow the schoolboy. There was a team to kill him. If Shihao is not mistaken, then there are 2 armored trucks nearby. Mercenaries, like them, do not have a permanent base, so they always carry everything valuable and necessary with them, perhaps just in these trucks. The deputy had thought about the guy that this was just a small rat. It makes no sense to panic, it was already over with him. The guys thought that as soon as the deputy chapter would shoot, there would be no stroke and scraps. This is just a child who literally stood under the barrel of a gun. Shihao decided that since they want to play with fire, you need to give the heat. The deputy head was very surprised. He used 6 powerful grenades, and the 4-level melon is still alive. Shihao exclaimed that 6 are not enough. He wanted to see all his power. As expected from the Overlord account, the protective talent is very good. The deputy chapter said that the male was crazy. Regardless of his motives, it is useless to oppose the mercenaries of the Black Tiger. He decided to introduce him to buff to the hellish roar on his endless supplies. Shihao exclaimed that he had a good gun. The 40 level has such a strong, overwhelming aura. Jumping, the boy decided that his jumps were simply necessary. Is it really all he can be, Banny Hop? Surely his brains melted from the heat. The deputy head admitted that Xiao is still better than he expected, but it does not play much difference. If he hopes to kill him with his weak blow, then he underestimates the 40th level. Shihao thought that the really chopping blow almost did not inflict any damage to him. The man could not understand how he survived to his safe zone and received a 40th level on him, who had survived a 40-year level, a child dared to look down on. Shihao exclaimed that he should know how difficult it is to raise the level. Why was it so dull that he decided to attack Miss M.O.? The man replied that he knew nothing. He cannot even imagine how much they will give for her head. However, he knows quite a lot, more than ordinary people at the 4th level. Did he really think to pretend to be a worship of a fool? But with such weak attacks it still cannot be defeated. He advised using all his abilities to make it even more interesting. Shihao noticed that he received a 40th level outside the safe zone. They have a difference not only in levels. The real combat experience and the quality of the consumables are strikingly different in them. It turns out he has only 1 trick left to try to defeat him. I do not want to raise the question of my survival to the will of fate. But now there is no other way out, and he decided to try. The man thought that the little one had completely lost his mind. He noticed that the boy is defending well. I wonder how much it will last in this way. In any case, more than 3 seconds. To apply this skill near, Shihao spent almost all the CP. The man was unexpectedly surprised at the new tricks of the boy. He began to use detonation, the active protective ability of near battle. The future flame covers the target, reduces the strength of enemy objects, reducing their damage by 1 minute, the restoration time of 1 hour. The deputy head realized that it was too late to use ammunition. This boy deceived him. Apart from the strange debuff, he was not injured in any way, the man exclaimed, turning to the boy that this was not a place for children's games, but a place of real hostilities. he was tired of bearing with him. Shihao noticed that the damage from the shots increased. Will he be able to hold out for a minute? The amount of health of the owner fell below 10%. Protective talent for blooding for 20 seconds is activated. During this time, the outcome of the battle will be decided. The man exclaimed how the little one at all with the 4th level dared to challenge him. This is not even madness, but just cheating. And how could his machine gun break? All his equipment disappeared. It looks like Shi Chao guessed. The weapons of people like him are not different. He puts off repairs to the last, as you have to save money. The boy admitted that he was somewhat exciting. But in the end, his bet won. A simple treatment potion was used. 30% of CP was restored. The man exclaimed that even if he had broken equipment, he could fight even naked. Do not underestimate what he has accumulated all these years. There are enough things in the inventory to kill him at last. Shihao said that if he could kill him with his ammunition, he would have done it. So that nothing has changed here. However, now it has become much easier to kill him. The man asked him not to kill, he would not attack. He is just a worker who executes the order of his commander. The boy replied that then he would give him a chance, and he asked to open the safe in the car, a safe with treasures, a 40 level. He wanted to say a password to the guy. But Shihao said that he did not ask his password, but said to open it. The deputy head replied what he would do now. And I thought that it did not work out to spend it. Why is he so cunning? Shihao realized that the man pulled his time pretending to be the loser until the chapter was reinforcing. And then he will arrange him such that he will dream of death. And then the safe is open. The deputy head exclaimed that now he could let him go. Shihao apologized and said that this was impossible. It is too cautious by nature, and therefore necessarily gets rid of all potential risks. The man was completely on fire and called his chapter to the rescue. Shihao received 30,000 points of experience for murder. He received only 2,000 coins, and he noticed that his income is really very small. It is not surprising that this man does not have money for repairs. However, the keys to the dungeon are a very unexpected acquisition. It seems that the deputy chapter had to make it pretty. The boy decided so far to put the key on the side. A chest full of treasures is what is the main thing now. For the first time in his life, he opens this, so slightly excited. He was achieved by the first chest with treasures. The guy was eager to see what was inside. He received many coins, gunpowder, high explosive shells, and a lot of interesting things. He now even has an ancient magic crystal. As far as he remembers, this is a rare magic crystal from which you can get experience if it is absorbed. For him, this is just a gift of heaven. 10 ancient magic crystals were used. 100,000 experience points were received. He has 130,000 retained experience points. It is recommended to unlock another account to increase its strength. Xiaohao decided to first turn the Emperor of the Red Flame into a universal account for attack and defense. He decided to open the talent system of the Emperor of the Red Tribe. Its current level of protection is 1 star. He can spend 100,000 of experience points in order to raise the level of a ligament by 10 and get the opportunity to choose another talent. Shihao thought so many experience points for one talent are too much. How much is needed in order to open another account? You need experience points for unlocking a new account with the initial level of communication 100,000. It seems that this money will have to be spent anyway, and unlocking a new account will be much more profitable. The boy asked the system to unlock a new Overlord account, and then there was a new unlocking account. The Overlord account is unlocked. Crazy Max, a scientist from another world, his talent and a craving for inventions in the end, led to the destruction of his native world. Shihao was interested in how to relate to this. This is apparently not a combat account. In some sense, he is also a person standing at the top of the world. The boy decided to see how cool skills he has. Master Engineer, Master Alchemist, Master of Forging, Master of a Focused, Master Jeweler. He has no fixed abilities. Judging by all these names, it refers to the class of support, with a wide specialization and a variety of gameplay. Shihao asked the system to switch the account to Crazy Max. The system immediately switched the account of the Master Engineer. A small robot appeared in front of the guy. He exclaimed that many years had passed, and he was finally activated again. He began to inform the new owner that he was interdimensional artificial intelligence, created by the previous owner of the account. He can call him Vice. He will help to capture this world. Shihao replied that he was not interested in the conquest of the world. Weiss noticed that the owner is not crazy enough, the main feature of this account madness. It doesn't matter what he conceived. The more crazy he will be, the higher his strength will be. The guy got angry that the robot dares to teach him. Weiss replied that he was not daring. Shihao asked to explain the basic principles of this account in 3 sentences. The robot began to explain that the basic principle of analysis plus synthesis plus creation. Using the current specialization, a master engineer can decommission and combine objects related to engineering to create new and more powerful ones. Shihao thought that this account was more curious than he thought. The gameplay is directly related to madness. It is not so simple. Weiss explained to the owner that there are currently restrictions on objects that can be freely decomposed and combined. The guy asked which. Weiss replied that with the current level of communication, it is impossible to decompose objects higher than him by 1. Moreover, he needs to collect various drawings of inventions in order to create the desired objects and equipment. Shihao asked what the switching mechanism between the accounts. Are there any restrictions? You can freely switch between accounts except for the moments when it participates in battle. Nevertheless, the owner is recommended to carefully choose the time to switch records in order to avoid dangerous situations. Shihao decided that it was time to go on business. You can't make the girl wait too long. Meanwhile, the beauty Mo told the black tiger that he was not a timid dozen. He dared not only to invade the safe zone, but also to grab it. Does he know what happened to the last person who did the same? The man replied that they would not just dare to attack her. But if someone is behind them? The girl asked if it was Huan Jin. The commander of the mercenaries Black Tiger replied that it is. Moreover, they gave them a tier of Medusa Gorgon. Without it, they would not have coped with their personal bodyguards. Mom exclaimed that the clan Huanzheng sank to this. To take away from the Kanmo clan the right to the district from 23, they are ready for such meanness. Do they really think that they will kill her and overcome the Hanmo clan? How is it all naive? The Black Tiger replied that he has nothing to do with the heaps of their clans. Mercenaries are only interested in one and this money. Clan Huanzheng gave him 50 million for her murder. If she gives him 100 million, maybe he will let her go. The girl replied that she would never pay people like him, who do not know about honor, when doing business. The leader asked why she was talking like that, knowing that he would be angry. What is more important to her, money or life? He decided to give her another chance to give her an answer. Miss Mo laughed and said that it was not necessary. The Hanmo clan will never follow others, and moreover, it will allow to undermine its authority. And this will not change, even if she has to give life for this. The fact that she came to them this omission. But they should be joking if they think that her death will undermine the Hanmo clan. The guy took out a mum and exclaimed that now she would die, and let him get a reward for her head. Then an energy shield appeared suddenly. Miss Mo heard a familiar voice behind her. The guy said that although he was grateful for that case in the black market, they are slightly different things, so you need something more. If she wants him to save her, he needs a little 10 million. The black tiger flew in the air above the guy's head, asked how a 4th-level child dared to interfere with his plans. When the guy recaptured the attack, he was surprised that he has a good armor for his level. He hit with all his might, and he had reduced only 20% of his life. Shihao thought that he should be surprised. Only collided, and has already lost so much HP. At this pace, he will die after a couple of blows. The price of the error is too high. Mo exclaimed that even if he is quite capable, she should soberly assess the situation. This is all pointless. What is the point of dying for a beautiful act? She advised him to run away. She will die anyway. But why did not go to help others? The rest of the wars were surprised that with this energy shield, why he had not yet scattered under their blows. Shihao asked Miss Mo not to worry like that. If she dies, the one whom he will receive a reward. So, let it be sure that he will not let her die. The girl thought that this little one was surprisingly mercantile. Although, what is she surprised if he even dared to go to the black market? Meanwhile, the shield recovered at 100. This does not happen in the 4th level. The black tiger asked where the guy got such a rare object. Obviously, he hides his real level. He is also like that and why he hides his strength. Shihao replied that the chapter had not only a high level, but he himself was quite cautious. It is not surprising that he is a local commander. Compared to the Barnes in his subordination, he is much smarter. Shihao took advantage of the abilities of the engineer master and united 3 energy shields into one. The commander asked if that explosion on the street was also his hand. How he did it. Then he decided to use powerful grenades. The black tiger exclaimed that he overestimated him. At first, he was worried that he could be a small obstacle. But now, if he decided to bet on these powerful grenades, Otherwise, he can at least now give up and just wait for death. The black tiger was in the web. This web pulled their HP. They could not escape. He never heard of this. Shihao explained that this is an unusual grenade. This is a new type that he created under the name of a sticky bomb. He asked if the sticky was enough. As the commander, he said, he asks not to think that these children's tricks will work on him. He explained that the real battle is not a place for games. He asked for permission to show him to a man in battles. Show what a real battle is. Shihao realized that a low-level item did not affect it in any way. Then he has only one way out to overcome the enemy. His strength and speed have increased. At such a pace, the black tiger will definitely break his defense. 2 more of his blows, and he is a corpse. He cannot even drink the restoration potion. You can't panic. To defeat him, he must adhere to the plan. The commander exclaimed that the boy was moving too slowly. It is so big. Is it really so difficult to get on it? He asked the boy to show his aces in his hands. Otherwise, he would kill him. He will die from contact with his armor of thunder electricity. Shihao began to use a bomb of a fiery dragon. It's time to solve the outcome of the battle. The black tiger exclaimed that it was useless. If you could get into it with such low-level spells, then it would be at the 45th level. Miss Emo asked the guy to stop and rather run away. He will definitely die at this pace. Shihao said that he was not going to run away. He went so far that it is no longer possible to retreat, and he will repeat again that he had not lost yet. The most interesting thing is just beginning. The black tiger realized that judging by him, he was still full of enthusiasm. The commander noticed that in his crown reception there is too little damage. He probably came here to have fun, but the time for fun has passed. He does not have time to nurse with him. He decided to deliver the last blow, allowing him to die quickly. Shihao began to use the hellish grenade launcher, but he was definitely redone. As the kid was able to kill his deputy, this cannot be. Shihao asked not to be surprised at such obvious things. But now this is not called a hell of a grenade launcher, a guillotine of moaning. Didn't he say that he had too low damage? What he thinks about this machine gun tower made of epic weapons. The black tiger noticed that the energy shield could not withstand such a shelling. Usually during training, Big Gun could devote him to his gun. The rate of fire and damage from bullets, the worst of all the infinity of the store. Moreover, this boy was somehow able to modify the gun, and now she shoots on her own. Even if the boy is harmless, it is better to deal with this thing first, otherwise he risks losing a bunch of horsepower. But the boy's remained only one blow. Although he was surprised by this trick, to turn a firearm into a motionless target complete stupidity. He only in vain spent an epic object, although it doesn't matter. After his death, everything will go to him, and it is time for children to die. The guy replied that nothing was afraid. He could well cut the machine gun. After all, the most interesting here. Xiao Chao in his hands appeared in a kuti saturated with poison. With some chance, the fatal damage to humanoid creatures can cause fatal damage. The lower the health of the target, the higher the chance of the operation. The main character hit the black tiger in the back. Scarlet streams of blood flowed from his mouth, but even the attack from the back cannot cause such huge damage, because the difference in levels is too high. On this, Ikuti should definitely have some effects or enchanting. The seal of the protection of the black tiger worked. So his Ikuti has the effect of deadly damage. It gives one-time immunity to obtain fatal damage and restores 30% of health. The commander became nervous because he laid out so much money for the seal of protection, and some child simply spent it like that. Shihao exclaimed that there was no need to blame him. After all, he also spent many of his objects. He, too, is very sorry for them. The black tiger thought that with the support of the Huanzhen clan, this would be a light task. I did not think that in the end someone would jump out like him, and so many things would break. He exclaimed that he would kill him and Miss M.O. He will definitely receive his money. The action of passive abilities of blood constraining has ended. Shihao system advised to restore health as soon as possible to avoid death. The commander said that he had underestimated the boy. He did not expect a guy to hold on to his life as tightly as a cockroach. In order to avoid further problems, he will have to pull the ace from the sleeve. They all have to die. The commander injected some needle in his neck. It was the blood of the Ultralisk, an epic object. It can activate thunder armor, turning the owner into an Ultralisk with an improvement in all characteristics and abilities. The time of action is 5 minutes. After the end, the effect of the weakness for 30 days is applied. Shihao realized that this is how high-level battles look like, and the matter is not only in the tactics of the battle, but also the abilities of the enemy cannot be predicted, not to take into account something. and you will lose right there. The Black Tiger has so many rare items. Usually he devotes more time to stripping the dungeons, and in vain. To knock out this item, the commander had to clean the instant of the Latian County 56 times. I would never have thought that he would spend him on such a malls like him. The Black Tiger exclaimed that if he has some other tricks, then let him use them. It's time to end all this. Shi Hao replied that he had no more tricks. Did he not reflect his last mortal blow? The Black Tiger was very angry. Does the boy want to say that he was reincarnated in vain? He made him spend another subject in vain. Waving knives over the boy's head, he exclaimed that he would chop him into pieces. Shi Hao replied that you can still eat something, but talking like this is completely stupid. He did not force him and wants to repeat him. Is he really so sure that he can kill him? The commander exclaimed that this is impossible. How he was able to remove the petrification. His time could not go out yet. Shi Hao replied that this is all thanks to him. He was outside the door when he explained the principle of petroleum jelly, when he said that he had the eye of the jellyfish of Gorgon. He talked about the Huanzhen clan. The commander exclaimed that this could not be. To remove the petrification, you can use only a tear of the Gorgon jellyfish. Has he opened his chest with treasures? Shi Hao replied that of course he opened. However, he did not expect that the Black Tiger group would be so few things. The commander said that they worked so much to collect all this. Shi Hao explained that he should not worry about his condition now. Even if it is not he does, the Black Tiger is still a dead man. 260-level men who used power had a very strong power of the blow. Heels ran already on his back. Miss Mo asked, since he knew the way from the very beginning, why did not remove the petrification from the bodyguards at the very beginning? I would not have to fight to the end, bring the enemy to rabies and risk his life. The boy replied that at first he also thought about it, but since the victory was guaranteed, why not try his hand in the fight against a strong opponent? Shi Hao knows that you can't buy such a thing as experience in battle. Miss Mo said that she saw many people but never similar to him. Shi Hao said that now she met with this, so there is no gratitude. In addition, 10 million are also not enough. 500,000 should be added to this, as he won in the competition in Institute. She asked him not to worry. This is not such a large amount. She would not evade her payment. In the end, he is an ordinary person, greedy to money. The warriors asked Miss what to do with the commander. She replied that how useless he was on her. She told Shi Hao that he could finish him off and get experience and equipment. He immediately thanked the girl. The boy exclaimed that in this case he would not be shy and raised his weapon over the commander. The Black Tiger exclaimed that they were happy early. Outside of the safe zone, these monsters have already accumulated enough strength. A safe zone will sooner or later be destroyed by them. Xiao Hao asked Miss Mo what he had in mind by this. The girl replied that this is just a conspiracy theory that was squandered in the evil places of a safe zone, so do not worry. She asked if the guy wanted to join the combat detachment of their clan Mo. Thanks to his abilities and her salvation, he can already join. Shi Hao replied that if she did not mind, can he first tell him about the advantages, after which he would decide. She was surprised that he also needed to explain this. Does he still doubt the advantages of the Hanmo clan? Shi Hao explained that he had no doubt. He is simply very careful and reflects before making a decision. The warriors of Miss Mo said that she personally invited him was already a great honor. Therefore, you need to think carefully about what he says. The girl said that when Shi Chao saved her, he did not think about his position. She asked her warriors to go to see how other students are there and also get rid of the remnants of the mercenaries. Xiao Hao asked the warriors whether they can leave him the corpses of mercenaries. You can still get a reward. Miss Mo noticed that he loves money very much. And it's just fine. The boy asked what good was. He thought she condemned him for greed. Mo explained that at their time everyone wants a beautiful girl, money and strength, which comes from a desire to pass natural selection. How can she condemn this? In addition, people with a thirst for something have something in common. One wonderful quality. The kid asked what kind of quality it was. What exactly unites them? The girl explained that they are all thirsty and leads. She can quench her. Shi Hao thought that this woman was even more dangerous than he thought. Shi Hao decided that it was impossible to let her drive him by the nose. This is a direct path to defeat. Mo said that although his strength is small, he demonstrated his decent combat potential, so it is quite suitable for the reserve. Since he is interested in the specific advantages of joining the Mo clan to the combat detachment, does he object if she tells him? After their dimension has changed, although the old world has sunk into oblivion, The new structure of the universe brought a new future with it, and it is associated with the disclosure and cleansing of all kinds of dungeons. At their time, any wealthy clan has its own combat detachments in which they invest and support. All this is done only with one purpose: fight for the future hidden in the dungeons. And their combat detachment occupies a leading position among competitors, thanks to their own forces and financial support of the Hanmo clan. Having joined them, he will receive not only access to resources from the highest class dungeons, but also the right to access high priority. But more importantly, he will receive such a salary that he could not even dream of, as well as part of the profit from the instance that he cleared. The kid sparkled his eyes, and he asked if this was true. Miss Mo replied that she did not finish and asked not to interrupt. In this city, in addition to the center, there are 9 security zones, numbered from smaller to greater, the degree of probability of invasion of monsters. Outside of all these zones, there is a dangerous and unknown territory. The entire center is controlled by the state, and the rich live in the upper district, enjoying increased privileges and safety. If a low-class security zone is attacked, then the outcome will be quite obvious. There will be an extermination of all living things. This time she arrived at school in the 9th security zone in order to take away talented fighters in the reserve. But having looked at the situation here, it is easy to imagine chaos in other zones. Having joined the Mo clans of the clan, he will be able to leave this dangerous place, since members of the detachment and their families have the right to live in the first 3 zones. She noticed that the boy cares very much about family members. It was worth talking about their safety. His expression became more serious. Solving the problems of the detachment members, their equipment and medical support for them reached the highest level. The Hanmo clan makes individual sets of weapons and equipment, based on the level and abilities of each fighter in order to maximize their potential. In addition, their emergency medical team is always ready to provide the fastest and most modern medical support member of the team. Perhaps he does not understand why, if she describes the Hanmo clan and his combat detachment is so colorful, she so easily got hostages to these mercenaries. And there are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, she did not expect someone to dare to attack her forehead, that her completely improvised. And secondly, for the Hanmo clan, the life of a fighter is much more valuable than her. So, she has a rather low priority for salvation, and inside the clan it is worth mainly relying on her own strength. She asked what his answer would be. Shi Hao thought that the clan Hanmo is too rich and influential. Therefore he can only agree. After everything heard, his blood is seething with excitement. Not for the sake of himself, but for the sake of parents and sister, he must agree. Now he is too enthusiastic and cannot briskly reason. You cannot agree right now. First you need to cool slightly. He said that this is a very important step for him and his family, and he asked if he could give him Miss Mo time to think over everything. The girl replied that she gave him 3 days. He can contact her with a map. The boy exclaimed that it was no problem, but how 10 million for her salvation? Miss Mo explained that there are 20 million on this map. Is it enough for him? Shi Hao laughed and exclaimed that of course enough. He is more than satisfied. Then the director appeared on the threshold and asked for forgiveness for being late, for the fact that the school could not protect them with dignity. If she wants to punish the perpetrators, then let him punish only him. Students and teachers are not to blame for anything. The director thought it was over. Who knew that a detachment of mockers would burst into school? If Miss M.O. has at least a scratch, he will drain school from the face of the earth. M.O. asked the director to get up. It was she who should apologize. Not only did the entire incident begin because of her, the students and teachers were still confused. The director exclaimed that the whole school would not forget her kindness. She promised that the entire damage caused by the Hanmo clan would compensate him. Shi Hao noticed that she was very fair and does not spare money. Like the eldest daughter of the Mo clan, he begins to understand her better and better. The girl asked to finish today with false compliments. 3 days later, she will leave the 9th zone of security, so he should give her an answer to this time. The boy promised to give her an answer, and I thought that this proposal is too seductive. He needs to cool as soon as possible and think carefully about it. The director turned to Shi Hao. He said that he still could not believe that he managed to save Miss M.O. for the whole school. The boy answered the director that he simply could not allow this villain to create arbitrariness here. He just followed what he taught him. While he is strong in spirit, everything is possible. The director exclaimed that how they were expected from a student who had previously been called ingenious, and even during these 3 years he could not raise the level, but continued to work hard. This time he provided an invaluable help to the school, so he will receive a special reward. The director asked the secretary to collect everyone as soon as possible. He must make a statement about today's event and express the gratitude of Shihao for courage. The boy asked to do this another day. Now the director needs to recover and calm down. There is no need for special gratitude. He just asked to give his awards for participating in the competition and receiving the first place. The director replied that if you add up a reward for 60,000 accumulated points in the dungeon and 50 prizes, then this will come out only 1,100,000. This money is too little to thank it. The director agreed that the next 3 days at the school would be a weekend, and asked the boy to use this time to relax. He thought that this young man is wonderful. Usually behaves very inconspicuously, but at the key moment, he is able to commit a heroic act. The director asked the secretary Van to contact the financial department so that they would prepare 2 million and that very thing. At the meeting, after 3 days, he will personally give it all Sheo chaos. Meanwhile, the kid went to the hospital. He asked his sister as his father. Father said that everything was fine with him. Mother asked him to protect his strength and lie down to rest. Shihao said that mother was right. He needs a lot of time to completely recover. Shihao thought that a long recovery period means that he would suffer for quite some time. Is there really no more effective way? The sister asked how today's competition and whether he had a high rating. The brother answered, then of course tall. At this time, a doctor entered the ward. He noticed that the whole family was assembled and asked for permission to introduce them to the chairman of their hospital, Mr. Zhang. Returning today and hearing about the incident, he immediately wanted to see them. It was the head physician of the Mashu hospital. The doctor said that he heard that they had a conflict with the director Fan, for which he asked for his apologies. The patient's health is above all, and he violated medical ethics. Shihao thanked for his attention and said that everything was in order. He should also apologize. He compensates for the medical expenses of the director Zhang. The head physician replied that now there are quite few young people who, like him, are ready to take responsibility. And he needs to leave. The boy asked the chairman to wait. And he asked about the situation with his father. Is there any faster way to cure him? The doctor replied that he knows a little about the problem of his father. To cure it as quickly as possible, you need to use the medicine, and this is a first-class antidote. It is in their hospital, but its cost is huge, as it is a potion of epic quality. Father exclaimed that he was fine. He just needs to relax for some time to get better completely. Shihao took out a card and said that since this medicine is in the hospital, the price does not matter. The head physician saw in his hands the great black map of the eldest daughter of the Mo clan. He was surprised and asked where he got such a thing. The boy replied that this card was given to him by Miss Mo from the Han Mo clan. Or there are some problems and you can't use it. The doctor exclaimed that he was joking. Of course they will accept the great black card. This card allows you to use services for free in all enterprises related to the Hanmo clan. The head physician asked his employee to go to the storage for one faster, not even for 3 antidotes, and then spend their expensive patients to the best VIP ward. Given the fact that their hospital is one of the subsidiaries of the Hanmo clan, it is like seeing a similar card that you personally see Miss Mo personally. He apologized for making them wait so long. These 3 first-class antidotes will give them an apology. Shihao was delighted with this steep card. His sister approached the kid and asked where he got the card of the eldest daughter of the Mo clan. What happened? Shihao replied that this is a long story, and he would tell her somehow later. Then the doctor ran to them and exclaimed that they had a problem. The first-class antidote from the repository, and not only, and a few more rare and expensive drugs. They all disappeared. They were very surprised. Shihao thought failure again. Finally, he was close to the desired. But the problem arose again. In such cases, usually someone from the inside. Surely this is one of their own. The head physician asked if they already recognized who took them the last. The doctor replied that he had just watched the recordings from the cameras. They were taken by Director Fan. The chairman exclaimed that even if he was not even waiting for mercy, he thought that in vain in the past he allowed him to work here. However, first of all, it is necessary to solve the problem with drugs. He asked everyone for forgiveness and said that this was their not prudence. But he will prescribe special treatment. Although it will not help instantly, it will greatly accelerate the process of recovery. Shihao said that everything is in order. Does he know where else you can buy a first-class antidote? The doctor replied that he is one of the special items, so he is quite valuable and rare. He can try good luck at the auction. And since he is a friend of Miss Mo, he can ask her directly. Because only the Hanmo clan supplies the high-class medicines of their hospital. Shihao thought this was the easiest way. but he had already received 20 million from it. If now it comes to ask for a medicine, it will look completely greedy. If the director of Fan wants to sell the medicine, he will certainly come to the black market. Shihao thanked the chairman for the anxiety. He asked to take care of his father well. The director was very sorry that he could not help him properly. He asked Hao Zhen to transfer this patient as quickly as possible to the VIP ward and allocate the best nurse to him. Shihao said that only thanks to Dr. Hao their family received timely medical care. He believes that specialists like him deserve higher positions. The chairman replied that he really noticed the professionalism and moral qualities of Dr. Hao. They just freed the place of the director. Dr. Hao was delighted and thanked the director, as well as Shihao. The boy asked not to thank him, since he deserved it. Shihao told his father to rest and allow him to get an antidote. Father asked him not to strain so much, since he cannot buy him. He is worried that his son may suffer. Mother said that although their family is not so rich, but they never did anything for the sake of money. My brother asked his brother how he could conquer Miss Mo in just one day. It is quite attractive. Shihao exclaimed that this was not what she thought about. Doesn't she know that he is not such a person? The sister decided that judging by his gaze, the brother was cunning. She urgently needs to find out what relations between him and Miss Mo. She decided to go to look for an antidote with her brother. But Shihao said that he would cope, and she should still relax in the hospital. She began to beg her brother to take her with her. She was so tired of sitting in the hospital. Besides, she wants to hear the details of the competition in the dungeon. The brother agreed, but said that she should promise him to obey and not run away anywhere. The sister replied that she understood him, and in general she was not a 3-year-old child. Father said that in the eyes of her parents, she would be a little girl until she got married. When they walked along the road with his brother, the sister told him that he not only won the competition, but also saved Miss Mo. She asked if 20 million too few. Shihao asked her to speak quieter. Far from her house, she does not have so much money, but this question is much deeper and more complicated. She asked why they go to the black market. Is it not safer to go to the auction? Shihao explained that although in the black market it is not so safe, there is much more things there. Besides, nothing threatens her with him. The boy thought that the second time everything was different. He became much stronger and besides, they have money. They were met by 3 guys. One of them asked, they don't know that this street is protected by 3. If they want to go through, you have to pay first. The sister asked her brother to go first, and she would remain and deal with them. One of the 3 guys asked the guy to look at himself and called him a 4th-level rag. A man hides behind a young girl. Shihao told Fei-Fei that she is better off to throw the habit of eagerly to break into battle. She is still quite weak. As he already said, she must leave a solution to conflicts to him. He will no longer allow her to suffer. The man said that he was lucky today. He would only take his money from him. I asked if they went to the black market. In this case, he must give them all his money and valuable things. Otherwise, they can't get alive. Shihao said that they were lucky today. He does not want to kill anyone in front of his sister. Therefore, if they want to live, the guy asked them to leave. The man put the bracelet on his hand and asked if he was banging at him now, or it seemed to him. Let's see what he can say after his fist on the head. A person with the 4th level should not so recklessly provoke the 10th. He was asked who dared to do this with him. How can he attack stealthily? And they still say something about dishonest attacks. Some guy scattered all 3, and the sister asked who this guy is. He turned around and said that he was just a stranger passing by. Shihao said that given the theater manner of his appearance, calling himself a simple passerby is somehow too modest. He asked who this guy is. The guy replied that for a man, the main thing is not appearance, but steepness. Therefore, do not worry about all this. The sister thought that now was not the time to be distracted by the guys. Calm is necessary. My brother was interested in what she was doing. The stranger said that the black market is not the most pleasant place. Since they are trying to get there, they must have a reason for this. Shihao replied that no one would risk his life in vain. The guy called them behind him. He just needs there and he knows the area well, so, with him they will be in full safety. The girl went to her brother and exclaimed that she wanted to tell him something. Free cheese happens only in the mousetrap. The fact that he helped them does not mean that he is a good person more than that they have so much money with him. The guy said that it was vigilant well, but he assures that he has no hidden motives. They are students of his school, and for him, as a graduate, they normally help the younger. Fei-Fei remembered that he was the legend of their school, Ani Chen. It is not surprising that he seemed familiar to her. The guy replied that he was really he. But he did not expect that after several years of its release, rumors would still walk about him. Shihao recalled that Ani-Chen is the most brilliant student of the school. He was taken to a professional team already in the first year of study. He promised the 20th level. If he did not use any tricks at the same time, he can really be called a genius. Ani Chung said that they could be calm and asked to go rather. He would ensure their safety. Fei Fai told his brother that even if they from one school really think that he can be believed. Shihao replied that everything was fine. While following him, and then they look at the situation. At their time, one cannot completely trust anyone but your family. He has only the 30th level. If he really wants to voluntarily share his experience, he has no reason to refuse. Shihao told the older student that he heard that he was taken to a professional team as he entered school. A member of which team he is now. Ani replied that the Imperial Military Detachment of the clan Huanzheng. In fact, this is not so cool, since given its current level and ability, it is only in reserve, and not in the official team. Shihao thought that it was really fate, and he asked the system to switch the account to Crazy Max. The robot asked the owner what orders will be. The boy asked Weiss where he would get an object that would allow him to investigate the goal. Weiss asked what exactly he means by research. Checking the physical condition or X-ray. The boy thought that the robot has even such obscene objects. Weiss said that everything that he can do is limited only by his imagination. However, such a device cannot be made at its current level. Shihao had in mind a technique that could determine whether a person is lying, by the frequency of breathing or by heart rhythm, for example. Weiss replied that he can easily make such a simple thing. Well, to judge only by breathing or heartbeat of whether a person is lying or not unreliable. In order for the result to be accurately needed, the result of scanning in the location of the spectral and biomagnetic field of the target. Xiao Hao decided to conduct an experiment first, and asked his sister who is more beautiful, he or Ani Chen. She asked why he generally decided to ask such a strange question. In her eyes, he, her brother, is no doubt the most beautiful. The robot said that she was lying. Shihao turned to Ani-chan. Whether he heard about what happened at school yesterday. It seems that the clan Huanzheng put a hand to this. The guy turned around and said that he had not heard, and asked what happened there. Surely between school and clan Huanzheng. Weiss noticed that although he is suspicious, he was not lying. Then the boy said that nothing special. Some students say that talents will come to them soon. Ani-chan said he did not know. The selection of new people is usually engaged in their backup detachment. Shihao explained that these are probably just rumors. The guys at the entrance to the room were met by two men. They told Ani-chan that they had not seen each other for a long time, why he was busy. The boy replied that he was mainly busy with training. Today he specially took the day off to come here. The man said that in this case he should train even more diligently. He heard that competition for a place in the first composition is very high. And he asked the kid to go inside. Ani Chen thanked him and said that he would work as hard as possible in order to enter the first composition and not disappoint him. The guys saw Shichao and immediately recognized him. They blocked his path, but An Chen asked to wait because Shi Chaos is his friend and he vouching for him. Then they immediately began to call him their brother. And they offered him a cigarette, which was made with a high-class magic crystal. Ani-chan was surprised, but thought why they were treating this kid so well. Shihao answered the guys that he was not smoking a schoolboy. And it is quite strange that they are so hospitable, he is even puzzled. One of the guys said that the rumors of what he had done will quickly spread around the black market. He even refused Miss Emo to propose to immediately join the combat detachment. They offended him before, and are now asking not to keep evil on them. Shihao replied that he had already forgotten about that incident. He explained that he would hurry and asked to miss them soon. He was surprised that these rumors reached the black market so quickly. The guys immediately missed them inside. And they warned that there was a very slippery floor, so they advised them to go carefully. Shihao called Ani-chan after he froze in place. Fei Fai asked her brother in surprise, did Miss Mo invite him to join their combat detachment? Ani-chen thought they were joking, in order for the venerable Miss Mom to invite a student with the 4th level to join the detachment. If this is true, they should have enough close relationships. It seems to be worth paying more attention to this. They found themselves in the main hall of the black market. Fei Fei thought it was a vicious and dangerous place. Ani Chen explained that the black market is subject only to its laws and each present is obliged to comply with them. But now she sees only the outer shell. Shihao asked that to Ani-chan, as he thinks if he also has a hidden side. Ani Chen asked them to be quieter. Because here it is not worth talking about something outsider. You just need to spend money into free reign. Shi Hao thanked the guy for spending them here, and he said that they would not delay him anymore. Ani Chen replied that there was no gratitude, and he really needs to go about business. Shi Hao decided that since fate itself brought them, besides they are from one school, why not add each other as a friend? If he has any questions, he will always be able to contact him. He thanked the guy. And An Chen replied that there was no gratitude. Here you should not linger too long, yet this place is unsafe. Shi Hao realized that he attracted the attention of Ani Chan. Instincts tell him that although he had not lied before, but still very suspicious, so that he should be careful. Fei Fai noticed that this place is very large. Where can they find the medicine? The brother replied that he did not know yet. He thought that the last time he came here, he was immediately brought to his personal room. And I did not have to face such a situation. It seems he should ask someone. The boy felt as if someone was looking at him. Some woman drilled a hole in him. She said that for the first time she sees him, if he would buy her to drink. Fei Fai answered her that her brother had come here not to pick up. He is still a child. The girl exclaimed that she was very funny. She just joked at her brother, and asked not to be nervous like that. Isn't he the most Xiao? The boy asked how she knew his name. The girl asked not to be surprised so much. Rumors about him parted in their Hanmo clan. Her name is Siyu. She represents the Hanmo clan here. Weiss told his owner that she was not lying, but it exudes a pink-violet spectrum. What says that she really wants to seduce him? Shi Hao asked the robot not to speak too much. She wanted to take him to the personal room of the Hanmo clan. There he can do whatever he wants. The guy began to explain that he and his sister came to buy something. Shiyu replied that he could buy anything and asked to follow her. The guys around were surprised who this kid was, that Siyu herself rushed into his arms. He usually does not even dare to talk to her. The sister thought that she should protect her brother, and do not allow all slutty women to seduce him. The girl explained Shi Chao that here he could enjoy the highest VIP service, so that he did not want to. Fei Fei asked not to pester her brother. Shi Hao noticed in front of him the trade terminal of the black market, and thought that it was very convenient. The girl said that they are common in the black market, and all trade goes mainly on them. But the goods are quite ordinary. Their terminal has the highest level of access, which means if they have enough money, it can also be used to buy rare or even secret items. Shi Hao explained that he was not interested in something secret, and he would not have enough money to buy it. He stumbled upon a first-class antidote. The seller was the most beautiful brother fan in history. The number of items was 3 pieces. The piece price of the antidote is 600,000. Shi Hao thought that the director of Fan did not really run away, although all this seems somewhat suspicious. The position of director must be highly paid. Fei Fai told his brother that this medicine is so expensive, the price is simply sky-high. Siyu said that although this is a rare antidote, 100,000 per bottle is already a rather high price. Shi Hao said that here only he sells these medicines, so that an overestimation of the price is a reasonable move. He will certainly buy a medicine, but not in this method. He asked what he had to do if he wanted to negotiate trade. Siyu explained that it is necessary to write to the seller through the terminal, but not the fact that he would agree. He asked to help him make an application. The girl asked the system to help her contact the seller personally to discuss the details of the transaction. The seller refused a personal discussion. Shi Hao asked to send another message to the seller. If he agrees to trade personally, then he is ready to increase the price of 1 piece to 1,000,000, Fei Fei exclaimed. Then this is already a high price, why he raises it? Shi Hao asked his sister to calm down, because her brother is not a fool. He specifically raised the price to arouse his interest. If he agrees to a personal meeting to make a transaction, he is sure that he can get these 3 potions without spending a penny. The seller agreed to a personal meeting, and was already in a hurry to him. There was a voice. The man shouted that he needed to do something. His stomach hurts. He did not ask to let him go to the toilet. He asked not to dare to push him, because he is their client, Shi Hao said, turning to this man that he made him wait. The man was surprised how this kid could be in the VIP room of the Hanmo clan, but his disguise is perfect. Fei Fai told his brother that he looks very familiar. The man asked who they were. They never met if they did not think that their tricks would be able to knock down the price. If they want to make a purchase, then you need to hurry. He does not have so much time. Spend it on them. Shi Hao replied that he had not yet healed the wound, and he had already gone to trade. Do he really have to work so hard? He called him by name. The man could not understand how possible, because he was disguised. It is necessary to get out of here as soon as possible. Who knows that this kid will still be thrown away? The personalities of customers are not checked on the black market. The man said that this kid could not have 3 million. He has the right to refuse the transaction and asked him to let him go. Shihao exclaimed that he was seriously treating the deal. As for the 3 million, he can afford such a purchase and showed a card. Shiyu was surprised where he got a special Miss MOM card. No matter how much money is on this card, because even the amount of the available loan on the card is 50 million. The director wondered since when this child has similar relations with Miss MO. Where did he get that kind of money? Shihao said that he seemed to be mistaken. He thought that this man was the director of Fan, to whom he burned his hand. Initially, he proposed to increase the price in order to compensate for the damage caused. Fan exclaimed that he had already forgotten about it all. However, he was touched by the sincerity of the guy. Now, it makes no sense to hide yourself. He is really the director of Fan. He accepts his apologies and wants to hurry to complete the deal. Shihao agreed, but asked for a start to see the goods. The director immediately handed him an antidote. He explained that this antidote is a first class. It doesn't matter how serious poisoning will be enough for one ampule to remove it. He got them with great difficulty. The price of 1 million is already quite low. Shihao asked how he got such a medicine. What is it written on them? It seems like a hospital with a show. The director replied that it seemed to him and nothing on them. He thought that he worked well with ampules, how the information could remain. The boy explained that before that, he heard from the head of the hospital, as if someone had stolen 3 antidotes. Whether he accidentally stole them. The man asked not to substitute him. Then he abruptly refused the deal and exclaimed that the guy insulted him. He realized that Shihao knew the origin of the drugs in advance. When the guard stopped him, the man asked if they were going to break the rules and ask him about the origin of his goods. He asked them to get out and not stand in his way. Siyu said that the Kanmo clan has every right to investigate the alleged internal crimes, which has nothing to do with the rules of the black market. Whether he is guilty or not, they will find out after the investigation. The man exclaimed that they could check it as much as they want. Well, if he is offended, it will never leave it for anything. They will have to pay him 5 million compensation for moral damage. The girl thought, although this business falls under her jurisdiction, whether it is worth it. Shihao suddenly said that no problem. It all began because of him, so that in which case he himself will pay. The director now asked not to regret anything, and check. He is sure that the clan Hanmo will never substitute a good person because of such a trifle. Just let them prove his innocence. The director thought he had no reason to abandon their money. For a long time I replaced the ampule with the potion, so let them check as much as they want. Siyu noticed that this medicine has nothing to do with the Hanmo clan. Well, if this belongs to the company, then there will be a completely different conversation. Shihao saw that her right eye, if he was not mistaken, was a modified artificial eye. The girl filed a command to take this man into custody. He asked him to let him go, not to create nonsense, and he called the clan Hanmo shameless. They are ready to arrange a lynching without evidence. She asked if he was thinking that replacing the bottle would cover all the evidence. The Kanmo clan is not so easy to spend. The girl explained that some harmless components are added that, thus, allow the origin of the greens with special equipment. The director exclaimed that he was wrong and would return all the companies. But Siyu replied that it was already too late to admit everything. He was not lucky that he met her here. And those who steal something at the Hanmo clan remain only one. Shihao thought that if such a large clan set up a lynching in a safe zone, this may well undermine public peace. Feifei exclaimed that they could not take and kill him here and now. Shiyu explained that she did not want to stir hands. The director said that he was just dust. They simply lick up and pollute the atmosphere. Therefore he asked to raise his leg and let him go as he learned his lesson. The girl gave the team to throw him to eat monsters outside the safe zone. The director asked for an apology. It is better to let off steam on it. Even if they kill him, it is better than being outside the safe zone of one-on-one with monsters. The man prayed to let him go. This would not get away with them. Soon, all this safe zone will be captured by monsters, and they will all be eaten. They deserve to death. Only the old god can save humanity. Long years to the government of the old god. Shihao thought about his words. What kind of sect could be? He dumped too much information on them. He hears about this branch of religion for the first time. This cannot be an accident that he heard about the potential seizure of a safe zone even twice a day. It is worth paying attention to this just in case. Feifei asked his brother a question. Director Fan is related to the Hanmo clan, why he did not know what would happen in case of theft of the company's assets. It turns out he knew that soon the zone would be attacked by monsters. Therefore, I went to theft. Yu replied that this was an old theory that appeared at the same time with the construction of a safe zone. As a result, for 50 years of the 9th security zone there were no monsters attacks. As a result, there was more noise and fear. The level of protection here is not so high, but this does not mean that there is no way to defend itself. The construction site itself was chosen in a fairly calm area where you cannot worry about attacks, so do not worry in vain. Hao asked if they would give him just medicines. Yu replied that according to the rules, the lost clan's things belong to the one who found them, so this is him. How he is going to thank her. She saved him 3 million, doesn't he deserve any gratitude? The girl noticed that his heartbeat became more frequent. Surely he is nervous. He is completely inexperienced in such matters, she can teach him. Then, unexpectedly, the sister began to drag her brother and thanked the girl for helping them to save money. Fei exclaimed that her brother was too young, it was too much for him. The girl explained to her sister that she misunderstood. She talked about alcohol, and she asked to bring 2 glasses of 20 annual crazy passion. Hao plaholi that she saved him 3 million, so that he would treat any wine no matter how expensive it is. Well, can she drink so far? To tell more about the dark invasion of monsters. It is quite poorly lit in all the sources that he came across. She asked why a rare minute of rest during a pleasant pastime would be spent on this. Fei said that he was not interested, and it is time for him to return. They already have the medicine, so you need to do their parents. Hao answered his sister that he had not yet bought everything. In addition to the medicine, he planned to spend about 5 million on equipment for her. Well, since they saved 3 million, this budget can be increased by this amount. The sister was very happy. Did she really disgraced? Hao replied that everything was right. While he is here, their family will have more money. Now it is necessary that she has a good equipment and she could raise the level. Parents will have a reliable defender and he will be able to rush to the front line. Fei immediately ran to choose equipment. Although there are 3 more million, you cannot buy rash. Then a man called out to Yu and explained that she had to go. The girl told the guy that a secret auction would begin soon. She asked if he was interested in this. Hao replied that he had never heard about it. She began to explain that this is a monthly event in the black market. Getting there is not so simple. It is necessary to spend at least 20 million in cash to confirm your purchasing power. And the trade level in the black market should be a diamond VIP or higher. It sounds tempting, of course. It would be nice to even just look. Hao asked if he could be present if he has no money or in the level. Yu asked him not to worry, she could take him with her. Hao asked his sister in this case to stay in place and not run away anywhere. The sister was busy choosing equipment. The boy noticed that the love of shopping, a typical female line. The girl asked him not to worry. In a separate room, his sister would be in complete safety. Hao asked if this auction is really in a separate instance. Yu explained that such an important event will not be held on the black market in the most unsafe zone. The present place is located in the extremely protected territory, from where there are portals in 9 black markets and 9 in security zones. The Cian family is still included in the 10 most influential, so that it is not surprising that each zone has its own market. And so they went to this zone. Hao thought that although he planned to save money, now it makes no sense. He needs to prepare for a potential assault on a safe zone. He has 17 million left, of which he can spend only 15, which is a rather small amount for such an event. But he decided not to miss his chance. They put on some strange mantles. Yu explained that after a person gets into this space, he automatically has such a cloak, which allows to hide the personality. Hao realized that you can safely compete in prices, not being distracted by the individuals of each other. But this is really unexpected. This hall is huge. It can be seen that everything here was designed so that people spend more money. A really unique place, although the name is quite strange. She asked to stop staring around, but rather sits down, because the auction will begin now. Radisson Andrews greeted everyone at the auction of the Secret of Victoria. Today he will be their auctionist Victoria alone. The guy was surprised how a man could call Victoria. He asked his robot if he could advise him during an auction. Weiss replied that he would compare the data from the auction and his characteristics, and put an assessment from 1 to 5. He will not let the owner not be superfluous to spend. Hao noticed that it was very useful and asked if he could be anything else. Weiss replied that there is nothing more. Well, if he wants to unlock more skills, then it is necessary to increase the level of communication. Hao asked the robot not to worry about the level. They will then return to this issue. Weiss began to explain to the owner that a biomagnetic field was installed on the platform through which it is impossible to scan around 2 people. They met one of them recently. It was Ani Chen. Of course, with his status and financial resources, he does not have the right to participate in the auction. This guy seems to have an equally serious secret. The auctionist said that 10 valuable lots will be represented at today's auction. You need to find out who they will go. And so he introduced the first lot to others. It was an ancient magic crystal of the 7th level. Everyone around was surprised by the legendary ancient magical crystal, and even 70s. This magic crystal was obtained by a certain group of mercenaries that paid a high price for a dungeon of increased complexity. Its use gives a buff for increased gaining experience. The starting price is 1 million, the rate of rate by a minimum by 500,000. This crystal is no doubt a treasure. He advised not to miss the opportunity to increase the level literally doing nothing. Shi Yu asked Shi Chao if he wanted this crystal. She knows that he deliberately hides his level, but his real level in any case should be much lower than the 70, so this crystal may come in handy. Weiss appreciated this crystal at 2 stars, since for the real master, the most important are not experience points. It makes no sense to spend money in the condition of their limitation, on experience. Shi Hao agreed with the robot. Then someone offered 3 million from the crowd for him. The auctionist exclaimed that this master had set 3 million and asked if someone would increase. He said this amount 3 times, and began to congratulate the guy on the acquisition of an ancient magic crystal of 70s. Shi Hao did not know that Ani Chen was so rich. Obviously, he needs more experience to finally break out of the reserve and get into the official team if he does not pursue any other goal. We reported on the second lot, stopping the blood of the drink. After drinking it, the owner will not lose health for 30. This potion is extremely rare. In addition to the most famous properties of this potion, the time of action is for 30 seconds, which makes the product even more valuable. The starting price is 2 million. Weiss said that this useless potion cannot be appreciated above 1 star. He explained to the owner that he has a specialization of the alchemist master. You just need to unlock the recipe for the potion. Shi Hao realized that the master of alchemy is cool, so they have another opportunity to earn their condition. Meanwhile, the guest was congratulated at the number 11. He receives a blood-stopping blood for 4.5 million. And now their third lot, the most romantic subject in the world. It will allow you to steam freely in the sky this imperial air cloak. After activation, it will allow you to fly in the air at high speed. The duration is 5 minutes, the height is no more than 20 meters, the recovery time is 24 hours. Starting price is 3 million. Weiss told the owner that this is a useless toy, which is suitable only to let dust in the eyes. Only 1 star. Shi Hao wanted this subject, but the robot began to calm him down. He is too poor and cannot afford such an expensive toy. The boy agreed with him because he was going to buy things like weapons. Miss Yu raised a bet to 6 million, whether the rate will be higher. She noticed that he liked this thing very much, but he in cold blood suppressed his impulse. Life is short, so you should fight for what you like. So she decided to give him this. Weiss asked the owner to be careful. This woman has a dark purple radiation spectrum, which suggests that she wants to outwit it. The boy thanked her and said that he could not accept this gift. Today she has helped him many. He cannot deprive her of such a little joy. Shi Hao asked to hold this raincoat for him, and then, as he would have money, and he would buy him from her 8 million. The girl replied that she did not expect her best motivation to bring her 2 million. In fact, she wanted to give him this cloak so that he was in debt. This boy was too reasonable. The auction continued. This lot was slightly confused since its high password for use and good characteristics will become useful only for a small number of guests. This lot is an engineering drawing of an epic level. Shi Hao exclaimed that he had finally met what he was looking for. Drawing Steel Heart. The drawing can be used to create a humanoid mechanical robot that will fight on the side of the owner. It can also be transformed and improved. The initial price of this lot is 2 million. Shi Hao was very surprised at such a low price. Last month a rare drawing was sold for 8 million. Are the requirements for studying really so high? Probably afraid that no one will buy it. Everyone knows how difficult it is to become a master of an engineer. Over all these years, no more than 10 people have achieved this level of skill. Shi Hao realized that the title of an engineer master was surprisingly rare. Weiss explained that it is not enough just to spend a lot of money. You also need to have an exceptional mind and talent. Among all the titles, the master engineer is the last to receive even for Sheo. The boy exclaimed that then he was very lucky. He gained access to the most difficult to unlock the title immediately when activating the account. Siyu was sure that almost anyone would buy a drawing, so that they would miss him. Shi Hao replied that he was so cheap, why there are no people who wish to. She explained that at least a robot can be improved, but it is still suitable for supporting only one person. When using drawings of this level, you will have to spend intelligence points, which is not very profitable. Shi Hao thought that this should not be afraid. An indicator of intelligence of Crazy Max is maximum. If no one even dares to bargain, it has arrived to make a profitable acquisition. The auctionist noted that no one is daring to buy in just 2 million. He only wanted to say that since there are no interested ones, it's time to move to another lot. But Shi Hao asked him to wait. The guest with the number 30 relied 2 million. He thinks no one will bet anymore. The hall realized that there was such a fool who was ready to lower 2 million to buy waste paper. He really considers himself a master as an engineer. Loves to show off so much. CU told the guy that only a master of engineering can take advantage of this drawing. Even if he is going to resell it, the revenue from this is small. Shi Hao explained that there was no particular reason. He just liked him. In the end, which man does not dream of a fur? He thought that in fact they simply did not understand the true value of this drawing. Maybe for them he is useless. Well, for him, the purchase definitely fully justifies himself. And now they congratulated the guest on the purchase of a drawing at a start price of 2 million. Taking the guy's drawing, I thought it was just by the way. In addition to increasing his damage, he can protect his family in his absence. Ring of Luck improves the characteristics of the Steel Heart. How lucky he was today. He increased the starting level to 20. It's just wonderful. Then he will calmly cope with monsters like a clairvoyant demonic spider. Weiss told the owner that he slightly deviated from the initial idea. The starting level is not important, but the fact that the floor of the robot can be created independently. The boy exclaimed that in any case, everything turned out much better than he expected. After this lot, he was much more penetrated by interest in auctions. Shi Hao was very pleased with today's results. The battle shield from the skin of the dragon, it has a strong protective effect and reduces 30% damage. Starting price 7 million. Bloody blade from a fang of a dragon. When applying damage to the enemy, the effect of vampirism is 20. Starting price 10 million. The 7th lot that they will provide now is simply amazing. This is an extremely rare magic crystal of the appeal of animals. Starting price 10 million. Each price increase should be at least 1 million. Shi Hao thought it was an extremely useful thing and decided to put 11 million. He said that in this world there are many types of magical and demonic crystals. But for the first time he hears about magic crystals that can cause magical creatures. CU said that after the victory over the boss in the open world or in the dungeon, there is a small probability of a magic crystal transformed from his body. In this world, many unsolved secrets are lurking, but at the current level, it cannot touch them. In order to get to the top as soon as possible, he should accept Miss Mo's proposal about joining a combat detachment. He thought that in the eyes of Miss Shi, he looked like a frog, stuck at the bottom of the well, and he has to rely on others who could pull him out of the well so that he could see the blue sky. Who would have thought that he was such a successful frog and could get out of the well even with the help of only his own efforts? After fierce bidding, the final price of the sale of this lot was 50 million. Weiss told the owner that he did not even evaluate the lot, since the goods were very valuable, and during the trading, the price would definitely go beyond what he could spend. The auctionist said that for the next lot, he should make enough space, because it is a rather large example. And so he asked to allow me to present the instrument equipped with 2000 millimeters, perfectly suitable for the assault of dungeons. He presented an electromagnetic assault tank. It is necessary to use the magic crystal of electric energy to complete the charge that can launch a super electromagnetic gun with extremely powerful destructive power. Shi Hao heard about the assault on the dungeons. It seems he will learn a lot of new useful information today. With each new lot, it becomes more and more interesting. What to wait ahead? An electromagnetic assault tank easily destroys all living things in the dungeons of a 40 level and below. And even with assaults, the dungeon of 40s, 60s issues impressive damage and is an excellent help. Small and medium detachments will be able to storm the cities with its help. The starting price is 20 million. They will look at the number of raised hands. And they began to offer 22 million, then 28, after which 30 million. Shi Hao noticed that this is suitable only for storage of things. In addition, the words about the assault on cities sounded very cruelly and inhumanly. The assault is one of the types of team dungeons in this world. CU replied that there are also more cruel things, like the royal battle, biochemical wars. Shi Hao thought that the more dangerous the dungeon, the more expensive and better the rewards. He has only 2 options to join the best team or independently form the best team. It's too early to think about all this. The boy decided to better focus on what is happening here and now. Meanwhile, the guest number 3 congratulated on the acquisition of an electromagnetic assault tank for 88 million. The penultimate lot for today's meeting is the key to the hijacking dungeon. The starting price of 30 million. Everyone was surprised. Was it really the key to the legendary dungeon? Typically, the precious resources contained in this stowing dungeon are at least 500 million. So valuable. The guys in the hall were surprised why there are so few trading participants now. CU said the keys have a limited time of action. The reverse counting begins from the moment of purchase. If the strength is 0, the key will be damaged, and it will be impossible to enter the dungeon. Usually only the best teams will buy this type of key. Shi Hao asked the system to open a description of the key from the dungeon. After all, he has a 40-level key. The characteristics of the key from the dungeon of the 40 level. The system gave them to see them. Shi Hao realized that a new strength parameter was added, and a small rust appeared on the key surface. He needs to clean the inst before the key is broken. Well, where is this area with 87? For the key at the auction, 150 million were offered. No one else interrupted the bet and it was sold. Shi Hao thought that the key to the dungeon was sold for 150 million. It seems that it does not matter in which era. The ability to have money is very good. The auctionist told respected guests that even this time they crossed the line of 100 million this time. But this only increases interest in the climax. He asked not to miss their last lot for today. This is a legendary item. The Potion of Resurrection of Angry Spirits. Starting price 100 million. It has mystical power to resurrect dead people. It should be a dream. Really, the guys really saw the legendary Potion of Resurrection. One of the guys is ready to lay all his property. He is obliged to get this potion at all costs. Shiyu got angry with this family. Why did they not warn them that there would be a similar lot? The purchase of a potion at this price will definitely much exceed its powers. Shi Hao asked Vice if the master pharmacist could create a potion of resurrection. The robot replied that he could not. Things such as the potion of resurrection are not available for people to create at any level. Even after the start of the OL era, the ability to resurrect is still inaccessible. Even the best priest of this world is not able to understand the principle of operation of this ability. And having drunk the potion of the resurrection of angry spirits before death, even if you die in the battle, you can return to life. But there is a chance that as a side effect, you can turn into a bloodthirsty evil spirit, obsessed with murders. In the hall, they started talking that the price of resurrection is too high. The auctionist said that you should not worry. This condition will last only a month, after which you can again become a normal person. The saddest thing is that spending money will not stop the death of people. The guy cried out from the crowd that he needed this potion and he puts 150 million. Shi Hao thought that life is more important than money. Even if someone loves money like him, it is impossible to receive it, if already dead. But he first hears about angry evil spirits. There is no information about this. Most likely it is secret. The other guy offered 300 million. The bet reached 300 million. Shi Hao thought. Ani-chan is really just a spare in the team of the Huanzhong clan. The clone granted him the right to make purchases of several hundred million. What is he suspicious? An older student. Although now it all has nothing to do with him. You should not go with him in conflict. Let everything go peacefully. And then the guy was congratulated on the acquisition of a new purchase for 300 million. This is where the auction ends until next month. The next month, everyone awaits 10 valuable lots. Shi Hao thought this auction is a really interesting place. He must come again when he receives more money. Shi Hao asked Yunfei Bot whether she wanted to. Since it is time for them to go home, you cannot make parents wait long. The girl was surprised that her brother returned so quickly. And she asked me to wait a bit, because there is so much that I need to see. Xiao Hao thanked Miss Shi. He not only received a lot at this auction, but also began to better understand the real world. The girl asked not to thank her for finding out today. This is only the tip of the iceberg. If he really wants to know more about this world, joining the Mo clan team is the only chance. The boy gave his sister another half an hour, and he decided to see what was still being sold here. His desire to explore this world is limited to curiosity, and he does not want to do everything on his own. His family is more important for him, but he cannot entrust such an important matter to other people. He cannot rely on the Hanmo clan to such an extent. It is best to do this himself. This engineering drawing happened just by the way. The boy decided to look at him. The materials for the creation turned out to be unexpectedly easy to find. I had to spend 4 million on the black market. It remains only the most pleasant thing to collect everything together. The basic settings program are launched. It is necessary to follow the instructions to choose a configuration. Shi Hao thought that it was only worth going, but here it was already. They didn't even give time to prepare. Weiss asked the guy to relax. The task is not so complicated. The boy replied that although he himself really wants to choose a robot to a man, for the sake of steel and blood, but for some reason, he always hears an inexplicable voice that makes him choose a woman. It seems this sound comes from another measurement it is impossible to resist. The robot told the owner that he did not need to use such a ridiculous and illogical excuse to cover his own perversion. But in the end, the guy chose the female floor of the robot. He began to choose the main characteristics. There were 3 finished models in front of him. The boy exclaimed that this was an amazing drawing, the top of humanity. But he does not have much time to accurately configure the parameters. He decided to just choose something from the specified types. The main thing is that she has strong abilities. The owner chose the set, checking the level for creation. It was confirmed that the owner reached the Master of Engineering and has all the materials necessary for production. The Snow Queen is created. This was also provided by the system. Weiss told the owner that he was thinking too much about it. As a Master of Engineer, he should not worry himself over all the settings. During the creation of the system, I discovered unidentified interference. This signal was repeated several times. Shi Hao asked what kind of unknown interference it was. What the system means, could something really interfere? Then the problems were resolved. The system has returned to normal. The creation of the Snow Queen continued. Was the system too damaged from the outside? All this should have a reason, and it should be clearly investigated. The generation of the Snow Queen was completed. Weiss said that they finally finished. He was eager to look at the Snow Queen. Shi Hao exclaimed that he knew a little about this thanks to the school. There should have been a Snow Queen. But it turned out sweet lowly, apparently error with the type. Weiss explained that this should be due to recent problems during the creation. A girl appeared in front of him who apologized and asked if he was the owner. The boy replied that yes. Weiss noticed that in front of them is a well-mannered Lolya. The girl hugged the owner and exclaimed that she finally met him. He asked her not to cry. Is it not a reason for joy? And I thought that she was sweet and pretty. Interestingly, she has a 20th level. What abilities she possesses. This is certainly a reason for joy. The girl laughed a little to herself, and she thought that she was the most powerful robot in the whole Nebel of the 79 arena, finally revived. She continued to hug the boy. Then Robot Weiss thought something. The spectrum around this Loli ranges at a speed of 1,000 in a millisecond, showing abnormal black. Shi Hao replied that it doesn't matter. Anyway, she is too charming, albeit a little strange. Irina thought that it was clear that she could not see through this primitive human body. Well, why she? Empress Irina cannot scan this primitive mechanism. She decided first to use all this as a cover and find out more information, and then escape. And sooner or later, this primitive world will become her. Shi Hao told her that from today she will be called Nana. She will have to do what he tells her. The girl thought he was a low-grade carbon-based creature, but she answered him that of course she would do everything that the owner would say. She noticed that even his thinking is a low-level same deposit, which ultimately gives low efficiency. As an empress of a great and developed empire, where organisms are based on silicon, of course she can perform such primitive work as washing dishes. Fei noticed that the maid Nana is very sweet. But doesn't the brother think that it was too cruel to force such a cutie to wash the dishes? The girl's mother replied that she also liked Nana very much. But immediately after the arrival to shift her household chores, this is a little cruel. Shi Hao told her mother that she worked for most of her life. It's time for her to relax. In addition, Nana is a 20th level humanoid, or rather, bionic. This housework is not a problem for her. Then the mother calmed down. Fei exclaimed that they would be even more fun at home. She still collects clothes and puts on a shelf. Shi Hao asked Nana when to wash the dishes to clean him 2 apples and come to him. The girl thought that this man is stupid. After she gets rid of control of her body, first of all, she will kill him. 3 days later, at school. The director hoped that these days everyone had a good rest and moved away from the shock. 3 days ago, a terrorist attack occurred at school in order to harm Miss Mo from the Hanmo clan. It was a carefully planned high-level terrorist attack, and the level of security of their school was not enough to provide proper protection. If something happened to Miss Mo in the walls of the school, they would have been all dead. As a director, despair at that moment overwhelmed him. But at a critical moment, one person appeared and saved not only Miss M.O. and the whole school. The guys were surprised and asked who it was. After all the guards were 15th, and the leader is generally under the 50th level. This is probably someone from the Mo combat detachment, only they are capable of something so cool. But they heard that it was some kind of student. The director exclaimed that rumors should have already been among them. The student really saved them. And now the man began to welcome the savior of their school with hot applause. He asked Shi Hao to approach him to pick up his award. They spoke in the crowd. Did she really do it? Which cannot raise the level. Is it really true? The guys shouted that this could not be. The director hides the personality of this savior because he wants to use Xiao Hao to deceive them. The guys began to rebel and shout that if he really needed someone to replace, why not choose them? One of the guys exclaimed that he was better than Shi Hao from all sides. Luo Feng suddenly grabbed this guy by the breasts and asked how he could slander his boss. When the boss fought with a strong enemy, he sat with wet pants. The guys spoke again. Was it really the truth of Xiao? Although the director said so, they could not believe in any way. It is not so important who saved the school. This is just an announcement of the name before verbal gratitude. The girl in the crowd thought that the guy really saved everyone. Why they did not want to believe it. He is so strong and so beautiful. The director asked if they did not believe his words. Shi Hao asked the director not to worry. After all, people want to believe only in what they see with their own eyes. Question an incomprehensible normal reaction. It doesn't matter whether they believe in this or not. He asked not to postpone the award because of this trifle. The guys were surprised how he was able to maintain composure in such a situation. He was awarded 101 additional score, so that he continued in the same spirit. They asked the director rather to say their speech and let them go. The director said that the 9th zone is not so rich in comparison with the rest. But those who have done a lot for the school will receive a decent reward. A lot of money was taken to the stage. The guys were shocked by what they saw. The director said that these 2 million are only a small part of the reward. A real reward is a map of the monuments of the old world. Everyone was surprised even more, because this is a very valuable thing. Xiao Hao is already sweating. The same treasure of the school, usually you can't look at it. Does he really want to give it to him? The director said that although all of them had to hear about her, today he will tell in more detail. This card was created by the greatest of the graduates of their school, the legendary hunter for the treasures of Mu Wei. He embodies the spirit of their school to go forward and explore the unknown. Treasure hunters are quite famous for people who are very strong and easily ready to risk their lives. They explore wild dungeons and monuments of the old world, and then sell coordinates to large groups and clans. And Mu Wei, as one of the greatest researchers of the era of the Earth OL, disinterestedly pursued the goal of establishing a true map of the world. He drew a map of dungeons and relics of 2,000 kilometers around a safe zone. Shi Hao heard about this, as well as that in the end he went too far into an unknown area, that it is simply impossible to prove the correctness of the card. So that there are a lot of different disputes around her. Faced with mockery and insults in the world, Mu Wei just smiled. But as his former classmate and follower, he always believes in him, his courage and research spirit. He will never forget the day when he handed over the card in his hands and disappeared in the desert outside the safe zone. Therefore, regardless of whether the content of this card corresponds to the truth or it is false, he asked Shi Chao to accept it. Maybe for him this is just a reward. Well, he sees in this heritage. In a guy, he sees the same courage. That is why he gives him this treasure and hopes that he will live up to his expectations and even surpass Mu Wei. Shi Hao asked the director not to worry and said that he would not let him down. Then suddenly everything began to shake around. The guys screamed, not understanding what was happening. It was like an earthquake. The guys pointed a finger at the ceiling. The collapse began. The director exclaimed that urgent evacuation of all students in underground asylum was needed. Teachers above the 15th level need to prepare for the attack. Shi Hao thought, the two were really right. Why right now? Also in a place as a student town. The monster will appear soon. Teachers were asked to try to win the time to evacuate students. How could this be done? The monster was surprised that they are going to win the time. A huge hunter Kaban exclaimed that it was too late. The guys were surprised why the creature of the 15th level had such power. The boar replied that they were fighting and surviving in the desert, so their elite level abilities. He asked for garbage, not to dare to compare his level with their own. The guy who lay on the floor asked the monster not to approach. His father is a powerful warrior. If he dares at least a finger to touch him, his father will tear him apart. The boar exclaimed that he would at first eat him, and there he would look. He is sure that the guy is very tasty. Meanwhile, Shihao was already in a hurry to help and tried to attack the monster. The guy thought his father came to his aid, but it was Shichao. He replied that he could not have such a shitty son. If he does not want to die, then the guy asked him to put him in the dungeon. The guy thanked Shichao for saving him. He had to doubt and ask to protect him. Xiao Hao looked sternly into his eyes and asked to dump more soon. The guy immediately jumped up and realized that he had 2 terrible gaze. He certainly does not joke. A little more, and he would have killed him. Shihao thought that the invasion was probably aimed at capturing the 9th zone, but the scale is somehow small. The monsters have the entire 15th level. As in the case of a clairvoyant demonic spider, it means that the minimum limit of the cosmic fault can be the 15th. What is the maximum then? Luo Feng and the girl next to him appeared unexpectedly. They held their weapons in their hands and told boss that they came to help him. Shihao said that another cosmic break, and it seems to be impossible to close it. It seems to be a wave of monsters of the 15th level. The boss asked Huan Tian to leave, as they would only interfere with him. They can help the teacher with the evacuation of students in asylum. Suddenly, a fiery rooster appeared from the sky. Shihao asked the guys not to leave. It's time for them to increase their level. The boy exclaimed that he was attacking first, and let them finish off. And he asked the girl to do this first. Luo Feng exclaimed that this boss is very strong. No need to show him where the crayfish winter. Huan Tian began to strike at the fiery rooster with her category. Shihao gave the command to go to clean the audience. He asked to kill all the monsters on the way in turn. The guys immediately obeyed him. The students have already attacked monsters. The man asked to keep up with them and follow the teacher in the shelter and as quickly as possible. Shihao outside noticed that everything was getting worse. It seems that the entire 9th zone was attacked. The theory of conspiracy has come true. A devilish buffet appeared and asked if they really thought they could escape. He promised Shichao that the guy would become his trophy, and he will kill him painlessly. Shihao asked the monster to shut up, since he had no time to listen to his nonsense. Despite the fact that in the morning he asked Yunfei to stay with his parents and Nana, he was still worried. He asked Luo Fan to finish off this buffalo. Then he gave the command the system to connect it with Yunfei. While the guy struggled with a buffalo, Shichao was waiting for the connection. Even experiencing his own, he cannot abandon teachers and classmates. You need to contact my sister and find out everything faster. But this subscriber was busy or is outside the network of the network. Shihao began to worry very much. Why he cannot contact his sister? Is she really in danger? A deserted wolf appeared. He exclaimed, looking at the man in front of him, that he was not an opponent even with the 15th level. He had to kill many in order to achieve his level. The teacher coughed and asked him not to compare people with monsters, and he will only touch students through his corpse. The monster raised his paw above the teacher's head and said that he would enjoy delicious human flesh and blood again. The teacher asked students to run away more, but then unexpectedly, someone chopped off the deserted wolf paw. The monster immediately howled and grabbed the severed part of the body. He began to growl and ask who dared to do it. Meanwhile, a guy ran up to him. He pushed the deserted wolf and asked him not to howl. Students immediately saw Xiao in front of them. He came to defend the teacher and students. He asked Teacher Chan to take students away from here. The guys were very surprised and realized that the guy is really worthy of the title of the defender of the academy. Shihao thought that it was necessary to rush until the monsters appeared again. The guys need to run to the shelter. You should not worry about the family now. Shichao is sure that Nana will be able to protect them. First, you need to get rid of the monsters at the academy, and then return home. The 15th level Cyclop appeared. He said that it seems like the idea, the use of several wanderers, was true. He heard that there are many low-level people in schools. Finally he got here. Today his dinner will be dense. Cyclops looked at Luo Feng and said that he was his turn today. Well, then the guy was cut by half. He began to scream how miserable bugs dared to kill him. Luo Feng immediately began to finish him with his sharp, huge axe. Cyclops exclaimed that he would return back to the cosmic gap. Luo Feng asked if he really thinks that he wanted to leave, wanted to come, and he would be happy here. Finally, Luo Feng raised his level to the 15th. With their boss, you can at least every day kill monsters and increase the level at crazy speed. Zhuantian wilted what was really so. She already has a 12th level, and all thanks to Shichao. Shihao asked the guys to relax and not to get involved in the upgrade of his accounts. In total, they killed approximately 20 monsters, and each was the 15th level. This is abnormal. Their level will not always be like that. The tiger was a jip of bones of the 16th level to approach them. As expected, the level increased. Then two outcomes are possible. The tiger began to approach them very quickly. He exclaimed that people would never hurry after him. He aimed at Huan Tian. The girl asked not to underestimate her. She is no longer a noob, which you can just kill. She had a good reaction. Shihao noticed that she learned to protect herself. The level of monsters is growing and increasing. Shichao thought that Nana could protect her parents and sister, and he has time to help teachers and classmates hide in the underground shelter. However, what is the limit of the level of the monsters? Perhaps the 50th or 60th. In the battle with the heads of the Black Tiger's mercenaries, he was able to cope with the difference of 20 levels. Well, what should he do if the difference will be more? Now it's better not to think about it when the time comes then, and we'll figure it out. Half an hour has already passed at first, and most teachers and students should be safe. But it is possible that there are students who need help. The boy decided to never give up and asked the system to use a keen look. The launch of the skill of a vigilant look began. The search for Alive in the academy is completed. The system asked to check the information. The guy realized that there were students and teachers who still need help. He decided to divide into two groups. He will go to the training office to save people there. He asked Luo Feng and Huan Tian to go to the cafeteria where 3 students were hiding. They need to help go down to the shelter. Luo Feng did not want to go down there with this girl. She also did not want to go with him. Xiao Hao clenched his fists and they immediately calmed down. Shi Hao said that although they increased their level, it is necessary to be careful. Teamwork is able to increase their possibilities. Shi Hao ran on business. Huan Tian asked him to protect himself. Luo Feng said you should not worry. Monsters of this level do not pose a threat to him. He asked the girl to go. He did not expect that one day he would have to cooperate with her. Huan Tian asked her to trust her, since she was no longer a noob. Luo Feng said that they themselves were not fully realized, were completely changed by the boss. He believes that Shi Chaos will be able to continue to lead them into the future. Shi Hao ran forward, and did not know what level the monsters are here, so he should prepare. The boy decided to enter the system, and he asked the system to show how many experience he has now. The system said that it has 21,000 points. It can unlock access to other accounts, or increase the connection with the Emperor of Red Flame. There was more than it seemed to him. This is all due to the fact that without anyone else he killed the mercenaries of the Black Tiger and other monsters. However, in the current situation, he does not have time to study the system of a new account. He asked the system to use experience points to increase communication with the Emperor of Red Flame. 20,000 experience points were spent on raising communication. The system congratulated the guy. Its level was increased by 10. The current level is 31. Shi Hao felt the power of the overwhelming of the whole body. His own level also rose to 1. But in the future, the significance of this panel will completely disappear. Already, many are able to falsify data on it. The owner has 1 talent score that requires distribution. The boy noticed that the talent of the attack is still not so good. Therefore, he asked the system to improve the talent of the attack. The system immediately accepted his desire. Additional attack skills are unlocked. After the accumulation of energy, the possibility of transformation in the first form opens. Each attack is filled with crushing force, lasting 180 seconds. Shi Hao asked, is this not the form of transformation that opens when the Emperor's system is first received? The system said that everything is true. Then the level of communication was low, and its attributes could not maintain a powerful shape of the red flame. Therefore, the system automatically blocked this skill. His level of communication has increased. Now this skill is available, and it is cool. He asked the system to switch to attack talent. He wanted to quickly finish with all this. Meanwhile, the teacher Jia brought students to the room. He noticed that monsters have the same level as his. He asked the students to calm down and just be next to him. The girl student clung to the teacher and cried. She was very scared. The teacher reassured her and explained that the teacher Jia would protect them. The teacher exclaimed that they have him and he will certainly protect them. Before he had time to finish, the monster immediately appeared. It was a killer's horse. She was 18th. The teacher did not expect the monsters will now be a higher level. Shi Hao noticed that with his renewed vigor, even hand-to-hand combat was very powerful, and it was very cool. The teacher was surprised to see a student of Shichao in front of her. He came to their aid again. The boy asked not to thank. There are no more monsters outside. He took care of this. He asked everyone to go down to the shelter. It is also necessary to look into the teacher's way along the way. Students also remained there. The teacher Jia asked if he was so cool, then why he would not go there himself, or he wants them to die. And who is he generally to send the teacher to death? The teacher began to reassure Jia, asked how he could say that at all. The teacher's duty to protect students even at the cost of their own life. In addition, the student of Shihao is very capable. They must listen to his words. Jia thought that he wanted to portray a hero who would save a beautiful lady. But all the attention to himself was taken by this caddy. At first he was ready to die without regrets. But now whether he really wants it. He is not going to die, because some kind of jerk said so. Shihao replied that if he wants to die, then let him die alone. Jia said that he became a teacher of the academy only for the sake of money. In another case, who would want to babysit with these children? He pushed everyone and said that he was not going to die with them. The teacher asked the guy not to pay attention to him. Leave the students in the teacher's office and she will take care of them. Shihao said that in this case, he could go to save other students with a calm heart. Despite the fact that in this place monsters cannot appear so soon, they still need to hurry. The students immediately obeyed the guy. They realized that what Huan Tian said was true. Shihao is so beautiful and strong. And here's the library building in front of us. This is the legendary college library. Shihao knew that this place to receive important people. Simple mortals have no access here. In addition, a seal is imposed on the door, and it is simply impossible to open it. There are two people who are able to open this door, is a secretary and director, who he saw inside with the help of a keen eye. Who could run here during the attack? The door was really not locked. Really, the director forgot to close it. The kid saw in front of him the treasures of dazzling beauty. There were a lot of them in front of him. Shihao decided that he should figure out what exactly happened here. He heard some kind of noise and saw a girl in front of him. The boy exclaimed that he did not expect to see such a beauty here. Everyone is busy with the salvation of life, and she had time to search for treasures. He asked if she could find what was sweet to her heart. The girl answered Shi Chao that even if this is the case, then it does not concern him. If he wants to live, then let him dump from here. Shihao asked if she was really that student of Shuehe who was nicknamed the Goddess of Cold. They say that she is not interested in anything. Well, how is it not true for it? This is not the place where ordinary students should come. She asked if he was following her. The boy exclaimed that he simply saw that there were still students who needed help, but apparently definitely not to her. She asked how he saw her location. It was hidden as he managed to find her. Shihao explained that he has his own methods. He will not go into details. Once, he managed to find out her secret, which is why she is so worried. The boy exclaimed that in this case he would go, and let her continue to do what she did. He just wants to recall that the level of monsters outside is becoming higher and advises her to take care of herself. Suddenly, a fierce gorilla of the 30th level appeared. She began to run up to the girl. Shihao noticed that the monsters have already reached the 30th level. This is very bad and much faster than he expected. The monster exclaimed that he felt the smell of a human woman. Did not expect to see such an amazing sight. Today is a special day for him. He asked where she was so in a hurry. With such attacks, she only makes him massage. He is very sorry that there is no time to play with her. The monster exclaimed that she would not leave him. Does she really think that this shell may prevent you from getting meat? Break the shell of his best skill. The monster exclaimed that she was very amazing and thin, suitable only as a snack. He opened his mouth to eat it, but not this time. His predecessors were just as self-confident, and they were all killed. Xiao Hao cut off the tongue of the gorilla and saved the girl. He caught her on the fly. And he said that there is nothing unusual in this. He asked her not to panic. This monster needs to be killed, since it is not in his style to run away. He came here in order to save people, and not show cowardice. When the girl said that the monster was the 30th level, Shi Chao asked to save energy for more important things. And do not worry about him. There is no reason to be afraid. He asked to leave the monster on him, and to run away as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the monster sat with a bloodied face. Is it possible that the 5th level was to have such power? The girl asked the guy if he also hides a real level. Shihao replied that it doesn't matter. He already said that everyone has their own secrets and asked her to leave soon. The monster shouted that he was painful, and they flirt and kissed here. He threatened to kill them. Shihao noticed that the monster is special in human relations. This is a ghost of the high IQ. Or there is someone who teaches them this. Surely this is a master of Qian. The monster was very surprised and growled. He is just a man, as a guy can know about Master Qian who really he is. Shihao replied that he was a simple guy who almost lost his family because of him. The monster exclaimed that the Master Qian would never let him go alive. Shihao noticed that when he killed him, very few experience points had accumulated. It seems due to the fact that the level of communication has increased. Now you need to kill elite monsters to get more experience points. Shihao asked the girl to hide in the underground shelter. The level of monsters is constantly increasing and it is not known what will happen next time. The girl replied that she had other plans. It is a pity that she had not paid attention to him before. These 3 years would be completely different. She told Xiao that they would still see. The boy thought, was there really something to regret? What she tried to say it. But so far not to her, there is a more important thing. You need to figure out where to put the local treasures. He simply cannot leave them. I decided to leave them for myself so that nothing would be lost. And then he would return to the director. Already all teachers and students had to have time to hide in the shelter. It's time for him to return. Suddenly the message came that the elite monster was approaching the underground refuge. It was a monster of 45th levels. Is it really a boss? Meanwhile, a safe zone, underground asylum, Sorokova security level. Conditions of entry into a special resolution. The director said that there is a fairly strong refuge here to resist the attacks of elite monsters of a 40-level level. They need to hold out a little until reinforcements arrive. One of the students asked why the level of shelter security was only 40. If a higher-level monster attacks, the director replied that there was an explanation for everything. The monsters who attacked them last time were no higher than the 30th level. It was decided to increase the level of security to 40. The academy spent a lot of money and 40 magic crystals to build this shelter. The guys replied that if this is enough, then everything is fine. Huantian noticed that Shi-Chaos was still not there. Really, something went wrong. Luofeng replied that the boss could not go wrong. She would better worry about the fact that he most likely defeated all the monsters. The girl said that she could not help but worry about him. Then there was some loud, strange sound. Is it really the monster attacks? But if the monster is not a 40 level, then do not worry. Is the boss back really? Luofeng ran to the door, thinking that it was Shi Chao. The director asked him to stop. Meanwhile, the monster began to break through the defense. What kind of demon is it? He broke the gate. The shelter was destroyed. The monster said that he only thought the worms liked to make holes. He did not think that people were also doing this. The monster decided to get a job here and save time to search for people. Everyone gathered in one place, and he does not like excess fuss. Luofeng thought how an elite monster of 45th levels could appear. Didn't they say last time that the monsters were no higher than the 30th? The monster was surprised that when he saw him, he still did not run away. Does it really want to die so much? Students began to shout that they would all die. They asked someone to save them. The elite monster of the 45th level made his way here. Luofeng felt that every day more and more falls under the influence of Shi Chao. Before powerful enemies, he has the courage to confront him. Even if this courage is deadly, the task that he gave him will certainly fulfill. If at least one life saves, his death will not be in vain. The guy began to attack the monster. The monster asked not to annoy him. He hates such persistent people most. He does not like to eat such lifeless people. This is too problematic. He figured out that it would be very fun to break their internal organs into pieces. Students took up their heads. They seemed to be shrinking and were ready to burst. Students could not stand it. Huantian exclaimed that everything was bad. Her magic shield is useless. She is still very weak. The monster said that in addition to the taste of people, people have another dignity as their number. Even if he does not have enough experience, he will be able to increase it if he eats a lot of people. The director asked the vile worm to leave his students alone, even if he is old, but will not allow him to harm his students. The teacher asked the director not to do this. His body is no longer able to withstand the effects of magic, but the director decided to apply a high-voltage blow. If he cannot save students, he replied that his body was still good. But the man already began to cough. The monster exclaimed that their weakness is the split of the armor and the flame, and the lightning of a man is generally bullshit. He began to attack the director, and he asked if he studied them. Worms. He needed to do this. So they carefully studied them, although it is terribly troublesome. He decided to let the director die with honor. His body will look whole that cannot say about the insides. The director realized that he would leave first. He asked for forgiveness from his brother Mu Wei because he could not protect the academy. He could not be a good director. He passed his will and beliefs to the young generation, namely, Shihao. He believes that the day will come when the guy can discover the truth of this world, the truth of this era. After that, the director began to fall into the open mouth of the monster, saying goodbye to his students. The monster was surprised why someone always bothers him. Shi Chao appeared, but the director was already lying on the floor. The boy asked for forgiveness for being late. Shi Hao promised to engage in a monster, and from this the worm cannot be left and wet. A special talent for attack was activated. Form first, red flame. The monster decided that he had to see his life, since he decided to resist him. Shi Hao replied that he did not have time to conduct a meaningless dialogue with him, and he exclaimed that he would kill him with just one blow. The monster asked if it was a blow to the split of the armor with the attribute of fire. How did he get it? Is he not the 5th level? The boy replied that he was hearing this 100th time. An interesting fact, those who told him so often ended with death, and then a critical blow came. The monster noticed that he had a huge speed and powerful power. There are no references to this in the data he studied. He is humiliated as some kind of nub, but he is an elite. After all, he knew that this is one hassle, so he would not join the fun. He noticed that the guy was strong, but he is too lazy to mess with him. Since I came, it would be foolish to miss the opportunity to get more points. Therefore, how he will cope with this if he fights against his classmates? Students all turned into zombies. They walked and talked about the fact that they did not want to die. Shi Hao could not attack right away. At first it was necessary to confirm whether they were dead. The time of recharge of the skill of a keen eye ended. Now observation of goals is successful. Just in time, the boy decided to activate the skill of a keen eye. He immediately began to scan the zombies who were approaching him. This is an improved version of a keen eye. The amount of information is impressive. Shi Hao asked the monster to rest in peace. He will avenge him for their victim. The monster called the boy a scum. After all, he killed his own without blinking an eye. Since it so happened that he cannot kill him, he will kill everyone else. Zombie students asked not to approach. They asked for help. Living and dead are mixed. You cannot use the attack in the region. The monster noticed that he liked to save others. He asked in this case to play the hero longer. Only he can probably save people. Luo Feng, meanwhile, asked the boss to leave it to them, and he advised him to deal with the rotten worm. Huan Tian exclaimed that they would try to withstand, and began to use the primary flame, a special effect of the mirror of truth. But its function is the separation of space. It now has turned into a space-type shield. Luo Feng asked to pay attention to the fact that here are half-living people so as not to injure them. Shi Hao asked to follow his hints and not to harm others by accident. Although the effect of the merger of the mirror of truth with a shield grenade is not bad, the protection itself is too passive. You need to deal with the monster before the transformation time will run out. The monster decided until the kid pays attention to him, rather washed off. He certainly is not afraid of him. He simply does not want to deal with him. The monster could not understand when they managed to install a gun and with such firepower. A critical blow occurred. Shi Hao asked the monster where he was going. Does it really dream to escape? And he added that his wings are not to his face. He must certainly tear them off. The monster asked the guy to stop. He pleads his guilt and asks to have mercy on him. Current status: anger of change. Shi Hao asked if he was going to do something terrible. A change in the skill of anger was stopped. The monster thought that this caddy managed to stop his mutation. This is simply impossible. There should be a coincidence. Even if he does not think to underestimate him. The guy asked for permission to show the difference between them, and he began to use the explosive bullet of the fiery dragon. A change in the skill of anger was stopped. The monster howled the boy with a bastard. He interrupts his mutation. This is not just a coincidence. How does he know what he was planning? The body level is suitable only for a large-scale massacre, only mutating one-on-one. But it doesn't matter. You need to hide in a safe place to win the time, and then try to mutate again. The monster decided to leave soon, but Shi Hao asked him not to rush to leave. The full transformation of the skill form, the first red flame, is not yet ready. Shi Hao decided that this was the last, and it would kill him immediately, and it would not take much time. The guy began to use his power of the Scarlet Star. The monster could not understand that this was an illusion of an elemental attack. It is like a distorted dimension. Legends say that only the most gifted are able to call on such chaos in space, and in the entire dimension. After all, he is just a human child. Where did he get such a power? Who is this guy? Shi Hao advised the monster to catch the moment. Such a worm as him, that he always lives in the ground, has never seen the starry sky. He gives him such an opportunity if the monster raises his head. The Death Star belongs to him. The boy used the Scarlet Star. The monster saw the star of the guy in front of him. It was a black hole in the sun. Shi Hao exclaimed that he does not care about the name. The main thing is that it can destroy it. The monster asked to wait and have mercy on him. He repents of everything that he has done. He has many treasures that he can give him. Having killed him, he will not achieve anything, not to stop the invasion. After all, Mr. Bagavoy has already appeared. It makes no difference how much he is. But he does not defeat the master. He asked to come to terms with his death and laughed. The goal was achieved. The elite monster Heighten Worm was destroyed. Chaos became interesting. What is the Crimson? High. Is it possible that he is the leader of the monsters invading the city? He should quickly restore strength to fight otherwise. You should not think about the bad now. It is better to first see what cool things fell out of the elite. In front of him was a magic crystal and acidic gastric juice. Also fat chitin paws, chitin wings, intracranial resonance. In addition to the book, nothing more useful fell. Apparently his luck is not so good. The system advised the guy an unknown egg. It shows a great interest in the Hitten's paws. Was it an egg that the Devil's Dragon had previously dropped? There have been no reactions for so long, but here he really became interested in the paws of the worm. What will happen if they are connected? What he is going to do? Is this really possible? An egg has become a paw. An unknown egg experiences a sense of joy, the value of love +1. Hopes that the owner will continue to feed him. Shihao was surprised that he needed to be fed like a pet. All that he can receive in the future will give him. Then the boss someone called out and asked if he was wounded. It was Huan Tian. She immediately rushed to his neck. The girl exclaimed that as soon as he and the elite monster disappeared, she was very excited. Luo Feng said that he told her more than once, while the boss could not go wrong with them. Shihao noticed that they worked very well today. Luo Feng said that if not for him, he would not have received the 15th level. And besides, an elite monster had almost killed him. Huan Tian said that many students were injured. They are still weak to protect everyone. Shihao replied that this was inevitable. In the face of a serious threat, losses will always be. You need to learn how to keep them within the permissible norm. However, they must remember that they are needed here, and in no case, not lose heart. If there were no two of them, everything would be much worse. They must survive in any case. One of the guys who used to speak poorly about Shihao exclaimed that he was his idol today. Students said that the college was destroyed and they do not know what is happening outside. They could not contact their parents. The teacher asked the students not to worry. Although the level of security in their 9th district is low, however, the security forces of large companies are on duty here, which definitely prevent a second invasion. Shihao said that the monsters who were destroyed on the territory of the college, so that it is safer here. There is enough food in the dining room for everyone, about a week. He will come up with something. Shihao approached the director. The teacher explained that although his life was saved, he was very exhausted after the battle with the elite monster. The boy began to calm the teacher and said that he would help him. He decided to use the power of the book to strengthen the gates of the shelter. Send Luo Feng with others to the campus to collect trophies after battles. Return home and check how there is a sister with parents. Based on the situation outside, to inform the rescue team so that they return to the academy to assist. He began to give out assignments to his friends. Shihao approached the teacher Jia. They managed to kill him before he was about to escape. The boy decided that he needed him so much life. The times are coming when if you have no power, then you are only a puppet in the power of others. If he wants to be the holder of the sword, his strength is still not enough. Shihao heard some noise. He began to worry about his parents. Are they really in danger? The connection with them was interrupted. Shihao tried to catch a signal. The interference of the signal intensified. The connection was interrupted. The boy spoke with his relatives while he ran to their aid. They must survive at all costs and wait for him. When he ran to his house, he saw something terrible. This cannot be. In front of him stood a destroyed high-rise building. His nightmare became a reality. Is his sister and parents all died? If the building was really subjected to an unexpected attack of the monsters, Yunfei and the rest would not just sit back. They had to escape. Shihao heard a cry for help. The evil monster told his victim that she could scream as much as she wanted. No one would save her. She will become his precious experience. It was Qin Lu from the security service. Shihao immediately guessed. Then, judging by her clothes, she is a security service. The girl replied that it was, and asked to free her leg with a crumpled stone. Shihao exclaimed that she should know what happened to this apartment building and its inhabitants. Whether they survived at all, rather waited for an answer. Qin Lu explained that recently this area was suddenly attacked by a 20th level monsters. Their detachment managed to fight back. Most of the inhabitants were evacuated. She lagged behind and she was surrounded by monsters. The boy apologized and said that his family was also among the evacuated. Does she know where the survivors were evacuated? The girl replied that they were sent to the nearest underground asylum number 5, where they are protected by 2 security units. But this does not guarantee the safety of their lives. The highest level is the commander of the detachment, and this is only 32nd. Shi Hao was surprised that the detachment commander has such a low level. The girl explained that their detachment belongs to the Tianchuan Corporation. Most likely he heard about them, because this multi-apartment complex and the security zone were built precisely by Tianchuan Corporation. This month, the corporation was supposed to send help to the 9th zone of security. But instead of high level, they sent people like them. There were no problems with low-level monsters. Sooner or later, all who remained in the 9th district will devour the monsters. She stole the plan of the district from one of the members of the detachment. With its help, they can find the secret road leading in the 8th district. She invited him to go together, but the guy refused. Since his family is still here, he cannot leave them. Suddenly, a rapid serial leopard of the 30s appeared. He exclaimed that there were still people. He will have a real feast today. Xinlu was surprised at such a high level of this monster. Shi Hao did not even notice when this monster appeared here. He was too fast. And the girl understood that it was definitely not to cope with this 30-level monster. She pushed the boy towards the monster and ran away. But her mother was waiting for her at home. She could not die here. In her soul, she asked the guy forgiveness. It was too cruel to use it as a bait. The monster exclaimed that there is nothing good in them. She pushed a person towards death, and she tries to escape, but more like a woman with thin skin and delicate meat. The monster ran after the girl, and she asked Xiao Hao to help her. The monster has already caught up with the girl. It said that no one would be saved. At first he will gobble her, and then he will not go anywhere. Meanwhile, Shi Hao accelerated and began to jump onto the monster. He received a reward for the murder of 5,000 points of experience. The girl was already injured, she coughing and apologized to the guy. Shi Hao replied that he did not blame her. At their time, there is nothing wrong with maintaining your own life. She had to pay for her choice. He cannot relieve her debuff bleeding, so she will die. The girl again asked for forgiveness and handed over to Xiao a plan of the terrain, which could help him. The boy thought that everything was guilty not of selfishness, but her own weakness. Because in this world, weakness is the most important sin. It doesn't matter to the monster or a person, only the strongest can stand on the top of the food chain. The only thing he remains is to become stronger and stronger. Only in this way he will be able to protect his family and people close to him. The subject of the 9th security zone was obtained. Meanwhile, the detachment of a lame fish tried to get in touch with the headquarters. They accompanied the surviving inhabitants in the shelter number 5. Van Django, the captain of the detachment, told his subordinate that he usually leaves work at that time and goes to play cards. And then these creatures appeared. The guy replied that he was active the most. Rumor has it that while they are in good faith performing tasks, some detachments have long fled back to the 8th district. The boss asked if he was chatting too much today. Maybe he will say something else, he wanted to listen. But seeing the fist of the boss, the detachment member replied that there was nothing more to tell. They lost touch with Qin Lu. She was closing in the column, and it turned out that she lagged behind, and now they could not contact her. Van Django was stunned by this news. The member of the detachment Shen Bin decided that something had happened to her. The captain replied that they cleaned the territory, so that in the near future it should be safe there. Perhaps she deserted. She was shy and indecisive. He was supposed to suspect something was wrong when she voluntarily volunteered to close the column. Shen Bin asked for permission to go in search of her. Even if she made the wrong choice, it is too dangerous to leave her alone. The boss with a cigarette in his teeth thought. Then he gave the command to find her. They live at a time when the boundaries between the right and the wrong are strongly blurred, so living only for yourself is also the right choice. The boss thought about the strange family of Shi Chao. There was to be a 20th level boy with them. What could happen to him? Fei Fei could not contact her brother. She could not understand where such strong interference came from. Nana asked her sister not to worry. With the owner, everything will be fine. She carried a huge bag of things behind her. Mother apologized for collecting too many things. Nana asked her aunt not to worry. Such an insignificant weight is not a problem for her. And she herself was angry and thought that a bunch of carbon forms of life began a slaughterhouse in no reason for peaceful lives. She managed to revive with great difficulty. Besides, she was going to capture this planet. Meanwhile, a safe zone, underground asylum number 5 of the 9th region. Entrance conditions, special resolution. Some guy tried to enter, but he was stopped. The guard asked what unit he was from. The guy replied that they were a squad fish and said a password. They accompany the inhabitants in shelter. Since the password was true, they ordered to open a large gate. The order was accepted. Then the earth began to shake. Is this an earthquake? The members of the detachment thought what was happening. There was a demonic multi-leaf of the 30th level. The enemy attacks, the guard was ready. Meanwhile, the shy demon pig said that so much food arrived. No wonder they waited so much time in ambush. A large number of monsters were attacked from the rear. There was an order to open fire on them. The monster decided that he had not killed for a long time, and this is very fun. He exclaimed that he was not picky in food when the boy lying on the floor asked him not to eat him. It was somehow strange that the grains united with the monsters. The captain asked Shenbin to follow him. They must delay the 30s. Low-level monsters can be left on other soldiers. This is not like a simple accident. Someone is clearly managing them. Well, why do they need to do this? What they achieve? The captain decided to take the attack and try to grab it, and the boy gave the task to use this moment. Meanwhile, the mother of Shihao called Nanu and her relatives. She could not understand where they were. The monster was already getting closer and closer to the delight of how much food was here. He decided to start with those who does not know how to run, and he raised his huge paw above the woman's head. Feifei exclaimed that he removed his paws from her mother. The girl ran up to attack the monster and asked her parents to run away. She promised to detain them. So the equipment purchased in the black market was useful. True does not know if he will be enough. The monster did not think that some kind of trifle of the 7th level could hurt him. But this is not enough to defeat him. He does not think that since she has a good weapon, she can handle him. Her level is not enough, no matter how good her weapon may be. The monsters said that they carefully studied the people. They are ready for everything for the sake of the family, even divide one fate with them. Feifei asked her parents to run away rather. Father said that without a daughter, their life also does not make sense. The girl fell to the ground and apologized to herself to her brother. She is too weak and could not even protect Dad with her mother. But then Nana appeared. Everyone was surprised that she knows how to fight. After all, they thought that she was just an ordinary maid. The girl was very angry and thought to herself that her body was moving on her own. She did not want to help. But she received 5,000 units of experience. She began to control her body better. She realized that while she was continuing to kill the monsters, she raises the level and begins to better control her body. It's just great. She likes such a simple and understandable rule. Nana decided to begin to exterminate these creatures to become much stronger and capture the world. One of the monsters, seeing the guy in a red t-shirt, chased after him and exclaimed that he more than anything hates red. The boy called to the rescue. Nana killed him and received a reward for the murder of 5,000 units of experience. She was happy that fresh experience arrived. The higher the level, the more experience points are required to increase it. She realized how it works. The guy was surprised how a little girl could be so strong. The monster apologized to the buffalo, and he said that when he reaches the 30th level, he would certainly return and gobble up this girl. He was surprised how this little one killed 2 of his brothers in one fell swoop. It has simply inhuman power. You need to run away from here rather. But hearing the sound behind his back, he was killed. Nana exclaimed that although it was not a little wrong to kill him yet, she was too impatient. A member of the detachment at this time asked the captain not to look around. Now is not the time. The man simply evaluated the situation on the battlefield. He did not think that such a little girl could deal with several monsters at once. Shenbin replied that now there was no time to rejoice. The health of the multi-leaf fell to half. You need to beware of transformation. Multi-capons noticed that they were well aware. However, more than one person who saw her transformation has not survived. The man thought that if this is a turn into the ball, then he would withstand. The monster shouted where he saw the ball. Or he thinks that this is all that his transformation is capable of. This creature suddenly multiplied. She released her children, who attacked the captain and began to suck his blood. Shenbin fled to the aid of the captain, but he exhausted the supply of mana, and the weapon also spent everything. The only thing he can do is try to sag them on himself. But the captain asked the boy not to approach if he did not want to die. He asked him to run away while he keeps them on himself. Meanwhile, the village of refugees outside the security zone. When he went into the detachment, he said goodbye to his family, and he promised them to join the Tianquan Corporation so that the family could enter the safe zone. He promised that when they do it, his family would live without worries. When the daughter was dying in the eyes of her father, He thought that Daddy had kept his promise, but could not save them. The man then decided to destroy all the monsters in this fucking world, and now taking himself into the hands of Van Django, exclaimed that he could not die. He tried to scatter all the monsters around. Then Nana suddenly appeared. She was a little sorry, since a little more and she could get his experience. The girl was aimed at getting a lot of points at all costs, and it doesn't matter who would die. The militaire noted that the girl in an instant destroyed half of her body. She promised to tear the girl into small pieces and forced to feel all the pain that she experienced. The captain told Shenbin that this creature was furious. You can't recklessly fight him. Nana exclaimed that their fear of low-carbon forms of life is offensive to her and asked them to shut up. She asked to open her ignorant eyes and just look. What are the highest forms of life from other dimensions? A special skill of the mechanical empress, metal control, the appearance of Valkyrie. The millipede was very surprised how an ordinary person is capable of this, and the girl has already destroyed the monster with maximum power. How in general a person dared to compare it with such a low-level form of life. She received a huge reward for murder, and many necessary items. The legs of a demonic millipede, a magic subject of the 30th level. The girl realized that her body did not obey. She lay on the ground and could not move her finger. I could not even say anything. The parents of Shichao approached her, and they asked if everything was fine with her, why she does not move. The father replied that she should have used up all the energy to the last attack. Fei Fai, meanwhile, offered Captain Van 2 bottles of the restoring elixir. He immediately thanked Miss. He said that in the 5th shelter, and in other dungeons of this zone it is also unsafe. This time the attack of monsters on the city is some kind of strange. It feels like they know absolutely everything about people. They need to immediately go to the 8th security zone. The girl replied that she was much further, that if her brother could not find them later. She decided to try to contact him again. They connected, but the signal was not heard. She asked her brother if he was all right, and she explained that they are now in the 5th shelter and are going to the 8th zone of security. The signal was interrupted again. She does not even know if her brother received her message. The captain asked the girl not to worry. If she wants to convey the message to her brother, then he knows one way. She should just tell him her message, and you need to leave here as soon as possible. Standing in front of the gates of the 5th zone of Shichao, noticed that there was a cruel battle here. He does not even know if everything is in order with Yunfei and the rest. The boy saw on the wall a message from a sister and some code. The report wrote that they would see in the 8th zone of security, and the code was below. Shi Hao tried to understand what this means. Shi Hao thought that somewhere already saw such an encryption. He remembered that this was a special code of security service for long-range radio communications. Representatives of the security service once came to their school to give lectures. He began to examine the guys lying on the ground. Maybe someone has a communicator. He found them, but did not know how to fix it, so he could not use them. Since the level of communication is not enough to repair the main components of the communicators, these pieces are useless. His keen eye has not yet been recharged, so that he cannot just break into the 8th zone of security. You need to urgently find a way to contact the sister and the rest. He decided that there is a black market nearby. There should definitely be a communicator for communication with the Tianquan Corporation. And so he got to the black market of the 9th zone. The boy noticed that fierce battles were also going on here. He hoped that he had not come here in vain. Someone inside asked who dared to break into the black market, whether he was looking for death. He was glad to see them alive and full of strength. When they noticed Xiao Hao, they gave the command to end fire. Siyu came out to him and immediately apologized. She explained that there was a battle. People were still on a platoon. He asked not to apologize, since everything is in order. She asked why he was here. Shi Hao explained that he would like to ask her for a short favor. She called him inside to discuss everything. The boy noticed that the outside and inside people continue to drink and have fun. These people do not care about life and death of both monsters and people. They have quite high levels, but all that they can be hide here and drink without lean. He is not entitled to condemn their choice. Xiao Hao asked Miss Shi whether she had the opportunity to contact M.O. She asked if he came because of this, if he wanted to take care of her. After all, she is very scared. Shi Hao replied that now is not the time for jokes. He is really very in a hurry. Siyu explained that Madame Mo had not yet to leave the 9th district. She tried to contact her along the internal protected line, but the interference is too strong. Shi Hao realized that the interference was created purposefully. You can contact someone only with the help of receivers. Shi Yu replied that the monster certainly could not do this. Shi Hao said that he did not come here to confirm his assumptions. There are 3 things that he would like to ask her. Help him get the working communicator of the security service of the Tianchuan Corporation. Secondly, he needs a weak healing elixir. And the third, it would be good if she gave him the same royal cloak. Shiyu asked why she should sell it. When he began to talk about money, it hurt her feelings. This cloak originally belonged to him. She will immediately send people behind the communicator. The boy thanked the girl. He accepted the subject of the royal cloak. The mistress brought everything she asked about. Shiyu gave the order to transfer everything to Shi Chaos. The boy entered the password and immediately the communicator gave a signal. He exclaimed that he was finally managed to contact them. The captain asked to wait a bit so that he would pass the receiver Yunfei. When she was in touch, Shi Hao asked that with her mother and dad, is everything good with them? The girl replied that they were all right. They managed to collect things and leave before they attacked their house. They were ambushed by the monsters. Nana and the head of the van security service, with whom he had just spoke, saved them. Nana spent all the energy, so now he cannot move. They are on the way to the 8th district. It is now safe there. They try to avoid monsters on the way. Shi Hao replied that he understood everything. And I thought that Nana really did not fail. But how to make her move again? Weiss told the owner that there are many ways to charge a mechanized warrior. But in this environment, it will be easiest to use the magic crystal. Shi Hao asked his sister to charge Nana with a magic crystal, since she is an indispensable fighting force. Fei Fei replied that she would now look for and transfer the communicator to the captain. Shi Hao told the captain that going to the 8th district through the connecting bridge was doomed to failure. A large number of refugees will probably accumulate there. He will send him the coordinates. The captain was very surprised how this kid recognized the coordinates of the secret passage. Is it not the coordinates that Qin Lu spoke of? They agreed to meet in the secret passage of the 8th district, and he asked him to take care of his seed. He again purchased objects for repair. Are they too expensive? Some girl asked the guys to help find her parents and promised to pay generously. They began to be rude and ask where the booters could have money from. One of them exclaimed that she would repay them with her body. Then they will take care of her parents. The girl began to fight off them. Xiao Hao intervened and caught their hands. He told the girl that if she answers his questions, he will help her. When asked where her house was, she replied that he was located at a certain point and asked to see where. Shi Hao decided that this place was just on the way to a coordinate point, so he could go. They figured out the location, and the second, she must pay him 1 million. The girl said that at first she would make an advance payment of 1 million. If they find her family, she will pay him the same amount. The guys around were surprised where she got so much money from. The usual booze of drinks, is it not funny? They also wanted to become relic hunters. Shiyu said that this girl's name is Mao Ai. Although she is only a 10th level, she has a unique ability, induction. She easily manages to recruit the location of the guests. The guys asked why she did not immediately say that she had so much money. Then they apologized to her and wanted to offer help. But the girl replied that she was already with this master. The man exclaimed that he would now smear this 5th level vessel on the floor. If she does not want to be devoured by monsters, then let it go better with them. Shi Hao said that he could endure everything that they boil with his mouths, but he cannot stand one moment. Namely, when someone prevents him from making money. The guys immediately began to ask him for forgiveness. Mao I noticed that Shichao was not only beautiful, but also incredibly strong. Shiyu thought that they had not seen each other for only a few days, and he was already able to lay the 30th level with one finger. She became even more interested in him. Shi Hao asked Mio to go with him, and he said that while they would get to it, she must obey him and not cause unnecessary trouble. The boy asked Miss Shiyu what she plans to do. If it remains here, then sooner or later it can become the same as these insignificants. Does she want to go with them? When the men wanted to attack him for such words, he gave the command to set aside. If they touch him, they will make an enemy in the face of the black market. Shiyu told the guy that she would go with him. He is absolutely right, and not hiding here is not a way out. Besides, she needs to find a way to contact Lady Sai. The guys noticed that this jerk also left, accompanied by 2 beauties. He precisely deserves death. The men continued to say that they would not have time to take a few steps to come out. How to return with a help for help back. Siyu said Xiao that their dressing is over. Whether he is fascinated by her with a heroic figure. They saw the sky in front of them. There was lightning on it, but not like ordinary. Things were really bad. This is a spatial break. In front of them was a giant claw. He went down from the sky, ready to destroy everything around. Huge stones poured from above. The monster began to attack the black market. Shiyu exclaimed that it was the right decision to leave what to do next. If this big man completely comes out of the fault, they all end. People will have nowhere to run. Shihao said that he was huge. He is a definitely unusual monster, more like an ancient deity. Shiyu asked if he had in mind the ancient gods, who descended to the earth even before the transformation of the world. Shihao replied that this was only an assumption. It is not known how true these legends are. Suddenly, I screamed Mayo. Shiyu asked what happened to her. The girl explained that she feels how cold and evil energy spreads on the ground, and showed in which direction this energy was concentrated. The opposite is completely opposite to where he agreed to meet his sister, although he must meet with her and the rest as soon as possible. Something tells him that the place of concentration of evil forces is directly related to the ancient deity in the sky. He told the girls that he was going to go to the source of this supernatural power and find out what's what. They can either go with him, or he will inform them of the coordinates of a safe exit from the 9th zone. Shiyu replied that she would go with him. If this thing in the sky is really an ancient deity, then at least 3 more nearby zones in danger. Mioi also decided to go with him, but they are obliged to find out how these events are connected. The boy called the girls behind him. Mioi felt ahead of the concentration of evil energy. There she is the strongest. Shihao asked them to hide behind him. He heard human voices. The boy saw in front of him strange people who did some kind of rite. Shiho realized that they were signing a spatial break. Siyu said that their level was not high, and the destruction of the magic circle would prevent the appearance of the ancient god. Mioi began to use shining rays. Siyu applied a fiery salvo. But Shihao asked them to wait, because everything is not so simple. These people had a trump card in the sleeve. They applied the energy shield. They could not help protect such an important magic circle. Xiao Hao began to use the explosive bullets of a fiery dragon. It remains to understand what level this energy shield has. Will he get him to break through him? He could not, since the shield is at least 60 levels. Although earlier he got a lot of experience, but now it is unlikely to help them. It is necessary to accumulate experience to unlock a new account. This is the only way he will have a chance to win. They attacked the energy barrier several times, and these people did not react in any way. Siyu noted that even the attack of Shichao did not work. Mioi said that they probably can only stand and watch this terrible thing leaves the fault. Shihao asked the girls not to worry. He promised to figure it out. And I asked Weiss to analyze this shield and check if he has any vulnerabilities. Weiss began to analyze. Then he explained that this was a trifling businessman. 1 share of a second was enough to cope with this. The vertical energy shield is 65 level. It seems that this information was erased about its manufacture. Shihao realized that this was the Huan Zhen group. This energy shield is the same as the one that he had previously found in the chest, with the treasures of the mercenaries of the Black Tiger. And in all this, the group of Huan Zheng is involved. If this is true, then he has one crazy idea. The boy decided to act, and so it really worked. Apparently, the same type of devices created by one company have a certain degree of compatibility. Shihao asked Weissa to check whether there are objects in his inventory that can be combined with this energy shield. The robot began to search. The use of the shield with this subject will increase its power to the maximum. The boy decided that if he uses a turbocharger like this, he hopes the director will not be angry. He promised to keep him. Weiss asked the owner not to doubt. Then Shihao exclaimed that he had no other choice, and mentally apologized to the director, hoping for his understanding. And the merger ended. The owner received a new epic item of the Power Shield Turbo Generator. He was 65th levels. After the merger, a more powerful energy shield was obtained. The strength of the action was increased. The boy began to use it. Turbo expansion and maximum power. He asked to destroy him from the inside. Shiyu was surprised that Shichao uses the energy shield to push off their protective barrier. I considered it brilliant, but energy fields of one level cannot neutralize each other. He decided to use the power field of the opposite pole so that a short circuit happened inside the barrier, and it turned out. Those people began to shout that it was very cruel to fall under the blow of uncontrolled energy. Things are very bad. The energy shield will not withstand. The boy did not think that he would last so little. He asked the girls to hide behind him, and as soon as possible. He underestimated the caused power of the magic crystal. There was a strong explosion and huge stones scattered around. Shihao thought that it was good that he managed to switch to protection mode. Why is it still hard for him to breathe? He was very inconvenient because I accidentally ended up on him. The boy asked to remove her 5th point from his face. The explosion was really too strong. Mayo, I asked the guys to look at the sky soon. The spatial break has decreased, so they tried not in vain. The boy asked the girls to get off him and stop sitting on him and chatting. Shihao noticed that those people survived despite the fact that they were in the epicenter of the explosion. He asked who they were. If they say what they achieved, then he could save their life. But the people of the monsters laughed and exclaimed that long live the government of the old god. The monster began to spew out a stream of flame. Shihao did not expect this at all. They got rid of the bodies to hide all the evidence. Fortunately, his protective skills are also at the level. Due to the fact that he managed to block the explosion, this guy also survived. It is necessary to interrogate it. The guy monster began to laugh and again greet the government of the old god. Mayo, I said that he was going to self-destruct, and she asked Shihao to be careful. Shi-Yu exclaimed that they carried the secret with them to the grave. Apparently, they thoroughly washed their brains. Shihao turned on the skill of controlling the consciousness of the brain resonance. The time of action is 60 seconds. The guy bowed to Xiaohao, and he called him a great god. He was ready to fulfill his will. The boy took control of his mind, but did not ask him to be sunk. Shi-Yu asked when he managed to learn this. Shihao replied that you know less stronger. He recently studied this skill and had not yet had time to try it, decided to practice it. The government of the old god is an underground religious community, uniting many believers under its beginning. Among the followers of their church, there are many very influential people. Well, at least they have different origin and status. They all strive for one goal of returning to this world of ancient gods. The era of decline will come to an end when the ancient gods lead humanity to the new world. Shihao asked if they really believe in this nonsense. This is even more stupid than to wait for him to end this rotten world. How are the sectarians associated with the monsters? Siyu said that in fact there are many sects worshipping the ancient gods. But none of them even know what the ancient gods look like. Shihao asked how they managed to call the ancient god. And what is the origin of this gigantic red magical crystal and tattoos on his body? The guy replied that tattoos on his body were a sacred magic ornament that only elected to apply to his body. As for the magical crystal and the circle, this is one of the ways to recognize the ancient gods. But due to the fact that he has too low rank, he does not know details. Shihao thought he was hiding something, but the guy exclaimed that he would not dare to hide something from him. After all, he is an even greater creature than ancient gods. He is now his most devoted servant. He is ready to give his life for him. Shihao thought that this guy was too religious. It will be more correct to say crazy. He decided to ask him the last question. What is the connection between the government of the old god and the invasion of monsters? The guy replied that the attack of monsters on the city was organized by them. In order for the great god of the sun to appear, countless blood needs. They will sacrifice them all. Long live the government of God. Xiaohao suddenly hugged the girls and asked them to take care. The minute has not yet passed why he so suddenly lost control of this guy. Really, it happened when that guy specially hurt his head. I exclaimed that Shi Chaos was very strong. He sometimes even hurts relatives. Chi-Yu was also surprised where so much power came from. The girls wanted him to hold them a little in his arms, and thanked him. Having spent half a day in one place, Shihao finally received at least some result. This organization planned the attack of monsters on the city. They also managed to call the ancient god. They definitely surpass all those groups obsessed with money. This time he prevented their plans. But what will happen next? He found an unknown magic item. The properties of this item are hidden. For their unlocking, special identification tools are needed. Apparently they processed the crystal in a special way. He asked Weiss to identify the crystal. The robot said that the result would be in a second. He picked up the crystal of a bloody demon. This is an ancient bloody magic crystal. It was created from a large amount of human blood and a smaller amount of blood of monsters. The boy realized that he consists of the blood of people sacrificed. But in addition to human blood, it also has the blood of monsters in its composition. The communicator issues extraneous noises. Really, the interference was created by a similar magical crystal. Then, unexpectedly, I asked Mio to look at the sky. The spatial break has stopped growing, but it did not disappear anywhere. Shiyu noticed that the destruction of the magic circle could not interrupt the call. That's not all. If Shihao continues to openly ruin their plans, the likelihood that his family is in danger is increasing. Well, if you leave everything like that, then there is no guarantee that the spatial break will not continue to grow, and the ancient gods will not fall into their world. But why does he always encounter the confrontation of his personal interests and interests of the whole world? The boy felt someone's breath behind him. It was a cat's approach. Someone said that he did not expect to meet Xiao here, and getting tired is a bad habit. The boy thought that this voice was familiar to him. He saw Ani-chan in front of him. The guy said that they hoped they were not upset because he helped them a little. Shihao thanked the guy for saving his life again. Siyu asked him not to be modest. This is just a demonic cat that could not harm him. How so it happened that the star of the group, Huanzheng, wandered idle in the 9th district, just in the place where they had just destroyed the magic crystal. Siyu put a gun to his head and said that he was behaving too suspiciously. Mio, I exclaimed that Brother Anchen is not a villain. The guy noticed that Miss Mo, still a strange tongue. At least there are disagreements between the leadership of their organizations. This does not mean that they should also be at enmity. Shihao agreed with him. You must first solve the problem, and then discuss everything well. Moreover, with Anchan, their combat power will increase. He decided to first discharge the situation with polite phrases, and then find out what secrets he hides. Jiyu said that she would listen to the opinion of Shi Chao, but this does not mean that she trusts him, even if he does not try to deceive her. Shihao explained to the guy that Miss Shiyu was simply very careful. She did not want to pounce on him. Ani-chan said that he simply carried out tasks in this area to evacuate civilians, and he ran here after the explosion. Shihao said that the explosion occurred due to the fact that they destroyed the magical circle of draft. Shihao said that this is a very dirty work, whether he was really ready to do this. Ani-chan replied that he was born in this area. You cannot just watch how he was destroyed. Performing this task will help him in promotion. Shihao noticed that he showed himself impeccably. Mio. I told Shihao that she seems to be unable to help them. She only gets confused under her feet. But the boy replied that this was not so. Only thanks to her ability to perceive emotions were they able to find that magic crystal. Siyu also supported her and exclaimed that her abilities are much more important than herself. They will destroy the remaining magic circles and then look for her parents. The girl decided in this case to try my best to help them. Siyu said that they are comrades. It is necessary to solve the problem with these magical circles as soon as possible. Ani-chen asked Shi Chao to tell more about the previous circle. What you need to be prepared for. The boy replied that he would tell him along the way. They found a second circle. Now you need to decide how to destroy the protective barrier. They cannot use the same way. If he has any options. This protective device was produced by the Huanzhen group. Ani-chan realized that therefore they were suspected as if the group had entered into a secret conspiracy with this sect. Shiyu said that the star Huanzheng should know more about this. So why will he not surprise their incredible story? The guy replied that he was just a boy in the escape. However, her suspicion is justified. He can only say that this group never chose customers. It does not matter who the weapon is sold, the main thing is that it makes a profit. Shihao exclaimed that he believes him 100%. But still, it will be better if he proves that this is true. Ani-chung realized that the destruction of the magic circle would prove his innocence. And why he is one of those people who are so worried about rumors. The guy said that he grabbed one little thing. He does not know that they did without it. It was a reloading generator, a secret model. He wanted to destroy the energy shield as soon as possible. The guys noticed that this thing is just awesome. She destroyed the shield with such ease. Ani-chen explained that the boat of trust should not be turned immediately after it overturned. Mayo, I thought that Brother An-chen killed everyone. But Shiyu replied that he stunned them, that's all. In fact, he is soft-hearted. The guy said that although Huanzheng sells weapons to everyone, but for reinsurance, so that the weapon is not used against themselves, backdoors were installed in each sold item, and this thing has just destroyed the energy shield. He revealed to them very confidential information, and hopes that now they trust him. Shihao told Ani-chan that he had forgotten about the most important, namely about the bloody crystal. If bloody crystals are not destroyed, then they will not be able to close the break in the sky. The guy asked why he had not told him about this before. Shihao explained that thanks to this, their effectiveness became much higher. Now Miss Chiyu will stop slandering him. He is really cool. Not without reason he is considered the legend of their academy. He called the guy to advance to the next purpose. Ani-chan thought that the blow of Shi-Chaos with a sword was so fast that even he did not manage to respond. If this blow was intended for him, then what he tried to say. Apparently he is not as harmless as it seems. Chan said that this crystal was the last, and asked everyone to move away so that he would destroy him. Then this thing in the sky will not be able to get out of the fault. Shihao thought it was too strange. Everything went somehow very smoothly. In addition to the energy shield, there are no protective measures. Is the government of the old god so naive? Before he could finish his thought, as these people began to scream from pain and glorify their god. They wanted to merge with him and did not stop praising him in agony. They felt unlimited power and strength. The guys asked if their crystal is absorbed. Shi Hao asked them to prepare for battle. This must be the last trump card of the government of the old god. It is necessary to show them what they are capable of. A giant demon of the bloody crystal appeared. He called them worthless people. Such a disrespectful attitude to the great god is punishable by death. Ani Chen asked the guys to hide behind him. He wanted to sag him on himself. But Shi Hao replied that the difference in levels is too huge. The monster continued to call them miserable people. How dare they try to challenge the governor of God? This is too arrogant. Ani Chen noticed that he had demolished so much from one blow. This is the terrifying power of the rare creatures of the 60th level. The giant demon called him a weakness. The boy asked Miss X to be careful as he headed in her direction. He asked not to stand in a pillar, to hold the weapon stronger and try to dodge his attacks, since it is too slow. Although he moves slowly, his attacks are incredibly strong. The monsters that he met before do not go with him in any comparison. His shield broke literally in a second. Even after breaking through the shield, the power of his attack did not decrease. He tried to protect Shiwai. You can't fall under his blows. Otherwise, even his talent with protection will not be able to resist this force. If they go to the attack, they will have a chance to win. With his ability to jump 20 levels, it should turn out. Using his attacking ability, perhaps he will be able to kill him. This giant demon of the bloody crystal is very durable. He fights in full force, but the damage is minimal. CU asked the kid to retreat faster. The protection of this monster is abnormal. They cannot even really hurt it. The monster exclaimed that they would not even try to escape from him. Shi Hao realized that the abnormal level of protection was provided by crystals that cover his body. The demon shouted that their tricks were useless. He asked his god to spare these weak and insidious people. Again, these tricks with an energy shield. Spherical voltage arc of 55th level. The strength of the shield is 100%. Ani Chen asked the guys to run away faster. Its energy shield should delay it for a while. He asked to leave the monster to him. The demon decided that the boy was joking. And again he asked his god to spare these insidious and weak people. Shi Hao noticed that Chan's weapon was broken, and handed him a sword. This sword used to belong to the captain of the detachment of mercenaries of the Black Tiger. Lightning-bearing mutual blade. Shi Hao exclaimed that the escape is not the best option now. It is necessary to find his weak place until he escaped from the trap. Ani noticed that the guy on the verge of life and death is able to think sensibly. Mayo, using my abilities, found his weak place. She was praised. She, as always, amazes. And they asked what his weakness is. The girl felt something like magic in his body. It comes from a piece of crystal on his shoulders. There really was something like a beating heart. Xiao Hao asked Weiss what he was thinking about a weak place. The robot replied that weapons can be improved only with the help of a previously obtained blood magic crystal. He asked Miss Shi to lend him his gun. The girl immediately conveyed to him why he was. He replied that he would help her improve weapons. And he began to use the enhancing association. She was very surprised that he has such skills. Bloody wandering wind. Special effects of long-range weapons. The girl exclaimed that he was simply unrealistically cool. The demon said that the games were over. He already spent too much time on this barrier. The guys decided that now a great opportunity to try out new effects. Shiyu pierced the armor of a giant demon of a bloody crystal. Ani Chen was very surprised that Xiao Hao could do it. He replied that at least the damage is insignificant, but now for some time they will be able to control it. They need a more powerful weapon. Ani Chan said he has something. He went to the black market and bought different weapons of near battle for the whole team, but what would he do with him? The demon was furious. These attacks like drops of rain that it began to annoy. Shi Hao noticed that the control effect is fading away. He asked Ani Chan to detain him for another 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Shi Hao received power gloves. He asked the robot to find something faster to increase the power of gloves. Miniature missile engines, improved device used to accelerate cars or aircraft. They can significantly strengthen the output spinning moment. Ani Chen did not have time to follow the HP. It is almost at 0 again. He asked Xiao Hao if he had finished yet. Then the boy finally appeared and apologized for the fact that he had been preparing for so long. Shi Hao exclaimed that he had suffered a bloody crystal demon for too long. His powerful gloves broke the demon's sword half. The monster could not understand how this happened to his sword. He began to pray to his god to save him. Why his attack became so powerful. How this guy was able to destroy his magic crystal. Shihao asked the monster, does he really think that he would really tell him why he became stronger? From him, nothing but experience points. He does not think that at least some useful information can fly out of his mouth. The monster called him an impudent and said that he was blessed by God, the chosen one of heaven. How such a non-insignificance may not respect him. The guy exclaimed that the blessing of the ancient gods means nothing to him, the new god. The monster called him a blasphemer. How he dares to desecrate the ancient gods and be called a new god. He will burn in hell for this. The guys asked Xiao not to be distracted by the small fragments of the crystal. They will deal with this, and he needs to focus on the goals. Shiyu said that now only She Chaos could destroy him. She asked not to waste her for nothing. Ani Chen agreed with her. Xiao Hao needs to attack with all their might, and they will defend themselves. The boy thanked them. He wanted to finish this battle as soon as possible. DPS was on top. The higher the player, the higher the damage. Shihao noticed a magic barrier. The demon said that perhaps the guy is smart enough to destroy his magic crystal, but he certainly could not cope with his heavenly sphere. The guy decided that this was already a problem. While his two heads read the spell, this magic barrier will continue to recharge. Shihao warned the system that the continuation of the attack could lead to overstrain and reboot. The monster shouted that all this was useless, and he was the chosen one of the gods. The guy realized that he did not focus on his heart on his shoulder. The power of the attack exceeded strength. The reboot begins, the level of health continues to fall. The remaining time of 30 seconds. The monster exclaimed that he loves to watch arrogant upstarts defeat. Even the supreme priest of their church admires his protection. Shihao thought that now the main goal is to break through his defense. Otherwise, he is afraid that they will not be able to leave here alive. He needs more strength to overcome the speed of restoration of the protective barrier. Xiao Hao asked Weiss to see if he had an equipment, items that could increase his strength in a short time. Weiss told the owner that he has nothing at all. Even banks with the simplest potion of power. Shihao decided that you can use something like that. And he asked if any of the children of the potion of strength or something like that. Ani-chan replied that he had no potion. Mio, I already said that she has only a potion of intelligence. Shihao asked about Sai. If there was, asked to give him faster to him. And he will pay a little later. The girl threw him a potion and exclaimed that she did not say a word about money. She did not want to give him due to side effects. It was the potion of the power of Hercules. It increases power readings by 300%. After the end of the effect, the debuff is imposed a weakened state that cannot be removed by any means. For 2 whole hours. Shiyu asked Shichao, doesn't he want to save his family? What will he do after debuff? When the guy began to drink this potion, she asked if he was listening to her at all. I didn't even think for a second. Shihao replied that he would think about it later. If they cannot cope with the problem, which is right in front of them, then what can we say about others? In addition, they are already here, his family. The demon was afraid that suddenly began to happen. The demon began to scream. What incredible power! Shihao was surprised what a reckless battle style. The guys asked Mio I carefully monitor number Shihao. But the HP falls too fast. He does not have time. The demon noticed that the power of this guy has increased several times. At such a pace, his protective barrier will not have time to recover. However, he does not have many HP. We need to catch the moment when he opens and inflict a mortal blow to him. The demon could not understand how possible. His heart was affected. But why? He received a divine blessing. He threatened that having defeated him, they would not stop the coming of the ancient gods. The government of the old god cannot be defeated. They will all die a terrible death. Shihao noticed that he was going to explode. Then he decided to destroy their entire gang. And then the boy won, after which he collapsed to the ground. A rare elite creature was killed, a giant demon of a bloody crystal, and 200,000 of experience and a lot of gold were received. The owner goes into a weakened state for 2 hours. Shihao thought that it was finally over. Well, what should he do now? It remains only to rely on these 3. But it is unusual to trust the lives of other people, and unexpectedly approached him by an older student at him. Siyu and Miao I covered Xiao with me and asked what he was up to. Really decided to show his true face. Mio I exclaimed that he would not harm him. Ani Chen stuck his sword in the ground and asked the girls to remove weapons. They misunderstood everything. He just thought that's all. No need to react so violently. Shiyu exclaimed that she would not just believe in this nonsense. He asked, didn't they just fought his shoulder to the shoulder on the verge of life and death? why she still doubts it. He was just a little shocked by the power of Shi Chao. He has no evil intentions. In addition, if he really wanted to kill someone, if two fragile girls could stop him, he told Shi Hao that he would carry him. After all, weakness is serious. The boy replied that he was able to go himself. I told Shi Hao that he was just incredible. Usually people in a weakened state are maximum, and he can stand and go. It is simply unthinkable. The guy replied that there was nothing unusual in this, and asked Miss Seu not to be nervous. Ani Chen went through a lot with them. They are combat comrades. More trust is needed. Weiss told the owner that the just spectral aura of this guy was dark black. It is impossible to determine who was directed to kill, at the boss or the owner. Shi Hao decided that regardless of what he was pursuing the goals to keep secrets before finally to break his relationship with him, they should pretend. Then we are glad to cooperate. The guys looked at the sky and noticed that the spatial break completely disappeared. I exclaimed, that they finally managed to prevent the coming of the ancient god. Now the biggest threat has been eliminated. Shi Hao asked them not to rejoice ahead of time. Although they closed the spatial break, the problem with the invasion of monsters is still not solved. They must remain vigilant, so his life is in their hands. The guy lay exhausted to the stone. Then he got up and said that now that they destroyed all the bloody crystals, the connection was supposed to recover. Shi Yu replied that she would try to contact the head. Mo sent him a message. The boy said that it was not necessary, since she had already contacted him. The girl was very surprised. Is it really so important according to the head? Shi Hao began to report to Mo on the situation. Yu had some mixed feelings in his chest. Whether she is jealous of Shi Chao or is simply jealous. Mo told Shi Hao that they had already requested reinforcement from the signalman. But they will need some time, and soon they will come to them. Shi Hao replied that they did not need to go to them. It is better to meet at the secret passage leading to the 8th district, near the communication bridge. He decided to send them the coordinates. Miss Mo was surprised how he knew about this secret passage. It is not surprising that he liked her. She realized that he was in a weakened state, and asked him not to dare to die because of such a trifle, since he is a genius on whom she laid his eyes. Ani Chen whispered in the boy's ear, which they say as if they had a far from ordinary relationship with Miss Mo. He thought it was gossip, but when he heard the conversation, he realized that this was not so. He said that he was jealous of him. Shi Hao said that this is part. However, he laid a little with this girl as a patron. When asked whether this is true, the guy replied that he really seems so, and they went forward. And here's the 9th zone of security, a communication bridge. They asked to open the gate while they throw people to the mercy of fate. The people asked to remain calm. They must wait for the order of a higher command. People asked not to carry nonsense because the monsters are about to capture them. They wanted warriors to open the gate faster. Meanwhile, a secret passage to the 8th district. The man told the Xiao Hao family that they really could not go through the communication bridge. Even here, the cries of civilians are heard. The boy's mother was worried why Shi Chaos had not come yet. Fei Fai asked her not to worry. They contacted him and he would come soon. Their brother is cool, and nothing will happen to him. And then on the horizon appeared Xiao with his team. He began to welcome his family. Fei Fai rushed to her brother, rejoicing that he was in order. She was so worried about him. Father said that it was great happiness, that their family finally reunited. But why does he look so exhausted? The boy answered his mother that everything was fine. This is just weakness. He will rest a little and everything will pass. Nana began to cry and say that finally the family reunited again. And she thought about what disgusting feelings of lower creatures. Shi Hao stroked her head and praised her. Only thanks to her, his family is safe now. The girl replied that for the sake of the master, she would do anything. And she herself thought that he was now in a weakened state, and it would be easier to kill him. But her body still cannot move in accordance with her true consciousness. Then someone called to the guy apologizing for preventing the reunification of the family. It was a Moscow region. She said that now there is no time to have fun. The main boss of the invasion of the red-tailed Baya appeared. He appeared and stabilized the state of evil spirits. The entire 9th district can turn into a kind of peace. People will no longer be able to live here. Everyone will be forced to evacuate. Shi Hao exclaimed that they came out to capture this place in order to justify their den from people behind them. But what do they eventually achieve? Mo explained that this is all just evil. For them, this behavior is normal. This boss is in the 90s. Shi Hao exclaimed that this was not a joke. Miao Ai said that even a professional detachment would be difficult to go out winners. Shiyu said that she did not know whether it was possible to believe her source of information. Miss Mom exclaimed that the information is reliable. She saw him with her own eyes. They were very surprised that she saw a boss. The girl explained that they watched him from afar. However, he almost killed her with his gaze alone. They managed to warn her that they were discovered, and they advised to get out of here as soon as possible, until he began to attack. He was so far away, but he almost managed to take her life. Although she is not afraid of death, she does not manage to suppress this fear. It is as if he comes directly from her soul. Shihao said that most likely she fell under his debuff. There is no need to be afraid. She managed to survive his attack, which is simply incredible. The girl's comrades showed him the class, but he thought that they misunderstood everything. Mo said that it is necessary to go directly to the matter. First of all, she contacted the Hanmo clan research detachment, and they confirmed that this boss belongs to 28 constellations. After the start of the OL era, everything in the world was subjected to mutation, including evil spirits. There are 28 monsters of the bosses. Red-tailed Baya is one of the bosses of the side of the world of Zinlin Constellation Tale. He mercilessly destroyed several dozen small cities. Shihao realized that small clans practically gave him their lives. But if you leave everything as it is and let him wander around, then sooner or later he will face large groups like there. The Hanmo clan has already mobilized and sent a detachment of well-trained soldiers. Soon they will arrive here. Other groups will also come here to kill the monster first. Mo said that among them the An Chen group, Huanzhan. The guy replied that for them to kill the monster is the first to be more important than their own lives. Shihao exclaimed that a lot of people were interested in destroying the boss. Is it really some special loot, for example, legendary equipment? Mo explained that he understood everything correctly. Such bosses have their own possessions. Those who first kill him will receive the key to the jogging door to these possessions. The number of resources in this possession is 5 times higher than their number in an ordinary dungeon of the same level. This is if for money at least 2 billion. Shihao was in earnest surprised. Although he is weak, he is simply obliged to try. Ani-chan asked the guy what he was planning. This is still a 90s boss. He really has not yet shown everything he was capable of. Shihao thought that the boss forces much exceed him. But he can use a huge number of experience points to unlock the NB account. Mo asked to return to the issue of temporary retreat to the 8th district. As for the remaining citizens there, when the military can kill the boss, they will naturally save them. The commander wanted to ask Xiao Hao. For safety reasons, the coordinates of this passage were classified. The information was known only to a few people. How did he find out about it? Shihao replied that one girl from the security service told him. It seems she was with him in the same detachment. Shenfei immediately grabbed the guy by the shoulders and asked if she was called Qin Lu. Where is she, and what is happening to her now? The commander asked the boy to calm down. He did not know how to start a conversation. Shihao realized that this girl was in a relationship with Shenfei. Leaning toward him, he said that the monsters killed her. She did this so that he could escape, and these coordinates told him before his death. She is a very good person. The guy was very upset and began to scream how this could happen. Qin Lu died. The commander asked the guy to pull himself together. At least she is not a deserter. Her victim is very valuable. The guy replied that she had already died and there is no value. Shihao thought that he was right. In this era, the only real value is life. To hope that this lie will bring him even a drop of comfort. Fei Fai meanwhile called his brother and pointed out the light ahead. Apparently there is a way out. He rushes forward, completely unaware of what happened behind. She really ran into the door and asked what she was shaking there. But she was immediately stopped by armed people. A gray-haired man exclaimed that this is his mountain and his tree. If she wants to go here, then he should pay a bunch. Shihao asked who they are and how do they know about the secret passage. Fei Fai noticed that they had high levels, asked to be careful. The man replied that these were trifles for a hunter tempered by the battles like him. He heard that the 9th district was attacked by monsters, so they decided to settle here and wait for a successful deal. As a result, they came across a large fish, and he asked if Miss Mo thinks so much. She was surprised how he knew her name, and at the same time dares to block her path. Apparently he is very confident in himself. It seems to her that she had already seen him somewhere and asked what kind of group he was from. The man exclaimed that for him this is a great honor, that she remembered him. Now he is a free hunter for relics. They came here to replenish the reserves, so that they can go further only if they leave all their money and equipment here. For the sake of money, he is ready to deprive anyone, so he asked to obey. Mo replied that from birth there were always many people who tried to destroy her plans, but they all finished badly. Is he sure that he wants to continue? The man exclaimed that this was a coincidence. From birth, he did everything he wanted, so he wants to continue. He had heard that Miss Mo was holding 2 incredibly strong bodyguards of the twins, but these attacks, for some reason they are very weak. He does not even need to strain to parry them. If this is all that they are capable of, then he is incredibly disappointed. How is it possible that a person of 65th levels easily defeated 2 soldiers of the 60th level? Shi Hao thought that even with his level it was impossible to repel 2 such attacks with one hand, and he also counterattacked. The bodyguards are too strong. This should be some explanation. Did he really get debuff from the 90s boss? Then it is not surprising that they are much weaker than usual. The man wanted to crush the heads of these 2 guys. He wanted to remind her, all the leaders should know that in their era, the most valuable and expensive is talents. Mo asked to let them go. Shi Yu wanted to come to the rescue. The girl asked her not to approach. One of the men aimed at it. He said that if life is dear to her, then let his mistress obey. Otherwise, he will leave the hole in her beautiful face. To that healthy man, the commander is also better not to hide if he does not want his head to turn into a cactus. The rest seemed to behave calmly. One of the opponents said that since they had nothing to do small levels, and he was just hungry. Shi Hao noted that the levels and characteristics of these children are significantly different from the hunters, until the end of the weakening effect has been left for more than 30 minutes. 2 million that he had just received did not even have time to feel the warmth of his hands, and he should already say goodbye to them. Miss Mo exclaimed that money means nothing for her. She has a little more than 80 million with her. She can give them only so that they let people go. The man said that the words of Lady Mo cheered him up. And let not worry, because the paw of flies also has meat. It was not easy to move to a safe zone, although the benefit of this is colossal. Having no money, it is difficult to take a step in wild wastelands. The man gave the command to tear everyone out cleanly without leaving anything. His people immediately obeyed. Miss Mo asked if he was thinking that there was little logic in his words. She asked to take only her money. But Shi Hao stopped the girl, thanking her because she was trying to maintain their equipment. But they are not the best option for anger. The man did not expect that a high-ranking lady seemed to decide to bend for some commoners. The second warrior asked to give the money and the inventory voluntarily, or they themselves would take everything away. Well, he warns that it will be very painful and unpleasant. The boss was told that they earned Mountain. The man laughed and thanked them for the gifts. Ani Chen asked Shi Chao not to lose heart. Money is not the main thing. Now you need to save your life. The boy thought it was just a physiological reaction. Mo suddenly remembered who they were. They are former members of the Huanzhen group, combat detachment of Di Huan. The man exclaimed that now that she remembered everything, he no longer needs to hide. This is really so. He is a Grey Wolf Reiner from the Di Huan detachment. He called her his name. If the clan Hanmo wants to take revenge, then let them do it. He, Reiner, is waiting for them in deserted wastelands at any time. The man called Feng Mina and asked what scum dared to attack his younger brother. Suddenly, Ani Chen went to him. He explained that he had been looking for him for 5 years. Blade appeared on his hands. He was not like a person. Shi Hao noticed that bone blades grew out of the hands of Ani Chen, like Zegra. So he also killed a 5-level soldier from one blow. He really hid his strength. The guy exclaimed that he did not expect to meet him here, the Grey Wolf of Reiner. He has one thing for him, for which he was looking for him for 5 whole years. The man asked who he was. He broke and dared to kill his brother. Does he know him? First I decided to kill the guy, and then everyone else. He was going to bury them with his brother. The comrades listened to the boss, and they exclaimed that they would tear them to pieces and take revenge on Fei Mina. Ani Cheng said that this applies only to the 3 of them, and asked not to draw others. They will soon die soon. It is pointless to threaten him. Raynor noticed that this bastard is too self-confident. Does he really think that he will be able to defeat their 4 alone? In this life, he announced to many people, but they will not remember this boy. He asked his people to finish with him. How this bastard dared to attack him. Does he really think that he will be alive from here? The boy told him his name and asked him if he would recall him. Anor, once he was his subordinate. There was not a scratch on the guy as possible. The man replied that of course he remembers. Even when he was in the Di Huang detachment, she was the main combat power of the team of Grey Wolves. But she assigned the property of the detachment, after which she disappeared. She is a creature who betrayed her comrades. Because of her, he was expelled from the detachment. She destroyed his whole life. I remembered this and immediately became furious. Ani-chan asked him to close his mouth, because his sister is not such a person. Reiner began to insult her. It is not surprising that she was so familiar to him. The man gave the order to attack him, the three of them. Let him pay for his sins. But this guy is not so simple, and you need to listen to his instructions. Ani-chan exclaimed that they should pay. He will give him the last chance. The boy turned into a monster. He easily killed his brothers. What kind of person is this? Judging by his appearance, he is not a person at all. The man said that he apparently had to retrain new children. And transformed, exclaimed that he could also change his appearance. His name is not just the name of the Grey Wolf. In the wastelands, he killed more monsters than a guy can imagine. Ani-chan asked him to attack him where his sister was. Reiner advised to go to hell and ask her himself. They merged in a powerful attack trying to kill each other. Xiao Hao and the guys tried to hide so that their attacks did not hurt them. He felt incredible power. This battle is a completely different level compared to the one in which he defeated the bloody giant, accepting the potion of power. Why did this guy reveal himself? Now they are unlikely to be able to maintain friendly relations. The monsters guy was the last time he asked where his sister was. The man could not understand where the guy got from this power. Where is justice? Why is he an old soldier who went through many battles, fell by the hands of some kind of jerk? When the monster stepped on his head with his foot, exclaimed that he would say everything. Only so that he does not kill him. He knows where his sister is. She should be in the Sunset Gorge. Then he decided to quietly assign some equipment and resources of the detachment, and then dumped everything on it. But he did not touch her. She himself disappeared. She could not get out of the Sunset Gorge alone, so she should still be there. He asked not to kill him. Nana thought that a modified creature should be ashamed to lose a fight with some low-level carbon form of life. Feifei was upset that the senior student of Ani-chan suddenly turned into a monster. The guy answered Shichao that he himself sees everything. He is smart enough, so he does not need to explain anything. Shihao asked why he chose such a way. Was there really no other way out? The guy asked not to ask unnecessary questions. This world is too complicated. All people have their own secrets and scars, because he is also like that. It is a pity that he did not have such tethered abilities as Xiao Hao. To gain power, he concluded a deal with them. Shihao asked what the price of this power is. Is this somehow connected with the invasion of monsters? Ani-chan replied that it was. He helped them open spatial faults, and they gave him strength so that he could take revenge. The boy explained that sometimes monsters are much more reliable than people. The guys were very surprised at his words. Feifei pulled her arrow on the monster who had spread to the sides and asked why he did it. Does he know how many people died because of him, and how many happy families were destroyed? Now he just wants to leave, as if nothing had happened. Does his heart really not hurt at all? Ani-chan answered the girl that he no longer had a heart and immediately apologized. He explained that he was indifferent to this world, and he must save her, his sister. Shihao asked the girl to leave him, let him leave. He left them alive. They should be grateful to him at least for this. The guy thanked Ani-chan for not killing them. When he received weakening, he wanted to kill him. But since they went in such ways, then at the next meeting he will not restrain himself. Ani-chan replied that nothing would really tame him. He really wanted to kill him, because he envied him with a happy family and incredible power. He hopes that next time his hand will not tremble. Shihao thought that if he did not have an account of the Lord, and his family was in danger to gain strength, he would do the same. Miss Mo said that in any case the problem is solved and you need to go. The last battle created too much noise. Troubles may arise. Shihao said there is another very important thing. She asked which one. The guy replied that of course about the return of the stolen money and equipment. If an older student Ayan-chan did not get angry, they would be left without a penny. Last time, he harvested a rich harvest from the detachment of mercenaries of the Black Tiger. What will happen now? He received money and equipment that initially belonged to him. I received money, the creator of lawlessness of the wasteland, a protective device. He also received an enthusiastic robot, an illusory killer, a ghost executioner, nanovolcano, and 60 magic crystals. A reward was received for the murder of 100,000 points of experience. They also earned experience without moving their finger. To himself, he thanked Ani-chan for a good job. Nana noticed that even she had a level. Mayo, I got 10 levels. Mo said that the opponents were a high level, so that it is not surprising. Feifei said only to think that it is thanks to Ani-chan, and it becomes difficult to rejoice. The boy asked his sister not to think too much. They are alive, and this is the main thing. Simple and the dead cannot stutter about justice. Sister asked her brother what was important for him. What makes him become stronger? Putting his hand on his sister's head, he asked if this was obvious. Mo asked everyone to go. They are not far from the place whose coordinates were agreed with a rescue team. They need to accelerate. And before us, the periphery of the 8th security zone. There was a team to carefully monitor the gate. Not a single refugee from the 9th region should get inside. But the warriors understood that they would doom people to death. The captain began to scream at the subordinate that this was an order from above. If they don't like something, they can go out and fight with monsters. But they did not dare to disobey the captain. He asked them to shut up and hold the gate closed. If at least one person passes, then they all end. Shihao realized that apparently they were not going to open the gate. Faced with the monsters, they even directed their weapons on their own. Mo told the guy that she knew what he was thinking about. But some things cannot be changed by them. Therefore, now the best solution will be to come to terms. Nana thought to herself that the race is on the verge of life and death, but they do not forget about the feud. What stupid creatures. And so they finally arrived at the destination. This is what Miss Mo said about the formation of the Han Mo group. Their goal was to ensure security and begin to fulfill the mission. Outsiders were asked to immediately move back, otherwise they would be forced to open fire. Mo explained that these people were her guests, and they will go with them. The man replied that they received an order to ensure the safety of the mistress, her bodyguards, and other members of the group. The instructions say nothing about outsiders. The girl exclaimed how they dare not to obey her orders. They asked the mistress to take into account special martial law. They asked to go to the plane faster. They took the girl by the waist, pushing forward. The bodyguards asked to remove their hands from her. The guys asked if they would really bother them. Then Yin Xuan appeared. She told the mistress that she came to pick her up. And she asked not to be angry, because she should return with them. Mo was surprised that she first came to meet her. Really decided to take advantage of the hype and attack her right here. The girl asked if she would have dared. The lady should not have understood everything. The chairman and young master are worried about her. Mo exclaimed that she had already said everything. They are her guests, so they will go with them. The girl replied that unfortunately she had no such powers. Recently, the board of directors decided to minimize losses and protect the company's assets. The level of its powers is temporarily reduced to the level of ordinary directors. It must comply with all the instructions laid in wartime. Shihao could not understand where there are so many disagreements inside a rich family. The girl apologized to Shihao. He remembered that Miss Mo said that it was for the sake of maintaining the company's resources. So if he now agrees with her proposal to join Hanmo, then he and his family will become part of her team. Although he does not want to do this, this is the only way to ensure the long-term security of his family. Fei Fai asked her brother if he thought well. He replied that of course it was good because this is the result of his deep thought. Miss Mo decided that he had finally made a decision. And to myself, I thought that it doesn't matter why he decided to join them, because of the events with Ani-chan, or for the sake of the family. For her, this is the best layout. Sister Shihao thought that, at least in the current situation, to join the Hanmo group for them the best option. But knowing the character of his brother, he made this decision not for himself. He did it for the sake of their safety. They became a burden for his brother. Because of them, he is forced to be someone's pawn. Mo promised that if he enters into a grouping, she would become an important resource for their company, which means that he and his family will be protected by Hanmo. Mo asked if she had deprived her of the secret of directors of the right to recruit talented recruits. The girl replied that this was not. But is she sure about this boy? Even if its true level is not equal to the 6th, which can be seen by his characteristics, judging by his miserable appearance, how good he can be. She advised to think carefully so as not to get garbage to her team. If he does not cope well, this will negatively affect their reputation. Mo explained that she judges about the worthy of Shihao by his skills and not by her chatter. Therefore, she does not need to worry about her reputation. Miss Mo exclaimed that from that moment on, Xiaohao officially becomes a member of the Mo Gong detachment. Yin Xuan congratulated the guy. After all, many talented warriors could not get into the detachment of Mo Gong, and he had such a magnificent chance. But let not rejoice ahead of time. Those who talk only about the power to be in the detachment for them worse than death. Shihao exclaimed that she was not listening to him at all. He did not say that he wants to join the Mo Gong team. He only said that he would join the Hanmo group. After all, the mistress knows that he is too freedom-loving person, and he hates himself to limit himself to some rules. He can join the group and lead a new detachment. Yinchuan was very surprised that he refuses to join the high-class detachment of Mogong. She thought that he was just a small, lubricated Alphonse, apparently mistaken. Apparently he really knows nothing. There are a lot of small detachments in Hanmo, but depending on the status or resources that they have, none of them can compare with Mogun. He just in vain insults the mistress in his own words. Shi Hao replied that he did not care about the status of the detachment. It's all right, while he is enough. He does not like when there is no way to act in his style and in accordance with his ideas. Even if this is a detachment of Mogong, he can never become one of them. Yin Shen told Miss Mo that she had never met such idiots. One should congratulate her on such a treasure. At least now in their environment, it will always be fun. Since he is so confident in himself, she leaves the safety of the lady on him. She goes to the front line to her comrades. They still need to understand something. She will look forward to his ideas in the future. Shi Hao said that he would not disappoint his senior comrades. Miss Mo asked the guy if he was really going to do this. Shi Hao replied that of course yes. He came up with the name of the detachment. He will be called the Orthodox Detachment. Great name. Immediately you feel superiority and a certain audacity. Mo advised him to think carefully. It is quite easy to form a new detachment, but it is much more difficult to develop it than it seems. Firstly, the basis of the formation of the detachment is finances and its members. Secondly, the distribution of resources. Young detachments do not have the right to participate in the distribution of resources after performing various kinds of tasks and passing the dungeons. They get scraps remaining after experienced detachments take away all the best. He will face oppression from other detachments. Not one detachment will not allow competitors. They will certainly do everything possible to insert sticks into the wheels. It is not the fact that he can withstand them, and the main problem is that she can no longer help him. You will have to fully and completely rely on yourself. Shi Hao replied that apparently they were waiting for the thorny path. She asked why then he refuses to join the Mo Gong detachment. He asked if she really did not understand what goal he pursues. Miss Mo asked what goal he could pursue. The boy explained that on the one hand, he does this so that he would not be oppressed, but on the other hand, her position in Hanmo is very shaky. Otherwise this woman would not allow herself such behavior. Now her powers are limited. It is obvious that her eldest or younger brother is taking active actions against her, and even if she persuades him to join Mogong, he is unlikely to be able to help her with something. Therefore, it is best to create a new detachment, a sovereign's detachment, and in the future, it will become its special force. Mo was very surprised. Did he really come up with all this from the very beginning? Well, of course, he has one condition. He will manage the distribution of profits and resources in the team personally. He cannot abandon his, so to speak, personal interests. The system told the owner that the action of debuff has expired. The boy was delighted that at last this disgusting debuff was asleep. He asked to look after his family, and he has another businessman. Mo replied that they had so difficult to reach the 8th district, and he was still gathered somewhere. Shi Hao replied that he was of course going to see how professional detachments would fight the world boss. He cannot miss such a unique opportunity. Mother Shi Hao told her son that it was too dangerous to go there. Father exclaimed that although he would support any of his solutions, but still, this is a 90th boss. He advised him to think carefully about it. Feifei told his brother that he understood his feelings, but their family only reunited. Shi Hao replied that he understands their concern for him, but he is not so stupid as to expose his life in danger. They tried to convince him. He does not even represent how strong this red-tailed Baya is. Mo explained that most likely he would have to face other detachments who came to visit the boss. They can be much more dangerous than the red-tailed Baya itself. After all, the hearts of people and their desires are much worse than monsters. He asked not to worry. He knows the measure and does not plan to climb into the thick of the battle. They will remain on the periphery. He thought that if he finds his weak place, he would never miss such a chance. I thought that he was not only incredibly strong, he is also full of the spirit of adventurism. How good it is that he joined Hanmo. Compared to him, she is too useless. People who are unfamiliar with this region will have to start everything from scratch. How to provide parents with a calm life now. Suddenly Shi Chao turned to her. He asked if she wanted to join his detachment. Then they will take care of her family. He sincerely would like to invite her to the detachment. I immediately agreed, and she hugged Xiao with tears in her eyes. Feifei asked to unhook from her brother. The boy asked the mistress if this was a problem. She replied that he was the founder of the detachment, so the responsibility for the selection of its participants is completely lying on it. so that she would probably keep silent. Fei Fei realized that she did not hear her at all. I thanked Shi Chao and said that she would continue to become stronger in order to fully comply with his team. Shi Hao asked the commander what they planned to do now. The commander replied that their houses and the company are in the 8th district, so that they would simply return and live as before. The boy exclaimed that this is good. Since everyone has a clear plan, now he can calmly go about his business. The 90 level of the world boss caused him some pleasant excitement. The commander thought to himself that this guy was not experiencing a drop of fear. He is opposite in anticipation. But his statement that Qin Lu died, trying to protect him, is very suspicious. Father told his son that he grew up and became stronger. He has the right to make decisions on his own, but it must be remembered that life is the basis of everything. Shi Hao replied that he knows. Shi Hao told Nana that she should also behave well. Until he is there, he will leave his parents' defense on her. The girl smiled, and at that time she thought that he would fall faster. He will die, and she will finally be free. The boy said goodbye to everyone and wandered around with his hand. Then Miss Mo called him. She said that she would send him the coordinates of the location of the boss and transmit some materials to be sure that at a critical moment he would not die. Miss Shi Yu said that he would also give him some little things, so that he is simply obliged to return alive. He received many very good objects, the highest class, and thanked them for that. They asked him to return alive. Shi Hao told himself that even if he was going to only observe, you need to prepare well. If all this somehow affects it, it is impossible for the losses to exceed the benefit. Therefore, he decided to enter the system space. He asked the system whether it was possible to unlock a truly powerful character with a chance of 100%. The system explained that one of the options to use 300,000 experience points to unlock the account. He thought that it sounds as if they were trying to stretch out of him to the maximum. Apparently there are their pitfalls. The second option is to use 1 million experience points to directly open a special overlord account, which allows you to use your combat skills 100%. Then he decided to simply open a special overlord account. Although 1 million experience points are a little too much. To begin with, he wants to exchange these ancient magic crystals for experience, that he did successfully. Given the existing experience points gained in battles, the current amount of experience is 720,000. Shi Hao realized that previous battles were not in vain, and from magic crystals, he received quite a lot of experience. In the future, you need to study them in more detail. Luo Feng wanted to contact him. The connection with the boss is finally restored with him. Shi Hao asked if they were there, and as an atmosphere. The girl explained that everything is fine with them. They did everything as he said. They are safe now. He and Huan Tian stocked up food. For a week should be enough. However, the director came under weaknesses and now in a coma. Shi Hao said that he has a potion to get rid of weakness he will soon be. Now the detachments of all groups will fight the boss in the 9th region. Presumably, this battle will affect the entire area, so that they should be safe underground. They were surprised that Shi Chao also wants to go to the battle with the boss. They would also like to see, but the stronger does not allow. Shi Hao asked not yet to talk about it. He would soon be chat. The boy thought that now I had to return to the academy, transfer the potion to the director, and leave, and then kill as many mobs as possible in the 9th region to accumulate experience, and then unlock the special account of the Lord to the battle with the boss. Then, on the verge of insanity, to feel the soil during the battle with the boss, look for its weaknesses. He became interested in what kind of group this aviation detachment. Usually in the 9th region you can't see this. Everyone has already begun to gather, but he does not think that the battle will begin so immediately. The chances that the teams will be friendly towards each other are 0. At first, there will be either negotiations or an internecine battle, before no one will touch the boss. Now the main thing is that in the 9th region there were enough monsters to accumulate 1 million experience points. Xiao Hao clenched his fists and exclaimed, turning to the monsters in advance that he was going to them. If a team of professionals is taken for business, then the problem will be eliminated in the near future. But it all depends on the effectiveness of their actions. So, for them to stay at the academy will be the best option. He has already delivered a medicine for recovery after weakness to the academy. So more to worry more. Shi Hao asked the director if he was better. The director replied that everything was in order and thanked him for the medicine, since he again saved his life. Shi Hao wanted to tell the director something. During that incident, he had to take all the objects from the vault of the academy. He used some of them in battle, so he asks him not to be angry much. The director exclaimed that he was grateful to him, For the sake of fighting monsters, he could use all things. He regrets only that his old bones are no longer suitable for anything, and he cannot go to destroy the enemies with him. When the director coughed, the teacher asked him to be calmer, since he only recovered from a serious injury. Shihao thought that at least the director is star, his spirit was still hot. From only the words it became scary. He figured out the affairs of the academy, so that now he could calmly engage in the destruction of monsters. But since he left the academy, only a few enemies met him. It is very strange. Meanwhile, one of the monsters, the bloodthirsty king of the wolves, felt fresh human meat. Next to him was the hellish Cyclops and the bull of a fighting hammer. The wolf thought that all the little people fled from these places, but it seems they were lucky. One dumbass nevertheless came directly to their paws. Cyclops exclaimed that Mr. Baya forbade them to leave this place. They could not even come out to kill the people. How bored they were bored. The bull asked if he wanted to die, how he can complain about the orders of the master. Now that the toy itself has come to them, they can have fun a little. Shihao asked where the other monsters were. Since they finally met a living person, why not call the rest of the comrades to see? The monster exclaimed that this garbage is too arrogant. He is only 6th level, so there is no need to call others, because little things like him will not be enough for him. The rest of the monsters asked not to be so impulsive. He will crush him with his hammer. It is better to play first. Shihao said that their bull was too sharp. It seems to be not red. He can say the same thing about them. This crumbs of experience will not be enough for him. The monsters were surprised how he killed the bull in a second. The wolf thought that the boy should be hiding his true power, and he offered to attack altogether. Shihao exclaimed that he would not fight yet and ran forward. Cyclops decided that this vessel was trying to escape, and they decided to run after him. A huge monster of the cat said that he was so overeat that he was no longer climbing into him. People are so tasty, but when I saw a guy in front of him, he was very surprised that it just flew past him. What is happening at all? The monsters asked Koshak what it was. He sat down and offered to run after him. The cat called him Bald Wolf. This boy will be him, even if he does not think to take him away. Where is the person? Because he just dreamed of people. The boy played with them, running away. He asked him to gobble up if they could. The monsters could not understand where so much dope came from. They promised to eat it very gently. Shihao noticed that there were about 30 of them. It seems that all the monsters of this area fled. The boy decided to do it right here. The monsters thought he was already completely exhausted. The wolf exclaimed what it means time came to die and laughed immediately. All the monsters were trapped. They shouted that they could not get out. The protective barrier was activated. The time of action is 360 seconds. The countdown began. Cyclops said that the boy decided to facilitate their work. He apparently lost all the brains along the way. He used the protective barrier so much so that he closed himself in with them. Shihao asked who told them that. He decided to use a merciless, ghostly killer. After that, a transformation began with a lasting 3 minutes. The boy began to direct the weapon towards the monsters. Shells hit them right. The monsters decided to run away from here rather. But one of them considered them idiots. This is only one person. Only 2 need to throw 2 on the embrasure, and the rest will kill him at that time. They could not understand what was happening. In front of them were the very detonating robots. The enemy is automatically found and detonated immediately after approaching. Causes huge damage. Shihao increased a lot of experience points. He decided that still an explosion is an art. And he began to recall whose phrase this phrase. And then the battle is over. More than 129,000 experience was accumulated. He brought mobs with him as much as 120,000, and this is very cool. At such a pace, he will quickly collect the remaining glasses, but there are no more monsters in this zone. If he is going to find more, he will have to advance deep into the district, closer to the boss, and there the situation is much more complicated. He decided to think about it later. First, you need to take it a little behind him, otherwise the skirmish was too large. Other detachments cannot be attracted by noise. He had a flying heavenly fragment in his hands. Are legendary objects from ordinary mobs. Still, there are 4 more fragments that form a single whole together. He thought what was engraved on him. I have never seen such patterns before. This is some kind of alien text. The boy realized that the key to unraveling in these symbols, but who could read them? Is it really possible to get more information about this subject? Then some team appeared, and they in surprise asked where so much smoke came from. The captain of the detachment asked Chaos if he had arranged it all. It was a subordinate corporation, Tianquan, a detachment of peacekeepers, the 14th platoon. The captain said that if he wants to live, then he would better tell the truth. Shihao asked the captain not to shoot. He is just a harmless student. The captain gave the order to verify this information. The information was confirmed. This boy is a really ordinary student of the academy. Shichao had some kind of déjà vu. For the captain, this was even more strange. Who then could kill such a large group of monsters? They missed so much experience and Luda. The captain took out a knife and began to ask the guy that some kind of newcomer-level newcomer forgot here what he saw and who killed all these monsters. He advised me to tell the truth as soon as possible. Shihao asked the captain to spare. The monsters attacked their academy. He ran away in fear and was alone here. When he came here, everything was so. He does not know what happened here. The captain said that ordinary people who face their knife to face his knife, but he would still bend his line. So he is really one of the students of Tights, but he is really lucky. He managed to survive alone. But he should not linger here. They are about to enter the battle with the detachment of Mo Gong. If he is a life of life, he advises to stay away from them. Shihao asked if this is a team that from year to year he takes a leading position in the ranking. He heard that all participants in this detachment are incredibly strong. The captain exclaimed that no matter how good a detachment of Mo Gong was, today they will grab Lulei, and their Chuanxi detachment will become the strongest. He heard that Yin Xuan will be there too, although it will not be so simple to cope with her. However, when the rest are crushed, he simply must try it. But the boy thought that she was too tough for him. Shihao said that the Mo Gong detachment is really cool, but whether they will definitely cope with them. Do they really have any plan? The captain replied that there really is. He began to say what his plan is, but immediately stopped. Why should he tell something at all? He asked the boy to fail from here. Shihao exclaimed that he was a student, so he asked to tell everything he knows. He hopes that he is not one of those who do not appreciate a good attitude towards himself. The captain replied that he had given him a chance to leave here alive, and the guy also dares him. Shihao exclaimed that he was the first to start. It's time to dig in experience and hit him in the back with all his might. The boy realized that he was still alive. Apparently his level is not enough to shake the enemy above the 50th level. His original plan will not work. You will have to change the strategy, otherwise he will not pull the fight of 5-1. The captain asked where this baby could have such a silver. All this time he pretended to be an idiot to fool them. He exclaimed that he would tear him into small pieces. The remains will feed the monsters. Shihao realized that their levels were too high. If it continues to continue, then he would not last long. In the end, there are as much as 5. You need to remove them one at a time. The captain attacked him with knives. He called him an arrogant bastard that he dared to challenge their detachment alone. Shihao asked why he even got that he had no fire support. 2 huge guns appeared in front of him. The abilities of the weapon are endless cartridges and a head rupture has not yet been recharged. The system asked the owner to take this in note. The weapon was aimed precisely at the captain, so now he can only defend himself. He decided to leave this guy on his people while he figures out how to deal with guns. Shihao noticed that they increase the speed with the help of electricity. Trying to deprive him of the ways of retreat, it will not be easy. One of the attacks of the attack did not fall into it. He had an incredible speed. This is what a professional combat detachment means. They understand each other without words and work very harmoniously. So they use electrical abilities to increase speed. He can't keep up with him. Why it seems to him that they are much stronger than the captain. This is somehow strange. He asked Weiss, immediately view his inventory. Do he have objects that allow you to increase speed? The robot found 2 items. Thunder armor of 45th levels. Those very armor that fried the head of the detachment of mercenaries of the Black Tiger. They can significantly increase speed. There is an object of the heart of Macon from the personal collection of the director. He is able to increase speed, absorbing electricity. Shihao told Robot that he had spent everything that he took from the storage. If he destroys this detachment, he will definitely be able to gain 1 million experience points, and then he will have the opportunity to unlock a powerful account. How long he did not feel the taste of the battle. The kid chose the merger of the amplification. The detachment was very surprised what was happening. Shihao said that he, like a real man, should not be too fast. But if the detachment receives pleasure from speed, then he will have to fight to the victorious end. And so he put on the Thunder armor, which absorb electric damage and significantly increase the speed of the attack. The members of the detachment asked if he really thinks that the change of armor would help. They surpass it with quantity, speed, and strength. Not to mention their deadly and ultra-suffering electric cars. They will turn him into a sieve. Shihao exclaimed that they would still look. And about the electricity, he also has something for them. They were surprised why he accelerated so sharply. The detachment was asked to remain calm. If shooting is useless, it is necessary to use hand-to-hand combat. The guy for the first time had to mock women, except for her sister. Therefore, he asked in advance for forgiveness, if he suddenly does not calculate the power of his blow, and now they began to fly around. After each blow, their clothes scattered to smithereens. The guy realized that the thunder armor of the Makun is a really worthwhile thing. They exclaimed that even at such a speed he could not overcome them. The anti-tank grenade with an electric attribute of the 50th level will be the last that he will see. He laughed at what he was told about an electric attribute. Now it is clear where all this energy comes from, which overflows his body. It turns out that they called him. Maybe they have something else. He is just interested in how much he can withstand. The detachment realized that something was wrong with this guy. His armor is able to absorb their attacks and transform the resulting damage to the buff. This is the nastishness where he could come from. And where did he get such armor? Shihao exclaimed that if they have nothing more, now his turn is to be prompted. The ghouls have lost consciousness. He can leave the battlefield or continue the battle. The owner received 80,000 experience points. Shihao decided to dwell on this. He does not have some deep hatred to them, so that he does not see the point of killing them. But he was wondering how the captain was doing there. In the end, his guns will not be able to hold it forever. But if they stopped shooting, then he would have made himself felt for a long time. The captain, meanwhile, sat hiding behind the wall. Who would have thought that these tools could work for so long? Do they really have an endless supply of cartridges? The man realized that the shooting had stopped. Really, this boy finally died. He began to ask what his people were digging for so long. They could not fill up some boy. In addition, they are in no hurry to treat him. Shihao answered the captain that if he had not stopped shooting, the man would probably stay there forever. The captain was very surprised that the guy was still alive. He called his people scattered across the floor a bunch of garbage. They could not cope with one conveyor. The captain asked them not to pretend to be dead and rather get up. When they return, it will not seem little to them. Shihao said that instead of helping his comrades, he was hiding behind their backs, like a cowardly Shavka. While they beat, not sparing their own lives. But the man menacingly replied that they were not his comrades but simply his slaves. The captain exclaimed that the kid, who had not even sucked milk on his lips, was worthy to fight only with his slaves. But the time has come for the second round. Shihao realized that he was managing them. This is a special skill that allows you to control consciousness by influencing the nervous system. The boy noticed that they were crying. He really attacked his comrades. Such a bastard as he is not worthy to be called the captain. The man will answer that in this world it does not matter what methods you use. Victory is all. In any case, they are only consumable. Shihao said that he agrees with his previous statement. However, there are many ways to win. The guy with one sharp movement cut off the captain's hand. The man immediately screamed in pain and asked not to kill him. He said that he could give him his slaves. They are just useless garbage. Xiaohao hit him with his foot on his face and asked to shut up. I immediately howled in pain. He said that he would do everything he wants. Xiao, stepping on his face, asked him what he and Huan Zheng prepared for the detachment of Mogong. He asked him to tell everything he knows. The man replied that he had already said that they had agreed with the Emperor's group to unite his forces in order to maximize the benefits from Mogong and the team to attack the bosses from behind. Shihao said that he had not yet said about other important things. Such low-level tactics before which a 3-year-old child would be able to think of. Does he really think that the Mogong team will not be ready for this? The captain asked not to step on him. There is even more information. According to the joint intelligence of the team, the boss is constantly on the central square of the 9th region. There are a lot of elite monsters in the vicinity. But fortunately, the distance between them and the boss is quite large, and they are divided. Consequently, their task in this battle is to keep all the elite monsters on the periphery, and prevent the Mogong team from suffering from mobs so that they can attack the boss with a calm soul. Shihao asked if the Tianquan group was a large organization. Why help the Hanmo group? What is the relationship between them? The captain explained that their group of Tianquan is a really large company, but 80% of the business belongs to Hanmo. They are actually just one of their followers. Hanmo has always called them to perform ungrateful work. Last time, Hanmo took all the profit, but they received nothing at all. Shihao realized that they were unhappy and offended at them. Perhaps that is why they are ready to unite with the Emperor and arrange a trap for them. The captain replied that was true. When the group of Mogong will reduce HP boss, they will attract the elite on the battlefield. They will unite with the Emperor and achieve the remaining bosses and spirits. So they will be able to equally share the resulting resources. This will cause serious damage to Hanmo. They will kill two birds with one shot. Shi Hao said that the plan looks good, but it is too idealistic. How he can be sure that the Mogong team has nothing against them? The captain was sure that the 5 main trump cards of the powerful attacking team of the Moscow region really have no equal. But their mortal weakness is pride. They did not expect that they would dare to fight back. And even at this time, the main speaker of the team of Mogong came only with Yin Xuan, which they will use. The captain exclaimed that he had already told him all the secrets and asked if he could leave. Shi Hao replied that in theory, yes, but he recently joined the Hanmo group, and not so well acquainted with the team of Mogong. He cannot just watch how damage is caused to the interests of the group. The captain asked what he wants from him. The guy replied that from the very beginning he did not think to let go of such a discharge like him. If he had not been so valuable, he would not have lived even for several minutes. As for his people, he thinks nothing terrible if you leave everything as it is. Although they are not in a coma, there are no monsters nearby. The Tianquan group should come to their aid. Even if the group does not come, then the detachment will simply wake up. So, there is nothing to worry about. The system congratulated the owner on the receipt of many awards. He could not understand what his skill fell to him. The captain realized that this guy could keep the players in obedience. Finally, Shi Hao received 1 million experience points. He decided to enter the system space rather, and he asked his robot whether there are any ways or objects that can increase luck. Weiss answered the owner that there were no such items, but he can calculate and analyze its current successes. According to the current data calculation, the luck of the owner is the highest SSR level. He does not need help from the outside at all. He can do everything himself, only you need to trust his robot. And then the force is open, luck is also open, whether it is chosen by heaven. Weiss replied that the owner's level definitely exists in all measurements of the plane. This is the first time he sees someone like him. Then the boy decided to believe in her luck. He asked the system to unlock the king's new special account. The system opened the king's special account, and symbols began to appear. He asked the system what was happening, what was in front of him for the black substance. Weiss discovered a wave of evil energy of unknown power. Shi Hao realized that there was some kind of virus in this account. The status of the system has become abnormal. The boy could no longer move. Weiss exclaimed that the value of evil exceeded its calculation limit. A negative effect. All characteristics are reduced by 99%. It is impossible to move and a gradual decrease in health. Urgent repairs were needed. The system asked to patiently expect and not panic. Shi Hao asked to hurry because it is strange not to succumb to panic. And the restoration is completed. The system returned to normal. Shi Hao coughed, grabbing his throat. Weiss asked if the master was in order. He asked for forgiveness and said that he was a completely useless robot. The boy answered Weiss that he was normal. But what about the god of luck? This battle began even earlier than he thought. Weiss also did not understand. The data never deceived. Shi Hao noticed that the rest of the accounts were killing enemies, and this account kills him. He wants to know the origin of this account, and now the system congratulated the owner on the opening of a new special royal account, which was called the Shadow King. This name makes the whole world tremble. He is a symbol of the power of fallen blood, the manifestation of the will of the ancient abyss, which came from the depths of centuries and destroyed thousands of worlds. The royal account wanted to check if he was worthy to become the next king of shadows. Shi Hao was surprised. His special royal account. Is this account really super villager? The boy asked, what kind of merger coefficient? The account belongs to the Emperor's special account. Strength. This account does not require experience points, but increases by increasing the merger coefficient. Shi Hao was surprised at this. Surely increasing this merger is even more difficult than getting experience points. Weiss replied that it really is. This system is very cunning. It is necessary to enter the measurement of the account. Is this really a legendary time travel? But how to enter if there is a feeling that this is a dead end? One has only to increase the merger coefficient to 30%, as the owner can hardly manage the account, since a dangerous situation may arise. Shi Hao thought that he had only unlocked and almost died immediately. Now he does not have enough attributes and he cannot use it yet. This is really an account of a real villain. In fact, There is one way to forcefully use an account with zero risk, but it is too difficult for him. Shihao asked the system to speak rather. He asked to explain in more detail what and how to do. The system explained that the account consists in spending money or experience points on repaying negative influence. Its costs are very large. You need to spend 10 million to maintain a normal condition for 10 seconds. Or 500,000 experience points. Shihao exclaimed that this is all a deception. Where he to find so much money and experience, he spent everything. Weiss has already said that this system is very cunning. The guy thought that there were no experience. There was about 3 million money left, and that he was from these 3 seconds. The main thing is to find the one who would agree to the exchange of materials that he had found earlier for money. But the tougher the conditions for using the account, the more powerful it is. Perhaps these 10 seconds will change everything. It is necessary to collect 10 million money as soon as possible until the battle with the boss. Shihao began to think, straining his brains. Where can he buy gold coins in this game? And here are the city ruins. He was too close to the boss, it is not worth approaching. In these environs a bunch of small demons. He hopes here, all sorts of criminals are still found. There was a bunch of corpses in front of him. Already earlier, someone came and cleaned everything here. He was probably late. Someone suddenly grabbed the boy by the shoulder and called him a brother. Shihao realized that he was very inattentive. I didn't even notice that there is a person nearby. He noticed that this guy is so huge, and moves completely silently. The guy laughed and asked him not to worry, but to relax. Did he come here to rummage here too? Shihao asked what sense to rummage. This person seems to be about the same age with him, but he has the 50th level. He told Shichao that the boy did not look like a team member, not a hunter for relics. Why did he come here if not just to stroke? Otherwise, with their levels, if a boss passed here, they would already have become snacks for him. Shihao asked if he also came here alone. Shushaoza replied that there was no. He is a hunter for relics from a small team called the Horizon. They heard that in the 9th district they found a boss, so their leader took them to rummage here, whether there was any benefit for them. Shihao thought that he was a hunter for relics, so he should have a lot of money. If he robs him, he can quickly get to his goal of 10 million. Shishaozi suggested going together. When asked to be their gang, the guy replied that yes. Now there is complete chaos, it's safe to walk alone, besides, they are all here for the sake of one. And together more fun. Shihao noticed that he was very friendly. Or is it possible some kind of plan? But he did not attack him from behind. Is he really a good person? The boy thanked him, and he said that it was a little scary to run here alone. Much calmer with a living shield of the 50th level in the form of him. Shishazi laughed and said that with him these monsters would not cause him a drop of harm. The system said that this guy invited him to join the detachment to go and take the opportunity. Shihao said that they are all high-level bosses. This time he is like a child for them. The guy asked him not to be so modest. He looks only 6th level, but in fact he is extremely larger. They know how to play, even specifically hide their level, unlike them hunters for relics. It would be good to raise your level in this wild, deserted place, so it can avoid a bunch of troubles. Suddenly, a magical grumbling worm of a 40th level appeared in front of them. The monster said that after all the time that he spent in the hole, he finally feels the smell of meat. Shishotsu grabbed the monster by the throat and asked not to interrupt when they were talking. With one blow, he turned the monster with his head into the asphalt. Shihao noticed that he had an incredibly huge ferocity. Shishazi asked Li Xiao. This worm suddenly jumped out and scared him. There was little experience from him, only spoiled his mood. Shihao replied that everything was fine, and he thought that he was not afraid. This guy looks so sincere but so fierce, you don't have to judge the book on the cover. Shishaozi suggested telling him about the exploits of his detachment. He is sure that the guy would look at the world in a new way. The guy thought he would have to endure this talker all the way. Before the beginning of the battle with the red-tailed boss, 1 hour remained. When they entered the territory, Shi-Chaos asked if it was a transport unit of the 9th region. Really all these people gathered here in order to observe the unrest. Shishaoza replied that it was. The news quickly spread throughout the desert, so mercenaries and hunters for relics, which were nearby, gathered here. This is the safe base closest to the battle with the boss. After 500 meters, there will be mobs, so that most mercenaries and hunters for relics use this place as a temporary base. In front of them was the blue sky of the 60th level and Jene Chen Piatti level. Shi Shaozi told his boss that he had already returned. The guy told the guys that his name is himself. he accidentally met him on the way. They chatted pleasantly, and so coincided that he also watches the performance, so he brought him here. Shihao waved his brothers and asked to protect himself. Then one of the guys asked whether his real level of the 6th asked. After all, people with a similar level were either evacuated or already dead. But certainly they will not be dragged here by their fat man, inclined in the vicinity. Since he is still alive, then he probably wins well. He asked what level he was. Shihao replied that this is probably just luck. The guy said that even if everyone was just watching the sight, he does not want someone to put his pig him. Shihao noticed that although he was very straightforward, he was not hostile. He asked Shichao not to worry. There should be no problems with his brother. After all, he immediately realized that he was like an unsireted diamond. He really liked his character. One of the guys laughed and exclaimed that the familiar nature of the Shao lies seemed to bring him many problems. The guy was surprised where so much attention to his person. He was asked to answer one question. Why did he agree to join the group of strangers? What does he want to find shelter or support in battle? Sashaozi began to explain to the captain, something he invited Wu to join the team. But the captain stopped him and said that he wanted to hear the answer of this particular guy. Xiao Hao, holding his hands in his pockets, replied that his goal is possible to kill the boss. Then take the equipment and leave the professional team with nothing. The fat man asked if he was talking seriously now. One of the team members exclaimed that this is madness, and he was not all right with his head. The captain immediately laughed and exclaimed that it was very interesting. Young people should be crazy and arrogant. In any case, this is a dream, so let them not be shy about dreaming of more. If this is a serious intention, then he likes it. The guys noticed that the captain is as usual. Every time this guy sees such ambitious and energetic young people, he cannot restrain his emotions. They are almost 35, and they are still like children. The captain held out his hand to the guy and said that he would be glad to officially invite him to the Horizon. The current temporary name is the Collection. Shihao thought that people in this team are very different from mercenaries and hunters that he had come across before. Such a mood should be in the detachment. He shook his hand in response to the captain. Then someone asked what was happening here, and where there is so much noise. It was Ma Huan, 63rd levels. The guy noticed that he, as always, loves to engage in all sorts of consumer goods. Even this 6th level dared to join their detachment. The guys were immediately wary and asked if he wanted to fight. The fat man exclaimed that he was also in business. But one of the guys asked not to be so impulsive. You just need to leave such things on the boss. The boss said that the set in the line of the horizon of the members of the detachment of the Gang of the Horse of the Black Mountain has not yet begun. And he does not have time to participate in a verbal skirmish with him. When the battle with the boss ends, you can return to the wasteland and solve the problem. The man asked who they imagined himself. Dare to speak with Lao Zhu in this way. He had long wanted to resolve the issue between them, and asked to settle everything in place. Sashaozi told Shichao that this caravan of the Black Mountain is their enemy, a team of 10 people. On weekdays they often compete with each other for resources in ruins, but he did not expect that they would join fun. Shihao thought that the advantages in the rank and the number of people have the enemy's advantages. The general motivation did not decrease. The reason is in their captain, Lanthro Yuna. The captain asked his brothers to cheer up and defeat the Horizon of Coal today. He gave the team to kill everyone. In front of them appeared air transport of the Hanmo clan. They saw a silver shrimp in front of them, the first beauty from the attacking group of the Moscow region. Suddenly, a very powerful blow from Yinshuan flew into them. Shihao said that 99 points would be given for her appearance on stage. She said that he did not expect them to meet so soon. Shihao replied that fate was beautiful. Yinshuan exclaimed that he was very brave. I ran to the front line to look at the excitement. Or he is here exclusively to see her. How can she see through it? The members of the detachments were very surprised at what relations could be between him and Miss Yinshuan. They wanted to feed this guy into pieces. Shihao said that Miss Yinshuan had just come, and had already made him a big gift. He can thank. Behind Shihao immediately went different conversations. All who used to molest Yinshuan dug up graves. Yinshuan told the guy that he was very brave. Usually, attempts to flirt with her do not end in anything good. Moreover, he knew about this pit, and still decided to jump into it. Is he absolutely confident in his strength, or just a fool? Shihao replied that it doesn't matter. Doesn't she want to use friendship with him to provoke monsters? Then he can play along with him a little. For the sake of Miss Mo, she will not kill him right now. She laughed and exclaimed that she did not think that he was so interesting. It is not surprising that Miss respects him so much. Even she became a little interested in them. A member of the Sun Yunyao detachment approached her. He explained that there was very little time. The detachments of peacekeepers are already on the spot. At any moment they are ready to join the battle. Yin Xuan asked them to tell them not to act without her signal. Excessive arrogance could ruin everything. Yin Xuan said that this time she would just remember that he had a duty, but when they see the next time, he should think about how to return it. Shi Hao asked her not to worry. He could fully satisfy her. Sun Yunyao asked whether his name Xiao was his name. The guy replied that it was. What was the matter of fact? Sun Yunyao looked at him and exclaimed that he remembered him. The guy came a warning that a person who wanted to kill him was discovered. Weiss told the owner that this man had just killed him in his head 10,000 times. Shi Hao thought that this guy really misunderstood him. He again contacted some nervous character. Weiss asked the owner why he did not tell them about the secret conspiracy of a detachment of peacekeepers. Shi Hao replied, that was not the time. If he tells them now, then they will not believe. They will only consider him an idiot. The guys from other detachments were surprised how so simply he managed to get out of the water dry. How this kid succeeded in general. Now he can boast of his whole life. He had long known that it would be so, and also wanted to try. Everyone was very envious of him. He rolled to Yin Xuan, and nothing happened to him. He is the first. Shi Shaoza asked him to smell his hands, because they smell of her waist. He asked the fat man to let him go, rather. Their captain laughed and said that this kid is really interesting. The second replied to him that this Shi Chaos was not so simple. He is definitely somehow connected with the Mo squad. Shi Hao asked the fat man to let him go, but the guy did not stop, only nervous. The guys from the detachment decided that this boy of the 6th level is an unusual person, and they also ran into him. What should they do now? Shi Hao asked if everything was fine. Did they just want to fight with him and offered to continue? The guys replied that they did not come here to fight him. They still want to maintain strength for elite monsters, so they decided to let them go, only so that they would never catch their eyes again. The guys replied that they were not afraid of him, but a detachment of MO. Who knows how he is connected with them? Therefore, flight is the best plan. The fat man exclaimed that this guy was garbage, only there was enough courage to run away. The second asked not to rub his words. The next time they will definitely kill them. The captain turned to Shi Hao and said that in fact, it was not worth climbing into his personal information. But his behavior simply cannot but surprise. He is interested in how the guy succeeded. Shi Hao replied that this is a common thing, nothing special. The captain exclaimed that pestering a first-class warrior is an unusual business. Who is he at all? Shi Hao explained that he was just a student, who accidentally met with representatives of the detachment and learned several ways to make money. The fat man immediately lit up. Does the guy know that? They will then be omnipotent, and why he did not talk about it before. The captain asked them to calm down and not embarrass Xiao Hao. He asked brother Shi Hao not to be offended. They really like the words to earn money. Can he tell more about this? The boy replied that no problem. Although they are short-lived, they made a good impression on him. He is ready to share the methods of making money with all of them, but he has one condition. The captain asked, what? Shi Hao explained that if they want to get their share, they will have to invest in these methods of making money. One of the guys said that he either tells the truth or a fraudster, but judging by his previous acts, that he is not a fraudster, there is no doubt. But an ordinary person would not voluntarily disclose the method of making money, and if he himself decided to tell about it, then in these methods there is something dangerous and he himself will not cope. We can conclude that he really wants to rob professional detachments and attack the boss. Shi Hao exclaimed that everything was true, and he likes to deal with smart people. At first glance, this seems impossible, but does this not emphasize the value of its methods? The captain asked how much they needed to make money in this case and how much they would receive in return. The boy answered, at a minimum of 10 million, there is no ceiling. The more they make, the more they get. As for the specific reward, they will learn about this in the next chapter. The fat man asked brother Shi Chao if he was kidding. Such money is not lying on the road. Is he really going to rob? They wanted to go with him. Shi Hao exclaimed that he was absolutely serious. These are the investments. The higher the risk and more investments, the better the reward will be. The captain asked in more detail to tell about these ways to make money, so that they would decide whether it was worth investing. How much specifically they will receive if they invest. The boy explained that he could not give out all the details of the first question. Only if they decide that they will cooperate, he will tell them everything at the right time. As for the second question, he can say with confidence that as soon as they complete the matter, they will be able to get at least 100 million. The guys immediately opened their mouths and asked if he was not wandering. The fat man exclaimed that he did not want to laugh at him. Well, this is too much. He even imagines how much it is. What is generally funny here, let him just imagine it. One of the guys said that, according to his logic, they should first overthrow the two largest detachments, and then destroy the boss of a huge level, and for this they will receive 100 million. Everything is in order with the imagination, but even he cannot imagine such a fairy tale. The guys said to the fat man that he brought a 1 to a detachment. No one believed the guy's words. The captain asked the guy not to accept their words to heart. They do not laugh with evil at him. He is just a new person and suddenly says such a thing that is very difficult to believe in. And to be honest, recently there was one not very pleasant case with them, as a result of which they lost most of their wealth. So, even if they believe him, they still will not be able to spend such an amount. Shihao said that friendship is more important than money. In addition, he is very happy to just get to know them. In the end, at their time, there are not many people with such a character as him. Then he will not waste their time and will immediately leave the team. The guys immediately began to stop him. The captain exclaimed that he had not yet finished. Although they do not have such an amount, he knows where it is. They can go to him and take a little. The boy asked what he had in mind by the word to take. Meanwhile, a detachment of Ma Huang, a gang of a black cliff. One of the guys asked the boss whether for them to pull out 2 high-level monsters at once. Their health points simply evaporate. The boss asked if he was really afraid of these creatures. If it cannot withstand any more, then let it fall into the detachment of peacekeepers. They are just nearby. A howling wolf and an iron tutor appeared. The guys exclaimed that it would be hard. If only they had the strength to survive. If they survive this battle, then we can assume that they have already won. These monsters were a high level. The howling wolf was the 50th level. Ironzub too. But they already had little strength. Then suddenly the guys heard some strange sound. What else could have been behind their backs? This is some kind of devil toy. Some truly unusual luminous robots crawled to them. One of the guys waved his foot to kick him. An explosion occurred. A bomb exploded immediately. The captain asked his subordinates to come to his senses rather. 4 elite monsters gathered in front of them. They were going to attack a whole detachment. One of the members of the detachment exclaimed that he was leaving, since here without any chance. In front of them, an energy shield arose from somewhere. Who could put this shield? Is it really one of the comrades from the detachment? The guy exclaimed that they did not put him. He explained to the commander that in their small team there is no such high-level tranquil. Then the guy from another detachment addressed him again, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had already missed the commander of the MA. Shihao said that they seemed to be in a very dangerous district. It is good that they arrived in time and used the energy shield to protect them. But how long this energy shield will last depends on them. The man asked what he was talking about. Shihao replied that their fate was in his hands, and it would be very simple to survive. He asked to give him all their property and the case with the end. The warriors began to be indignant. They decided to cash in on someone else's trouble. Does he really think that they will immediately rush to give them their property? Shihao said that if they do not want, then he would leave. But before he had time to take a step, the commander of that detachment agreed to 3 million. He asked to save their detachment, and he would give them 3 million in return. The boss added that this is much more than 3 million. Therefore, if they want to live, then they must pay them at least 6 million. Is he really a beggar? Last time they were very cunning and plundered ruins number 69 right before their eyes. The guy replied that even if a monster was torn here, he still could not give them so much money. As for that case, this is all a traitor from their detachment who threw them a convenient case to crank up this business. Why not take this opportunity? Would they not have entered the same in its place? The fat man exclaimed that this was nonsense. Shihao said that they came here not to swear, and he did not want to know anything about their past insults. He just wants to remind them that the time of the energy shield will soon expire, and now all the hatred of monsters is concentrated only on them. There is very little time. But the commander began to scream so that he was not left, rather saved. A member of the detachment asked the boss to agree more. After all, not everything is lost yet. They just need to stay together, and they will earn money sooner or later again. After these words, the boss still agreed to 6 million. He said that he would throw so much money, only to save them faster. The boy said that it was too late and he changed his mind. Now the price has doubled for 12 million. The commander was very angry. How he so inflated the price. This is extortion. Shihao exclaimed that it really is. He extracts money from them. Did he finally understand this? When the monster began to reach for them, the boss agreed to 12 million. He said that at first only 6 million would give him. He would give the remaining money after he saves them. Shi Hao exclaimed that then 15 million. From now on, if he hears at least one objection, he will add 3 million. And he was generally lucky to meet such a responsive person like him. Another would just watch them kill them. And then I would take all the money. The boss of another detachment thought that this kid was still kind. Despite the fact that he has some kind of connection with Yin Xuan from the detachment of the Moscow region. He did not kill him, but he will die later. Shi Hao exclaimed that they had already come and asked their brothers to get down to business. And so they began to use a whirlwind of blades, an attack of a huge shield, a prickly chain and arrow waterfalls. The monster immediately roared. Members of another detachment said that initially these high-level monsters were their own. The boss asked not to worry and listen to his order. Meanwhile, the fat man told Shi Chao that everything was ready. These several monsters are barely holding on. Then the fat man suddenly froze, not understanding where the smoke bomb came from. The boss of someone else's detachment exclaimed that if he was in their place, he would take the money and immediately dumped. Which idiot observes its promise and goes to save the enemy? Will they really return their stripes of life and then destroy them? Let them understand that in the OL era, only evil and insidious people will be able to survive. He was replied that if they did not want their heads to turn into balls, then it should be better to calm down. The boss of someone else's detachment said that even if they take control of the situation, they will still have a numerical advantage. He exclaimed, turning to the brothers, that he had the last bottle of the restorative elixir. Even if their lives recover only by 30%, they will still be able to kill them. Shi Hao asked if he was thinking further, that they still have a numerical advantage. A man from the enemy detachment realized that the guy most likely prepared in advance. Shi Hao answered Ma Huang that there was one mistake in his phrase. Only strong could survive in the OL era. Ma Huang decided that this is a terrible situation, and now the best way out is a flight. He should not die here. The fat man asked if he really wants to run away and throw his brothers. What is the leader after that? He will leave his brothers as a cannon meat. Ma Huang engaged that while he is alive, he will be able to find brothers at any moment, also rallied to survive in this world. All this fraternity went to hell. After all these feelings and a penny are not worth it. The commander asked if he was thinking that he would be able to escape. Even if he allows him to do this, he thinks that his brothers will be against it. One of the people of his detachment asked boss how he could leave them. They agreed that they would be together until the last breath, in grief and in joy. And he deceived them all. Then Ma Huang lowered his head down and exclaimed that he did not think that he could drop to this. Well, since it happened, then let them kill him. Cut, or do everything they want with him. Shi Hao explained that he would not do that. In the end, their own detachment of 10 people has more than 15 million. He asked to give him all the money. The boss told Ma Huang that the Black Rock gang often robs and presses other detachments, relying on their numerical advantage. Obviously, they received more than 15 million. Shi Hao added that he is the leader of the detachment. It is very dangerous to take such amounts with him. If he were in his place, he would definitely hide all the money in some secluded place. He asked him to honestly tell where they were, and he would think to let him go or not. Ma Huang exclaimed how he knows about it, why he was playing with him. In fact, from the very beginning he was deceiving him. He turned out to be much greedier. Shi Hao explained what he simply said, but it turned out that he had guessed. He really hid money somewhere. Ma Huang laughed and said that he really hid the money, and he had a lot of it, but he would not say anything. Let them do with him what they want. In any case, they will not receive his money. When a member from his detachment was assigned a gun to the temple, the man exclaimed that he knew where the money was hidden and he spends it. The boss began to scream at him and asked how he could know. The guy asked him to close his mouth and said that last time he went to the toilet, accidentally saw him quietly stirring something. He became curious and he followed him. He hid money at the old destroyed factory. The boss immediately wanted to kill his man. The fat man said that he was already angry with shame. This means that he is telling the truth. Shi Hao exclaimed that what his comrade said was true. It seems he should add another phrase. In this era, in addition to rage and strength, one must not forget to use your head. The commander went to Shi Chao and asked him to give him to him. They already had problems with him, so he wants to deal with him himself. He told Ma Zhuang that there were many complaints about each other before, but now he wants to find out one thing. Where is the cigarette? Ma Huang replied that this traitor from their detachment had long complained to him that he was tired of playing with them fraternal games. He just wanted to earn money. Therefore, he offered him a plan for how to substitute his own. Although he does not belong to his subordinates, he allows them to earn money. And in words he says that they are brothers, but at the same time real poor. The boss struggled to strike, with such power that the stones scattered throughout the district. Shihao noticed that he had a very powerful force, although he has only 60s. But it seems he is stronger than the Miss Mo bodyguards. They received many useful items. The commander asked if Xiao funny. Maybe Ma Huang is right. He cannot organize a good life to the brothers. But all these words are empty chatter. His people ask the boss not to succumb to the influence of this dead man. He also has their own principles. It is because of them that they explore him. The fat man exclaimed that if he is an evil man, then he was generally the root of evil. Shihao noticed that this was a team of his dreams. During the war, there should be trust between the team members, like there. Shihao asked them to go forward. Didn't they come for money? He called them with him to get money. The guys exclaimed that Shihao is their happy star. After all, his eyes are hinted. Shihao said that they are holly hunters, are usually used to hiding their treasures in random places. The commander replied that it was. In the end, they have a very dangerous job and they can go on the road any day, so they rarely carry a lot of money with them. But usually they hide them in some deserted caves. Safe places like Ma Huang are quite rare. The man Ma Huang explained that he was not particularly hidden. They have many people. The usual team of holly hunters do not pose a danger to them. He thinks that this time he was afraid of clashes with a professional detachment, and therefore found this temporary place for his things. And so they came. This is the place where Ma Huang hid the money. Then what are they waiting for? You need to go. Shihao suddenly stopped the guys. The fat man asked why they did not go further. The boy explained that it was necessary to be quieter. Something moves ahead. There was some monster in front of them. It was a demon robber of 65th levels. He said to himself that Gaba discovered treasures. Shihao read in books about secret demons, but there was nothing about the demon of the robber. What a strange place. The fat man took the guy by the shoulders and exclaimed that they were now rich. The guy from the detachment asked him to shut up. It will be frightened and run. They can no longer catch this monster. The commander said that the demon is a special kind of secret demon, and in front of them is an elite of this species, a high-level demon, so rarely can be found. By nature, they like to collect all sorts of jewelry, so in places where such appear, huge heaps of treasures are often hidden. Shihao asked the treasures that Ma Huang hid here. Li took this demon with him. The commander replied that the bag behind him was spatial. All the things that the demon collected he puts in him, while the bag is never complete. And if they finish him off, if everything that is in this bag will receive. Therefore, the fat man said that they were rich. The commander replied that it is, but this is only one of the advantages. The most important thing is that if you kill the demon of a robber of the 60th level and higher, then there is a chance that the key to the portal leading to the den of these creatures will fall, and there is an immense number of wealth. Shihao exclaimed that with such a huge reward, it would probably be difficult for him to overcome him. How he thinks to attack him. The commander replied that the difficulty of the plan was not whether they can kill him, but whether they could catch him. Because if they frighten him, he will run away simply at an incredible speed, and if they do not catch and do not kill him in a certain period of time, he will call the portal and run into his den. In other words, it turns out that the success of this operation is to control it. So it is, but it will be very difficult to get control. Many years ago, when he was still a newcomer with a team of 10 people, they once already stumbled upon one ordinary demon of a 25th level robber in a deserted place, but he fled just during their attack on him. Their speed is very high. Shihao asked not to worry about it. He perfectly owns the technique of capturing control. If they believe him, he asks them to do as he says. The fat man said that they believe how they might not believe him. He is a happy star on their horizon. Therefore, he will personally do, as the guy will say. A member of the enemy detachment asked if he could leave. He did not want to participate in this. The fat man asked him to blame him, but only so that he did not make a sound. The guy thanked them and ran away. The fat man exclaimed that he asked him not to make a sound. Shihao asked the guys to listen to him carefully what they would do next. At this time, the demon sorted out his treasures and said that no one would take them from him. Meanwhile, the guys were already behind the demon. They noticed that he had a good catch and asked if he would share with them. But the demon began to run away as quickly as possible. The boy asked Weiss what he was saying, asked to translate. Weiss said that he called him a moron, and said that he would not catch him. Shihao said that the problem is that he seems to think so too. The guy stood in front of the demon and apologized that he only needed his money. The demon asked to catch him, and then they would talk. Shihao noticed that he was moving very quickly. The fat man, meanwhile, blocked the passage of holding a huge shield in front of him. He was not going to miss him, but the demon was very nimble and began to climb his head. The guys began to use a triple arrow and a thorny chain, but the demon shouted, laughing at them, that it was all useless. One of the guys managed to catch him by the foot with a barbed chain, but the demon only laughed and cut this chain with a huge acute saber. He was able to chop off his magic thorns. This demon has a clearly difficult dagger, the guys asked faster. This shield will not delay it for a long time. It must be killed faster. The fat man asked the demon to give up. He could not run away. How he is going to run away when they already surrounded him? The demon began to use some kind of technique. Shihao exclaimed that he was not familiar with this technique. Does he also collect manhwa? They needed to divide. He should not be escaped in any case. It is necessary to make him move in one direction. It seems he became slower. This is due to the fact that his magic was separated between the clones, so that they had a great chance. The commander exclaimed that in this case they need to accelerate. The eye of the hunter, within 30 seconds, accuracy of the blow and the speed of movement will increase. The comrade asked the fat man what was he so fast. The guy replied that he was, though fat, but very clever. He asked to watch, because he coached this surfing stunt on the ground for a long time. When the account magic merges, a high-speed vehicle is obtained, which can destroy all obstacles in its path. He was asked if he could be a serious soldier at all. The guy in glasses asked when they would all grow up. Can't they be slightly more restrained? He was an airplane on the carpet. A high-speed vehicle that can provide a comfortable flight for 2 hours. The item is equipped with various drinks and sweets. All things are attached using the magical power of gravity. The fat man exclaimed that they would complain about the scam. He laughed and replied that it was good that everyone was so energetic. He, being the commander of the detachment, cannot lag behind the skills from his subordinates. He jumped up holding his weapons in his hands. With incredible power of rage, he hit the enemy. The incredible power of rage is a mortal jump in the jump. When applying a jump from a jump, damage to enemy will be increased. The amount of damage depends on the distance crossed by a jump. The commander exclaimed that this was not a real opponent and he was empty. The rest had the same thing. The commander told Shihao that a real demon ran to him. You need to catch it soon. The demon noticed that this kid has the lowest level. He must cope with him. The demon has already opened the portal. The guys shouted that Shichao was simply obliged to stop him. They should not let him return to the lair. Gaba called the guy a stupid little man. Does he think he can catch him? They asked the guy why he did not stop the demon. But Shihao laughed and asked them not to worry. He thought why he suddenly changed the direction. What was there on the ground? The demon began to read a wrinkled magazine for adults, which attracted the attention of a secret demon. High precision trap. 6th level trap. Designed specifically for demons. Causes the effect of copper arrest, lasting 180 seconds. Shihao exclaimed that this demon belongs to the family of secret demons, and the desire to run after women will not get anywhere. It is in the blood, so he set this trap and waited, and clearly did not lose. The commander praised the guy. The fat man also believed that he could not just stand and watch him run away. Shihao said that it was not the time to relax. His dagger is very strange. He is afraid that his trap will not stand for a long time, so you need to deal with it as soon as possible. The commander asked to provide it to him. He is still full of anger for an empty clone. The guy with glasses asked everyone to go back. The defense of the demon is low, but in the end it is a high level. He needs to accumulate power to destroy such a monster. If they stand too close, then they can also hook them. The commander raised his weapon above the demon's head. Shihao used a happy ring. The effect is acted. A key to the den of the demons of robbers has been received. They could not believe the eyes that the key appeared and exclaimed that this was a great harvest. They earned so much money thanks to Shichao. They began to throw the boy into the air. The fat man also did not hide his joy. Then there was some kind of sound. The commander exclaimed that this was the growl of the boss. It seems that something has already begun in that side. Why at that moment? Shihao thought he was to choose. Grab the boss or explore the demon's lair. The boy continued to think what to do. Which is more important to him? The commander asked him not to bathe. They say the secret den of demons. This is a special place, because the time there flows much more slowly compared to the real world. It is believed that 1 hour spent in the lair is about 1 minute of real time. Shihao now understood what kind of mechanism there. Then there is nothing to doubt. It is necessary to use the key. The guy began to open the portal. The secret dungeon, the lair of the secret demon was open. The level was unknown. Shi Hao asked the commander if he knew any more details about this dungeon. For example, the level of evil spirits, or what should be paid to. The commander replied that regarding this dungeon, in addition to the operation of the time mechanism, he knows that the level of evil spirits is distributed randomly there. Shi Hao said that unknown territories ahead. Perhaps powerful opponents are waiting for them, so everyone should gather strength. Do not perceive this sortie frivolously. The fat man exclaimed that they were hunters for relics. The spirit of adventure is inside them, and he already inflamed. They decided not to wait, but to arrange a noise. What could be inside? Even a guy with glasses was in anticipation. And so they exclaimed that it was necessary to go forward. The commander said that they were going only to victories. They ended up in a secret dungeon, in the den of a secret demon, the level of 35. They were upset that only the 35th level. The commander said that the level is not an indicator. These are the territories unknown to them, so that it is worth being careful. Shi Hao asked him not to be upset, and see what is there for a heap below. The guys exclaimed that there were so many jewelry, now they will really get rich. They answered him that the most important thing is that there are demons of robbers. A total of 15, and all of them are rare creatures of an elite level. The fat man asked what they were waiting for. They need to be finished immediately. There is so much hatred in him that he is ready to take risk. The fat man was asked not to be so impulsive. He began to use sacred patronage, which increases physical resistance to magic within 5 minutes. The fat man asked all the suckers to appear to him. He called them an evil crowd, and all those present by garbage. What provokes all mobs around the user. Demon Gaba gave the command to destroy them. The rest promised to remove the skin from them and eat their flesh. The guys began to use a crown reception, which consisted in the form of meteorite rain. The commander began to use a rapid rise. Then he applied a quick whirlwind. The guy in glasses used the power of the wind of healing and protecting life. What is this confusing name for some items? Shi Hao asked them to be more accurate. Their attacks should not reach the middle of the altar. This time he will also try his best. You can't even give the demons the opportunity to rest. The demons began to scream to each other that it was necessary to faster to run away from here. They are trapped. But Shi Hao saw that they wanted to escape, and exclaimed that they would not succeed. The guy in glasses told his commander that he asked them to be more accurate, and he lifted so much dust. The commander exclaimed that the firepower of Shi Chaos was too great. The boy apologized and explained that it was just in case. He just did not want at least one demon to escape. But now, they are definitely all dead. It is necessary to start harvesting. Now they are definitely rich. How many cool things are here? It is necessary to quickly check the attributes of the demon that lies on the ground. Many items were received. The magic crossbow of Rocky, made from the branches of a mighty tree, combines the functions of distant and close combat, has an awesome aura. For a long time, it gives weapons an attribute of darkness. Magic Sacred Book. The magic book, in which the origin of all magic elements is recorded. The table on the last page is blurred, can hardly see the elements. The commander said that each of them received equipment of the legendary level. These pieces are very useful. The fat man noticed that this shield is very cool. You can steal with an absolute sense of safety. The crossbow is generally chic. The guy from the team really liked him. The guy with glasses exclaimed that this was a really cool equipment. But for some reason he was covered by a feeling of anxiety. Shi Hao thought that although there are no things that would be useful to him, they received several tens of millions and can already return to the winners. In addition, they updated their equipment well, and this is very important for further battles. He asked everyone to calm down a little. It was just a snack, and the most important thing ahead. There is a huge chest with treasures. Here is the best reward. The fat man, when he saw with treasures a chest of an unknown level, exclaimed that it was fate for them. The second guy said that he knows how to open this best. Shi Hao asked them not to be reckless. Let them remember that the demons of the robbers danced before this chest. This is somehow strange. The fat man said that it really seems a little strange. They seem to worship this chest. Okarik said that usually objects that worship any spiritual treasures. The commander said that this chest refers to the category of spiritual things does not matter. In any case, you need to carry out certain procedures before it is opened. Shi Hao asked what he meant. The commander explained that in no case should it be recklessly approaching a closed chest with treasures. Only after making sure that after its opening they will not fall into the trap, it will be possible to act. A monster's chest opened in front of them. It was a nightmare of temptation of the 90s. He used to hear about this chest demon. Moreover, this copy is not only a rare elite demon, but also has a high level. By strength, he is equal to the demon boss, which is located outside. The commander said that they should leave him. They have too much level difference, moreover. Thanks to Shihao, they have already earned enough. You need to stop in time. The fat man exclaimed that he was almost in their hands. This is very disappointing, but there is no other way out. The commander asked Shichao what he was thinking about it. The rest was also interesting. Shihao replied by scratching the back of the head that first could be divided previously earned money. The commander agreed with him. It is also possible. First divide the money and then return to this issue. In the end, everything can be solved. This time, thanks to the outstanding abilities of Shichao and its leadership, they received about 140 million, so he offers half to give Sheo. Does anyone have an objection? The fat man exclaimed that he agreed. The rest also supported the commander. They themselves could not earn a penny here. The kid has cool abilities and his contribution is huge, so he deserves these 70 million. Shihao thought that before the temptation of such a huge wealth, they did not come up with ways to kill him and take everything to themselves. This team deserves confidence. The commander decided that half of them remain. At first he will save them. In the end, they all have already received new equipment. They have nowhere to spend such amounts. Indeed, they will be able to use this money for a long time. Shihao came out that he received 70 million. The commander exclaimed that it was just fine, and asked the guys to hit the road. The fat man told his brother that he could now tell about his ways to make money. He just would like to try his hand. He asked his brother not to bathe because of that chest. They have too much difference in levels, let him forget about it better. Okarik said that chaos for that chest really relies good profit, but the risk is too big. He thinks that their luck has already been exhausted. There would be a forest, but there would be firewood. Shihao said that he knew the whole truth, but leaving such a huge chest is not in his style. The commander turned towards the guy and asked if he had some kind of trump card in his sleeve. The guys came to a notification that Shichao had left the team. They could not understand why. Shihao explained that it was better for them to leave. He needs a scope for activity so as not to hurt them. The fat man asked the kid to calm down. Does he really think that they will calmly stand and look at his death? The commander noticed that if he made such a decision, then he has everything under control. But they will not leave a comrade. If he wants them to move to a safe distance, then they will do so. But if something unexpected happens, they will immediately save him and dump it out of here. Shihao laughed to himself and thought that this was really a very reliable team. He hopes that they would be intact. Shihao asked the system to open the Emperor of the Shadow and use 10 million to play for 10 seconds, so that he has the opportunity to look at the changes that occurred in him. The connection with the account began. The system asked to wait a bit. The fat man could not understand why everything in the cave suddenly blushed so unexpectedly. The commander exclaimed that something was wrong and asked to look at Shichao faster. The blood of secret demons really began to gather around him. What is happening? The fat man could not understand where the bats came from. They continued to watch everything, and they thought that this was all the effect of the skin. If it were just a change in appearance, there would not be such a powerful, overwhelming force. Is it really Shihao? Why does this smell of blood come from him? The special royal account of the Emperor of the Shadow is connected. The countdown began. The guy was in the guise of a character who changes his appearance. He rushed forward to meet the monster. The chest opened his vile, fanged mouth. He pulled out his rough, prickly tongue. The guys noticed that the chest is heading in their direction. The blurry of shadows was used, which means complete immunity to physical damage. They noticed that something began to appear from the blood. Some terrible monsters appeared. It was an abnormal state, in the form of an endless bloody fog, demon of temptation of 90s. He threatened the guy forever falling asleep in his blood. The report was over. The connection with the account will soon be interrupted. Xiaohao felt something more terrible than the weakness of Hercules' potion, which he drank before. Now his body is simply not able to bear the burden of the Emperor of the Shadow Emperor. Only 10 seconds passed, and he received such huge damage. He was in an abnormal state of breakdown, but the strength of the Emperor of the Shadow did not disappoint him. With such ease, it was possible to destroy a rare elite demon of 90s. If you think about it, then you can recover another boss to destroy. The success of the treasure chest was achieved. It was not wealth that absorbed him, but he absorbed wealth. A rare elite demon was killed. Shihao received many useful items. In addition to 500,000 of experience and 200 million coins, he received so many legendary objects of different levels. This is a worthy reward that he got blood, and then. The fat man exclaimed that it was in the end. He really killed a 90s monster. One of the guys said that he had good vision. Well, even he barely saw how he turned into something red. And the speed of transformation was simply incredible. The commander went to the guy and asked how he feels. Shihao replied that not very. Okarik said that it was a debuff of weakness. He thinks that it is realistic to take him away and he wants to try. And then the state of breakdown of the soul was scattered. Shihao was very surprised whether it was really scattered. He was very lucky that these guys were nearby. The boy immediately thanked the bespectacled man for who saved him. The guy replied no problem. The commander asked Xiaohao what it was, but the guy asked not yet to talk about it. At first he wants to ask him something. Does he know anything about this drawing of the construction of a 90s fortress? The commander already lost his jaw in surprise when he saw this drawing. Is this not the legendary drawing of the fortress? He is the rarest even among rare drawings. He really got this treasure. Glory doesn't just go about him. Shihao asked, is this an unusual drawing for the construction of the building, which is a rarity? The commander explained that the fortress is very different from the usual building. If he has courage and strength, then the usual building can be built anywhere. But the fortress can be built only in a special dungeon. Various types of fortresses are very different from each other in accordance with the requirements of the dungeon. If you are lucky, then he will have a very beautiful landscape, just a paradise on earth. And if you are not lucky, then this will be a place of real despair and daylight day. Survey, if in a word. Shihao exclaimed that the difference is very huge. This is really an era in which luck can be needed at any time. But the type of dungeon does not matter. The main role of this special private territory will not change. Here he will be able to build his city, collect resources, recruit comrade in arms here, and even create his own team. The fat man exclaimed that a special private territory is a very good help for them. He can help him resist this happiness. The guys immediately offered to sell this thing to them. The commander explained that everything is not so. Although this rare drawing should cost a lot, its use conditions are very high. Only first-class engineering masters will be able to use it, so the demand for it will be small. Shihao thought if he was a drawing that he created. Apparently these high-level drawings are not at all in circulation now. On the other hand, can he not be able to benefit from him? The fat man asked him to score. After all, this is only one of the things that they earned, and he probably has mountains of useful items. The boy replied that they really earned them later and with blood. Seeing a trading panel in front of him, the fat man asked Xiaohao what he was going to do. The boy explained that these are all things that fell out of the chest. In addition to 200 million coins and a drawing of the fortress, they can take any other objects for themselves. The guys began to call him a hero. They were not mistaken calling him a brother. Now he is a person to whom they are ready to serve, of course, after their boss. Shihao asked the guys to calm down. It is more necessary to get out of here because they still have a lot to do. The commander told the guy that if he has something happened, let him say right away to them, his business is their affairs. Although it sounds a little hypocritical and false, it is serious. You only need to choose what they really need. And take one thing each. They are not greedy and greedy little people. The fat man told boss so that he would not be worried. They would not have come to deceive Shichao in his thoughts. And now I went through an hour. The guys decided that the air on the surface was still a little fresh. The commander asked Shichao what he was going to do on. The boy replied that he has one plan. The fat man asked, is it really some of his ways to make money? Shihao replied that he had already talked about his small goal to destroy the boss and earn 100 million. But after everything that happened, he does not know if they are now ready to go further for this risk with him. The commander asked him if he really needed their help. Let him not think. They are always ready to help him. But they have the feeling that in such a situation they will be only a burden. Shihao told the commander that of course they will help him a lot if they go with him. Despite the fact that their ultimate goal is the boss, it is still very difficult to interact with other teams. Therefore, the more chess figures he can use, the richer his military tactics will be. The commander exclaimed that he liked his honesty. Such openness is best with itself. The fat man also said that he was not mistaken in this person. He has a special character. Ochkarik even wanted to be his chess figure. Shihao was delighted and asked them not to worry. Under his leadership, they will by no means lose. Looking outside, the guys realized that the battle with the boss had already begun there. The commander asked Shichao what a plan he had. They must already join the battle or not yet. The boy asked them not to rush. They will let them exhaust each other. Then he asked the system to use the skill of a true eye. And then the system launched the skill of a true eye. All the main characters are already on stage. In this case, Shihao asked to start a performance. A few minutes earlier, the world boss of the red-tailed Baya of the 90s appeared. It is really worthy to be called disaster, destroying many cities. Huan Tianqi said that it was a well-deserved glory, and it would be a great battle. The warriors said that their opponent of the world boss of the 19 level. In addition, he is from the eastern sector of the sky. Do not be reckless. The magician Sun Yunyao said that the dream or not, he would kill him. The mother of the doctor exclaimed that she would definitely help them. Yinxuan said that they should gather and act according to her instructions. Meanwhile, the boss called them insignificant people who disturbed his calmness. So they will go. Yinxuan did not think that some kind of demon would have such a high level of intelligence. He even learned to speak, but she came not to chat with him. The number of crimes committed by him cannot even be counted. The boss called them arrogant ants who simply cannot cope with him. Yinxuan ordered to carefully monitor his attack model. You need to wait for the moment, do not go ahead. One of the warriors rushed towards the monster and was surprised at the power of his movements. He began to use the Diamond Fortress and Unshakability. Also, Divine Protection and Activation of Life. This warrior was the name of Li Yuanhao, 81st levels. It was very difficult for him. Most of the strip of life has disappeared. A note came that the death penalty is a great damage. Typically, high-ranking bosses have this. This boss is too resounding. He erupts his breathing only during the attack. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Yinxuan praised the guy. She warned that if he does not reduce damage, she could consider herself doomed to death. They poorly know his abilities and technology, so you should not just lose their lives. The guy said that her support was very on time and thanked her. The mage of the healer asked to continue to fight, and she would herself heal them with all her might. They noticed that this monster again began to erupt the flame. One of the warriors exclaimed that the breath of the flame managed to interrupt, but this would last only for 30 seconds. It is estimated that the skills are the only boss skills at the first stage. DPS should completely suppress his strip of life, and in front of them was the red-tailed Baya of the 90s. The team was given to stop as the boss movements changed. It must be a universal boss skill that calls for a roar. It attracts monsters within a radius of hundreds of meters. Besides, all these monsters of an elite level. A strip of life of their warrior decreased only to 80%. Yinxuan asked to inform the peacekeepers. They should be in combat readiness, outside the battle with the boss. The warriors informed the commander that the message had just come from the MO detachment. They must block the road to the monsters so that they do not break out. The commander exclaimed that Yinxuan is abnormal. I decided to change everything in a few minutes, and he asked to inform the second and third detachments so that they would immediately go to the agreed place and prepare for a meeting with the enemy. They must remember that you only need to get closer to the enemy. You cannot kill monsters. It is necessary to try to hold their strip of life over 50%. Now is not the time to implement their plan. It is necessary to pull the time to stay in a win. He asked not to shoot, but to wait for his signal. One of the warriors was an unknown by name and with an indefinite level. He laughed and asked the commander not to force them to wait too long. Yinxuan began to use increased protection against the red-tailed Baya. The warrior noticed that the results did not improve. They kept their weapons ready. Another warrior noted that even on his strip of life already 50%, but do 5 people still barely cope with this world boss? The man exclaimed that Xiao Chen showed himself very well. If it continues to continue, it will be terrible. The boss's strip does not fall in any way, and their supplies will end sooner or later. The guy told Chao Renjie that they were faced with a problem and asked to send some team to help them. They cannot even kill a crowd of small monsters. Shi Hao answered the guy that this does not mean at all that people are insignificant. He just sincerely does not want to help them. In addition, in the soul, most likely there is a very strong desire for them to die. The guy asked who was here imagining himself a divine spirit, and he asked him to leave. He threw some weapon into him. Shi Hao caught a sharp dagger in his hands and asked him not to be cruel. Did he not say that he would remember him? How he could forget him so quickly? Or he wanted to pretend to be an idiot and kill him. He was kind enough, helped them, but suddenly they decided to attack him. Whether it was too cruel. The guy asked why Shi Chao poured here. Does he really think that this is a place in which an ordinary person can be? He asked him to roll from here, and not interfere. Yinxuan asked Yunyao to score on him. They have things much more important. Xiao Hao caught Yinxuan when she fell. I asked that she was so inattentive. They fight the boss. In the face of a common enemy, they should be much more united. In addition, he, despite all the dangers, gave her such important information. He really does not deserve gratitude. She replied that he attaches to this too much. Even if they have a plus of 10 points of courage, they still will not dare to do this with them at the most critical moment. Shihao thought that her words have a share of truth, but she was mistaken. The girl appreciated his attention, but asked to get out faster from here. This is not the place in which he should stay. The boy replied that he would leave when he reaches her goal. Yunyao said that he seems to him his only goal here to find his death. Now is not the time for empty chatter. It is necessary to be more practical. Shihao said that he would help them cope with the boss, and then only 3 items will pick up. The warriors asked the permission commander to kill this balaball. Yin Xuan initially thought that he was an interesting person, but now she sees only madness in his eyes. He has only a few seconds to disappear from her eyes. Shihao thought that he was also considered a noble person, but since they cannot cooperate, then you should not blame him for meanness. Then the boy wished the gentleman good luck. The healer told the commander that they spoke about the detachment of peacekeepers. It is true that they can betray them in such a situation. The commander asked not to bathe because of this. If they believe in everything that the idiots say, will not live for a long time. Yin Xuan agreed with him. Now their main goal is the boss. She asked not to pay attention to the rest. Boss was informed that the second detachment could no longer cope. The monsters were too strong. The man exclaimed that they should withstand it. If at least one of them makes a mistake, then he will personally tear his head. What is happening? A wave of an elite-level monsters in these environs seem to be destroyed before the battle with the boss. Why do they fight with them for more than noon? But there are more and more of them. If it continues to continue, then sooner or later they will kill them all. The man asked not to save strength, but rather destroy them. A strip of life of the boss has not yet reached 10%, and some of their people are already dead. We must not allow defeat. Meanwhile, the guys watched what was happening. The fat man said that thanks to his charm, monsters from all over the district rushed to the detachment of peacekeepers. This trick to create problems for other people has been tested for years. Okokarik said that in the battle of such a rank, the emergence of various uncontrolled situations and chaos, the worst scene of the development of events. The commander replied that it was. Therefore the strategy of Shihao is to create chaos and sow panic, and they will already come to everything ready. The monsters surrounded the detachment. The guys told boss that they were too strong. They had 3 detachments of 15 people, but only 6 can stand on their feet. These elite monsters are too many, and they will not cope. The man called the Emperor's detachment and asked to help them. If they lose, then they will not receive any benefit from this. The Imperial Military Detachment, a detachment of elite killers, a poisonous tooth, replied that the question of their life or death does not concern them at all. Their goal is a detachment of MO and boss. And in this situation, they can only blame themselves for their own helplessness. They could not even cope with such a trifle business. The man thought that it was good that he had long guessed that the secret Imperial detachment of the killers could not be trusted. But now, the plan will have to be transferred. Just let them not blame them in injustice. The man asked his people to run to the boss. It is necessary to implement their plan a little earlier. The guys replied that a strip of boss's life is only 30%. How is their plan? They cannot survive if they are acting now. Maybe just get out of here. The guy from another detachment told the commander that these insignificants from the detachment of peacekeepers were driven into a corner. Maybe they should stop them. But the commander replied that their main task is to weaken the detachment of the Moscow region. And as for the boss, if you grab it, it is good. And if it doesn't work out, then it's okay. Therefore, when the Yinzhuan detachment will die, consider that they completed their task. And if someone survives, then they will just make them. The man asked his people to gather. The red-tailed bio was very strong. The boss is becoming stronger and stronger. If they are not careful, they will easily die. The man exclaimed that it was so and asked to save Madame Yinxuan. The guys shouted that there are too many elite monsters. They could not cope. The rest asked Cao Renjie, who asked him to drag these elite monsters here and asked to dump from here. Yinshen asked how they dare to do these tricks in the form of imaginary death in her eyes. She seems to have been right. I asked her not to pay attention to them. There are worse problems. They have already been surrounded. What will they do now? The warriors asked not to panic. Maintain your position and do not break the system. We must try to restrain the boss at all costs for 30 seconds. Yin Xuan asked Yun Yao and Tianzi to follow her. It is necessary to destroy all small monsters. She asked to use all her crown techniques. One of the warriors used the Dance of Fate, Summon Frost. The monsters froze for a moment. Yin Xuan used the power of B attacks. After these tricks, one of the warriors was even a little tired. The guy said that all the sucked monsters were destroyed, but he had practically no magical energy. Yin Xuan ordered not to waste time, rather return to the battle with the boss. As for the man lying on the ground, she thinks he guesses what fate awaits him. He thought to himself that the elite monsters that they barely restrained were so simply killed by them. He underestimated their real power. This time, he cannot get out. The boss is still alive. Yin Xuan is too busy to spend time on him, so he still has hope. Yin Xuan heard Chen Chen's plaintive voice. What could happen to him? He fell to his knees and said that the monster attacked him from the shadows. His strength was running out. The man said with a knife in his hands that there is no concept of honor in the war, so that it is necessary to die in silence. Suddenly, one of their people came to his aid. How they dared to attack their detachment of Moscow region. The guy answered in surprise that he still has time to worry about other people. In Li Yuanhao, the enemy stuck a knife. The man exclaimed that this is one of the detachments of the Imperial Army Toxic Fangs responsible for secret murders. Yin Chen asked Tu to pull the bodies of Chen Chen and Yuanhao away from the boss. The method does not matter, but they should spend no more than 20 seconds. The man holding the knife in front of him exclaimed that she was really worthy to be the leader of the MO detachment. Even at such a critical moment, he can still reason in cold blood. However, she will no longer be able to control the situation. Her doctor and soldiers are no longer with them, and crown tricks are used. What they can still do to correct the situation. Yin Xuan replied that it was not surprising that the peacekeepers dared to betray them. It turns out that they are all behind this. Are they not afraid that their secret attempt will fail, and everything that happened will be discussed by the public? The man replied that if they all die here today, no one would know anything. For the rest, Yin Xuan will be killed by the boss, not them. Yin Xuan advised him to learn one phrase. Ruthless words are effective only when your opponent falls to his knees. Her hands were the crystal of a demon of heaven. The man asked where she got this magic crystal. Yin Xuan is 115th levels. The status of the demon is the duration of 30 seconds. The guys were very surprised why her level suddenly increased. The man asked his people to follow him. He does not believe that they will not cope with her alone. Yin Xuan said that the quantity does not matter before the superior by force, and she began to use the skill of Heavenly Demon. Instant flash. The man decided that she was abnormal. He did not think that she also hidden other incredible skills. Now they must retreat and return to this issue later. Meanwhile, the guys ended all the medicines. Nothing else was left. Will they really die in such a place? One of the warriors asked the commander what happened to her equipment and what it means. Yin Xuan gave the command more likely to go to the aid of the baby Chen Chen and Yuan Hao. But if she does not deal with the boss within 10 seconds, their task is to immediately leave the battlefield. The red-tailed Baya roared a formidable roar. He suddenly became furious. The red-tailed Baya ordered a person to die. Demon's body time came out. It remained quite a little. Is it really that time her turn came to die? Shi Hao caught the girl and asked why she became so miserable from their last meeting. Maybe she will think again over his offer. Only she is already grown. Everything that remains of the boss will be him. She asked him not to get confused underfoot. And since when he began to think about money all the time? Or he believes that they can be more important than their own life. Shi Hao replied that only the wimp will choose. And he needs both life and money. He noticed that her face without a mask was just fine. The warriors saw that the mask of their commander burst. Even the members of their detachment never saw the real face of the commander. They all wanted to see. Shi Hao held her by the clothes. Yin Xuan asked the guy to let her go. He asked why to hide such a beautiful face. This is the real sin. They all got angry with Xiao. He was the only one who saw the face of the commander. Yin Xuan exclaimed that now is not the time to talk about it, and let him not dare to be arrogant due to the fact that saved her. Although the boss has only 3% of health, but now he is very angry. Yes, and they are all exhausted. The detachment simply no longer has the strength to fight. Shi Hao realized that they could not grab the boss with him. In this case, the boss will go to him alone. The guys thought this kid is an idiot, but looking at his expression, it seems that he does not joke at all. Shi Hao is a real madman. With his skills, Kung Fu can be killed by the one with whom they could not cope. Let it do it away from them. They do not want to die with him. Then the warriors of Shi Chao came up. The commander said that it is very dangerous for life to be conceived and underestimated on the battlefield. In addition, the professionalism of Shi Chao cannot be judged without seeing him in action. Another conversation. The guy saw the hunters for relics asked how this herd dares to teach them how to do his job. It is very interesting for him to see what they will do with the boss. The guy exclaimed that if not for Sheo, then their commander would have long had turned into minced meat. The fat man said that they were not cool at all. He would look at them when Shi Chao will humiliate and seize them. The bespectacled man asked everyone to shut up. In any case, they were a professional detachment. The commander asked for an apology. Just these two love to say too much. But it seems to him that they are still mistaken. They just came to see how Xiao alone will deal with everything here. And Xiao Hao was already reincarnating with another account. His pressure was even stronger than that of the boss. Where does this guy get such a great power? How is it possible? The boss also felt too powerful, the power of evil. He exclaimed that the guy worthy of a battle with him and called him a great warrior. He said that this is the strongest reception of the boss in a state of rage. And he began to use force against the demon. The system warned the owner that this attack is a clot of dark magic, which can be absorbed. But it must be taken into account that if the norm is exceeded, he can harm him. His cloak absorbed all the damage. How could he do it? What he is going to do? Why he envelops himself? Yinchuan said that there was some kind of sound inside. It is like a roar of a wild animal. The guys noticed that they were in front of them. And he changes very quickly. They were wondering what was going on there. How Shi Hao copes with the evil monster. Suddenly he turned into a huge evil dragon. Is it still Xiao? In addition, this overwhelming force completely constrained the boss. The boy will really destroy him now. The monster asked why this power seems to him so familiar. Who is he in the end? Shi Hao replied that this did not concern him. He does not deserve to know his name. Okarik noticed that he had known before that Shi Chaos was very cool, but he did not assume that so. The commander replied that such a spectacular battle, with their levels, they would never have seen in life again. And they told the fat man that he really found a treasure. The fat man exclaimed that he also knows how to turn into a dragon. He asked the guy to gobble up this damn boss. Warriors from other detachments were very surprised. How can it be stronger than a boss? He is definitely cheating. Chen asked his sister Yin if she had ever seen such a large-scale battle with the boss. The girl replied that she saw more ambitious things, but for the first time she sees that the boss so desperately fights against one person. Incredible power is hidden in it. But why did they not hear anything about it before that he was in the end for a person? A man from another detachment was surprised from this kid. He alone suppresses the boss. Is it really a secret weapon of the Mo Squad? Stop already pretending to be dead. You need to immediately get out of here. This Yin Xuan is abnormal. But it turns out that there is someone even more inadequate. This is simply impossible. Xiao Hao always seemed to Yin Xuan somehow strange, but he surpassed all her expectations. Although the mission failed, it still did not go in vain. The kid must be reported to take control of it. The monster exclaimed that he was feeling blood. Has he absorbed him relatives and absorbed their dragon strength? Having such a powerful power. Why he still remains man. Why don't he go over to their monster's camp? Then they will be able to jointly enjoy the murders of people and all things. Xiao Hao in the guise of the monster answered boss that he was not interested in this. And now the red-tailed Baya, or the world boss of the 9th level, was destroyed. Xiao Hao in the guise of a huge ferocious monster growled menacingly. It was cool, but the roar looked like a sound wave. The fat man exclaimed that he had gone crazy and began to attack the allies. He asked him to stop. They could not understand what he was going to do. Does he fly right at them? The guys asked the commander rather to leave here. Apparently that guy went crazy. Yin Xuan exclaimed that they have no way to resist him now. The guys wanted to run away from here, although they did not even know if there was a sense. But the fat man said that they trust Xiao. The commander fully supported him. The rest called them a bunch of idiots. If they want, then let them wait for this bloodthirsty monster to swallow them. Shi Hao could not understand how he could lose his head like that. He began to turn back into a man and returning to the portal. He asked everyone not to panic, because he has everything under control. The fat man exclaimed that he was of course a hard guy. They all managed to sweat. The guys exclaimed that he was still handsome. In this world, no one can be cooler than him. The commander asked to stop getting Xiao Hao. He needs to rest after such a heavy battle. Okarik began to use a healing wind. Shi Hao asked them not to worry because everything is in order with him. In the meantime, the system led the calculation. This battle of the owner lasted 60 seconds. From his account, 160 million were written off. He was very disappointing. It turned out that for additional tricks it was necessary to pay extra. It's good that this time he was lucky, and they met a predator demon. Otherwise, he would not dare to spend money like that. The fat man asked if everything was fine with him. Shi Hao replied that he was alive, just his heart was doused with blood. The commander said that he really opened his eyes here, and he congratulated him on the fact that he destroyed the boss alone. In the future, He asked to be careful. He does not even know how many pairs of eyes stared at him during the battle, but is sure that it was not only they. He is afraid that problems may appear in the future. Shihao agreed with the commander, and he thought that his words were worthy of the old experienced Taos. He really needs to be more modest. In the end, it is not a closed dungeon. The commander exclaimed that he was thinking the boy understood him. Then a detachment of MO came up to them. They asked if the outstanding detachment of the Moscow region wants to use someone else's victory and came to pick up everything. Even if today he will have to sacrifice his life, they will never allow them to touch Shao. Yinxuan asked not to worry. Who killed the boss belongs to that. Their detachment of the Moscow region cannot commit such a low act. They came to apologize to Shihao. She used to underestimate him. Now she sincerely invites him to join their detachment of the Moscow region. The guys asked the commander if she seriously wants this goner to join them. The mage healer exclaimed that the whole thing is in his skills. If he agrees, then they will become invincible. One of them said he was against. It was they who had just destroyed the boss, and the kid was left to deal with only the 3 remaining percentages of his HP. The fat man said that it does not matter. Shihao will deal even with the boss, which will be twice as stronger than that, and he asked them to stop looking down on people. The guy squeezing his teeth shouted to the fat man, calling him a fat that no one asked him. Yinxuan asked him, really as a member of the MO detachment, he really does not see the real power of Shichao. Do not disgrace, so if he does not want her to throw him out of the team. To himself, he thought that of course he sees this, that this kid was terribly strong, but he simply could not accept him. He is an unscrupulous and arrogant show-off, and where he only has such a powerful force. Why should he be affectionate with him? He asked Shao to remember him. He will make him pay for everything. Shihao thanked her for his kindness, but he said that she knows his decision to establish her own detachment. Therefore, he is forced to refuse. Yinxuan exclaimed that she knew that he would answer. All the same, they are all part of the corporation Hanmo. She hopes that in the future they can still work together. I thought to myself that he was a good guy. She did not like him before, but now that she saw his real strength, the opinion has completely changed. Shihao was surprised that these words are coming from a pure heart. Is it really not lying? The boy said that she was flattering him. They are just a recently formed detachment of dummies. It is a great honor for them that the MO detachment will help them. To himself, Shihao thought that he prefers strong truth to weak hypocrisy. Miss Yinxuan hugged him to say something in his ear. She said that today he saved her, and she will never forget his kindness. How he wants her to pay him. The boy asked not to rush. He asked to talk about this later, when he needed her help. She asked if he really wants to make her feel in debt to him, although she hates such things more than anything. But if it concerns him, she will accept it. Then they said goodbye. The boy thought that this girl from the corporation is not so simple. The fat man asked Shichao, as if there was no connection between them. It is correctly said in the saying, the beauty is worthy of the strongest. This is just about him. Shihao exclaimed that the guys were too exaggerated. The commander said that he did not expect that he was one of the people of the Hanmo Corporation. He thought the guy is a single knight. Shihao explained that he had joined them recently, so he was not familiar with anyone. The commander recalled that the percentage of the Hanmo Corporation is 50%, which means that after joining the detachment, he will have to give half of his income to the authorities. But this time he alone got rid of the boss, and Hanmo did not provide him with any support. In this situation, he loses a lot than he receives. Shihao replied that there was still no other choice. He entered Hanmo to a greater extent because of his family. In this world of judgment, it is very difficult to delve into all the subtleties alone. It may somehow be possible to lower the amount of the contribution. The commander realized why he was so different from them, orphans that grew up in this deserted wild place. And there are too many people around him who should be worried about. Finding the patron is a good choice, but with his strength, he probably does not want to depend on other people for a long time, and if possible, will increase his own power. He seems to have received a drawing of the fortress before. He remembers that in Hanmo there was one master of engineering. He can find him and try to establish a relationship with him, and when the time comes, he can build and develop the fortress. He will settle his whole family there and will no longer worry about them. Shihao exclaimed that this is a great advice. The boy thought that he did not need other people. He himself will come up with something. Weiss laughed and agreed with him. The construction of the fortress is easy for its omnipotent host. Shi Hao invited the children to check the award for the murder of the boss. The fat man immediately replied that this was a good idea, and it was time to collect treasures. There were many treasures, one of which is the key to the lands of the red-tailed Baya. The fat man said that it seems due to the fact that things that fell out of a rare chest with treasures in a secret shock of the demon were too good. There is a feeling that things from the boss were not at all worth the effort. Ochkarik asked him not to judge everyone. These things are not for him. Who knows, maybe Chaos will come in handy. The boy exclaimed that he did not care about it. This time his goal was precisely this key, the key to the lands of the boss. The commander asked if things were really more valuable from there than things from the secret den of the demon. Shi Hao replied that it was. According to its reliable sources in this dungeon of resources, at least 2.5 billion. The guys decided that he was kidding. The guys were very surprised at this huge amount of money. How many zeros are there? The fat man exclaimed that he could not spend so much in his entire life. Okarik said that it all belongs to Shao, even if they don't dare and think about this. The boy explained that until they are turned into coins, this money is a useless set of numbers, and he thought that his current level would not be enough to strip the lands of a 90th boss. Although with the Emperor's account, the shadow of the shadow was very simple, but in his dungeon there is definitely a bunch of small high-level monsters and intermediate bosses. If no one helps him, then nothing will work out. The commander received a message that Shi Hao sent him a request to transfer a money amount of 100 million. The fat man was very surprised what he does. Do not scatter your money. Is this a reward for the boss? Shi Hao replied that it was. He already told them that they would pay 100 million for the boss. It's time to fulfill your promises. The commander said that they had already earned 70 million thanks to him. They can't demand anything else from him. The boy explained that these are different things, and do not mix everything in a heap. That rare demon robber and his lair are just an accident, and he promised these 100 million to them for the boss. The fat man exclaimed with tears in his eyes that the boss of Shichao is steep and imperious, as if hired them to work. The second guy said that in the end they received the money, and he did the work himself. They began to hug him and speak, then from today they will firmly hug the Shao and will never let him go. The fat man also began to hug a guy and thank him with tears in his eyes for such a generous gift. The guy in glasses ran to them with a whip and asked to behave at least a couple of minutes normally, calling them two morons. The commander allowed to beat them. He said that at least Shi Hao and a great person, they also cannot count on him all the time. He will not stand on ceremony with him and will simply accept his money. Although their relationship with him began with ordinary cooperation, they are not limited only to this. If in the future he needs help, their small detachment will do everything in their power. Shi Hao replied that he would not stand on ceremony either, and they can already help him. He hopes that they can help him collect more information about places outside the safe zone, about all monsters, about people or dungeons. This is his way, which needs to be strengthened in order to be prepared when he goes hunting in those wild places. In addition, he believes that it is time for them to expand their detachment. Establishing your full power is a great option. They asked the kid to explain his words. The commander said that they always preferred a small but cool detachment. Indeed, firstly, such a detachment is well suited for quick open operations, and secondly, it is easier to manage the team. A trader appeared in the new detachment. Shi Hao explained that the amount of money determines the game difference. If now they have money, as it was no longer possible. The commander replied that they only think about how to survive now. Why do they think about such things? It seemed to the bespectacled man that Chaos was right. Now they have the best time to change. The fat man exclaimed that in fact now they have marginal levels. And if this continues further, it will be very difficult for them to resist the teams of 10 people. The second said that he also wants to take this money and have fun to go to the sunset. But for further long-term development, it is worth doing as Xiao Hao said. The commander asked the boys when they became so far sighted. Previously, they all only knew that drinking without drying. He said that this is all thanks to Shichao. It was he who made them look at the world from the other side. His skills are not enough. He cannot bring his people to a higher level. This team lacked Shao. Let these 100 million be the starting capital of his entry into their detachment. He is the heart of the detachment horizon and the largest shareholder. He will have an advantage in making profit and the right to make decisions that will decide the life of the detachment. Shi Hao agreed, and he thought that he still said that he did not have enough skills. He definitely has grandiose plans for this detachment. The boy decided to entrust them with all the case of wild places. And he decided that now it was time for them to say goodbye. He asked them to remember that if something happens, they could contact him at any moment. The guys asked to protect themselves, and they wished the guy a happy journey. Shihao asked where his sister and the rest of the guys were. The girl exclaimed that her brother had finally appeared. Why did they not manage to contact him before the connection was disabled? They explained that it was in the 8th district. Mo allowed them to live here temporarily. She had already sent him the coordinates. Shihao replied that this was very good, and he will be soon. The boy thought that the angel's cloak received from the connection of the air cloak and the broken wings of the angel turned out to be very cool. Although there is a restriction on the height of the flight, it takes much less time for reloading, and the level of safety with practicality has increased greatly. Before us is the 8th district of Hanmo Corporation. Mo told the bodyguard that since the military situation was not resolved, they were able to find only such a house for temporary residence. She explained that she had offended Xiao, so she asked to live here. The boy laughed and exclaimed that it was okay, but he thought to himself what kind of insult she generally talks about. He is afraid that they had some misunderstandings. He is an adult man, but she has never seen such a huge and luxurious house in his life. The sister asked her brother if he saw a battle with the boss. It is very good that everything is in order with him, and he returned, because from the 9th region, an incredible boss's roar came to them. Shihao replied that he saw, not the right word. And showing the key, he asked what they think about it. The sister asked why he had this golden key. Miss Mo exclaimed, "Is it really the key that she spoke before? This is the key to the boss dungeon, as he was in his hands." Fei Fei asked her brother if it was true that he killed that boss. The brother replied that of course she was smart and it was he who did it. The bodyguards laughed and said that Yin Xuan headed the battle with boss, along with their team. It was they who won. Miss Mo asked, if they did not cope with him, then how could he do it? Shihao explained that he was just very lucky to find his weak place. Later, he took advantage of the right moment. She was very surprised that he really killed a 90s boss. How many strength is hiding in it? However, this is his personal file, and she is not going to intervene. Only what kind of weak spot was he had? Shihao replied that he would tell about this later, but he could say only one thing. It seems that now the Hangmo Corporation is not only the group of Huanzheng, but also the Tianchuan Corporation. Traitors also appeared in it. After such a number of enemies, it will be pointless to fight them. Miss Mo replied that he could guess about this whole situation. He should not worry about Hanmo Corporation. They will continue to develop according to their own path, regardless of how the external environment will change. Shihao exclaimed that he really was not a newcomer to worry about it. He is more interested in the mechanism of distribution of prey that he received. She will share in half between the corporation and the detachment that he, Mo, agreed that his situation was special, since he had not yet officially entered Hanmo, and they did not manage to enter data about him and his detachment. Therefore, he does not need to give them anything. This is all him. The sister of Shichao was immediately surprised that these 2.5 billion belonged to them. It is like some kind of dream. Shihao replied that he understood everything, but still, according to the rules, he himself would give them half. Mo said that there are loopholes in the rules, thanks to which he may not pay. Why did he decide to abandon his own money? Shihao said that he has 2 reasons for this. Firstly, you cannot be such a greedy person. Although he loves money since he decided to join the corporation, he must follow the rules. He does not want to become an enemy for the whole detachment. Since their royal detachment wants to become part of their forces, they cannot spoil their status and prestige because of the fleeting benefit. That is why he made such a decision. He explained that this is all just for them. Miss Mo was very surprised at this. He really did it for her. Thinking, she exclaimed that since he himself decided so, she would not stop him. He asked how to pay his share to him then. She asked him not to rush. Then a special Department of Income Assessment would do this. He has 2 options to choose from. The first, he himself gives everything he received, including the key to the boss dungeon, and the corporation will pay him 50% of the total cost of the award. The advantages of this option are that he will not need to worry about the sale of objects. A little expectation and he will have a solid amount of money on his account. This is the safest method. The second is to give 50% of the total cost of items, and then to clean the dungeon with its resources on their own. He will leave most of the money to himself and give the smaller according to the rules. But this method is very risky. The boy replied that he was choosing the second option. She noticed that this choice is in his style, and he thought that with his abilities, the higher the risk, the greater the income. Miss Mo explained that she would deal with the rest herself, and she should have time, and she added that the corporation can provide them with a move to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th district. It is safe enough there. When military anxiety ends, she will send someone behind them. He asked not to do this yet. There was just such a powerful battle. He is sure that the monsters and Noes will not stick out of their holes. And in the 9th region, he still had friends. The best option is the 8th area, but they will talk about this later. Miss Mo replied that she respects his decision. If he only wants to move, then let her tell her. She asked him to take this card, which will make it possible to freely move to the 1st to the 9th district. The boy thanked Miss Mo and noticed that she was very attentive. He thought that this little thing is very useful. Sister noticed that she did not want to part with her brother. I turned several times. She mocked her, laughing at her. Shihao apologized to his parents. He explained that he needed to stay in this area for now. Now he cannot transfer them to a safer place. Mother said that this place is quite good. He and his father did not dream that someday they would live in such a luxurious house. The only drawback is that the house is too large, and it will be difficult to clean. Nana asked not to worry and provide it to her. Fei told his brother that wherever they are, if they are together, this is the best place in the world. Nana exclaimed that the sister was talking correctly, and she herself thought that she would be sick of this cute now. You need to finish it faster. After all, this is what she is fighting for. In the world of apocalypse, most people think that the family is a break that will stop them, so they choose to live alone. But he was very lucky to be born in such a wonderful and happy family. He will make every effort to protect this happiness, and he is obliged to do it himself. Even if he had to join the Hanmo clan, this is not his ultimate goal. Only when he completes his impregnable fortress, his family will have a future. Weiss asked the owner whether he wanted something. The boy asked the robot to get drawings of the fortress and conduct an analysis. The robot accepted the owner of the owner. Shihao decided to see what is the price of his ideal future. While the sister of Shihao bathed in the pool, Weiss told the owner that the scan was completed. Only the results are not so optimistic. Shihao asked him to speak soon. The robot began to explain, which, firstly, for the construction of the fortress according to this drawing, a dungeon is required at least a 40-level level. Shihao asked what was the problem itself. The key to the dungeon that he received from the mercenaries of the Black Tiger has just a 40th level. He thought everything when he used it. And then such a great opportunity appeared. Weiss said that this is only the first problem. The cost of construction, for the full construction of the fortress, will need to be paid. A very large amount, namely 5 billion. The boy exclaimed, grabbing his head, that it was a robbery. Weiss said that this is not all. In addition to cash, it will be necessary to get special materials and items in large volumes. Shihao replied that his enthusiasm was almost destroyed without this. And he also said that after the boss was earned, he earned a lot of money. He needs to destroy a dozen more such bosses. Weiss asked the owner not to be upset. Shihao understood, but these costs are too huge. And what will he do after collecting materials and money? The robot explained that the conclusioning stage is construction. The owner needs to use the skills of an engineer to create a large number of engineering robots that will create a fortress. This stage is easy for him. The only difficulty is that the owner will have to constantly attend the facility. But maybe he can transfer the management of nanorobots and will allow her to observe the construction of the fortress on his behalf. Weiss exclaimed that this is a great idea. She herself was made by the owner, so this option is permissible. Managing these engineering clones is not so difficult. And then the case was decided. It remains to collect money and the necessary materials for this. To build the legendary fortress is still a problem. At first he wanted to improve the merger level with the Emperor of the Shade, but it looks like this will have to be held out. There should be no necessary enemies for some time, so that the fortress will be a priority for him. Now he needs to earn money. Then a lot of water flew into his face. Fei exclaimed, turning to her brother, that in this pool is very fun. Nana also began to spray water. Shihao thought that he had not seen his sister so relaxed and cheerful for a long time. So hard work was not in vain. The boy asked his sister to play without him, but then he was completely in the water. Nana said that the owner also needs to rest well. If all the time is in suspense, then health can fail. She decided that she would take advantage of the moment and drown him in this water battle. Shihao praised the robot. After all, she used her technique to light his fighting spirit. She made him recall the times when he dominated the pool. The boy decided to show them who is actually the king of water games. Fei said that this was the usual trick of her brother. Nana made an underwater explosion and mentally said goodbye to the owner. telling him that she would no longer be. But the boy exclaimed that it was too late, now let her receive and laugh. Fei Fei said that her brother had a very cool trick and asked to teach her. Before us is the main department of the corporation Hanmo. Cabinet of the Deputy President. Miss Yin Xuan approached the master, apologizing to him. She did not expect Tian Xuan to betray them. She failed to defend herself from the handed by the royal killers, as a result of which the battle with the boss was lost. All responsibility lies with her, so she is ready for punishment. The master replied that it seems she herself knows her strengths and weaknesses. But does she think that this could be her justification? Miss Yin Xuan guiltily lowered her head down. Then he used his strength, after which she began to fall down. He asked why she was still not standing in front of him. While in the list of the best fighters of the MO detachment, she could not even normally lead the detachment and defeat the 90s boss. Because of her, Hanmo lost his face. This was said by the deputy president of Hanmo Mo Chi. The girl apologized to him again. The deputy hit her palm in the face and exclaimed that he had no time to listen to her nonsense. He took it out of the garbage and spent a lot of money to raise. He does not need her apologies and excuses. A guy stood in the corridor. He asked the master to stop. The president's deputy asked if he couldn't look at it anymore. Or he is sorry for his beloved member of the detachment. The guy replied that he simply did not want him to spend his time on useless things. And he was engaged in solving important issues. It was the commander of the detachment of the Moscow region, Ji Vanquan. The president's deputy exclaimed that he was engaged in them. Whether he found a man who captured the boss, Ji Vanquan replied that he found. This man was included in Mrs. Personnel Reserve, but there was no official registration. He was drawn by car. Is the boss grabbed her? Does this mean that she showed her desire directly and confront him? He saw a photograph of Shi Chao in front of him and asked who he was at all. She generally went crazy, since she put a beginner with a 6th level against him. Zi Vanquan said that it is not worth believing the indicators of its external level. A man who managed to destroy the boss instead of Yin Xuan is as if he is hiding something. This kid probably specifically conceals his level. The president's deputy asked what the real power of this Shi Chao was. He is sure that she should be in the know. Miss Yin Xuan replied that it remains a mystery. Although the boss had only 3% of health, he fell into a state of rage, and Shi Hao simply flattened him with his strength, destroying in a couple of seconds. The deputy immediately screamed. If he is so talented that she did not drag him to her side, he had to join them. The girl replied that she tried, but she did not succeed. He asked if there are people who can refuse her. It doesn't look like her at all. Previously, she would not have let the man who refused her alive. What then? Is this guy interested in her? And she even released the boss because of this. He himself is already curious to find out who he is. The president's deputy decided to give her the last chance. She can even seduce him, but Shi Chaos is obliged to be on their side. If he refuses again, he orders him to kill him so that he does not cause them problems in the future. Miss Yin Xuan said that he was listening to his order. Zi Vanquan asked her not to blame him for not helping her. In the end, she herself behaved so unprofessional. Is this guy Xiao Hao really as strong as she says? The girl replied that no, in fact he is much more powerful. She even thinks that he will be stronger than he, their commander. The guy said that he had never heard such a high assessment of her abilities from her. This kid managed to interest him. He has not experienced such a feeling for many years. And he asked her to execute the order of the master. But she needs to remember that if she can't recruit Shi Chao, then let him leave him. He wants to kill him with his own hand. Yin Xuan thought that the act of Shi Hao had already caused a whole wave of consequences. Not only their detachment of the Moscow region, but probably the Tianchuan Corporation, together with the Huanzhen detachment, put their eyes on him. But what she expected from him was that her arrogant commander will be interested in him. Is it really because of her words? But she does not want to become his enemy and hopes that he will join them. And then the next day came. Before us is the school of the 9th region. The guys said that if at least a little still left underground, they would have been moldy. This is all due to the fact that yesterday a detachment of MO destroyed the boss of the 9th region. No wonder they are considered the strongest fighters of Hanmo Corporation. Another student replied that he heard that rescuers said that at the very end of the boss, some person was destroyed alone. They did not believe how one person could kill a 90s boss. Huan Tian exclaimed, "Was this man Shi Chao?" Luo Feng said that only their captain can do it. The girl said that in the end, the enemy was a 90s boss. Even if Shi Hao was able to defeat him, he probably had to pay for this. Perhaps he is seriously wounded. Luo Feng replied that it was likely. He will immediately contact him to find out his condition. Then one of the students asked to look up. What was it above them? Incredibly powerful energy was felt. It was Xiao Hao. But students could not understand what was behind him. Luo Feng exclaimed when he saw the captain that he was intact, and he was very happy about this. Huan Tian thought that the boy became even more beautiful. Her heart was beating very quickly. Luo Feng told the captain that after the battle with the boss on him was not a scratch, and he dared to doubt his strength. He can no longer call him his brother. The director said that Shi Hao was returning. Now the school is safe, and they have nothing more to worry about. Shi Hao asked the director what he was going to do next. The man replied that he had already contacted Hanmo Corporation, and they promised to send people to them to help restore school in the 9th district. Now everyone is best temporarily stop training and stay with their families. By joint efforts, they will overcome all difficulties. Shi Hao again saved the school, but unfortunately they can no longer give him a reward corresponding to his merits. The boy replied that being part of this school, he was obliged to do this. It was not only a reward. Luo Feng exclaimed that he was a real leader, so incredible. He did not refuse the reward, and turned out to be a hero. Students began to shout that Shi Chao is so strong and beautiful. They wanted children from him. Other students shouted that they were generally saying that. The guys asked them not to intervene and leave them alone. Shi Hao could not understand what was happening to them. Why this skill was activated when there are so many people around. If this continues further, then something irreparable can happen. He called Huan Tian and Luo Feng behind him, since they should get out of here faster. They immediately obeyed the guy and began to run after him. On the way, they asked where he was leading them. Shi Hao asked if everything was all right with their families. Luo Feng replied that everything was fine. His family had some money, and then everything only the beginning collapsed. They immediately fled to the 8th district. Now everything is in complete safety. Zhuantian said that her parents had been gone for a long time. She is completely alone, and she is not about who to worry about. Where are they still going? Shi Hao explained that they would go beyond the safe zone and go to a special area of wild places. It is necessary to clean the one dungeon of the 40 level that he got from the Black Tiger detachment. Before us is the main gate of the district number 9. Someone asked to stop. Weapons were sent to Xiao and his comrades. The guy asked what they forgot here. This is not a place for walking, but a dangerous object. Shi Hao replied that they were ordinary students. They need to leave the city to settle some business, and he asked to let them go. The guy exclaimed, interested in what students could do outside the city at such a time. It is forbidden to leave the city. He asked them to dump them, otherwise they would have to arrest them. Luo Feng asked how he was a 10th level guard dare to indicate them. Does he understand who they are at all? Shi Hao asked him not to be so impulsive. They are diligent students who do not want to harm, and showed the guard his pass. The guard was very surprised and asked where he got him from. He never saw such before. Or he thinks that he has an advantage only due to the fact that this first worker can this pass is generally false. Then the captain came up and asked to stop idling, rather drive them away. The guard explained that these students show an unknown pass and claim that they have the right to leave the city. When the captain looked at the pass, his jaw dropped. He called the guy a moron, and he exclaimed that this was a pass of the highest level of the Hanmo group. How he could not recognize him or his training was in vain. The captain told the respected guests that their dear presence is an honor for their station. Can he find out where they would like to go? He can provide a motorcade, which will accompany them directly to their place of their purpose. In the end, it is dangerous outside the city. Shi Hao replied that they were not worth it since they have their own agreements. Just asks them to open the gate. Huan Tian said what she was doing. For the first time it goes beyond the city, so it is so nervous. Luo Feng asked to calm down. Don't they just go to the wild? Training outside the city is an unprecedented rarity. The captain, looking at them in the back, thought that Shi Chao was the one with whom the authorities said not to take their eyes off. Does he think that there is something special in him? He told the sister that this guy named Shi Hao had just left the city, and he asked what to do next. She replied that the meeting with him guarantees a fortune. It is necessary to carefully follow them and constantly report their location. She asked him to be accurate, so that no one would notice him. Meanwhile, there are 9 outside the district. Shi Hao said that the world looks like that outside the safe zone. Luo Feng said that this is what remains of the old world, which is now devastated and in decline. Huan Tian said that she saw only photographs and video of wildlife on the internet and books. But only when you see all this live, you begin to feel the injection atmosphere of the apocalypse. But after all, the air is much fresh here. What other apocalypse? Luo Feng asked the boss whether they were going to get to the dungeon. The boy asked not to panic. He already found transport for them. They were very lucky, since these places in theory are now absolutely safe. All the monsters are hiding in their holes. And if they meet someone along the way, they will be able to test their skills and gain experience. They are important members of the Royal Combat Team, so even if they don't dare to think that they are a burden for him. The guys asked what kind of Royal Combat Team. Shihao replied that they had almost come to the meeting place, and he asked to discuss this on the way. Is this a combat team created by him? Is it all that happens under the leadership of the rich company Hanmo? Huan Tian exclaimed that it was amazing, whether they can join too. Luo Feng said that this name is so cool as it was expected from it. Nevertheless, he could join the combat team A Black Attack and climb to the top of his life. Luo Feng added that he could only defeat a high-level boss, and they are new to the 10th level. Shihao replied that this is why he leads them to the dungeon of a 40th level. If there are any shortcomings in their techniques, then in this raid they polish them to the ideal. A SUV appeared in front of them. A talented and courteous fat man appeared. He told the brother that he did not expect to see them again so soon. He was slightly surprised when Shichao asked for help. And why did he not tell him before that such a beauty would be with him? And for such a case it was necessary to get dressed up. He exclaimed that he was very glad to meet. His name is Shu Shaozi, and he is a hunter for relics. This area is similar to his backyard, so that he can protect it. The girl thanked him and said that she would be Huan Tian in his care. She noticed that the level of this person is very high. It seems to be a close friend of Shichao, and he is too enthusiastic and brave. Luo Feng said that he could definitely say that he was an elite talker, judging by his appearance. This shield looks very cool. The fat man laughed and replied that it was expected. It can be seen that he knows his business. If something is incomprehensible, then he may ask him. Shihao told them already through a communication device that their destination zone with 87. The fat man replied that they could go there in half a day. They were there before, but for some reason, they did not notice the entrance to the dungeon. Shihao explained that this dungeon can be opened only with the help of a key. Then I took out my key. He noticed that his reliability has decreased significantly, but he can still have time to use it. The fat man said that the card in his hands looks very detailed. Is the coordinates accurate in it, and a detailed description of the area, which is invaluable for relic hunters. The boy exclaimed that of course this card is real. She was personally drawn by Mu Wei. Then suddenly the fat man hit the brakes. He stopped and grabbed Xiao Hao by the shoulder. Was this map really created by the most legendary hunter for the relics of Mu Wei? The boy exclaimed that it was really she. But why does he react so much? Does he really know something about her? The fat man said that in a two-way you could not say. He will tell him everything along the way. In the eyes of most people, they are holly hunters. These chewing mercenaries do not differ from each other. In their opinion, the difference is that they do not rob people, but ruins. But everything is so only at first glance. In fact, their real goal is to find the truth of this world. That is why they are required to explore some ruins for others without stopping. Shihao asked what truth of the world he was talking about. Then the fat man asked if no one wondered how and why the OL era arose on Earth. He just has such an impression. Huan Tian remembered that she had already heard several theories before. Someone said that this world is a dream. Someone that this is just a huge hologram. Some generally claim that they were just numbers in a huge database. And all this is just a big game in which the fate and thoughts of each person are controlled by artificial intelligence. Luo Feng exclaimed that these are very old versions, and now you will rarely hear about them. Shihao said that after so many centuries, people may already be accustomed to such a life. So they try not to think about the past. The fat man replied that this does not mean at all that everything really should be so. They firmly believe that there is a reason for everything. One has only to continue to dig the ruins of past years, and once they will certainly open the truth. Shihao did not expect that so many philosophical thoughts were hiding under his appearance of frivolous informal. The fat man asked not to praise him. In fact, these are all the thoughts of the detachment commander. How he can have such thinking. It's just that all the members of their detachment were very passionate about his ideas, so they are under the leadership of their commander. Shihao thought that such an attitude towards him was for a reason. The commander told him about his petty position, which sounded funny. After all, such a horizons and level of thinking are not characteristic of an ordinary person. The fat man said that according to rumors, the legendary hunter for relics Mu Wei was very close to unraveling the truth, but he disappeared many years ago. If his card is really drawn, then perhaps it is the key to the unraveling of the truth of the world. Shihao replied that he was looking for half an hour, and so he did not really see anything. Even if they manage to find the truth of the world, what will happen next? Will life somehow change? The fat man exclaimed that he did not understand. Indeed, in fact, one legend is going on among the relics for relics a long time ago. This legend says that if someone finds the truth of the world, then he will be able to restart this world. Then he will become a king. Shi Hao exclaimed that he first hears about it. Huan Tian and Luo Feng said that if this is true, then it is very interesting. Huan Tian said that if she restarted the world, she would certainly have turned into a sorceress, and everywhere love and peace would reign. Luo Feng said that if he changed the world, he would become the lord of all living beings on earth. Shi Hao asked the guys to postpone their dreams until at least a minimum level was reached. This legend is too unreal. It is better for them to focus on what is really happening now. The fat man replied that he was right, but he also needs to dream. Shi Hao thought that the word to dream at their time was a luxury. All that now we need to do is strive to achieve your goals and not dream. But if you think so, what is his dream? The fat man said that if you manage to find Mu Wei, you can get the key to the universe. So this is definitely not a dream, but an achievable goal. Shi Hao thought that the director should be much more about Mu Wei. When he finishes with the dungeon, he will definitely find out everything from him. Suddenly, the boy asked the fat man to stop the car as they had already arrived. The guys asked if it was an entrance to the dungeon. They did not see anything ahead. Shi Hao explained that of course the entrance is hidden. The activation is needed for the highest degree. Otherwise, it would have long been devastated by other people. The boy said that first they need to deal with their adhesive stuck. The fat man also noticed that they had been following them all the way. Huan Tian asked what he had in mind by the word sticking. Luo Feng realized that he had in mind that someone was following them. They immediately began to look around. The fat man exclaimed that he was an exploration specialist. They still have to learn a lot. They were a little surprised. Since there was a disguised shield ahead, an explosion occurred. They began to cough and realized that someone outwitted them. Luo Feng said that someone really pursued them, but he did not notice anything. He realized that the guard was in front of them, but could not understand why they pursued them. The man asked the guys not to understand them incorrectly. He was not completely sure of their safety, but they did not allow them to accompany them. Therefore, secret persecution is the only option that they accepted to protect them. Xiao Hao put his sword to his throat and asked if it was hard for them. The man replied that not at all. This is their service. But to assign the blade to another person, a little rude. Shi Hao exclaimed that he did not even want to waste time explaining, and he added that it was time to finish their conversation. The man said that they obviously confused him with someone. He has lush hair, but he is only 28 years old. He is no nonsense old horseradish. The guard commander called the guy to himself a freak. How he dared to direct a sword at him. If in their detachment there was no person with 55th levels, they would have been praying for mercy for a long time. The man handed over a military signal of gestures, a triangular offensive construction. The commander sends these signals to his people. As soon as that boy begins to act, they will counterattack. They have only one person with a high level. The rest should not be afraid. Shi Hao said that if so, he is grateful for their attention and care. They should trust more and help each other. The boy changed his decision sharply. It is better to reveal their conspiracy under the pretext of friendship. The commander replied that they were really lucky that they had survived in that disaster. He thought that this kid is the son of the director of the corporation, Hanmo. He asked Shi Chao to tell him why they were, despite the risks with the whole company, came to these wild places and what their goal was. Shi Hao asked what kind of lord he was at all. And if you answer the question, that is, what to share. They planned to clean up a new dungeon, and he asked if they wanted them. Luo Feng thought that the boss best able to lure people into the pit. Zhuan Tian thought that this bunch of wise men thinks that they were winning here. The commander exclaimed if they were joking. This key is at least a 40 level. Did they really plan to activate him and decided that they would cope with everything? Luo Feng replied that therefore they called them, were they really scared? Didn't they say that they want to protect them? Is this really their courage? Huan Tian laughed and exclaimed that these were the defenders of their 9th region. It is not surprising that all evil spirits are constantly attacking them. So this is the reason. The man noticed that the language of this girl shows her entire rotten nature. The commander's warriors said that it was impossible to allow this dairy, who also did not see their lives, to talk with them. They must make them see their entire coolness. The commander thought that he had no experience in stripping the dungeons. This dungeon is most likely designed for 5 people. Although he has a desire to go with them, he cannot abandon his comrades. The commander said that he was very sorry. Shi Hao explained that this is a dungeon for 5 to 10 people. They can enter everything. The guys from another detachment said that if so, now they will recognize the meaning of the word professional. They suggested that the lads go to clean this dungeon. The commander thought that in order to answer for his words, he would now have to go there with these muddy guys. And this is very dangerous. You just need to dump everything on these school children. The most important thing is to pull the time and wait for the coming of the mistress. Shi Hao thanked them for his escort. The commander exclaimed that they could rely on them. Shi Hao gave the command to go. The commander decided just in case to leave the signaling device here so that the lady knew their coordinates. It was a smart signal device. Installation, which is included in the standard configuration of a guard, in which the signal transmission range is very high. And here is the dungeon of the Forest of Fate, the recommended level of 40. They noticed that this dungeon is very beautiful. And it is so large, not like a 40th level. The fat man was right. You cannot predict exactly what the dungeon will be. And this is also a giant tree. It is incredibly high. The fat man said that he could assume that there was a final boss there. Luo Feng hoped that in the next battle he would share his precious experience with him. The fat man laughed and replied that they would see that he would come out of this. It is better to let him be behind him. Shi Hao asked Weiss carefully analyze this dungeon. Is it possible to build a fortress here? The robot replied that this dungeon is suitable for building a fortress, but it will have a maximum of 3 stars. Shi Hao thought that this was not suitable for his 5-star standard. It seems this time when stripping they can only gain experience. Huan Tian asked them to look up. Something moves on them very quickly. It was some kind of bird. A huge flying dragon, 25th levels, flew on them. What a bird can be. If this is a dragon, the commander exclaimed that they have him and do not panic. He asked his guys to listen to his team and rather open fire towards the enemy. Shi Hao did not expect this from them. They fight on their side without any indignation, which is simply amazing. The commander said that the tiny flying dragon of the 20th level dared to attack them. Isn't he in the know that it is forbidden to fly over them? Then he laughed. The members of the detachment praised the commander and said that he was the best. With him, they are definitely safe. Suddenly, a stinging dragon of a 40th level appeared. The dragon managed to grab one of the members of the detachment. The guy immediately screamed in pain and began to ask for help. The guard was in the west of the dragon. And not only he is alone, they only came, but already lost half of the people. The commander asked the fat man with 55th level not to stand, but to help them. His level is higher than his, but he protects him. Is the boy mocking him? The fat man asked Xiao to help him. The boy replied that they still need to do a lot. They don't know how many strong monsters are here, so these guys will definitely come in handy. The fat man asked everyone to part and not to interfere under his feet. He will destroy such a weak monster in 2 scores. Shi Hao was reminding mystical eggs. They suddenly moved to the stage of an uncontrolled reaction. He became interested in, from hunger. It is, or from pain. Did they really feel the breath of relatives, so they decided to hatch? The system said that the mystical egg has still unstable condition. Shi Hao was very surprised that after such a long lull, it suddenly began to move. Is it really someone to hatch from him soon? So will not go. He decided to try to reassure him with the ingredients accumulated in the storage. Use the language of chest with treasures, and leg of the chest with treasures, in order to calm the mystical egg. Shi Hao realized that it was finally calmed down, but something was wrong with him anyway. Weiss asked, does it really want to hatch? But because of the lack of strength, he can't break through the shell. The boy replied that it was quite possible. Since he so wants to hatch, then he will help him. Xiao Hao picked up the dragon's huge heart. He asked the egg to eat this heart, which would give him so much strength that the shell would be opened in 2 counts. Is he really afraid of the breath of his highest relative? But this is just a piece of meat. What is to be afraid here? If he cannot even decide on this, then it is better for him to remain an egg for the rest of his life. The boy noticed that this egg is so naive it could also be angry. The egg seemed to make some sounds. Shi Hao asked to give him to see what it was in the end. Weiss advised the guy to break this egg as soon as possible. The robot was very surprised. A very powerful impetus occurred. Shi Hao exclaimed that this was pretty good, which he expected. The system congratulated the owner on the receipt of a fighting pet and asked him to come up with a name. Shi Hao said that being his name should definitely be impudent. Therefore, he decided to name his red comet. Meanwhile, the commander fought with the stinging dragon. Although they did not work out the first time, he exclaimed that he had to deal with it. Around him were some bright yellow lightning. Looking ahead, He saw a dragon of Shao in front of him and was surprised. What is this monster near the guy? Although it does not matter. He has only the 6th level. Anyone will destroy it in a second. One of the members of the detachment sent a weapon in their direction. He exclaimed that now his turn to hunt. It is a pity that they will not really receive experience from him. The dragon flew towards him angrily growling. He broke the guy's weapon in one movement, then flew up to the fat man. But the fat man said, turning to the dragon, that he did not touch him. Why is he biting his shield? The commander called the guys a herd of garbage. Even with a monster of the 6th level, they cannot figure it out. He exclaimed that they would now show them skill. Shihao asked him to stop. After all, this dragon is his just-born fighting pet. He himself did not know that this dragon would show such hostility to others, and immediately apologized. The fat man said that although they were friends, it is already too much. Shihao must pay for the repair of his account. Huan Tian, seeing the dragon, asked if this was really the egg that he received in the forest. It really hatched. It is simply incredible. She ran to him and said that she was waiting for him very much, and asked to go to her sister rather. But why did he think to bite? Shihao asked not to touch him. He just hatched, and therefore fears the rest. The boy stroked the dragon and said that it was his comrades. He asked to remember them. Then there was some strange sound. Everyone instantly turned their heads in that direction. Shihao exclaimed that it seems the owner of this forest is not happy with them, or he felt the presence of a red comet. The commander said that they had just survived such a major battle. Although they became much less, he came to the conclusion that the monsters here are not so dangerous. He proposed to divide to speed up the search, and then gather near that large tree. Shihao replied that this is a good plan. If something happens, then he asked to immediately contact him. The commander thought that this kid was continuous problems. Yes, and he himself is dangerous for them. He certainly does not have the 6th level. Therefore, it is better to divide now, and then just watch him from the side. He decided that this is really the best option. Huan Tian said that for the first time she was cleaning the dungeon. It is so exciting and exciting. Does it not seem to them that this dungeon looks like a version of a paradise monastery in a dark forest? The rest of the guys agreed with her. Shihao said that the fat man is also an experienced hunter. With his rich experience in the study of ruins, they will clean him without any problems. Does he have any ideas about other dungeons of this world? What dungeons he had already encountered? The fat man explained that the main task of hunters for ruins to look for traces of the old world. Shihao noticed that if they do not receive information about this dungeon before cleaning it, then there will be problems. The fat man replied that only professional teams from large corporations could do this. It is said that large companies use many different teams to study the dungeons before cleaning. Some make cards explore unknown territories. This is the intelligence department. Others monitor the number of monsters and identify methods of combating them. This is the survival department. Still others monitor the number of fauna and methods of destruction. This is the Department of Murders. Someone explains the riddles and determines the intellect of local monsters. This is a department of secrets. And he can say with confidence that without such preparation, it is not so simple to clean the dungeon. The only thing they can do this to adapt and become stronger. Huan Tian said that there are so many types of dungeons that are both dangerous and interesting. If only there were a dungeon with a girl of the goddess. But before the girl had time to finish, a huge Spinosaur of a 40-level appeared behind her. Suddenly, the Dragon Xiao dragon came to the rescue. She apologized to the dragon and exclaimed that it was all because of her, then thanked him for his help. Shihao also thanked the Red Comet for excellent work. The dragon roared with a formidable roar. How he dares to do so with him. He promised to swallow it without even biting it. Shihao was surprised that this monster knows how to talk. The fat man asked, "Was it not an ordinary roar?" Weiss explained to the owner that the Red Comet recognized the owner in him, so their characteristics and abilities became common. Thanks to this, he now understands the language of dragons. He has a hierarchical connection with him. Simply put, at what level will be Sheo, on this is the dragon. When he switches the accounts, his characteristics and appearance will also change. Shihao exclaimed that it was interesting. If he now uses the account of the Emperor of the Red Flame, then his fiery characteristics will also improve. The terrible dragon shouted to the little one so that he would rather die and call him insignificance. It was a huge Spinosaur of a 40th level. He called the little dinosaur a miserable jerk, and he decided that his trick would no longer work. He promised to turn him into ashes. The fat man said that the Red Comet is very inferior in the level of this dragon. He is afraid that if they do not take measures, then everything will be very bad. But Shi Hao asked them not to intervene. Huan Tian asked why. After all, he needs their help. He explained that this was his fighting pet. If he does not cope with such a weak monster, then do not regret his death. Huan Tian said he was ruthless, and the boy thought that if their forces are synchronized, then such a mob is not a problem for him. He does not know what his dinosaur planned, but specially pretending to be weak. The Spinosaur laughed and said that Small was sifting anger from the loss on a tree. He called him really weak. How still he laughs to resist. He promised not to leave even bones from him. He asked the Dinosaurus, calling the freak to stop. After all, this is all useless. He asked him to give up, and promised to take a breath. After which he was definitely the end. A little dinosaur began to growl and erupt the flame. Spinosaur shouted that he was hot, that he was doing it all. A little dinosaur took a knife in one paw, in the other fork, and introduced a barbecue in front of him, eagerly licking. The Spinosaurus growled and began to call him, but his strength was already running out. Luo Feng noticed a level increase. Huan Tian is the same. And all this was thanks to the dragon. The fat man exclaimed that the dragon, as it seemed to him, had just said the word barbecue. Shi Hao agreed with him, because he really said so. He asked him to attack the monster, and then saw that a tree with leaves and petals that he took has a special aroma. This is clearly some kind of spice. Does he feel the smell of barbecue? The fat man replied that he was an expert on delicious food. This smell causes his appetite. The guys exclaimed that it is not surprising that the meat smells so tasty. The dragon turned out to be a gourmet. He brought a piece of meat to his owner. Shi Hao asked if it was for him. The boy stroked the dragon on the head and immediately praised, because he knows his job. The guys exclaimed that they were all very hungry and offered to have lunch rather. From another detachment, the aroma of fried meat began to smell. They did not even feel the smell of bread that is in their hands. This is the temptation of the devil. One of the guys asked not to pay attention and not sniff. How delicious it smelled. The commander asked them to shut up all. When they receive money for completing the assignment, they will be able to buy any food that they only wish. The guys immediately agreed with him, smiling maliciously. What is happening at all? The commander thought why the mistress still did not appear. This kid becomes more dangerous and dangerous for them. They may not cope. The success of this mission completely depends on the skills of the mistress. She came to this forgotten place to destroy her enemy and get a reward. Misha was 85th levels, and now her hunt is already beginning. The fat man did not think that they would cope with him so easily. He didn't even have to do anything. He destroyed the red comet. He is unrealistically strong. Huan Tian exclaimed that they now have a lot of delicious meat, and they easily pumped 10 levels thanks to the dragon. Luo Feng said that the animal of the boss was simply awesome. He also wanted this to himself. The fat man advised to discard such thoughts. Such pets are very rare. Besides, in order to feed it a lot of money, he will not be able to afford it. Fighting pets, which from birth can fight monsters, are very rare. Luo Feng said that such a chosen one of heaven, like their boss, a fighting pet should have exactly such a level. Shi Hao noticed that they had already dispersed something. It seems everyone is already accustomed to his crook. Suddenly, the fat man exclaimed that he suddenly had one idea how to make money. Shi Hao immediately asked exactly what the idea. He eagerly asked to lay out everything as it is. The guy began to explain that in wild places there are ruins called the Arena of Animals. From time to time, competitions of the strongest pets are held in this place. The name speaks for itself. It turns out that the strongest fighting pet is determined there, and the champion receives a huge prize. In addition to money, there are also many rare items, up to the point that you can get legendary equipment. Therefore, ruins attract people from around the world. This is a very popular event. Shi Hao was very surprised that there are such competitions. This world is much richer than he thought. The fat man explained that with the power of the red comet, they will certainly make money. And he asked Hao to him about his idea. When the prize is already large, they can go there and cut the dough. Shi Hao immediately agreed. After all, perhaps under this pretext, he will be able to get some rare equipment. He must expand his knowledge of this world, while they are locked in the safe zone of information. Luo Feng told his boss that he also wants to go. He asked to take him with him. Huan Tian also wanted to go with them. Xiao has already noticed the pursuers out of the corner of his eye. Finally, they dared to appear. The dragon began to erupt the flame with all his might. Huan Tian was already afraid of turning to him. The pursuers noticed that they were discovered. The cat groaned. As possible. Some girl who pursued this group pulled her arrow and released her towards Xichao. The boy exclaimed that their attacks and weapons are too primitive. If they want to kill him, then they should find another way. Shi Hao asked who they were. Why did they attack them unexpectedly? The fat man asked if they were really the natives of this dungeon. Shi Hao was surprised at the words of the fat man, and asked if they had NPS. The fat man replied that there are usually no people in dungeons with monsters. There is an extremely rare probability that you can find people's natives. It seems that the kinship of Shi Chaos with the Emperor provoked this. Shi Hao asked to look at himself how they differ from these aborigines. Only replied that the characteristics of the natives are usually associated with the type of dungeon. Although there is a difference between them, they definitely have some kind of common feature. That is, the eternal maintenance of the initial update, or in other words, immortality. Huan Tian exclaimed that it was the dream of all girls to remain forever young. The fat man said that this is just the opposite is not very good. Rare residents of these dungeons cannot leave him themselves. They are often attacked by people. The denouement is very cruel. The fat man explained that they are all taken out of the dungeons and sold for a lot of money either to merchants or research centers, and they become objects for research. As for these two, although they do not see their faces, but according to their type and figure, we can say that they are of the highest quality goods and they will certainly be stolen. Shi Hao said that in this world, people can go to the lowest actions, only to get benefits. He told his opponents that they were lucky. Although he loves money, he will never do such things. It is better for them to leave and find some place and hide there, because in this dungeon, there is not only them. The girl asked why she should obey the stranger, and said that he should leave. She will never let him destroy these clean, serene jungle. Her cat fully supported her. Shi Hao exclaimed that they were really strangers, but one way or another, he is a person who discovered this dungeon and roughly speaking, this dungeon belongs to him, and they also belong to him. Therefore, as he wants, it will be so. Now it's not their turn to be the masters here. He is not worried about the natives or some forest sages. People who decided to prevent him from interfering with him, there will be only one finale, and this is death. The girl immediately called her cat and began to run away. Shi Hao asked where they ran so frightened. Although their level is unknown, they look quite tender and cowardly. This is because they never talked with other people. Let them not blame him for cruelty and believe that this was the first life lesson. The girl was surprised why a person with a 6th level was so fierce. They should no longer provoke it. The cat replied that he really wanted to kill them. It's good that they fled faster, and that would have been corpses. No wonder they pursue them all the way. Then, a commander of another detachment appeared in front of them. He could not think that they would meet such a first-class product, and he told the boss that they were lucky. The girl asked what happened to this world. Peaceful times have been preserved here for millennia. So why the invaders have invaded here now? The cat answered his mistress that now is not the time to think about it. First you need to fight them. One of the guys noticed that this baby has a good body. However, it is not known which face is hidden under this mask. The second replied that there was no difference, just no need to shoot it. In the current defiled world, it is not so often possible to find the highest grade natives. She asked for a bunch of shameless people to go away. One of the guys noticed that she had an explosive character, and he asked for permission to 2 brothers to demonstrate her all the cruelty of this world. The leader asked to handle her carefully. If they inflict some wound to her, then she will lose her value. The girl just struck several guys with just 1 blow. The guard exclaimed that they completely forgot that they were in a 40-level dungeon. Local monsters can be very dangerous. He realized that this time they could not cope without his help. The girl asked what was wrong with them. They are insignificant. Much weaker than that guy of the 6th level. The guard realized that he was talking about Shi Chao, and does not have time to dodge the attack. The girl asked not to relax on the battlefield. Suddenly some group of people appeared. Misha did not expect luck on his side. Who would have thought that you could meet such rare natives? The guard noticed that the older sister finally came. He decided to leave the savage on her and no longer interfere. She asked him to disappear and not flicker before his eyes. The girl noticed that she was really 85th level. Moreover, she feels a strong thirst for blood. She must have killed a lot of people and she has no chance to win. The cat asked not to heroize. Death will not bring anything good to this world. It remains to find the right moment and escape. They realized that we should rather run away. Misha exclaimed that no one could hide from her sight. She called her a stupid girl, and she asked not to make rash decisions. She needs her alive. The girl asked for her cat Meow Bao, rather to step aside. Suddenly, very strong shackles constrained her. These were the spider shackles of the 60th level. Last 60 seconds. The cat hated such techniques, and he ran to save her. The girl asked the cat not to fit. Do not worry about her. It is better to run away soon. She is too strong and they will not be able to defeat her. The cat answered the hostess that he would help. He decided to find those people of the 6th level. The guard asked the cat to stop, so that he does not even dare to run away. Misha said that his owner is in their hands, so do not worry, and he has other things. She gave the command to put up and hide it in a secret place, and then wait for her arrival. It is necessary not to forget that she needs her whole and unharmed. The guy replied that he would cope with such a simple task, and asked his older sister not to worry. Misha asked if she opened that book. Initially, she thought that she was an ordinary spoiled child of the rich, but she came closer to her incomprehensible power. The guard said that even if her talent was not fully manifested, but in her hands the power of the dragon family, as well as the war of the 50th level. This is an unusual product. The man asked his older sister what story this girl Yehao has. Why the leadership so wants to get it. Misha replied that this was confidential information. She herself does not know all the subtleties. The order of the authorities try to lure her to you. If she does not obey, then kill her. Compared to a boring bait, the hunt cheers her mood. This old tree is simply incredible. From afar it seems so big, but coming closer, it turns out that it obscures the whole sky. Shihao hoped that there was something valuable near this tree. Otherwise this campaign could be considered a waste of time. Luo Feng said that it would not be difficult for them to rise to the 30th level, as well as update the equipment. Luo Feng replied that if people from the school saw it, they would die with envy. Juantian thanked Shi Chao and Xiao Long. She promised to know their expectations. The girl asked the dragon what happened, why he suddenly became so nervous. Shi Hao asked to calm down and said that everything was fine. Then suddenly behind him appeared the cat of that girl. He called Shi Hao guest. The boy realized that if he came alone, then his owner is in trouble. The cat replied that the invaders were seized the same as them. He needs to save her and she is not his owner. She is his partner. Huantian noticed that this cat was able to talk. It seemed sweet to her. He was surprised why they thought she was a cat. Is it really so perfectly disguised? Shihao noticed that she was given a dialect. The cat asked how to be then, since they recognized who she really was. In the end, they are all comrades, so why they do not listen to her and do not want to help her friend. Shihao asked how it turned out that its owner was stolen by a gang-bearded man. You can't help her either, but what benefit he will receive. The cat promised that they would not leave him without a reward. She promised to give him a crystal. He is very beautiful, sparkles and shines. Shihao realized that this was the oldest mountain crystal, this subject of heroic quality. He asked where she got this thing. This find is very rare. The cat replied that she has not only one stone, she has a whole mine. If only it helps, then these stones will become it. Shihao was very surprised and said that this is not like the truth. Does she deceive them? This little animal got angry and called the guy a discharge, as he could think in general she is deceiving. Weiss said that the manner of communication of this animal leaves much to be desired. Shihao told the cat that they would trust her for the first time. He asked not from a kind of cat animal. If he demonstrates a sweet face, then they will help him. She asked why he decided that she would be so humiliated. Shihao told the animal that if he behaves like that, then the conversation was over, and turning away said goodbye to him. The little animal asked the boy to wait a bit. She decided to do this, but only once. And she began to take off the mask from the muzzle, thinking that he will do everything for Chi-Chi. Even so, humiliating things do not matter to her. Having removed the mask, the little animal asked for good brothers and sister to help save her comrade. Under the mask was a very cute cat. Huantian immediately hugged the cat, calling her a cutie. And she said that she really likes this cat. The little animal whispered that she could not breathe. She hugs her too tightly. The fat man and Luo Feng asked the girl to calm down, as they also wanted to hug a cat. Luo Feng explained that he had met only cruel monsters of the Koshachi clan, but this creature is an exception. The cat immediately got angry and released the claws. She could still forgive the girl, but with these two smelly martins, she would not allow her one hair to touch. Shihao also noticed that this kitty is very sweet. Why she is trying to be such a Zelyuka? This is not at all to her face. It shows that it is very sincere. He holds his word, so he decided to help. The boy launched the system of an all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye was launched. A duplicate of the nearest territory appeared in front of him. Shihao noticed that someone appeared 85th levels. Apparently the commander of their detachment finally appeared. The fat man asked why they stopped. Do they not need to save the owner of the cat? The cat got angry, because it is right to say a partner. Shihao asked to set aside all this, because they themselves will find them, so there is no need to waste energy. Meanwhile, Misha laughed at newcomers. In the wake of the battle, it is very easy to determine their location. They do not even know that the hunter breathes in their backs. This will be a real surprise for them. Then the girl saw something in front of her. It was a bright flash of fire. Very dangerous. She almost fell into a trap. Was it really the attack of the werewolf or friend of that she-chaos? The girl noticed that the attacks do not stop. A dragon appeared in front of her. Shihao was already nearby and noticed that the girl was very surprised and did not expect a meeting with him. Did she think she could hunt for them? But they were ahead of her. She realized that he was holding that attack. It was an unexpected gift for the first meeting. She did not think that he was at least capable of something. Misha realized that this guy was really good. The boy was grateful to her praise. He did not think that the squad commander would fall on the bait. A big catch, and even with such a beautiful mermaid. The dragon burned with rage. The girl went closer to Shao. She touched his chin with a finger and asked where such an eloquent, handsome man came from. It is a pity that ordinary flattery will not be enough to satisfy it. The girl explained that he could not cope. Shihao asked where she had such thoughts about satisfaction. For such a mermaid, his pond will be too small. He is more interested in which corporation she belongs. He listed all the corporations. She could not even think that from the first time he would be able to guess. Since he is so smart, she decided to tell the truth. And he introduced herself to him that she belonged to Huan, to the Gensky detachment of mercenaries. I came here to recruit people to the troops. The boy was surprised that she made such a way for the sake of ordinary recruitment. However, she should know that he already has a Hanmo troops. The girl explained that their finances are no different from Hanmo. Only his consent will be needed, and there he will already set the conditions. He will definitely not be disappointed. She hates people most who do not fulfill their promises. Shihao immediately replied that he was refusing. She was surprised that he did not even really think. It seems to her that he does not realize the situation in which he is. If he continues to build a devil, then knows who, then her patience will burst. Shihao asked what he should do now. The girl replied that she usually does not do this, but he thinks he should join Huanzheng. Something sensible can be made of it. So she gives him the last chance. The girl again asked what his choice was, without releasing a gun from her hands. But the boy stood on his own and refused again. Misha exclaimed that she was counting on his prudence and instantly shot. The boy spent a puppet card. He said that there was no limit to her cruelty. She killed a man and did not even blink an eye. She is not a mermaid, but obviously piranha. The girl replied that she was already talking about the fact that she was not interesting to her, so she was very sorry. Shihao thought that it was not surprising that he could not recognize the puppet. The level of her card exceeds him. How inattentive he is. Misha exclaimed that he was still young. Did he really think that one sudden attack could somehow harm her? At first she wanted to teach him a lesson, but now he was destined to die. The boy thought that despite the fact that this is a silent shot, you can always feel where energy comes from. She shot right in a red comet. The red comet reads the battles of a heavenly thief from the race of dragons. The struggle for the eternal dream began. Shihao could not understand how he could forget about the blow from behind. Previously, he calmly defeated the monsters, but how he began to neglect PvP, it became more difficult. You get away only at the time, so you can pay with life. Moreover, when his opponent of such a high level of skill is obvious that he will not cope with her. Huan Tian saw that the dragon was dying. She wanted to save him. But Luo Feng asked not to do this, because the enemy is too strong. If she sticks his head, then the bullet will hook it. The fat man asked her to calm down. The dragon had a little more health. Shihao will definitely find a way to help him. You just need to trust. Shihao gave him a potent medicine to restore full health and mana. He watered it with this medicine so that the dragon was getting better. When the dragon came to his senses, the guy calmed down when he saw that he had a full supply of strength. He was proud that he was his pet, even when they did not retreat on the verge of death. Misha wanted to burn everything here, and they wanted to stop her. Are they really so naive? This so senseless shooting did not even hurt them. She used to think that he was just lucky, but now he was not even moving. He is really confident and crazy, although he set a shield. But how long he will last. She was of a better opinion about him. He thought he was really strong, but he turned out to be an ordinary asshole. She decided to break through his defense first, and then talk. Shihao apologized to the Red Comet, as his carelessness caused him pain. The former experience of the battle in the appearance of the Emperor of the Shadow against the rare creatures of the 90 level helped him get used to the basics of the battle. Only thanks to the red flame of the Emperor they still somehow pull to the 60th level. But this will not be enough if they encounter 85th levels with the enemy. Previously, the battles were completely dependent on Donut. All the experience gained was completely useless. He asked the system how much experience he has. The system explained that at the moment the value of the owner's experience reaches 1,300,000. Shihao said that their opponent is just a sniper. Probably she has no normal things. Spending experience on turning into a Shadow King is not a very good idea. But they have no choice. The most important thing is that they can raise the level of the basic characteristics of the Red Comet. He asked the system how much experience he needed to increase by 10 levels. The system replied that at the moment, the level of the Emperor of the Shadow reaches 55th. The guy realized that so far there is not enough. It is worth using it. Thus, the main characteristics of the cellular level are multiplied by 20 intermediate to become face-to-face with ghosts. He asked the system to confirm use. The system translated his experience. The girl thought he was very naive and this was just a tiny fire. She decided to use the enchanted bullet that instantly kills it. She threw this bullet towards the guy and exclaimed that the reward for his head would be her. Shihao replied that he certainly met many different girls, but she was the first to break his heart. The Red Comet has completely recovered. The girl was surprised that the level of the dragon increased from the 6th to the 10th. How is it possible? She also moved away several hundred meters from them, but still feels the heat of flame. Is it really not the limit of his strength? How much energy he has in stock, she decided to dump differently. The boy said that despite the fact that he wants to kill her with his own hands, he passes this mission to the dragon. Shihao asked him to go and take revenge on her. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The dragon immediately growled and directed a bright flame towards the girl. A stream of flame was concentrated in the fiery rays. Yes, even at such a speed and a huge scale, she could not understand why even this pet became so strong. Does the guy really intend to kill her? Or he wants to be an enemy of Organization Huan Zheng? Shihao exclaimed that it doesn't matter whether she asks for forgiveness or scolds him again. All responsibility for what happened lies with it. The girl said that Huan Zheng would not forgive him. And here is the first murder in PvP. The pet received a small but remote. A lot of awards were received, the main of which is the optical stealth drone. A record of battle statistics was completed. Automatic quest execution. The fat man was surprised that his level rose by 2. The outcome of the battle has changed in a moment. They decided that their brother is the coolest. The cat was very surprised that he had just seen. Is he still sleeping or this guy is too strong? He will be much more powerful than Vile. Huan Tian ran to the dragon and hugged him. She exclaimed that she was very afraid that they had lost him. Shihao explained that he had previously underestimated the opponents, which allowed him to practically lose their dragon and upset the whole team. However, it will no longer allow a similar situation. He gave a word. At this time, the cat went to Xiao and with tears in his eyes took his hand. He asked if he needed another pet. He wanted to offer him his services. He is not as strong as his dragon, but he can take fatigue with his sweet look and delight his stomach with delicious food. The cat asked, would not want such a pet. Shihao was surprised that the little animal changed her face so quickly. He even got drunk. Shouldn't they save its owner now? The little animal replied that it was, but she was her comrade, and as the owner, she only chooses him. The guys decided that this was not a cat, but just an upstart. In the meantime, something happened. The earth and trees trembled as if there was an earthquake. The fat man asked his comrades to look at the top of the tree, rather. There was Anjia low. It was a sudden quest on the boss. It seems their battle awakened him. They understand the reason, but how the 3 guys of a dragon of different colors has grown. The dragon asked, erupting the flame, who dared to disturb his dream. People of the lower creatures dared to appear before them. It is pointless to talk with the first-level bugs. The dragons decided that it would be easier to crush them. The cat hugged Xiao's leg, hiding behind her. He exclaimed that on this location, this creature is the most powerful and angry monster. They need to run, rather. Shihao asked if it was true to the final boss. Is it really he protects that huge tree? The cat asked how he could be a defender. This forest was always peaceful, but this monster appeared out of nowhere. It not only captured the main nest of the ancient tree, but also managed to pollute the forces of nature. Most of the creatures living there became more cruel under his influence, and the cat also heard from his comrade that this has been going on for many years. Now there is a connection between the monsters and the tree. But what kind of connection the animal no longer remembers. Shihao answered Kotu that no matter what was the connection between them, he asked to wait until he dealt with this boss. Then they listened to what his comrade said there. The cat said that it was not for nothing that the guy is the main one here. With such calmness, he said that he would not dare to voice in the rear. Luo Feng asked the commander to wait. He wanted to say something. Shihao asked what happened. Luo Feng asked for permission to fight with him, because he wins the slightest effort all the way. But when they are faced with enemies of a higher level, without experience in battles, they will not be able to provide even the slightest help. Therefore, he also wants to participate in the battle. Huan Tian supported the guy. She too does not want to receive free levels without battles, otherwise she will be useless to the team. The fat man exclaimed that these two well done. They do not refuse hard work and labor, even if they get free levels as a rarity. Shihao agreed with them. He made the right choice when he took them. However, now is not the time. Initially, he wanted them to increase their level, and only then go to accumulate combat experience, so it will be safer for them. It doesn't matter when to start, save life in the first place. They answered the commander that they would listen to him. Meanwhile, the dragon exclaimed that standing in front of such a huge force as him, they are still daring to discuss something among themselves. He called them the insolents. Xiaohao commanded the red comet to start fiery breath, that the dragon did. Big dragons could not understand how possible. Their breathing simply evaporated somewhere. Where does the creature of the 10th level have so much power? These people are some extraordinary. Nonal beaks are not frightened enough. Shihao asked if they were thinking that it was scaring them. They are far from mistaken. The boy began to use the palm of the fire demon. One of the dragons was completely on fire and asked to let him go. The rest of the dragons noticed that these little people were too strong. They decided to run away soon. Xiaohao noticed this, asked if they had forgotten about their words. The cat asked the commander to stop, not to kill this monster. Shihao asked why he could not be killed. The cat explained that he remembered something. It seems this was mentioned by his comrade. There is a connection of a monster and a tree. If they kill him, they will make a huge mistake. This is something very important. Shihao thought that it could really be something valuable. The fat man exclaimed that the cat must say everything as it is, and then they will miss the boss, or maybe he is with him at the same time. The cat with sarcasm replied that it could. He just asked to trust him, he is with them at the same time. He really does not remember what kind of subject it is. Only his comrade can help them with this. Shihao noticed that there was something in his words. It was a very rare quest at the 40th level. No one expected such a turn of events. The boy explained to his comrades that now they need to help that aboriginal, and in the end, understand what kind of very important little thing this is. So they decided to do. If the thing that the cat speaks is really important, then he has a chance to become his pet. Meanwhile, the guard said that the older sister was delayed, as she still could not cope with them. The man decided that in this cave it was very boring. Also these mosquitoes, why there are so many of them. Looking at the girl lying on a stone, he exclaimed that this rare copy lies nearby and could not move. What a good luck it is. Although the older sister forbade to touch her, but you can probably briefly look at her. He approached the girl. But then I felt someone's presence and asked who was here. In front of him was a 20th level cycling. He stood in front of him looking in his direction. The man exclaimed that he was very scared and asked to get out of here. He called him a brainless animal and asked why he had come here at all. He only spoiled his mood. He tried to remove the mask from the girl's head, but he didn't succeed. He sits too tightly. He did not want to use all the strength. If he ruins it, then they will not be able to sell and will be very sorry. Was this dragon not enough of one crack? He took the bat and went towards the dragon. He exclaimed that this time he would not let him run away. But then a lot of such dragons appeared in front of a man. The man could not understand where so many little dinosaurs came from. He began to wave the weapon and asked them to disappear. He did not want these creatures to approach him, and he began to wave off the dragons, striking them with fire weapons. The man shouted and asked his older sister to save him. After all, he did not want to die that way. Dragons began to approach the girl lying on the stones, making various sounds. Then they lifted her to the heads and began to take her out of the cave. In the meantime, the data in the real period is updated and the search for the owner began. Really, her partner died, and how possible? As he were killed by monsters like that savage. It seems to be unconscious, but at the same time it moves somewhere at high speed. The fat man could not understand how she could move somewhere. It is obvious that these monsters carry her somewhere. Luo Feng asked the cat what she was thinking about it. The little animal replied that it should not be monsters. However, They are even worse than the monsters. Even worse and worse than the last boss. Shihao was surprised that they were stronger than the boss. Is it possible that this quest of a hidden path? The level of that girl, for example. I would never have thought that a completely ordinary 40-level quest can be with such a rich plot that it is very interesting. Meanwhile, the girl has already opened her eyes. But she could not understand where she was. Drinking from some wooden bed, she exclaimed that it was some kind of abomination. How she was here. Didn't those people who have put her sleep? How they could bring her to such a dangerous place? Most likely they brought her here. Otherwise, how she could be here? The girl decided that she needed to leave as soon as possible. She cannot catch his eye. Then a man appeared and told her that this was already happening for the 10th time. Constantly has to save her, and she always runs away from him. It makes you worry. But as this was previously discussed, she had only 10 opportunities to escape from him. She used all attempts. He forbids to leave somewhere, and now her fate is always with him. It was vials of an unknown level. The girl asked if he was thinking that she would follow his orders and immediately ran away from him. The guy exclaimed that she apparently hurt him badly. She will no longer be able to escape and he will not repeat it anymore. The guy surrounded by his dragons said that she should accept her fate. They are the only representatives of their kind. Doesn't she understand what he is driving at? The girl exclaimed that she hates him. He causes her only disgust. She is not going to give birth to his children. The boy explained that it had passed for 1,000 years, and her primitive thinking has not changed. He has no interest in giving birth to children. He just wants them to go to the same goal together. Together gained incredible power. He will be able to acquire the power of the superior strength of any creature. The geeks from this world are more and more annoying it. Too small, too cramped. It seems to him all the time that breathing becomes more difficult. It is clear that outside the more spacious is a more free, more wonderful world. And he spends his time only on this little grove. However, he had the opportunity. People who have broken into their world perfectly accurately confirmed its millennial guesses. The new world exists, and you can get into it through the interspatial gate. It seems that something blocks his path. Something forbids to move to the other side. Therefore, he needs her strength. Maybe if you kill those foreigners, you will be able to remove the restrictions and move to the outside world. He pressed the girl to the ground. She asked to let her go immediately. Then Shichao appeared. He noticed that there was very exciting reasoning around him. Today he is very lucky. Quest NPC first surprise him with their mind. He wants to move to another world. How interesting it is. Although he is an ordinary creature, who knows? Maybe someday he will be able to take and show him other worlds. But now it's not up to it. The guy was surprised and asked how he could take him with him. Shihao asked if he really wants to know this. He explained that hostile NPC has only one way, and he instructed him weapons. The boy did not quite understand what he meant by NPC. However, it does not matter. They saved the time when they decided to come to him themselves. Yes, and he is more concerned about something else. As a group of foreigners managed to escape from the three-headed dragon. In principle, enough about it. He called the guys small bucks, who were not able to withstand his great power and began to attack the guy. Shihao asked if, after such a speech, he attacks him stealthily. Apparently his power is not perfect enough. He opened his eyes widely, not understanding where such power came from. Contrary to all expectations, he is really capable of something. Only one blow took 20% of his health, and its level is approaching the 100th. Vile explained that he did not want to stir his own hands. This monster of his pet is the level of which is directly synchronized with him, so let him believe that he is fighting with him personally. He must thank him for the opportunity to fight him. The guy was sitting on an emerald nightmare of an unknown level. Shihao exclaimed that his power was surprising. What a level he is, and why such a powerful creature to hide his personality. And that girl is also not shown. Is there really any special mechanism for hiding levels? The dragon screamed on the guy, calling him an ignoramus. Given that more than 1,000 years have passed, its power cannot be calculated in some numbers there. He asked the opportunity to calmly end them. The Xiaohao dragon began to attack the Emerald Nightmare. What took 20% of health from this thug? This means that they are on the same level. It's just outrageous. The boy realized that the Red Comet wants him to live on him too. He thought it would look a little ridiculous. Maybe you should wait when his dragon grows up a little. Vile did not expect that he would be able to take away the 1/5 of his health from his pet. He is worthy to be his opponent. Shihao thought that if he was his level, then this situation is simply absurd. As in a 40-level dungeon, NPC 100th level could appear. The boy thought about how to fight like that. You need to come up with something. He asked the fat man to get to him and distract all the attention to himself, but not to forget to turn on the protection. If something goes wrong, then he offered him to drink a potion. It was an elixir completely restoring health. The fat man replied that if he took 20% of health from him from one blow, then he would die. But Shihao asked to trust him. The fat man listened. He exclaimed that it was like some kind of madness, but he would still try. Calling Viles with a naked pervert, he said that the guy interested him, and he decided to destroy him. Vile could not understand how he dared. Surely the guy wants to die. The fat man did not know if he could survive such a strong blow. If his decision is erroneous, then he will never forgive Shi Chao. His ghost will not leave him alone. 58, 8 level Soize. Lost a little health after the blow. Why is his blow so weak? Even without the protection turned on, only 20% of health was taken away from him. It seems that he is his level. The level of this creature is apparently automatically adjusted to the opponent's level. Otherwise, the health of the fat man after the blow would not exceed 3%. And it seems he himself does not understand what opportunities he possesses. In his power to activate a blow to the region and destroy all opponents around, Shi Hao handed over to Luofan Tristan's murderers of the Dragon Killer. Luofeng asked if he was thinking that with his success, he could get an artifact from this monster. Shi Hao asked not to think about it, but simply to help the fat man and distract this huge one. This is an ideal opportunity to gain combat experience. Luofeng was glad that he could finally release steam, and the fat man thought he was joking. This is a monster of at least 60 levels. Although he can resist, Luofeng with his 36th level will simply die. Luofeng asked the fat man not to worry. The commander makes only the right decisions. He is ready to follow his instructions without looking back. Veal laughed and called him another low-level garbage, which came to death. Does he really want to die from his hand? The guy promised to fulfill his desire. When he hit Luofan, the guy was surprised that he had lost only 30% of health. It turns out he is not as strong as it seems at first glance. Luofeng began to wave his sword, so that Viles felt the power of the graceful and sharpened ball of his boss. The guy could not understand how it was possible so that the discharge of 36th level could inflict so much damage and even from one blow cut off his tail to the dragon. Has he hid his real power? Meanwhile, the girl in the mask was surprised how cool he was. She first saw Viles so upset. The code exclaimed that this is his master and his friends. The girl was very surprised and asked Mao Bao, was his master one of these invasions? The cat asked first to listen to him. All those conflicts that occurred before is simply an accident. They are very good guys. After all, why should they risk their lives and save them? The girl asked the cat why he did this if they had previously attacked them. How so? Mao Bao asked the mistress not to worry, since their commander has a huge heart. Moreover, he is smart enough. Shi Hao asked Kot to stop being touched, and he said that he was not as good as the little animal says. The girl said it does not matter. In any case, she should thank him. Without his help, nothing would have happened. Shi Hao asked her not to thank him, but if she really wants to help, he asked her to tell about that great tree and three-headed dragon. He wants to know what happened to him. Luofeng exclaimed that the commander's sword was simply incredible. He feels how his body is filled with this great energy. Huan Tian asked the guy not to relax. Maybe they are fighting 2 by 2, but it can only treat him, and not to inflict damage to the enemy. Luofeng said not to worry. If this is 2 by 2 and they are in a disadvantage, you just need to turn this battle in their favor. He attacked the enemy dragon. Vile growled in bewilderment. How he dared to kill his pet. He called the guy a bastard, and he promised to cut it into pieces. Luofeng laughed and exclaimed that he had finally entered the battle. Real fun is just beginning. The girl could not think that they would meet with Jia Luo, and even could run away from him. How is it possible? Is it possible for someone to do this? The cat answered the girl, which is of course possible. They not only left intact and unharmed, but also cut off the red dragon head. The girl was shocked and asked why they did it. The cat asked that this is what. Shi Hao explained that their lives were at risk, so it was necessary to kill him. What is so unusual in this? The girl replied that they understood her wrong. On Ji Lu, this is a very rare precious creature. To kill, which is prohibited without any purpose. Because Angialo has 3 multi-colored heads, each of which has its own characteristic features. The red head expresses power, the blue fate, and the green mind. Millennia ago, this creature settled on a great tree, and its blood and roots dragged over time into a single hole. If you shed the blood of this monster to the roots of a tree, fruits may appear that will endow the 3 heads of their owner. Despite the fact that they have already cut off the head of a red dragon, there is still the opportunity to use it. If the dragon's blood has not yet dried up, then you need to go more likely and collect it. In no case should this opportunity be missed. When the guys were surprised, she asked what she said wrong. Shihao asked for forgiveness and explained that there was no drop of blood from the dragon, because that head was burned with him. He does not think that something could stay there. The girl screamed, what they could do so. Do they really not understand how precious and important these fruits of power are? They know nothing at all. This is wrong. Shihao said that there is one very unreliable creature that was supposed to tell them everything. But this did not happen. He thought about how to punish him. The cat immediately asked for forgiveness. The fat man asked his brother to forget about it. What is the difference to him what will happen to this boss? Does he believe that this fruit is worth it? Shihao replied that he was useless for him, but a solid amount in the black market could help him out for him. It seems that he lost a couple of million. Luo Feng could not understand what happened. He no longer felt invincible. Where is the whole enthusiasm that was before? On Earth, fighting a completely different matter. Vile did not expect them to attack 2 per 1. Of course, it's easy to speak when some scarecrow heals you from behind. Huan Tian exclaimed that he was a moral freak. Let him not think that he is allowed to say everything that he wants. Vile replied that these children's games will be enough and his family would come to him. He used the power of the animal wave. What convenes all creatures calling in a radius of 1 kilometer. He could not cope himself and immediately began to use such methods. Is he able to control so many monsters? Is it dangerous? Vile admitted that they are foreigners quite strong. But this world, if he is not able to defeat them alone, then he will have to take them by quantity. They will not be able to capture this world. Dragons began to burn in bright fire flame. Vile did not expect such a turn of events, how his monsters were so easily defeated. But they should not rejoice so early. The man decided to eat the fruit of the great tree and instantly destroy them. He laughed and rushed that there was urine to a huge tree. Shihao asked him to stop, but the fat man said that you should not spoil such a comedy. You can, when he finds out that there is no fruit, hear his desperate cry. Shihao exclaimed that they should hurry. He does not want to leave the other 2 fruits just like that. He is afraid that something can happen. Luo Feng said that the number of monsters is only growing. You need to somehow get out of here. Shihao asked them not to worry. These monsters are not so terrible as to run away from them, but you have to burn the area surrounding them. He asked if it was worth doing. The girl in the mask replied that of course it was. This is her most hated place. She hopes he will fry everyone well here. The boy decided in this case without courtesy, and he drove the dragons into a changed fiery trap. The Red Comet discovered a new ability. Shihao received many awards. He found a very useful book. Vile dropped it. This is a book for turning a pet into transport. Luo Feng worked hard. The boy remembered that the Red Comet used to want him to be able to saddle him. Now his desire to embody in reality. The dragon was very happy. Shihao began to use the dragon taming. The dragon became very frightening. Huan Tian exclaimed that she simply had no words. When Xiao Hao can already share. The fat man explained that he had constantly heard about the transport spell before, but he could never imagine that it could fall from the villain. Shihao asked to hurry and rather climb on him. He does not want to make any mistake again. And so they together saddled the Red Comet and went to the goal, to the great huge tree. And now the guys have already arrived at the great tree. Dragons said that they were scared. Where did such evil people come from in their world? Who would have thought that the redhead would be burned to the ground, and there was not even a wet place? That guy is too dangerous. They are not even. He will find them in their refuge. The second dragon replied that only they should know about this place. Then Vel appeared. He knew that dragons were hiding in this cave. They recognized this voice. The guy said that more than 1,000 years had passed, and they are still the same garbage. They could not even cope with a bunch of foreigners. Dragons realized that it was Vile. Yes, and with a crowd of monsters. Why did they come? Vile explained that he defended them for 1,000 years. Now it's time to pay in bills. He asked to see a red dragon. He went to take his strength as a reward for his work, and I wanted the dragon to give his blood more likely. The yellow dragon replied that he was a little late. The same foreigners came to him, burned his head to the thus. Also in every drop of blood. Vile could understand how possible. He had been waiting for 1,000 years to tell him that the heads of the red dragon no longer exist. His strength is what he lived in this world for. This cannot be, and he simply cannot believe it. The dragons asked how he thinks whether they could ever imagine that they would be smeared with such ease. Their enemy was so strong that they could only come to terms with the defeat. And he is a man who vowed to protect them in the end, simply used to achieve his own ideas. Veal called them bastards. How they dare to mock him at all. He promised to cut them into pieces. The dragons replied that he was an unscrupulous brag. Perhaps 1,000 years ago they could not compete with him, but asked not to compare the past with the present. Although they could not cope with the foreigners, they will definitely be able to defeat him. Vile did not expect them to run away. What was this empty chatter for? But turning around, he saw a huge, powerful dragon with riders on him in front of him. He asked where they got such a pet. Shi Hao noticed that he was running quickly and he almost lost it. Then he thanked for the gift set earlier. Now they look at him from top to bottom. Vile was simply depressed and called them by bastards. How Shi Hao dares to mock him. The Emerald Nightmare has been his pet for thousands of years. They were with him alone. The guy promised to take revenge on him. He will never forgive him for his death. Shi Hao would never have thought that a three-dimensional creature has feelings. But it does not matter that he feels the murdered NPC. He will not be able to escape from retaliation. Veal exclaimed that there is no justice in this world. Only gross power is at the top. He tried all the blessings of this world, but he could not get unlimited power. And he destroyed his last opportunity to take possession of her, destroying the dragon whom he cultivated for 1,000 years. Somewhere he agreed with him. But do not blame him for the imperfection of his plan. Vile did not deny that now he could not resist him, but still in his power to force them to pay for the deed. Shi Hao asked to stay here, and Luo Feng called to go with him. He immediately agreed and followed the guy. Shi Hao thought that he apparently wanted to take possession of the rest of the three-headed dragon. They have already lost one of the fruits. You cannot repeat the same mistake. Luo Feng exclaimed that he did not succeed. He already used all his energy to open the barrier, but his strength is already running out. What a freak he is. Shi Hao realized that something was wrong. You can't use your strength thoughtlessly, but otherwise Vel can reach 100th level, and the attack in the region at such a level promises faithful death to everyone. Veal knew that they wanted to leave these two fruits to himself, but even dead he would not allow them to do this. That he cannot get, they will not receive either. Huan Tian said that the matter was bad. He has already absorbed the forces of the great tree, and now he is preparing to increase to colossal sizes. Shi Hao could not understand why he had this. Is the whole thing not in the dragon, but in the greatest tree? The mountain began to collapse. Shi Hao asked the red comet to get them out of here rather, and so that he does not worry, since they will be in order. But what the dragon began to create, Shi Hao and Luo Feng remained inside, cannot leave them there. But Huan Tian asked not to worry, because such difficulties will not stop Shao. They will definitely not be lost. The entrance was really overwhelmed with stones. How will the commander get out of there? They could not understand what the dragon's mouth was in the mouth. Luo Feng exclaimed that he had a cool commander. What amazing way they chose to break through the blockage. True, the smell was dizzy from the smell. One expresses wisdom, and the other expresses fate. Surely they know about it. But not everything is so bad. They really made the most correct choice. Shi Hao told the dragons that since they showed their real nature, he would no longer kill them. Moreover, he will help them protect the great tree. The dragon thanked the guy and called him his master. They had to do this right away. Dragons promised to always remember his kindness. Shi Hao asked them not to rush, but first to deal with Vil. The girl in the mask was surprised that the dragon had just called Xiao Hao commander. She could not believe it. The cat replied that the owner again proved what an unsurpassed leader he is. He simply cannot but admire him. Shi Hao asked Vile why he became so huge. His fateful power has reached incredible sizes. The guy replied that he had almost reached endless health. Now he certainly could not overcome him. Shi Hao said that in this case he should try to use all his power. Vile asked them to try to kill him. He will not even resist. He wanted to see what would come of it. And he asked the dragon why he decided to bow his head in front of the foreigners. Is there really nothing left of his pride? The dragon asked if pride is really more important than life. In this world, survival is in the first place. One of the laws of nature states that the weak must obey the stronger. He is not so stupid as to beat a large rock with a small stone. Will asked how he still dares to make fun of his acquired power. Today he is ready to give them a deadly battle. They obviously will not like the result. The guy asked them to defend themselves, otherwise they would disappear with this forest. They do not even know that he wants to destroy the great tree. Then someone suddenly found himself behind him and pulled his hair. The guy shouted sharply, He could not understand where this huge hand came from. The dragon did not say that he owns such skills. Someone's voice asked him not to complain, because they are not competing now, and they just do everything possible to kill each other. Vile, after a powerful blow, asked how he did it. Shi Hao was also extremely surprised. His blow took him only 5% of health. He did not think that the guy would be so tenacious. Vile replied that he had a trump card in his sleeve and he showed him only now. Shi Hao said that there is one expression that says that it does not matter how you hit, whether it be jab, hook, or uppercut. If you get into the center, then it will always be a good blow. The guy called Xiao Hao with insignificance. Really, for this he used his leg. Shi Hao, in turn, applied an unusual technique and his enemy flew into the flame of fire. The cat was delighted that Veal had deserved today. The man dying could not understand why everything happened like that. After all, he is the lord of this world. Shi Hao explained that this is because in the real world not everything is as simple as he thinks. It is necessary to collect innate force along with the skills in battles. Only in this way he can really make a powerful attack. Even if he takes all the power of the great tree, it still cannot resist his relics. The fat man asked if there was anything in this world that he could not cope with. Even this giant was too light for him. The rest of the guys completely supported the guy. Luo Feng considered that it was not for nothing that this is their leader. He is simply unimaginably strong. A masked woman could not understand where such a powerful warrior could come from. The cat said that his owner cannot be equated with ordinary people. The woman in a mask wanted him to become her master. Vile could not understand how it happened. He was so close to free himself from the shackles. So why do they allow him to invade his world? Shi Hao replied that fate is always unfair. He thought she was on his side. Well, everything was already a foregone conclusion in advance. Although he has the strength, as well as good skills, he was born in the world where he is lower than a 40 level. Therefore, he must now accept his fate. But the guy exclaimed that he was against it, and he could not die. The system congratulated the guy on the murder of the dungeon boss. A new achievement has opened a man with whom it is better not to deal. She who knew that his fate was doomed. But what about them? They accidentally found themselves in the game. There really is some kind of being that controls them. From one thought about it becomes terribly. The fat man noticed huge rays in front of him. They are so bright that he even turned away for a moment. The guys asked whether she had ever seen such Shao. The boy asked them not to give in greed. They are the only people in this world, so that you should not rush. Their primary task is to get the 2 remaining fruits while they have such an opportunity. Shi Hao asked the dragons if they knew what to do. The dragon asked the commander and the rest to come closer to them. They approached the altar of fate. Luo Feng exclaimed that it looks pretty impressive. They asked the girl in a mask if she built this place. Chi-Chi replied that she was not her. This place existed long before her birth. For 1,000 years, nothing has changed. She also does not know who created it. The cat said that perhaps Veal knew, but unfortunately, they will no longer be able to ask him. Shi Hao said that it does not matter, and he asked the dragon to continue. He immediately obeyed his commander. The dragon explained that in fact, it is not as easy as it seems at first glance. Thanks to the commander, they easily defeated all the monsters who guarded the road to this place, not to mention the receipt of their blood. The power of the commander allowed them to get to here so easily. The guys noticed that fruits appeared on the branches of the tree. They are absolutely the same as they described them. Shi Hao thought that it was not in vain that they had tried. Even he can feel the power stored in these fruits. They are also a rare quality. For how much he will be able to sell them? Shi Hao asked to allow to see what amazing fruits they talked about. But what is wrong? He pulls with all his strength, and the fetus still does not break away. It is somehow strange. The level of this fruit may be higher than it, but this is impossible. Luo Feng suggested cutting it off with a sword. Shi Hao replied that if you just can't tear it off, then there is a certain way here. Luo Feng said that it is probably the case, and the heavy power will not help here. Chi-Chi explained that initially 3 fruits were intended for her and Vile, and only they can remove them. Foreigners will be able to get them only if these stone pillars are broken, on which the fruits hang. But then they will deteriorate. Shi Hao asked the girl to help him tear off the fruits. Let him not know how she looks without a mask. But there is a good relationship between them. She will not refuse him. The girl asked to promise him something if he helped her to disrupt the fruit. But first he must promise. And then she will tell him what exactly. The boy replied that he would fulfill if he can do it. He thought that this girl has a pure soul and kind character. She is not able to demand something supernatural. The girl asked him to promise and in no case do not deceive her. Shi Hao asked her to calm down. He usually keeps his promises. The main thing is that this task is fulfilled. She seriously caused a reaction at the root of the great tree. It is not surprising that only a local resident is able to activate contact with a tree. Shihao thought that everything could not be so simple. He has the feeling that its energy spreads around everything around. Even a drop of vital energy has reached his body. The cat explained that Chi-Chi lived 1,000 years. She is the same as Vile, both have their own character. The boy thought that maybe even she does not know what she was doing. Thus, it increases its strength. But everything cannot be so simple. It is better to return and ask her. They notice that the flowers are beginning to flourish. What kind of ritual can it be? Will this girl finally throw off the mask from her face? They did not even know what to say. When you look at her face, it feels like warmth is blurring throughout the body. Huan Tian exclaimed that it was just beauty. Her femininity simply disappeared somewhere. Luo Feng noticed that she was just a beauty. The fat man said that this feeling is when you fall in love at first sight. Shihao did not argue. She is really beautiful, but do not exaggerate. Maybe its force affects them, affects their mind. Shihao could not understand what was happening. The whole monastery suddenly began to crumble. Is the ritual failed? Chi-Chi asked them not to worry. This is the last step of the ritual. This is due to the fact that the great tree gives fruits only once in a lifetime, and after everything is destroyed. She asked Xiao Hao to take the fruits rather. The system congratulated the guy on the acquisition of new objects of the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life. Shihao was surprised that even such a potion exists in the world. A previously sold potion causing rage cannot be compared with even one of these. Shihao asked Weiss to check whether these bottles could be used to create moss. Weiss explained that with the help of this potion, of course, it is possible. However, 2 more artifacts remain. First, this is necessary to unlock the title of Master of Alchemy. If he has this title, then he will be able to create any potion. And the second, it is necessary to get the recipe for the drawing and all the necessary materials. Shihao thought that the Master of Alchemy includes teaching potions, and even divine. What about the recipe? So slowly they will come to him, are in no hurry. Chi-Chi said that she had fulfilled his requirements, and now he must keep his promise. The boy asked her to say what she wants, and he would keep her promise. The girl replied that she wants a child from him. The guys were very surprised at the girl's request. They all opened their mouths in surprise. Shihao moved away from her, thinking that she was probably joking. Usually this is not made. But the girl replied that she was seriously. After all, he is so strong and brave. Their child will certainly be even stronger and braver. Shihao laughed and said that this could not be the reason. She is more than 1,000, and he is only 18. He is still a child and a huge difference between them. The girl exclaimed that she did not want to hear excuses. Didn't he promise her, or all this would be already? She trusted him. Chi-Chi began to cry, calling him a deceiver and a liar. But the boy asked her not to cry. He immediately began to calm the girl. The fat man noticed that this is the manipulation of girls. Huan Tian exclaimed that he had broken the heart of a poor girl. What a gentleman he was after. Luo Feng said that the commander has a +1 to the harem. The boy asked the jokers to stop. He went to the girl and began to calm her. He explained that they have not been accepted from people from their first acquaintance to make children. Love must be present. Then the girl asked what it was love. Shihao replied that it was very difficult to explain. He can't explain such a feeling, but he can take her with him. We must wait until she will meet a person in that world who can show her what love is. But then she thoroughly herself returned to him with a new desire. Chi-Chi agreed with him and said that until that moment she should be everywhere with him, and without her nowhere. The boy replied that no problem, just do not constantly remind him of the child. He explained that the time almost came. We must soon end their adventures. But they asked for permission to be attached to this beautiful look. Shihao asked what VL left them. It seemed to them that the closer they came, the more this glow became. They have never seen anything like it. What the level of Vile was still. The vessel exclaimed that it was good to prepare in advance. He saw those who were lucky enough to blind from such a bright explosion. When they go outside, I asked the guys not to forget to take glasses from the sun. Shihao asked where he always got such strange ideas in his head. He was surprised that they were able at a time at once 2 materials for making a potion. How nice it is. It is necessary to create it. What is beyond the divine potion symbiosis of measurements? The fat man was very surprised to see the material of divine quality. I would never have thought that such things really exist. Shihao said that a special hidden drop was written here. But why such a little thing could fall out of the 40-level quest? It looked very strange for him. The system congratulated the guy on the passage of the quest and endowed it with many different awards: hidden power, leadership in the structure of friendly relations, and the key to entering the quest. Huan Tian was delighted to increase the level. Luo Feng also squeezed his fists, rejoicing at this. They could not rise more than 20 levels, and this is very cool. Is it really after the battle against Vile? Luo Feng asked the commander, since Vile was a special character, whether he should be very strong. Why did he manage to withstand the battle one-on-one? What is the case? Shi Hao replied that this was because the distinctive feature of this character to copy the level of the enemy. That is why, during the battle, the damage was the same, all because of this special skill. Shi Hao explained that Vile was an aborigine. Can they use this book of skills? It seems Viel was one with his dragon. Chi-Chi said that it was not entirely true. Dragons and Pet Vileo are ordinary inhabitants of the forest. Once he tamed them with his strength, so that he gave them freedom. Shi Hao said that he was an ordinary native, and he did not have the logical tactics of the battle. They have to defeat 9 more. Apparently they will not appear a relatively high level, since he was able to appear on a 40-level quest. Their reward is new knowledge. The fat man exclaimed that they most likely could not make a potion of such a high level. It is better to sell this material. Shi Hao was sure that this thing was definitely not cheap. The boy asked the cat that she was regarding the quartz cave, whether their contract remained in force. The cat replied that of course it remained and was ready to conduct them. Shi Hao turned to his dragon and advised him to stay here better. He gave him a team to continue to follow the great tree and protect the forest. The dragon visited and said that he would follow his instruction. The guys noticed that there are a lot of bright quartz around them. How sparkled everything around. The code said that of course it is fine. He would never have been able to lie to his owner. The fat man asked the kitten why they came here at all. Luo Feng was very surprised and thought that this was their reward. Huan Tian was also delighted that all this could go to him. The fat man was simply shocked that they could remain in chocolate. How much does it all cost? The cat explained that this cave is deep underground. On the surface, this type of stone is rare. It seems to be an ancient magic quartz. In fact, it was formed a very long time after the death of the ancient monsters. Perhaps a bunch of ancient creatures used to live here. Shi Hao noted that despite the fact that quartz is only a 40 level, his bunch are a bunch. They were lucky enough to stumble upon a quartz mine, or you can say on a home mine. The guys asked what they were waiting for. They were ready to collect before the loss of the pulse. Shi Hao asked his comrades to wait. Do not collect them ourselves. He came up with something. He has a key, and they can return and bring bots that will help them collect these stones while they will rest. He will leave himself a 1/5 of the cave. The fat man will take the 3rd part, as a more experienced fighter, and they will share 1 part among themselves. The boy asked if they agreed. The fat man immediately exclaimed that of course they agree. They could not even dream that they would get something too, and immediately thanked the commander. Shi Hao told his cat that he needed to stay here. But the cat exclaimed that he wants to go with them to see the world. He began to puffly puke and asked him to take him with him. Shi Hao replied that, firstly, he needed him to stay here and help him to find out about the field of the magic quartz. He counts on the help of the great tree. Secondly, he forgot that he should be punished for the fruit of the force destroyed by him. Shi Hao explained to Kotick that when they do this, he will show him the whole world, and he will receive a small reward. The cat exclaimed that he could rely on him. He will help him with magic stones. However, he will also have a small request for him. As he knows Chi-Chi, he does not quite see himself. He asks to help him make sure that she does not fit into all kinds of troubles. The cat asked the girl during his absence to obey the commander and try not to lose things on the way. Shi Hao answered Kotu that he could definitely take care of her. They are not going to part. The boy asked the robot to see if there are any changes in the fortress. Weiss explained that at the moment, the level of the fortress is 3 stars. With the departure of the commander, the level increased by half the star. Shi Hao decided that they would need to carefully look for the dungeons, and so they finally came out. It was just a great adventure. All due to the fact that their commander is so sensitive. Before leaving, they managed to increase their level. Luo Feng agreed with the girl and said that they had reached the 4th level. The 45th level is already more serious. The fat man exclaimed that the next time they went with confidence. Shi Hao asked them to wait for what could move right on them. Is it really some kind of car? It looks like they came for them. The guys noticed that it looks dangerous. Some armed guys were released from cars. Hunter 85th level noticed that they arrived very much in time. Still a little and their goal would be washed off. But he did not understand how, because of such low-level discharge as them, the Huanzhang clan could offer a reward. And he called the fat man dead. Its level here is the highest. The man asked what he could not please the clan Huanzhang. I could not understand how possible. He asked the commander how they wanted to recruit him in their clan. Shi Hao asked him to be silent and play to him. The past lady and her team were also from this clan. Did they really send someone else? This shows their real person. He told Hunter that they should pay attention to each other. The fat man immediately squeezed his fists and exclaimed that he was the one he needed. Didn't they really understand who was the main one here? They arrived only in 2 cars, or someone else was traveling behind them. Hunter replied that this fat man is a madman, but he was smart. No wonder they give such a good reward for him. And he really guessed that a couple of groups were going here, but he promised to deal with them before their arrival. The old man will not dare to miss such a reward. One of these people told his commander that these girls are too beautiful and sorry to kill them. It is better to leave them here so that they do not feel guilt. The commander pushed his warrior and exclaimed that he should not teach him what to do. He should recall that the old man is not blind. They will do as he says. In front of them appeared another mercenary of the detachment of Radiance. He asked not to waste time in vain, but let him kill them as soon as possible. The mercenaries of the detachment immediately ran with weapons in their hands towards the guys. Shi Hao asked the fat man to take on the main thing. Luo Feng takes the rest. How they think, how much time. Luo Feng began to calm the commander and asked to completely rely on them. He is already 45th levels. For him they will be welding. The mercenary of the detachment exclaimed that the guy who rose into the air wanted to escape. His level is too low. How beautifully he dumped, apparently from a rich family. The second mercenary asked for permission to catch up with him. He will not be able to fly far. The commander asked not to be distracted by this low-level discharge. It is better to let him deal with this fat man, because so far no one has been able to overcome him. The rest of the detachment completely agreed with him. The guys were ready in anticipation of the attacks of opponents. Shi Hao made it possible to meet a fat man who is ready to survive 4 against 10. Clan Huanzhan put up a reward for his head to the public. Apparently this, after Misha could not recruit him into her clan. Shi Hao noticed that reinforcements were going to them. Yes, and they are very close. Really due to the fact that he killed Mi Shu, they increased the award for his head. However, the clan Huanzheng exaggerates too much. He just killed one of their warrior, and because of this they inflated such a tragedy. But something is wrong here. He dealt with her in the quest, how they learned about it in another world. He probably missed something, but now is not the time to think about it. Even if the 100th level, they will resist dozens of opponents. He needs to come up with something in order to finish this massacre soon. The old man exclaimed that he was above several dozen levels. He really will not be able to break through his defense. The boy laughed and replied that this was his peculiarity. Thick skin, which is not so easy to break through. Shi Hao asked his comrades as they were doing, whether they are still holding on. Huan Tian answered the commander that everything was fine. She herself does not understand why, but she has such feelings that they have become much stronger. The fear of confronting so many rivals has simply disappeared somewhere. Even in the minority, they can still repulse them. The main thing is not to bring your level of health to death. Everything is the way he expected. They are sure because Chi-Chi is with them. She, like Vile, has great power. It has a multifaceted increase in force. But he still cannot figure out this passive or active ability. The guy who appeared suddenly noticed that Hunter was really running quickly. The old man got faster than the explosive snake detachment. The captain of this detachment was called Idol. He said that Hunter was lucky today to be closer to the goal than them. The captain of the Roker detachment. Jesus replied that they are not particularly similar to rockers. So many discharges gathered in one place that it was like a party of a party. The fat man noticed that these 2 detachments of mercenaries are more known for others. It seems they decided to conclude an alliance among themselves. This time, they will have to fight against everyone at the same time. Hunter asked them to bother his nose in other people's affairs. They are just going to attack his prey. Idol asked if he wanted to take everything to himself. They arrived from afar, so they are not going to simply spend their time. Does he really want to violate their agreement? You have to repay for this. He needs to think carefully. Hunter told them that if they are so cool, then whether any of them knows how to break through the defense of this fat man. Idol laughed back and called him stupid. Whether he looked more closely at whom they hunt, their goal of Shichao, and that Tolstoy's name is Shushaozi. They met with him before. The fat man told the old man that he was like him. He would remember for his whole life. Jesus asked whether he was looking for. Really, all this time they lost in vain. Hunter got up to call Sheo. He has a question for him. Shihao replied that he was here, and why scream so loudly? What is his business with him? He does not know how much the reward was put up for him by the Wanzheng clan. But apparently it is worth it. Idol called the boy a daredevil. Before his death, he dares to ask about such things. 50,000 million want it. He is probably surprised that such a boy is given such a large amount. Shihao replied that he thought at least 100 million for him. Apparently the clan still underestimates him. Hunter was surprised that one guy of the 10th level dares to get in front of them. Idol said that they would get 30% and each in a girl, as they have such a layout. They decided how to divide the prey among themselves. Shihao apologized for interrupting their discussion. If they decided how to divide the reward for his head, he also has one question for them. Since they are all very well-known hired groups, it was probably not easy for them to work together. The boy exclaimed that if he does not rob them, then it would be a waste of time. Idol laughed at what he had just said. This guy is going to rob them. He is afraid that he will die of laughter now. Hunter asked him to rob them. Shihao calmly pulled some crystal out of his pocket. It was a challenge of a demon. The guy explained that he was just using it. The challenge of the demon was used. The system asked to evacuate the allies so as not to bear excessive losses. The opponents were surprised why the sky suddenly darkened, that it suddenly appeared from heaven. The opponents were surprised that this was still for the monster there. The guys thought it was some ancient deity. Clan members immediately began to worship him. Hunter said that he saw the true appearance of God. Now you can die without regrets. Idol asked God to take them with him to his holy and immaculate city. The fat man exclaimed that he had met such a magic before, but Shao used this stone to call the demon. This is a little strange. It seems now the souls of these people are vicious. Shihao replied that he was using it for the first time. This is no doubt the ancient god, but coming closer to a completely different feeling. Even the calling to him managed to lose San, although this is just an illusion. Chi-Chi was very scary, and she pressed herself against the boy, asking him to hug her. Shihao replied that while she had nothing to fear here, he asked not to call him the master. She is not his pet. Meanwhile, guys from other detachments worshiped this deity. Huantian was also very scary, and she asked to hug them as soon as possible. Is these ghostly rays of someone's souls? The system explained that it calls for magic crystals to get a multifaceted increase in strength and special skills. It was an absorption of souls. Shihao was very surprised at a multifaceted increase in force. Apparently it comes from Chi-Chi. But how to develop a mechanism for increasing force? He wanted to understand this. The monster wanted to swallow all the time. The boy realized that it could swallow all the souls, and finally, it all ended. Still a little bit and it would swallow his soul too. He now has goosebumps all over his body. It feels like you are about to die. Who can help in this? The fat man asked for forgiveness, and exclaimed that he too could not think that this call would be so strong. He offered to drink the medicine to recover. Shihao said that these people from the clans have a terrible fate. They were so impudent at the beginning, and now their souls are absorbed in the demon. Apparently, do not call this demon in the presence of Chi-Chi. Shihao received a lot of various awards, including a combat guitar. He decided that this was all completely useless trash. Luofeng noticed that they again increased at 3 levels. The fat man also did not expect that for one trip in the desert they would be able to raise so many levels. Shihao asked Chi-Chi what happened. The girl replied that her level was always a question mark. For thousands of years she killed many different monsters, but nothing has changed. Shihao replied that in their world, a question mark means that it is incredibly strong and mysterious. He asked her not to be upset about trifles. The girl immediately hugged him, agreeing with him. The fat man asked him where he got that crystal to call the demon. It may be better to return it. The boy explained that this crystal came from the time of organizing the cult of the monastery of the ancient world. The fat man said that he heard about it. The truth in the desert is a bunch of different cults, but this developed in a special way, and it is not clear why, but they have a lot of adherents. Shihao hopes that they will not recruit them, otherwise they can once again use the draft of the demon, and let them try their tools on themselves. From here they are close to home. He promised the family to have dinner together. The fat man did not doubt it. What could be better than dinner in the company of relatives after the next battle? Shihao said that he was never favored to the person who is trying to harm him. At their time, to regret the enemy is equal to death. The fat man agreed with the commander. Only now their transport during the battle fell under the distribution, and now he cannot start it. Laughing, he apologized. He suggested trying to go by traffic mercenaries, if only Shihao agrees. The boy asked them not to worry so much and promised to fix everything. Only they need to move as far as possible. He asked his robot to start. Weiss was delighted. After all, the owner told him to deal with these problems. The fat man asked the commander what was happening to the cars. What did they conceive? He asked the fat man to relax, and he asked for permission to surprise him. They really were all surprised. Of all this, such a beauty came up. In front of them was the circus of the wasteland. Javi is a metal SUV, full of wild temperament, equipped with crazy firepower and a super powerful power plant. The fat man began to kiss this car. Shihao explained that this was for them to make the whole team fit. He asked them all aboard and fasten the seatbelts. The fat man sent to drive. He advised him to be careful, since safety is in the first place. The road is not the best. Before he had time to finish, but he had already given a slipper. The fat man asked not to pay attention to the little things. It's just that you need to trust the driver to explore the sunset, and there they will have time home for dinner. Shihao thought that there is a very calm atmosphere around, but how long it would last. Although they were able to repulse the Hanmo clan, this does not mean that they are in complete safety. Both clans are extremely dangerous for them. He will need to continue to develop his strength. He has been faced with the Huanzhen detachment for the third time. The boy asked Visa whether to use the Masters of Engineering, whether it was possible to hack this device. The robot replied that of course they would be able to hack him. Shihao asked them to help him get into the network of mercenaries of the clan Huanzheng. He cannot endure when he is so frivolous. How many times they attacked them, now their turn has come. First, he needs to carefully examine the network of the mercenaries of the clan Huanzheng. He could not understand who these are in the end. Shihao discovered interference plus confused access code. Has Hunter had no money for a normal device? It looks like he bought him with his hands. It is not surprising that in such a place he cannot confirm his personality, so even better. The boy began to use the special skills of the Master of Engineering, namely, the repair of the hosting. The mercenary was greeted in the central online case of the clan Huanzheng. Shihao noticed 4 doors with different directions in front of him. Since he is now in the guise of Hunter, apparently he needs to go to the room with mercenaries. The boy saw him a rating of credit risk. High risk is very similar to him. So, what is this place? A bar for mercenaries. It looks like they can accept orders here. The atmosphere is so-so here. Weiss explained to the owner that the scan was completed and this place has a very good protection. He still cannot hack their hosting. He thinks that he should try the skills of a Master of Engineering to hack him. He noticed a sign with rewards in front of him. Is it really in the list of orders in second place? In the first place, Suji. He met her in the college treasury last time. She is also at war with Huanzheng. Why is 100 million for it? When he fought with her, he did not feel some kind of power in her. Probably she hides some special power. Weiss agreed with the owner. Most likely, she simply decided not to show her real power. Why reveal all the cards to the one who is equal to you? The guy realized that this explains all. CG said last time that they would still see. He remembered her words. In this girl, there were more secrets than in him. Then some girl appeared and asked Hunter how he dared to throw her mother. After the agreement is coordinated, he decided to fade from it. He forced his mother to wait all day, and after that he dares to appear here. The girl's name was with Li Sha. She explained that if they met in the wasteland, she would immediately tear his skin from him. When the girl called him Hunter, he realized that he was now using his motto, and he seems to be a hunter for them. He asked what deal she talks about. Recently, he has been very busy and does not remember anything. The girl asked how he could forget about it. What kind of chicken memory he has. Last week, he said that he needed elixir scrolls. She spent a lot of time in search. Is it in the course of how hard it is to get them? And he says he forgot about it. Maybe he needs to straighten his brains, then he will remember. Shihao replied that he went for a check from the bank because he had online savings. He asked to wrap all the recipes with him. The girl asked if he was lying. She did not expect him to ever grow up. However, all the recipes are of high level if he is sure that he will have enough money. The plan for wiping the little girl worked. Sooner or later, she will reach her real strength. A whole million. The girl is probably joking. Where did Hunter have 1 million in his pocket? One of the men said that everyone knows that Hunter owed a half-year's salary to his younger brother. Li Shaw exclaimed that she knew what his situation he had, so she decided to complete the deal when he would be comfortable. She changed the location. The address is written on a piece of paper, Xiao Hao told the sister before the ambulance. On the map, a built-up area was written 24th number. The boy decided when the time would go look on the map. Only he never thought that Hunter was a master of medium-level potions. "Is this profession in demand?" Weiss exclaimed, turning to the owner that he found similar information. It turns out that the profession is the master in the manufacture of potions is located on the third together in demand. Apparently, he should definitely master the title of Master of Alchemy, the boy decided. There are not so many information that he needs in the mercenary case. It seems to be necessary to look for information elsewhere. You need to try to enter a room with a high level of safety. The system said that Hunter's mercenary has an insufficient level to enter the room. He asked the robot whether it was possible to hack this door. Weiss explained that this is theoretically possible, but due to the hacking it is likely that the user's device will be damaged, so the next time it will not be possible to enter. Shihao decided that this time was enough. The next time you have to look for someone a higher position in order to get inside. He tried to enter the system hosting. A dragon immediately rushed on his chest. The boy noticed that this time his pet missed him even more, although he really should apologize. It is also impossible to walk with him in the city, because he is too noticeable. There is something to be offended. He asked if he would go to the system with him, and he asked the system to unlock the Mosa account Master of Alchemy. To unlock this account, he needs to spend 300,000 coins. The robot was surprised that the owner still decided to open this second account. The system asked if he confirms this action. Shihao decided that they would be able to earn more money and experience with the help of alchemy. The boy confirmed the unlock, and so he unlocked the account of the Master of Alchemy. The system wanted to explain what is the abilities of this account, but Weiss wanted to tell about it himself. Since the ability of Moss is the creation of potions, the owner can prepare potions using recorded recipes, or create new ones. They will be the only ones in the world. Of course, this ability carries great risks, since potions can be at the same level with potions of the highest quality. Shihao said that at the moment he was going to do everything according to the recipe. His main goal is money. Tomorrow he needs to find Siyu so that she would transport him to the black market. But first you need to make a couple of potions. Meanwhile, the girls slept very sweetly, being next to each other. Xiaohao looked into the gap and wished them good night. People returned to everyday life faster than expected. Apparently, for so many years, everyone has already got used to it. They agreed with the sister of the Sui to meet right here. She should hold it to the black market. Superstar Sev Lee will come with a concert to their city. You cannot miss the opportunity to capture song stations from a popular star. The boy realized that this is the very famous singer. As a star of such popularity decided to come to such a calm place. Shihao remembered how Yunfei constantly spoke about some kind of Shu Li. She hung a poster in the room. She often loved to sing on the bed, dancing, although she focused. Then his old acquaintance suddenly appeared. She asked if their She-Chaos really liked the pop stars. The boy explained that he liked his sister, so he remembered something. It's time for them to go to Siu, and today he will need her help. She replied that this group of the Kingdom of Angel monopolizes entertainment and sport. She earns a lot of money, creating superstar. But even for them it was strange to invite a star of this level to their immodest city. There is such an expression as a thing that does not need money is the most expensive thing. They do not understand ordinary people to the logic of businessmen, so that you should not bother with this. Shihao would never have thought of the entrance to the black market will be located in the coffee shop, but why they could not go through the main door. The girl explained that not every time you can go through her. You never know what secrets the local boss hides. Xiaohao thanked Sui Li. She thought perfectly. The girl said that he defeated the bosses who caused inconvenience and made great impressions of her. He became so strong, it is possible that in the future it will no longer be useful to him. To which the boy replied that they were very good friends. The girl said that she felt calmer, and it was time for them to go. It is not surprising. Here is a very high level of security. Even costumes from the black market are much more high. This is nothing. Does she know where the first district of the black market is located? The girl explained. Then, he is located right in a 7-star hotel. Even in order to enter there, she will need to register in advance. Ordinary people will never understand those who are used to living a wealthy life. He does not even know if there is access to the card that he has. As soon as he makes enough money, it will be necessary to go to such a luxurious place with his guild. Suddenly they opened the door in front of them and said that the owner was ready to accept them. 2 guys asked the comrades to come in. The girl said that earlier he said to get ingredients and drawings for alchemy and engineering. She spent the last night to get them. Shihao thanked her. After all, it was a really difficult task. The girl said that she was very tired and sleep a little, and the boy asked for now to get acquainted with everything. Shihao agreed and said that she could have a rest, and later he will wake her. All the missing ingredients for use in engineering and alchemy cost it dearly. They were more expensive than described in the ingredients, but there is logic in this. The higher the level of the profession, the more expensive the ingredients. But he is also a crazy nose, the greatest alchemist of their time. There is no word for him. He can take advantage of the price difference between drawings and finished products. He does not fundamentally earn a lot of money on this. How much money he spent in order to run it? Start first with a small one. He decided to try to earn 100 million. The scroll was successfully bought and the ingredients too. The demand for potions is very large, and it also has a full of ingredients for them. He decided to try to make money on potions, and the potion was successfully made. The system announced the guy. Meanwhile, the girl had already woken up, noting that she slept for a very long time. She asked Shi how as he was doing. The boy replied that it was not bad, and he had already earned more than 200 million. She was very surprised and decided that he was joking. Are all these sales really belong to him? So many trading records and all are made only for sales of potions of a few more super-legged potions. Is it possible to get such a profit? Shi Hao replied that it was very sorry that the ingredients had ended in this area, and he could have earned more. The girl realized that he was for this to ask her to get the ingredients, to earn on this. She asked him to devote time to her to explain how he suddenly became a master of alchemy. How many secrets he hides from his girlfriend. He apologized to Li. But he is not yet ready to share with the person to whom he feels sympathy with such secrets. Everything that he hides can harm even him. She really liked that she was sympathetic to him. He sold so much potion in one evening. Such actions can attract the attention of dangerous people. Shi Hao said he should not be afraid of the consequences, and they announced that the daily auction would begin soon. Those who want to participate can go to the hall. Every day, items are put up for auction that you will not meet in the usual market. So they have the opportunity to meet some rare little thing. And so they went to the auction hall. It seems not many people participate, and the level is really not as good as the previous one. Shi Hao noticed that there were not even hidden personalities. The girl agreed with him. Still, they are at an auction that is located in the safe zone of the black market. But even here he can meet any kind of adventure. Xiao Hao, looking at one guy, thought that he had the feeling as if he knew him. This is still he. It is amazing that they met here again. The past of their meeting, instead of the level, had a question mark. But now he turns out to be only 60s. In the past, when he was a newcomer, he took care of him. Have they met? Shi Hao decided to see if he had the opportunity to return the debt. The presenter announced that after fierce bets for the previous 4 items, they are ready to declare their final auction. The guy gave the attention of the ladies and gentlemen the subject of the divine level. This is a high-class potion of a gift from God of Love. A long, bearded man explained that this potion does not need a detailed description. All men in the hall understand what is being discussed. If they buy one potion, then the second as a gift. When buying a potion, they will get a scroll for its manufacture as a gift. The initial price is 1 million. The guys spoke about what the old man Li thinks about. He was not at that age. He still wants his old trunk to bloom with new colors. Li said that she did not think that for the final auction they would put up such a useless thing. Besides the Master Li, no one needs it anymore. Suddenly, Shi Hao raised his hand and offered 2 million for her. The girl was very surprised at his choice. One of the auction participants was surprised that this guy decided to bet. It is clear that he is still young. Does he really want to experiment? The second replied that he would not go. The girl asked Xiao why did he need this potion? Or he has some secrets in this regard. She promised to help him cope with this. But the boy just wanted to mock these guys from the clan Huanzheng. She said that she heard when her friend met him had some kind of deal with this Master Li. Shi Hao replied that everything was right. When he was young and did not understand many things, this old man threw him. Therefore this time he wants to return to him the debt for the last case. The old man offered 5 million for the potion. Shi Hao raised the price to 10 million. When the old man offered 20, what kind of wise guy sat on the balcony? He could not understand why the guy decided to compete with him. It was better for him not to anger him. He decided that the girl next to Shi Hao, from the Kanmo clan, and her name is Si Li. This guy standing next to her, probably her dandy with whom she is nursing. It would be better to return to his helpless possessions to his helpless friends to enjoy life. And he will not soon lose everything that values. Shi Hao asked the girl not to show her emotions and leave his grandfather on him. The last time, there was no such intensity of passions as here. It is not surprising that this is a final auction, and the final price was 20 million. The rate sounded 3 times, after which it was sold. Are the master of the Huanzhong clan a gift from God of Love? The old man asked him to better not catch his eye again, otherwise he would pay his life. Shi Hao asked if he was sure, and he threw a despicable look at him. The old man was very angry. On a thing that could be bought in just 1 million, he spent so much money. And all this is because of a boy who did not understand where he got out. He asked to verify the information about this guy who came with Li Li. So he has some kind of connection with the Hanmo clan. Shi Hao asked not to bother. It will be easier for him if he himself comes to him. They met again, and when he should pay with life. The old man remembered him. It was he who had already met him in the number 9 black market for a long time ago. He called this boy a bastard. Did he really want to take revenge on him at the auction? The old man gave his people to kill him immediately. Shi Hao noticed that he did not recognize him right away. Apparently, the old man's vision is already failing him, but it's too late. The old man did not see the road because of the explosions and fire. He asked if the guy wants to take revenge on him. He even knows who he is. He belongs to the clan Huanzheng. Shi Hao replied that it turns out he beats people from the Huanzheng clan. The old man began to scream and asked to save him. A notification of the system came. To maintain safety during the trip, it is necessary to fasten the seatbelts. Xiao Hao grabbed the old man by the breast and asked if he was surprised. The old man apologized and asked to spare him. He did not want to be at enmity with him anymore. He pleaded his guilt, and he said that he was just too old, so he carries all nonsense. He asked him to understand him. He does not want to make enemies at such an elderly. The boy replied that he wanted to deal with him, but today he was lucky. He has things that may come in handy, Shi Hao said, as if he had heard that he was a high-class alchemist. He probably has a huge number of secret recipes for making potions. He wants to replenish his knowledge with secret recipes. The old man immediately agreed with him and said that he has a couple of recipes that will be interested in him. Only he did not think that a warrior who possessed such a force could still be carried away by alchemy. He called the kid a multilateral personality. Only now his house is far from here, and all the drivers fled. Shi Hao told the old man that he would carry him. He asked for a slower, as it is difficult to endure flights. All his recipes and ingredients are right here. He has items for a high level of alchemy, and for the level of the master. The old man told the guy that he could take everything that would be interested in. Shi Hao said that this is very good. The quantity and quality exceeded his expectations. The old man thought he could take these items. In addition to the sale, he still will not be able to use them somewhere. He seems to have already remembered the recipe for manufacturing. In the future, he will be pursued by the clan Huanzheng. So sooner or later, all recipes will return to him. Shi Hao noticed that the clan had already set the award for him. The boy decided to pay him, and the old man will help him secretly remove the announcement of a reward for his head. Li answered that in this case, it is better to kill him now. It is better to choose death than the path of the traitor. He will not be able to do it. Shi Hao asked him to calm down. He does not want him to do it for free. He offers him a reward, from which he will not be able to refuse. The old man exclaimed, asking which award could be more important than his own life. The old man, like him, has already seen everything in this world. He cannot make him do it. Shi Hao invited him to help advance in the skill of alchemy. He stuck at a high level, and it seems difficult. He bought so many recipes, but not one could not make. The old man explained that he was at this level for more than 10 years. Therefore, it can only dream of achieving the level of a master in alchemy. He should not joke like him like that. He gave his whole life to the study of alchemy. He will not allow some kind of jerk to mock him. Shi Hao said that in this world there are a lot of things that are not so easy to explain. He asked to explain how this bottle was in his hands right now. It was a potion with the knowledge of the master of alchemy. This kind of product cannot be bought in stores or at auctions. Shi Hao explained that he had just used his ingredients to create a potion of alchemy master. The old man exclaimed that this was a lie. How such a jerk could create a potion of this level? He seems to deceive him if he knows at least how rare it is a potion. The boy replied that if he does not believe, then he would throw him out. But the old man's lips do not say, and the body screams about the opposite. How can he? The body seems to live its own life. But the old man cannot lose such a potion. For that matter, then he can try to drink him, and there he will recognize the liar or not. The old man thought that at first glance it was like a completely ordinary bottle. It is very difficult to understand, because for more than 10 years he has not been able to create such a potion. And some jerk took and did it the first time. The old man began to drink the potion, still not believing in it. All the same, someday he will die, so he is ready to experience everything regarding alchemy. He laughed and said that he was not feeling any changes. He knew that the guy was just a deceiver. But then the old man felt some changes in himself. How great this feeling, unprecedented calm, peace. His mind became extremely clear. It feels like he is about to know all the secret knowledge of the universe. What a wonderful sensation. This feeling cannot be described in words. How great. Shi Hao asked the old man how he had it. Is his good potion enough? The old man asked why the effect ended. He thought that he adds 30% of intelligence. But he increased only by 5. The boy explained that he made a limited dose, so this happened. How he could let him drink everything. This is a very rare potion. He left him for the future. Wants the old man to first provide him with a service. He will help him become a master in alchemy, and he himself will be able to make such potions. The old man asked for forgiveness from the master and said, falling to his knees in front of him, that he was a fool who had not believed in his knowledge at once. He called him a real master of alchemy. The age of the kid does not matter. His knowledge goes beyond this world. He wants the boy to teach him everything that he can. It doesn't matter what kind of fee. Let it be money, girls, apartments, or secret recipes of potions. He wants to learn everything he can. The main thing is that he helps him become a master of alchemy. Shi Hao replied that no problem. It is necessary that the old man helps him understand the Huanzheng clan, and then they agreed. The old man exclaimed that he would do everything in his power. His old man will risk his life in order to complete his task. Shi Hao replied that even if they became friends, do not need such courtesies. He has one question for him. The boy asked why for such a long period he could not become a master in alchemy. What is the reason? The old man began to explain that alchemy at the very beginning helped him earn money, and after that, with its help he was able to reach the honorary place in the clan of Huanzheng. A person can succeed well if he does what he loves. After so many years, he was able to achieve a high class in alchemy. This helped him in the clan Huanzheng. But no matter how hard he tried, he still could not achieve his goal to become a master of alchemy. The money became uninteresting to him. He just wanted recognition. But all dreams were left behind. And in this difficult time for him, Shi Chao appeared. He could not achieve his goal all his life, and Shi Hao is smart for years. He came and instilled new hope in him. The time will come when he reaches the class of the god of alchemy. Shi Hao said that he needs all the passwords from the old man, all the structures of the clan mechanisms, and all the information about the staff. He needs to know all the weaknesses of the clan, loopholes, hidden guns that are dangerous for their enemies. The old man replied that he would follow the instructions of the master and do everything possible to live up to his expectations. This old man Li was not so bad. He gave the guy all his ingredients and recipes, and right before leaving, he gave him 100 million. After that, his assets reached unprecedented heights. In just one day, he was able to earn so much money. He did not even dream of this before. But this is all thanks to Mosa. Objectively, the manufacture of potions with the help of moss also requires a lot of costs. If he could make money on this, he would never have achieved such success. Therefore, a secret account is a master of alchemy. Someone with the level of an engineering master mentioned that tomorrow it would be necessary to learn more about this. Today he made too many potions. It's time to relax. Otherwise he falls asleep on the go. What is this place? Was he just not in his bed? Is he really in his dream? Around him were some monsters and said that they finally found him. The boy realized in a dream that they were ancient gods. He asked if they were looking for him, and why they were looking for. Why did he suddenly become interesting to them? The monster replied that they really were looking for him for a long time. They did not think that he himself would call them. Although the reason is unknown to them, they cannot miss this excellent opportunity. And the boy will not run away anywhere. Shi Hao was completely shrouded in some kind of red sticky web. I can't get out of it. He did not manage to use a fiery flame. How is it possible? And what kind of trap is? Do his forces do not work in this place? The monster asked the boy to fall asleep. The chosen one must remain in this world. Shi Hao apologized to them and explained that there are a lot of people who want to get him. Therefore, they will have to stand in line. It looks like one of their gods took his side. Maybe they found him, but now he is his master. If they want to kill him, then first you need to go through it. They were very surprised why Kraken decided to betray them. The monster called the guy. He looked at him. Although Shi Hao was able to take control of Kraken, does he think that he would cope with such a divine force? The monster called Kraken as a traitor. Does he really want to attend this man with them? Shi Hao thought that this could not continue. Protection used by the ancient god will not be able to last too long. He needs to get out of here rather, but how to do it? He asked Kraken if he was talking to him. What he wants to tell him. He cannot understand him. Kraken, looking at him, really tried to tell him something. The boy noticed that something was wrong with water. He flew into some abyss, and he asked Kraken what he was doing. Shihao found himself at home. It looks like he finally returned to the real world. But what was it just? Some nightmare. He saw traces of beatings on himself. Then it was definitely not a dream. Previously, he did not encounter the ancient gods, why they were looking for him. Maybe he prevented their ritual in a past life. His account is not able to withstand such creatures. Thanks to this stone that calls Kraken, he was at least somehow able to return to the real world. It seems that they learned about him after his last use of this stone. He will have to be neat with him. Shihao decided to enter the system. The dragon rushed towards him. The boy apologized to him for making him worry. He asked the system if there was a record of what happened to him in a dream. The system replied that it was blocked by unknown and powerful power. The system has lost contact with the owner for some time, so it is impossible to find out what happened to him in a dream. Even the system is not able to recognize. It seems that the power of the ancient gods is too far. If not for the help of Kraken, then he would be dead. He asked the system what she knows about Kraken. The system explained that it owns information about their world. It has no data regarding magical creatures, but she can advise several ways of decisions. Unlock the account of the all-knowing. Or rather, create a potion of omniscience, and then any secrets of the world will be discovered to him. I would have listened to the system of my own advice, where he will get the account of the all-knowing. He is generally silent about the manufacture of a potion, after which the guy left the system. What a beautiful view from the window. Who would have thought how many more dangers are hiding in the world? Those ancient gods are completely different from ordinary monsters. In the clan, he will definitely not find the necessary information. Perhaps only in the monastery of the ancient world they will be able to somehow help him. He does not even know if there is number 8 of their refuge in the area, although the last time he interrupted their rite of call, they always return. If with the call of the old gods, they increase their strength, then in the future, it will become a huge problem for him. The next morning, Shihao did not really get enough sleep. He thought about yesterday all night. Parents told the guy that looking at him the feeling that something was bothering him. Did he really sleep badly yesterday? Shihao asked his parents to calm down and said that he was in order. Their son is very strong and able to easily cope with any problem. The sister greeted her brother and parents. She asked Chi-Chi to appreciate the new clothes soon. The girl wished everyone a good morning, and the girl robot still wanted to sleep. Shihao thought that at the sight of Chi-Chi, his fatigue in an instant disappeared, and he completely came to his senses. Is it somehow connected with its special skills? How cool she is. The sister said that she needed to discuss something with him. He and Chi-Chi will go to the concert of Lee today. She has already planned everything. Shihao suggested that one day the day would come, and despite the fact that he did not like this kind of concerts, he could not refuse his beloved sister. The sister hugged her brother and thanked him. He replied that Chi-Chi was here for the first time and she did not even ask how the family relate to this. The boy decided to say anything about it. He asked if Nana was coming to them. The sister replied that unfortunately she did not want to go. Nana explained that there are still a bunch of things that need to be done at home, and she wished them to rest well, especially if they are going to dance and perform rap. Then what is fun in this? It would be super boring on her. And here is the area number 8 in front of us. The guys around noticed that Shi Chao had come with 2 girls. The boy said that usually concerts begin in the evening. Why everyone came so early? My sister asked her brother why he was looking there. The guys just envied this guy. In front of him, some entrance to the teleport arose. True, but it was done by people. The company of the Kingdom of an Angel. That's why it holds the entire market under him. They have enough funds and influence to organize such events. And they can use space technologies of teleportation. They are going to put everyone in a teleport and create the illusion that they are in space, but everything will look realistic. Is it not the same as the auction of Victoria's Secret? However, the technique is very impressive if tens of thousands of people can accommodate in it. But there are too many people here. The girl asked Xiao, did he not say that he did not like such events? How he was here. The boy explained that his sister dragged him. The sister greeted the girl. She asked Xiao Hao what he was standing in line. Everyone from the Hanmo clan has tickets for this concert, and he can go around the line. The girl called him to go with her so that she showed him the VIP zone. She just has something to discuss with the organizers of the Kingdom of an Angel. Sister Shi Hao exclaimed that at last it was not necessary to stand in line. VIP is cool. Shi Hao decided to follow her only because it's such a big event. anything. They should hold together. However, the Kingdom of an Angel is a large organization. They probably have a rich experience in solving problems. They will hope that nothing will happen. And here is the beginning of teleportation. Yunfei noticed that this was the path to the performance. The trip of dreams is just amazing. How is all dazzling? It hurts the eyes. Xiao Hao began to reassure Chi-Chi. For the first time always, he promised that over time she would get used to it. The boy was surprised at what is happening in a black hole. How beautiful is there? Now he understands why the performances are so popular. Yunfei told his brother that they were only at the very beginning. All the best is still ahead and immediately laughed. Chi-Chi exclaimed that her head was walking around. The robot greeted everyone. He was the host of the concert program and said that they could call him Dada. Now he will tell everyone the new one how the performance will take place. On this concert venue, in addition to the usual, there are also likes. Since this concert has a direct broadcast throughout the city, each viewer has the right to sacrifice likes in support of the participants. All income will be restored to the 9th region. One of the spectators shouted, "Was it really possible to have dinner with Lee?" He asked everyone to vote for him. The other guy asked where he was in a hurry, and he said that Miss Lee was waiting for him. Shi Hao thought that these crazy fans are superior to all his expectations. He is embarrassed by all this movement with likes and dinner. This is definitely not for him. Perhaps he will just listen to music. One of the fans asked whether they heard that a lot of rich people tried to get dinner with her, but she never agreed. It probably would cost incredible money. Shi Hao was surprised what they only think about. It seems to him to go a little forward. The robot finally said that with regard to private life, no one should worry about anyone. When the concert begins, everyone will be able to put on their own skin. Information about the person will be hidden. One of the fans was even a little offensive. People looking outside will not be able to find out who is who. And now the time has already come close. The countdown began. And finally the time has come. The spectators began to absorb a black hole. How exciting was. Shi Hao asked his sister and Chi-Chi to pull him to him. He noticed that the girls were ignored. He is too far from them. Will they be able to recognize each other when they wear skins? Although something bad is unlikely to happen. Shi Hao decided that he was most likely worried too much. It was very light around. The song began. Where spring comes, swallows return there. New dreams will bloom on the remnants of the past. She pulls out the weeds of a past life to look into the future. Yesterday's life turned into fragments of memories. But his love is not far off at all. She said goodbye to the past, with a smile on her face and sunlight. Shi Hao felt such a feeling that his expectation really surpassed. It is not surprising that it is so popular. Even he will soon become her fan. It is necessary to calm down soon. The girl began to attract everyone along. She asked everyone together to return to Earth. She had many likes. It hurts to look at his position in the ranking. The robot said that the performance begins. He suggested showing how they love them to Lee. So here it is. He asked if it was possible to make likes, just breaking meteors. The guys wondered where the fire was getting from the takeoff. Yes, and what speed. In front of them were some bright fiery meteors. It was somehow too strange. Shi Hao asked for forgiveness from the girls and said that he needed to earn points. Since all this is not real, you can have fun well. But what is happening there? This guy carries all meteors. Does this happen? He rises to the upper line according to the rating of likes. It was Xiao Hao. The singer's girl gave the kid a small reward in the form of many hearts. Shi Hao was improved by a female kiss. All characteristics were increased by 20%. The receipt of 30% points, 5 minutes long, has been increased. The boy noticed that this kiss improves its characteristics. The girl sang that this planet was beautiful, but now she was empty. She quietly prays to the stars to save this land. Shi Hao recalled that it was called an artificial satellite. Previously, people used it to study space. Now this can be seen only in books. Since the world has become so, people can only hold together. Survival was the main priority, and the study of the universe for a long time was a distant and unreal dream. They succumbed to the power of gravity and break through the atmospheric layer, the brilliant light of meteors, shining stardust. This place passed through billions of light years. She alone protects an empty city, looks into the sky without looking up. Only for the sake of a future fate, she remains with him. Everyone asked to accelerate. This battle with the final boss is a good opportunity to earn points. It is necessary to destroy the boss faster and save them. A scarlet dragon of the 90s appeared. Sai exclaimed that he finally got to second place. If he destroys this boss, then Lee will definitely be him. But he noticed that in front of him was a guy who was in the first place. He goes to certain death. Well, excellent. If he dies, then he will automatically rise in the first place. The system warned Shihao to return to the pilot's cab, otherwise he will lose points. Shihao asked not to interfere. This boss does not pose any threat. He will need to use his method of fighting. It is only necessary to deal with him. The boss was defeated, and the points of that guy disappeared. Shihao thanked the beautiful singer. Thanks to her singing, they were all inspired to fight with enemies. Who would have thought that he would kill the boss from one blow? Does its level really exceeds the 9 tree? It seems equal in strength to this boss. Shihao said that he was just an ordinary passerby, nothing more. Today he became her fan. However, he has one question for her. Is it not a hologram of its presence? The girl replied that he was very insightful. But now is not the time to answer his question. The presentation has not yet been completed. She called him a cool brother and abandoned him in the end that they would see herself soon. She is looking forward to him at the last performance. He asked that over the last performance. Shihao suddenly got an improvement again. Kiss of the Goddess of Love. The effect was launched. 50,000 points were obtained. The song sounded again. Monsters carry endless destruction. People are in grief, lost their house and wandering around the world. Only love and hope remained. The crowd screamed, calling the name of the singer. The light finally put on the dark shell. So the words of this sad song sounded. The clarity flower finally blossomed on the wreckage of the past, which has already inspired hope for the future. The girl raised her hand up and asked her fans to sing with her. Shihao asked her how he ended up on stage. What happened at all? The girl replied that this was the last performance. The robot greeted the last part of their performance. Anyone who earned the most points will perform along with one on the same stage. The more likes, the faster the restoration of the district will pass. Those who are watching a concert in direct broadcast can also likes. If the number of dislikes exceeds the norm, the earned points will be burned. The crowd shouted that this goose is not worthy to be there. Those who allowed such a stupid on stage, he does not even understand music. Let him fall in the mud, and then they can take his place on the stage. The guys promised the kid a sufficient number of dislikes. Li said Shichao that he should not listen to what they say. She will help him on the stage, and they will do it together. The boy thanked her for the help, but said that their words could not influence him in any way. But he needed another reward. For the sake of his sister, he would not allow the fiasco in this show. The girl said that his sister has a worthy brother, and this attracts. Shihao took out a combat guitar for battle and music. Fingers follow the call of the heart. When playing the instrument, you become the most beautiful on stage. The boy raised his hand up and exclaimed that exactly he was going to do. Despite the fact that he is not a special fan of this, Yunfei sings songs next to him every evening. He heard all their songs, his mouth will sing, and now the music poured under the strings of the guitar. The guys around were surprised. They never heard the rock and roll remix of this song. This is a completely different style and sounds very interesting. That year, Li was in the prime of her career. He did not stop surprising the girl. How he succeeds. She decided to do it with him. The singer wanted to blow up the scene. Shihao told the girl in the song that he loves her and she is very beautiful. Her songs and dances will always remain in his heart, and he will love her until the last sigh. The crowd shouted that the performance of this guy betrays their strength. The whole body is filled with warmth. They first see this guy, but it is very cool. Where so good songs come from in the world. The guys had a stormy impulse of emotions. The heart jumped out of the chest. Shihao took first place. One of the guys fell to his knees and began to cry. He heard this song so many times, listened to many versions. His eyes filled with tears. This style simply fits perfectly here. Just amazing. Shichao has a large number of likes. This song gained many approvals from the side and it was cool. The guys noticed that to surprise this area really began to recover. This guy is really magnificent. It seems that he will become a future star. The crowd thanked the guys for giving them such a colorful concert. The robot said that the concert is coming to an end. District number 9 is completely restored. He thanked all the guests for his support. Now the countdown begins in 1 minute. The robot said that they would be seen soon, so he would not say goodbye. Li said Xiao that the concert turned out to be really magnificent, and he is now a large star. The boy replied that he was an ordinary person. If she had not helped him in the performance, they would not have succeeded. The girl said that she does not believe that he is an ordinary person. Previously, he asked her whether she or a hologram is real. Now she can answer him his question. The girl said that she was categorically not. At the moment she is outside this world, her consciousness fully controls the body. Shihao exclaimed that now everything is clear to him. It is not surprising that this is called the Kingdom of Angels. I just can't believe what progress has achieved. The guys were surprised why the countdown went minus. Is there really an error in the system? They have not yet been moved. An explosion occurred and the system scattered into pieces. What happens in the end? Some guy said that the performance turned out and really amazing. Everyone managed to capture it. He exclaimed that everyone could now die without regrets. This guy asked others to be ready for death. The man from the crowd asked who he was. He came here to spoil their concert. The guy asked for permission to introduce himself. His name is Deus. Is it not great? He asked others to stay as he needed help. The guy was 105th level. He asked for a short request. He needs them to sacrifice his life and soul to him. This will be all the smallest contribution to the presentation of the victim to the ancient gods. Shihao was surprised at the guy's words. He knew that people from the monastery of the ancient world were dangerous, but to such an extent. He has a high level, but he came here alone. Is he really so self-confident? They began to shoot at this guy with fiery rays. One of the men exclaimed that even though he has 105th levels, but there are more than 10,000 people here, it would be an unequal battle. If each of them makes at least one attack, this will be enough to win over it. No matter what a high level he has, he will not leave here alive. The guys called him a sectarian discharge. If he obeys heaven, they promise him to send him there. They asked the guy how to get out of here. Whether she said that it was not so simple. It cannot be that he alone controls this place. There are definitely those who help him outside. Shihao asked if they kill him to get out of here. The girl replied no. Deus laughed on the ground. The guys called him a madman. Why does he smile before his death? Laughing, he exclaimed that this world would soon go crazy. Level, inventory, game world, are these completely ordinary things? They didn't even think about it. They are just an ordinary flock of sheep, and will soon be absorbed in this crazy world. Soon he will come to an end. The era of chaos will begin to rule on this earth. The guys could not understand where he came from. They said that for the revival of the ancient world, they must present the most important happiness. The guys could not understand how everything around itself exploded. Something is wrong with this blood. Some terrible monsters appeared around. One of them exclaimed that his body was transforming. The crowd began to scatter and ask for help. Whether she said that they needed to run more. If this strange blood attacks them, then they will also turn into monsters. Shihao replied that he could not run. First he needs to find his friends. The system launched the map and the nearest territory was shown. Due to the fact that at the very beginning of the concert, Yunfei and Chi-Chi fled in different directions, Chaos has not yet seen them. Meanwhile, the monster was already getting to them. He felt as if he was dying. Finally he got to Su Li. The girl was very scared, closing her hands from an evil monster. He put his paw with huge, sharp claws and decided to give death to the girl. Xiaohao hugged her defending and asked to calm down. The boy noticed that he was very strong and beautiful. He has an unprecedented power of a huge outside. But why at such a terrible time he began to think about it. What to do now? Shihao told Sei Li that he has one question for her. If she is now a hologram and die in this world, then what happens to her in the present? The girl replied that it all depends on how her brain reacts. If you are not lucky, it may die. And if luck will be on its side, will definitely survive. The boy offered to go with him. He will be able to protect her. Even if she dies in this world, his sister will be very upset. She was very surprised to see that he had a sled dragon. Even the rich cannot afford this. Shihao replied that it did not matter and asked him to hold on tightly for him. They should not waste time. He needs to find his sister and colleague. Meanwhile, a crowd of people ran away from the monster. What does he eventually want? One of the guys whom the monster enveloped in a web exclaimed that there were a lot of rich people who were ready to pay him so that he would not touch them. The monster replied that the poor man, lucky or rich in his world, everyone would be equal. Complete life force, their hope. All this gives the ancient gods more power. They are all people. The guy shouted with a terrible cry that he did not want to die, and he asked to save him soon. The second asked to let him go, because he has a bunch of children. I just asked to say how much money they need. The guy told them rather to run away, their fear and broken hope. The ancient gods especially love this taste. What a great taste. The Xiaohao dragon began to erupt the red-hot flame. Deuce noticed that apparently someone else was trying to resist. This will allow him to teach them a good lesson. He asked the guys to prepare to accept their fate. Deus decided that he did not hear him. He asked how the situation is there. How are things outside? Meanwhile, the place of control over concentrates and performances. They kept machine guns over the guys and asked to stay on the floor. Li Fengxi answered the guy that they had some problems, but they had already corrected everything and should not worry. It is not surprising that this platform does not at all correspond to his expectations, but the fire mower, on which he had previously practiced, completely coincides with the here. However, this platform has a security restriction. It will take him 20 minutes to redo the code for the call mode. This is enough to keep everyone in this world. Deuce asked him if he was sure that he would succeed. Li Fengxi asked him not to worry, since everything is under control. Only 20 minutes to start rebooting the world and end it. The call of combat robots of the second-level dragons is activated. The number of robots is 50. The task is to destroy everything that gives a fighting. These are their drones. How they could take control. The reinforcement of the protective howls of the 8th district arrived. It is necessary to start completing the task. But something was incomprehensible. Why drones suddenly began to attack the protective troops? People asked for help. Dus laughed and repeatedly repeated that there were a lot of drones around. How beautiful the sound of war is, he caresses his ears. And all these amazing sounds of despair and death only for them. They will certainly fulfill their duty to the higher gods. Li Fengxi was 18th. She decided that she would not go. Too many people and great chaos are everywhere. Despite the fact that the shell no longer protects them, they must try to get them out of this madness. Fei Fai decided to find her brother as soon as possible. It will be faster and easier with him. But she cannot leave them all to the mercy of fate. Her brother must find her. Maybe you should try to give him a sign. Despite the fact that the mess is going on Earth, the sky is still clean. This is the first ability she received. Her brother is well acquainted with her. If only he saw her. The monster was surprised that at such a terrible time she lets off fireworks. Or she gives everyone a sign where she is to be found quickly. If at least a little of his skin suffers, then he will assume that he lost. The girl thought that too much the difference in level would not work to inflict damage to him. Her abilities are completely useless against him. It is necessary to avoid the battle somehow. This was her last attempt. She believed in her brother, believed that he would see her signal and come to the rescue. The monster exclaimed that her attempts were exhausted, and he asked to climb into his stomach soon. Then the voice of Shichao was heard. How he dares to attack his sister. And the monster climbed into the stomach of the two-legged crocodile. Xiao Hao asked Fei Fai an order of Li, and he apologized for who came so late. The girl hugged her brother and exclaimed that he was very cool. He came to save her and the efforts were not in vain. The brother replied that he could not help but see her signal. This is the first ability that she learned. She used to use it before. The sister opened his eyes to the truth. She could confidently fight the enemy. He used to think that it was better for his family to be away from danger. But in this world, it is at every step, so he should change his relationship. In addition to protecting his family, he should help in increasing their levels. Only then will he be sure that they can take care of themselves. Li said Xiao Hao that he was glad that his family is together again. Fei Fai was very surprised that her brother was with this girl. She told the singer who is her big fan. She wanted to take an autograph from her, but her brother exclaimed that now was not the time for this. Li said that she was no problem. Shi Hao began to be angry. After all, he said that now is the wrong time for this. He asked Li to stop assessing her. The boy said that it was time to go. Chi-Chi is in danger and they should rather help her. Fei Fai asked when her brother got such a steep transport. He replied that this was a long story. The sister noticed that her brother had become so strong. It seemed to her that they began to move away. How to reduce this gap between them? Shi Hao said that she should not worry. First they will deal with this, and then think about how to increase its level. Fei Fai decided that her brother was reading her thoughts. But what happened? Chi-Chi's icon suddenly disappeared from the radar. Did she really encounter monsters? Fei Fai asked his brother what he was looking for. Chi-Chi was in Dave. Shi Hao asked to let her go faster. The guy could not understand what he was so evil. He did not go to save her first, so he thought that this girl does not mean anything to him. Of course, it blows a special force, and it does not look like an ordinary person. It is not surprising that he immediately drew attention to her. The smell of her body increasingly causes his appetite. How insulting it will be goodbye to such a copy. Therefore, he did not fight with him when he paid attention to her. Shi Hao asked what he wanted to say all this. Dave explained that he wants to give him the opportunity to join their monastery, so their death will not be in vain. He promises him to see the real power of the ancient gods. Shihao noticed that this guy is too strong. How to attack him so as not to hurt Chi-Chi. Shihao told the guy that he did not believe his words. How does he know that he has a similar force? Dave replied that he was sure of this. He smells exactly the same as he feels the smell of the ancient gods, which comes from Shao. But the guy could not understand why he did not feel him. What will be his benefit if he joins his grouping, and what are their advantages? Dave replied that in order to be part of such an organization and worship such powerful creatures, this is their advantage. Apparently, he only looks like a strong opponent outside, but in reality, he is nothing of himself. Shihao noticed that he was able to play on his nerves. It is necessary to concentrate more of his hatred on him. He apologized and said that he was a convinced pragmatist. He will not be able to interest him in some faith in unknown creatures. All his promises are ridiculous nonsense. He asked him to come up with something better. Dave could not understand how he dares to doubt the strength of the ancient gods. He promised that the boy would pay for his godlessness. He will teach him how to relate to holy beings. Shihao exclaimed that he refuses to believe. The boy gave the command of the Red Comet to take Chi-Chi away from here. Dave said that he does not use all his power, but this is enough to punish such a low-level freak. He promised to turn it into minced meat, and he said that the boy would answer for her words. Shihao exclaimed that in this case he would have to disappoint him. After all, no one could ever change his opinion using force. Dave replied that he has a special spiritual status, and no one could break his faith in the ancient gods. He will show him this in practice. Fei-Fei could not understand what was happening in the sky and what it was for a break. Shihao asked to be careful. It seems that something is climbing from there. What is it? Is it really a clock? Where did it come from and how he managed to call it? Chi-Chi thought that these were apparently people who were teleporting them outside. They can control everything at will. Fei-Fei began to worry about how they could defeat him. Shihao thought that even if he controls this whole world, they will still be able to find a way to win it. First, you need to save these people. If they kill him, then how they can get out of here? You need to think carefully. Previously, Dave was a very famous psychologist. He was able to cure an unread number of people. But it's ridiculous that he could not save his love when she met the monster. She died before his eyes, and his faith completely disappeared. But at one point, he realized that there was no guilt in this. This world is a mistake. This era is all sick. The whole world is a huge mistake. Only the ancient world has the right to exist. Anyone who comes to the realization that ancient gods are great creatures will be encouraged. Now he will give all his faith and hope to them, people. The girls were very surprised at these statements and thought that the matter was bad. Shihao noticed that all people succumbed to trance. The guys agreed to sacrifice their soul. Welcome the ancient gods. Dave noticed that Shichao was really not simple, since he was not able to enter him into a trance. Then he asked for permission to use the strongest of his spells. He wanted to find the way to the guy's heart. He began to use the power of conquering the mind. He noticed that the guy finally succumbed. No one can repulse his spells of reason, so Shichao lost. It's time to start the last step. It is to take possession of his heart and destroy everything that he cores so. Xiaohao grabbed his hand and asked if he wanted to touch everything dear to him. The boy exclaimed that not in this life. Shihao said that he did not have enough money to get to him, and he asked if he could donate a couple of million coins to him. The enemy was very surprised at how he did not fall into a trance from magic. He admitted that his trick was really strong, at least for a moment, but he was able to feel confusion and despair. Shihao exclaimed that he also had a lot of ants in his sleeve. It is not so easy to take control of him. How lucky was that in his inventory, there were things that were able to block control of the owner. If not for them, then he would definitely succumb. The dragon is wearing a precious eye, a dragon's gear sword. When using these things, the effect of immunity to control consciousness appears. Dus laughed and noticed that the boy was really cool. He was right when he said that they were similar to him. No wonder he said that the smell of the ancient gods blows from him. Shihao asked to listen to him carefully. Now he will free everyone and unlock the way out of this world. Otherwise, he will achieve the guy dying in torment. Dus laughed and replied that they would all fall in torment and suffering from Kraken, the oldest god. Each person knows what real pain is. After 1 minute, Kraken will come here and absorb every living creature. The guy fell to his knees and asked the others to be ready to meet his fate. People from the crowd worshipped and greeted the ancient gods. They asked them to give them suffering and pain. Dus exclaimed that even he could not close the passage, what he had done. Shihao realized that he was a servant of a large-eyed, and why he had not said before. In this case, he must obey him. Dus replied that he did not understand what he was talking about at all. Shihao answered the guy that he is the owner of Kraken. Simply put, this is the ancient god. Dus asked him how he dares to respond so much about the great creature. He promised to teach him respect. Shihao asked why he treated the owner of gods so much. Maybe this is still worth learning to manners. He definitely went crazy, but it makes no sense to kill him somehow. You need to force him to open the gate into their world. All people are now under hypnosis. It is a little dangerous to call Kraken, but for the sake of safety, he should move away. Dus noticed that the guy runs away and shouted after him that this would not help him. He said that now everyone in this world is under his control. And even abroad are his people who control the gate, so he does not make sense to run. Shihao replied that there was no such word to run away in his dictionary. However, he does not look like a person who has at least some kind of education. He talks so much about his faith in the ancient gods, about how powerful they are, that he is their faithful servant, but whether he himself believes in his words. He subjugated so many people, but why by this time he could not call Kraken? What is the reason? He can answer this question. The reason is that he obeys only him. Dus asked the boy to calm down. He wants to powder his brains and faith with his foul language. No one can ever break his faith in earth. He asked a large-eyed, handsome man to come to this city, which never knows the false faith. The call of the magic stone is launched. The call of the new god. Shihao asked how he was. Finally, he saw his long-awaited god. What are his sensations after that? Dus fell to his knees and began to scream. Finally, he responded. Finally, the ancient god Kraken came. His main goal has been achieved. Now he can calmly die. He admitted that Shichao was stronger than the ancient god Kraken, so he is a new god. He asked him to give him death for committed sins. Let him plunge into endless torment and suffering in hell. He is ready to sacrifice everything that he has. Shihao thought there were some strange requests. He said that there is no doubt about his devotion, but if he stops everything that happens in this world, he may be left alive. Dus replied that he was not able to fulfill his demand. Since they launched the virus into this program, there is no way out of here. If he entered, it will not work. But before you come here, he thought out one way out. Only 5 people will be able to leave this world. He asked the boy to take the closest and faithful people outside the borders, so that they could completely change this world. Shihao realized that only 5 people could be transported, so he will have to leave the rest to his faithful death, as he can go down to this. The boy asked Weiss if he could use the engineering masters to work on this controller and change his functions. The robot replied that it was quite possible, but only 60 seconds were left for transportation. He does not know if there is enough time for them. But there was no time to think. It was necessary to try. But what is happening? They just bowed to this big clock, as it happened at all. The guys around looked at the sky. Transportation most likely has already launched. People did not know in what direction they were to run. They shouted that they would die in this world, and they have nowhere to run. They can leave their hopes for salvation. Death is inevitable. Feifei exclaimed that they could not just leave hope. She believes in the brother, and he will find a way to save them all. Is it really a timer for transportation? There is very little time left. Finally began. It is necessary to allow the ancient god Kraken to come to their world. Long live the ancient gods. The guys around did not stop bowing to him. The system gave an error. An unknown source of data led to the forced removal of transportation transformations. An external error was found when reading data. One of the guys exclaimed that this could not be, and he needs to update the data on the transportation of objects, rather. The second said that they need to leave. It becomes dangerous outside. There is no time to wait. You need to run away. But they cannot leave Deus inside. The second man replied that they were already late, and they always have to sacrifice something. If they do not have time to save him, then you need to be saved by themselves. Time was successfully stopped. They were able to stop the timer, but the destruction inside has not yet stopped. It became only worse. Outside, people apparently no longer control this world. Now their problem is the transportation of a huge number of people. Xiao Hao got an idea. He asked if his relatives asked. The girls replied that everything was fine, but something was wrong with it. It just happened to her, but they do not understand what. Either she returns to the real world, or she is now dying. The girl asked them not to worry, as it was her fate. She thanked the guy. She was glad to meet him, but now is the time to say goodbye. Shihao took her hand and said that their performance was not over yet. He asked her to make this performance most memorable in her life. Li said that as soon as this world knew pain and destruction, she could not help anything, could not stop this chaos. People around shouted Maul about salvation. They did not want to die. And Lee said that despite the fact that the system was hacked, she could still contact the outside world. But no one answered her. If all the servers were hacked by villains, then what about people? Shihao explained to her that her idea helps them hope for the best. She could not give up. The girl could not understand what kind of sensations. Something seemed to penetrate her body. Shihao asked her not to be afraid, because he figured out problems outside. Now a non-limited number of people can teleport to the real world. He asked the girl to just trust him. Now is not the time to chat. She just needs to get together with strength. The guys around noticed a portal in the sky. They realized that they were finally saved. But how to go upstairs? Lee said Xiaohao what they did. The teleport is open, and this is all thanks to him. The boy replied that this was still not the end. This teleport is not able to transfer all people. Shihao did not think that the call of God would take so much strength. He did not want to leave it just like that. They need to finish the begun. Weiss said that this was because the owner again used the callstone. But this time he lost more strength than usual. He has a good rest. Lee said that he did enough to save a huge number of inhabitants. It is to blame for what happened here. Fei Fei told her brother that she was right. There is also her fault here because she insisted on going to this concert. Chi-Chi also told Shihao that she had lived for several thousand years, and only now met a person like him. It's not scary to die next to him. Shihao noticed that his forces were restored. This is Chi-Chi's special ability. He completely forgot about it. He apologized that he made them worry, and he asked not to depress the atmosphere. They now need to save the rest. They are obliged to save everyone. The girls replied that this time the last performance really. Lee thought that she already had enough strength, but it feels that there were even more. The boy replied that it was because he transferred control over this world. He invited the girl to remember the former, and so she began to sing. The body of the offended child is completely covered with injuries, but she asks to believe that salvation is not far. The crowd around noticed Sei Lee. She sings again. They were delighted that she did not give up. They fly again. Are they really in paradise? Finally, they are saved. Shihao said that they all have to return home. Sister agreed with him. Lee continued to sing, never give up, believe and fly. Find love, find hugs, find hope. The guys shouted that they were still alive. They all survived, they did it. It would have been very dangerous a little bit, and they would die. They blew up the portal. The guys could not understand who did it. Shihao did not want to throw him until he got the case. The guys noticed this guy who took first place. He saved them. Is he really so cool in real life? Dus wanted to get lost in the crowd until they noticed him, but Shihao managed to see that this guy wants to fuel quietly. Dus asked the owner to forgive the awesome fool, and called himself an ordinary coward. He asked him to give him another chance, and he would prove that he was worthy to serve. Shihao replied that he really should think about the importance of moral values. But while he cannot let him go, because he can still be useful to him. Meanwhile, the guys captured Days. They took him. Deuce exclaimed that this is fine. He could at least somehow be a useful owner. His life still makes sense. Shihao thought that this madman would no longer help, but he can find out from him valuable information about the ancient monastery. Lee said that they finally met in the present. The girl who was nearby replied that her body was still restored. You need to go slower. Shihao called a girl by name. She was very weak and fell into his arms. He asked her to be careful. The girl fell on him from powerlessness. The woman nearby called her a sloppy child. Now she needs a vacation, but she wanted to see Xiaohao as soon as possible. The woman explained that she briefly told her about what had happened. He really was able to save everyone. She thanked him for everything. She and the organization are grateful to him. They will not remain in debt. They will wait a couple of days while everything is tired, and then maybe they will contact him. They said goodbye to the boy. Shihao replied that he was in no hurry, and he asked to take care of Lee. It cannot be that such a large organization was hacked by a grouping. This is very suspicious. Perhaps the organization started in the organization. Suddenly, Xu appeared. She went to Shihao. She was delighted that he was safe. She hugged him and said that she had to leave after meeting with him. Who would have thought that such horror would occur during the concert? She was very worried. The boy asked not to worry, because he is in order. The girl wanted to make sure he was intact. Now is not the most suitable place, but she should tell him urgent news. He asked which. The date of the beginning of an important mission was postponed to the day after tomorrow. All clans of the 10th level and higher should join the task. She did not expect that his clan guild of kings would also be on the list of participants. Shihao did not expect that so many clans were going to prepare for some serious battle. In addition, His clan was created recently, and they are only at the first level. The girl replied that this time the competition will occur in the Colosseum of the War. All the details he can find out in the terminal. Shihao said that he should not climb into it. It is immediately clear that this was not done out of good motives. He remembered the location of the Colosseum of the battle. This is not a very ordinary place. The level of monsters is much higher and is far away. Inside this location is full of bosses. The Kanmo clan will have to quit all his strength to pass this quest. Who knows what is hidden in the open spaces of this location? It's good that the reward will correspond to efforts. Xu said that she still has unresolved things, and she should go. Shihao asked if she participated this time in the quest. The girl replied that yes, but not in the midst of the battle, but in the rear. Since she is responsible for the supply of various materials, she will support them. Feifei told her brother that she had heard everything and also wants to participate. Chi-Chi also asked to take her with her, as she could help. Shihao replied that they were completely not ready for such a difficult battle, especially since they are not members of the detachment. Feifei just asked to enter their names on the list, and that's it. She really cannot cope with some problems because she does not have enough strength. She should train more to become stronger, and she is not going to hide behind him all the time. Shihao said that even if he agrees, she would need to promise something to him. Only in this case will he allow her to go with them. The girl asked what exactly. Shihao explained that within 2 days, he would give her a sufficient number of ancient magic stones. She needs to rise to the 40th level. Then he will be able to take her with him. She was very surprised, not understanding how possible and where he would take so many magic stones. Shihao asked to leave this task to him. He has a friend who is responsible for minerals. The girls asked in what sense it was. Chi-Chi understood everything, and told Feifei that she would explain everything to her. Ancient magic stones are not like ordinary magic stones. More power is concentrated in them. If we talk about increasing the level, then thanks to such types of stones, he will receive more experience. The main characteristics are also increasing. This process greatly exhausts strength and endurance. Someone and 10 stones are too many. But she is absolutely confident in the strength and endurance of Yunfei. She thinks that the girl will be able to achieve a better result. The cat told his owner that he did everything, as he ordered him. The production of stones is successful. The boy stroked the cat on the head and praised him. He copes perfectly. Shihao asked him to continue in the same spirit. Dragons asked not to take all praise for themselves. There are some secret places that they help to find. In truth, even with their forces, it took several days to find the location of magic stones. This was completely difficult. Shihao praised Jialo. The dragon asked not to thank him. He saved his life and it is already worth a lot. Shihao replied that he would definitely thank him for his help. The only thing you need to transfer this to his world. Next time, he will surely reward him. Last time, when he created these machines with the help of a master of engineering, they did not work as badly as it is now. Artificial intelligence is still not perfect. Feifei was surprised where so many ancient magic stones came from. Does he really own the prey of minerals? This is the right decision to place such precious things inside the building. Who knows what can happen to them? Can these stones increase their level? The boy asked his parents not to worry about such stones still full. The most important thing is that they can improve their skills. Now, when he is not there, they can stand up for themselves. Yunfei has already begun to increase the level. He asked his parents and Nanu to join. They immediately decided to try. Then the parents asked the guy to give them the opportunity to rest a little. They are no longer young and their strength and endurance are not at all the ones that were before. Shihao answered them that there was enough for today and they can rest. Feifei asked her brother to see. She did everything. She increased her level to 45th. Parents praised the girl. Shihao was very surprised. She achieved this level in just an hour. Apparently, she is one of those gifted, can increase the results by 70%. I wonder how Nan's business is. Nana wanted even more strengthening. She raised her level to the 60th. Shihao asked her whether she was all right. Nana replied that everything was fine with her. She also managed to reach a high level, whether she can go to the quest with them. Shihao realized that he had created the perfect car. Regarding the quest, he hopes that they will not have big problems, since they all need to gain combat experience in battles, and this will be an excellent opportunity. He asked the girls to join the battle detachment of their guild, and they go to the quest together. The girls were very happy, but they all must be neat and listen to his teams. Nana noticed that this moron agreed so easily. Then this is a great opportunity in the bustle of the quest to end it. Everything was almost ready. They will wait for an answer from the Sister of Shu by the future quest. The system began confirmation. Guild of Kings of the first level. Shao Commander. Confirmation and uploading information went. Quest Coliseum of War Pioneers. The kid could not understand why such a big difference in levels. From 40 to 130. Entrance to the Quest Pioneers. The systems explained that he will have to get into the cave full of various dangers. For the first time, the cave was discovered by a collector of magic crystals, after which he sold the coordinates of the place of the group at a high price. The group decided to go to the cave study, and after 2 kilometers found the entrance to the quest. For several weeks they fought with Elitos, guarding the gate to open the door of the cave. Since the level of danger is too high, they decided to send a drone that helped them inspect the territory. The area of the territory is 50 square kilometers. The levels of monsters from 40 to 130. The number of magic crystals is excessively high. The drone provided the images made during the study, after which he was shot down by the boss. But before the destruction, he was able to send some information. They should prepare very well for the battle. This will be their first mission in the framework of the quest. Not far from the temple there are deposits of useful materials. It is necessary to create a base for resource production. Shihao realized that this quest was too dangerous. It seems it was not worth allowing the sisters to go with him. The more people with a low level, the more difficult. Probably someone specifically inscribed his guild into this list. It looks like they will be an outsider. Everyone will mock them. Shihao asked what the mission of the Guild of Kings in this quest was. The system explained that nothing is known now. It will become clear when they go to the quest. The boy decided to wait for what the difference is what awaits them. He has no right to miss this opportunity. He has the skill of an engineering master, so he does not think that he will be useless. Tomorrow you will need to check the drawings for the creation of cars. But the system said that unknown contact wants to contact him. Shihao became interested in who it could be. Yes, and in the middle of the night, probably some scammers. Meanwhile, the central park of the 8th district. Shihao was already sitting on a bench and thinking about why she wanted to see exactly at night even in such a place. Miao Ro approached him and immediately apologized. She explained that she had lost her little dog and asked if he had seen her. The boy replied that he unfortunately just came here. Can he help her with the search? The girl thanked him and explained that he had a black sheer, black and white clothes with an orange strip. This dog is the name of Shishe. He asked if she was in Huan. Well, she disguised himself, even he could not identify it. The girl asked not to speak so loudly. Even at night they should be more accurate, especially about her personality. Shihao admitted that she has a talent for disguise, because he is very well versed in this, and she was so easily able to conduct him. He asked why she decided to meet him late at night. That it bothers her. He was already going to bed when she wrote to him. Shishe explained that this is relative to the upcoming quest. Does it seem very strange to him too? His guild, having only the first level, unexpectedly appeared on the list of participants. At least the 10th level is needed. Shihao replied that he was thinking about it too. Since they look after him and his people, it should be the eldest of the Moscow region. If suddenly he thought of this, then he is really smart. Senior Modix is currently the head of the board of directors of the Hanmo clan, and his sister Mocha takes the next position in the council. It is no secret that the sister and brother completely control the internal and external affairs of the clan, despite the fact that both of them are high by the level of government. Due to popularity among the smaller layer of the population and family treasure is great support. Also, a lot of people use the influence of Moki to control the MOCI. This kind of circumstances make them enemies. Shihao said that he would really have to resist many high-level clans. What other troubles await him there? The girl replied that they would not dare to resort to their actions at the very beginning of the quest. It is necessary to let them be disappointed in it, and then interest will disappear. Or show their strength so that everyone has surprise and at the same time fear regarding him. Shihao replied that he did not care how high or low her level of government. He said that of course he would choose the second option. And he asked the girl why she suddenly decided to warn him. And it can do expensive. Shishe explained that she did not want to get him into family showdowns of some people. It is terrible when you lose freedom and control over your life. Now he can make his own choice. She never had such a right. Shihao asked why. Can't she control her own life? The girl replied that the stigma and shackles that were removed in the process of growing up still do not leave her. She was born in a completely poor district. Once her parents went to look for food and did not return. She ate the remnants of the garbage found and did not know when she finally darkened. Every day people were dying in this district. Once, when searching for food from China abandoned by fate in the district, she noticed the attack of bandits on the caravan. In the middle of the caravan, she saw one very beautiful boy. Although he was younger than her, he was not afraid to repulse the enemies. Instead of being afraid, he used minimal magical abilities in order to at least somehow repulse the offenders. Suddenly, she saw a company of people heading for him from behind them. They cannot retreat in any case. This load is especially important for their company. They will not allow it to steal it. She saw a robber attack this boy. They don't even know where this confidence and speed came from. But she immediately rushed to his aid. He probably already guessed that this boy was Mr. Moti. The next day, the district lost one weak girl, and a new warrior joined the Kanmo clan. A meeting with a young master has become a turning point in her life. She was no longer worried about the difficulties in the extraction of food or clothing. The young master even helped him improve her combat skills with training. So she became one of the commanders in the clan. Therefore, her life does not belong to her. She will no longer run away from her fate. The Hanmo clan will not let her go so easily. Although she has long come to terms with this, they still do not cease to envy him. Because he is free. Therefore, he should not climb into the internal struggle for the power of guilds. The most important thing is that they remain with him allies. Shihao did not think that she had such a fate. In her words there is sense, but he does not agree that she has such freedom about which she speaks. Only when he can achieve all the heights of her words turn out to be true. In front of him appeared Van Meng, 125th levels. He told Sister In Huan that she was too far. Her life is one big secret for them. To surprise, she opens her heart to some boy. How disappointed he is. The girl asked Van Meng how he ended up here. Did he really follow her? 110th level. Such a feeling of oppression is really some kind of unusual. The guy exclaimed that he could not fall asleep, learning that she had left the house. Is this not called concern for her? Such beauty goes for a walk at night, and if she meets a bad person. As a result, he did not think that she would conduct pleasant communication. Or In Huan fell on the hook of She Chao. The boy asked him to calm down and asked who he was at all. In Huan explained that his name is Van Meng. He is the second commander of their guild. Usually he protects her, but she did not think that he would follow her. Shihao said that he had heard about Van Menga. They say that all warriors in the Guild of the Art of War are elite, and he is also a commander. The guy replied that he certainly could not be compared with him. If he does not know, now every guild is discussing him, a young star. Shihao explained that he was no need for anyone, but the guy asked him not to be shy. After all, he wanted to recruit In Huan from the hands of the boss. Then he is definitely not an ordinary boy. He began to attack Shi Chao. The boy asked what he was achieving. It turns out he attacks with his bare hands. It is not surprising where he gets so much power. Van Meng exclaimed that this is a man's business, and he asked the girl not to intervene here. Shihao agreed with him. But if this is a masculine business, then he asks him not to hide real power. The guy thought that his first blow was only 60% of his full strength. He thought that was enough to kill him. Van Meng was 125th levels. He noticed that the blow of Shi Chao was also strong. The level of this kid is interesting, no less than 100th. Now he certainly will not succumb to him. Van Meng said that he forced his sister In Huan to suffer. She was also punished by Gildia. He will not beat this guy, otherwise he simply will not be able to fall asleep. The guy explained that since he prevented her from eliminating the boss, In Huan was removed from his position. The girl asked him not to talk about it. Van Meng continued to explain that she was also told to attract him to their guild. Otherwise, the punishment would be even tougher. But she never wanted to recruit him. Shihao did not think that a good heart was hiding behind such a cold appearance. In Huan said that she thinks She Chaos will be able to defeat the boss on her own. She gets him too much into her affairs. Shihao replied that he was the first to raise the topic. He is responsible for his words, so he uses the opportunity given in the test and will help her return to his position. Van Meng glanced at them, noticed that they were worried about each other. In this case, he is calm, and they can see Xiao Hao in 2 days on the quest. In Huan told the guy that although she believes in him and his strength, he should not treat this negligently. This time they are waiting for a difficult test. Also, their representative will bring his team. He should not provoke him. Shihao explained that he could take everything into his own hands and would not be thorny, and she should expect information from him. Although his sisters increased their level, they still have problems with the inventory. Therefore, they should look into the black area to update their arsenal. Just he earned money since the last time. But he completely forgot that the girls are able to spend an incredible amount of money in the shortest possible time. In the morning, they spent more than 3 million. Fei Fai thanked his brother. Now their inventory has been replenished. The girls asked Xiao to see their things. The boy replied that everything looks super. How can you be ugly, spending so many? He began to reassure himself that he did not earn money in order to improve the arsenal to relatives. He himself needs recipes for engineering. He decided to ask Modi. Maybe he has something. Modi said Xiao Hao that was no problem. There is no need for this. It was he who entered his guild in the test list. It was the idea of Mocha. It became easier for her when she heard his confident words. Yet he was not alone to the quest. When the time comes, 3 representatives will come from it. They should meet. It is also worth being careful and returning whole and unharmed. Mocha sent 30 recipes for engineering. The topic asked to confirm. Xiao Hao was very surprised. This is the whole fortune. Indeed, it is not surprising that she has a good reputation among ordinary people. This gives more and more hope. Tomorrow they are waiting for the first day in the trip of the Guild of Kings. And here is the safe arena Hanmo. How many people were there? Guild of Kings of the first level. Fei Fai noticed that everyone also had a high level. It's good that they increased their own in advance. Otherwise it would be very ashamed. Shi Hao asked his sister to calm down and get used to this atmosphere. The guys around noticed that very Guild of Kings under the leadership of Shi Hao. The guy exclaimed that if he meets the Guild of the Art of War, he could get to them. Now he is a participant in the Guild of Kings, and will be mean to throw them. Suddenly, some men noticed the girls, and asked where these swallows came from. Have they decided that this path leads to warm islands? Who allowed the first-level guild to participate in the quest? Men could not understand what they could be useful. They will only interfere under the feet and spend their time. Liang's son was the head of the Guild of Grey Howl. Luo Feng asked not to respond so about their girls. Shi Hao advised him not to be led to a provocation. Liang's son exclaimed that it was Mocha who pulled Sheo from the bottom of the bottom. However, he does not understand how he was able to steal the boss on which Huan hunted. He did not expect a small kid to do it. Even if he was lucky then, he does not advise to relax now. Each mistake can lead to death. Van Meng appeared unexpectedly and asked Liang's son not to interfere under his feet. He immediately asked the commander for forgiveness, because he stood in his way. This is his fault that he did not see him. He went to Shi Hao and said that they met again. He asked the guy feels. Is he ready for stripping a new quest? Shi Hao in response greeted his brother Wang. He thinks that stripping a large dungeon will mainly lie on their shoulders. If it turns out, he will fulfill the task set for him. How it could be so honest, Van Meng envied his quality. He suggested introducing him to his guild. The boy agreed. He asked to greet his commander Hong Van Zhou. He is the first commander of the entire Hanmo clan. 130 levels. The bald head with an iron head is a Sing. And the girl's healer is called Dan Lu. They are not particularly talkative. Lei asked his brother Van not to courteous to imagine everyone to this noun. He is not worthy. Ron Yunxiao said that according to Shi Chao you can't say that he is strong. It is interesting what happened to Huan. The commander wanted to leave. The boy asked him to wait a bit. He explained that he was to blame for what happened to Huan. He hopes in the future he will have the opportunity to work together, and then he will correct his mistake. The boy pulled his hand to the commander. The men from the side said that this boy wants to make friends with the commander of Hong. He definitely crazy. Such a large guild will not be found with such a baby anyway. What to press the hand of Mocha himself? The commander went to the guy and shook his hand in response. He said that he hopes that the words he said would not disappoint him and Moki. The men were very surprised that the commander Hong himself shook the hand of this Malza. He does not even notice them how he drew attention to him. This is probably some kind of illusion. Von Meng wished Xiao Hao good luck and asked not to forget about Huan. The boy replied that he remembers her. When he shook his hand to the commander, he had the feeling that he was scanned. This commander is definitely not simple. He hopes that he could not climb into the system of his body. One of the guys asked Xiao Hao whether what he said. Is he really going to cooperate with their guild? Shi Hao replied that it was. The commander of the guild of Windy Clouds Lu Jiangfeng told the guy that his sister asked to look after him. But his actions make him think about whether they are on the truth on one side. If he does something behind the older sister, he will make him so that he could not get out of the quest. Shi Hao thought, unless his actions indicate that he does not really want to deal with Mocha, he just showed the art of war by the guild, as Huan wants to help. Let them think what they want. He still needs to think through the plan of their path. One of the guys told his teacher to the chief engineer of the Konmo clan, Lai Si, that the teleport is ready to work. You can run it at any time. The chief engineer gave the go-ahead to launch a teleport. The guys immediately raised their hands up. It is not surprising that this is a great master of engineering. He spent only 1 day on the installation of a teleport, when others lack, and a week. How cool he is. They asked the master to tell their secret, and they were ready to give all their inventory for him. Shihao noticed that he was really good. Not at all like him, he used only his knowledge to achieve the level of an engineering master. This is really impressive. Meanwhile, the base of the Konmo clan. Didn't they say that they would build a new base? People could not understand what happened and who destroyed everything. Why there is so much blood. Chi-Chi went to Shichao and said that she was feeling a very bad smell. Apparently the battle occurred here. The boy asked her not to be afraid because he is nearby. Apparently, a group of monsters attacked the base and arranged a bloody massacre. At such a high level of the quest, apparently not everyone will be described in such detail. It looks like this mission is not so simple. The system notified the task. It was necessary to protect the Cave of Crystals. Shihao thought that in order to rebuild the base, they would need many minerals. This car is too old. It shows that she experienced more than one attack. She was also repaired several times and the level was too low. Feifei noticed that she was very noisy. It seems that she will collapse at any moment. Some man exclaimed that with these eccentrics they placed in one group of him, what an bad luck. The most important thing is that they also gave such garbage transport. How to earn command glasses. Feifei asked why the command glasses needed. The man realized that they did not know anything about the quest, so that they do not fall into trouble because of their ignorance. The old man will explain everything. Regarding command glasses, they can use them to gain the experience of the guild. The more points they will accumulate, the higher they will have a level. They can also use glasses to purchase objects in the store. Essence, combat equipment, minerals, potions, various types of materials, scrolls or recipes. There are completely different kinds. Naturally, the more glasses they have, the better they can buy objects. Therefore, command glasses are all for them. This is the old man's dream to score a huge number of points. They will always be few. But in front of them is a junk that is completely unable to get a sufficient number of crystals. Whether the old man will be angry when they can get almost nothing. Shihao exclaimed that their goal is the production of crystals in the cave and he likes it. Therefore, the problem is not so and big. The old man asked Xiao Hao what he was going to do. Do you really get crystals with your own hands? This method will be even slower. He was very surprised that the guy could cut Nini-level crystals. What is his plan? The boy asked him not to rush because he would soon understand everything. He asked Weiss if they would manage to merge between this machine and a crystal. He wants to make an improved version of the car in the cave from it. The robot agreed with his master. Luo Feng laughed and exclaimed that the commander was again in business. There was a secret trick of the merger. The old man asked what the guy had in mind, speaking of a secret trick. What else was it? A crazy digging machine in the caves. It is better not to stand in her way, since everything is seen in her eyes. Men were very surprised at where this engineer's ability came from. He who knew that this boy has engineering skills is also capable of creating a 90s car. Shihao told Nana that this car scanned her. She should look for 90s caves. They are more than ordinary ones. Nana exclaimed that it is not surprising that it was their commander. He is able to create such cars. She really likes it. The girl thought that these words are really from a pure heart. So to say, she made him a compliment. She told the commander that she had discovered a 90s cave, right under their legs at a depth of 5 meters. Shihao could not understand. Was it really in such a huge amount? They would never be able to get to them by car of a 40 level, especially when there are so many prey. He gave the team the girl to launch the girl. They were surprised how this car became even more. Feifei asked Chi-Chi whether everything was all right with her. The girl replied that everything was fine, just a little scared by such a huge car. But there is a feeling that something is wrong with her. Li asked the guys to look down. They really saw a lot of 90s level crystals. What happiness is it? A cave of magic crystals of 90s, epic quality. Here you can earn a lot of points. The men around were very surprised. So many points received by such a huge number of points. The cave of the 90th level can only be found by one who has a 90th level equipment. Only a high-class engineer can create such equipment. The old man asked the guy what he compares. The naked look shows that this is an unusual kid. It is special, and at the same time very suspicious. The man went to Shichao and said that they did not know at all who deal with. They asked for forgiveness for their insults. Shi Hao replied that nothing was afraid. He saw a lot in his path after all. They are in the same team. They should not be at enmity. Receiving command glasses is also their share. An invisible intelligence officer appeared. What happened to the King's Guild before they were in the last place in the list? How they managed to get out for the first. At first they robbed in Huan, and now they were able to get so many crystals. An ordinary person is not capable of this. This guy definitely hides something. The old man thought that suddenly this guy was able to turn a 40-level car into a 90s car. This guy has special engineering skills. Although his level seems to everyone as the 10th, he would never be able to achieve 90s of engineering and create such a machine. What can be a class of engineering? He was even able to see their invisible scout. Ordinary people cannot notice them. The commander asked to return the unmanned intelligence from the District D7 back. This drone was created by him personally, but he could somehow notice him. Players who have a less high level of engineering skill are not able to discern it. Shi Hao noticed that the drone flew after him. Apparently they were still watching them. This is good, so he had a little free time to inspect the location. The boy asked not to leave the location, but so far he is scouting the situation. The man answered him that leaving the place of task is a violation of the rules. This quest is supervised. The director can check at any time. Shi Hao said that it's okay. He promised to return very quickly. The man asked him to return as soon as possible, as he could not cope alone. The boy noticed that there is another base. As possible, because the description of the assignment was not said. Apparently this base was specially hidden, or due to the fact that the level of his guild is too low, they did not send information about it. Do the clan Huanzheng also have a base in this location? He recalled that Mocha said that 2 clans Huanzheng and Hanmo were commanded in this quest. Why exactly here? The 2 largest clans are very closely monitored by this place. Probably a big secret is hiding here. He can not only reveal this secret, but also inflict great injuries to the clan Huanzheng. Now he has a great interest in this place. First you need to dig some information. Home base Huanjing. One of the warriors said that recalling the last time he was here very hard, all his fears came true. The second warrior replied that he at least got out of here alive. The last time they did not have a battle strategy. Now it's not at all like that. First you need to wait until the people from the Kanmo clan complete the prey of fossils, and then you can rob them. Shi Hao continued to watch them in the form of a ghost. The guys said that people pondered everything from above in advance. Is it really a creature that has an unknown level to get out of the den? Shi Hao wondered who it could be an unknown level, whom these warriors are talking about. He did not think that this clan had a creature like him. The boy ordered the system to launch an all-seeing eye. The ability of the all-seeing eye is launched, used to explore the base of Huanzheng. The number of people is 50, the lowest level of 60, the highest level of 140. Shi Hao thought that this was the highest level that he met for all the time. Even he became a little scared. He asked the system to allow 140 level to look at the guy. Where is this miracle? But it was Su Lu. It turned out this young girl, and there is such a 101-time creature. It's hard to believe. And he thought there would be at least an old man or a grandmother who has seen life. Meanwhile, Li woke up. The man asked for forgiveness, apparently because he was talking too loudly. He apologized for disturbing her peace. The girl called the man impudent. How he dares to watch her. She raised her hand up, apparently wanting to punish the guys. She asked Hanmo why they did not study anything. Shi Hao noticed that his eye was tracked. He thought that they were able to remove him so quickly. However, these guys almost spun him and secretly followed them. Is someone from the clan Hanmo capable of it? Li said that it was a regular test. Shi Hao thought that it was good that he managed to remove the eye, otherwise this terrible woman would instantly recognize and attacked. Who would have thought that she was capable of this? Apparently this time the battle will be completely unusual, since on the one hand Hong Van Zhou, and on the other hand, there. What secrets are hidden here? First, you have to return to the base. Although he was not quite able to figure it out, he got a little new information. It was not for nothing that he decided to fly to reconnaissance. Long Hua asked the guys where they're head of the Guild of the Kings of Shao. The director immediately learns about the violations. Do they really think that this will all get away with them? I did not think that right on the first mission they dared to run away. Their command glasses will be removed. The man told Director Long that the commander of Shi Hao had taken leave. Since he ate something stale and his stomach was twisted, he did his needs somewhere nearby. When the boy returned, the man was delighted that he had finally arrived. He advised the next time before the quest to eat good food. The man winked at him. The guy played along. Shohao smiled and replied that he was to blame. Yesterday he ate something expired. Today he had already gone to the toilet several times. The director was surprised that this freak was also daring to laugh. Shohao thought that this man abuses his position. There is always one or two beetles in such a large organization who think they are above all. He answered the director that he knows that he was mistaken, and he asked if he wanted to punish him so that the man would take his glasses, but did not take them from everyone else. The director replied that he would take points from everyone. The kid wondered why this fat bug treats him like that. Has he sent him to Mocha? Then a man appeared and asked the director of Long not to rush. He asked to transfer the case of Shi Chaos into his hands. It was a Barky C. The director replied, then if the master wishes it, let it be in any way. Just do not handle this boy gently. He still needs to examine the caves. To himself, the man called this guy a lousy. If not for the master of engineering of their clan, then he would not have left him so simply. He will look further how he will protect the boy. La Yesa asked Chichao to go with him. He has a couple of questions for him. This man definitely has authority. For a couple of words, he allowed the director of Long. It is strange that he appeared here. How many monitors in this room? Apparently that drone was also sent to watch them. The man told the guy that he was smart enough. However, this order from above, they are just office workers and no more. Although it is surprising that he noticed something interesting. When he saw that his first-level guild was also involved in the quest, he was surprised. But then everything became clear. La Yezi said that he would never have guessed that such a young guy owns such engineering skills. Can he assume that he at least mastered a high level of engineering? The guys were very surprised that this little one has a high level of engineering. Most likely, God was presented with God. Shohao was surprised at these words. He really came across. It is not surprising that he is a master of his craft. From this man not to hide anything. He asked what he wanted to do with him. The master replied that he wants to invite him. There is no doubt that he is a rare engineering genius, and staying in some teams can only slow down his growth. He offers him to dissolve the first-level guild. Shohao thanked the master for the compliment. But his interest in engineering is just a hobby and no more. He has no great interest in him. The guys around were very surprised at the answer of Shao. How he can say such things, being owned by a high level. Does he really want to say that it is too easy for him? Shohao answered. He did not want to belittle the difficulty of engineering at all. On the contrary, he believes that this is a very heavy craft. Only he is forced to abandon such an amazing offer. The master said that he was a little sorry, but he could not make him. He should not worry about command glasses. The director will not write them off. The master said that such a service would not cost him the wrong thing. The day will come when he will need help from him. So far, he cannot say when it is, but he must be ready. Shohao exclaimed that the master is quite kind to him. If he needs something, he will do everything in his power. So they agreed. Meanwhile, the alarm worked. The master asked to remain calm. Hong Vanzhou told the commander that they had unexpected circumstances that he should know about. The master asked him, did he not fully investigate the location in advance? The guy replied that the situation had changed for the worse and switched to an unmanned camera. The man saw an insect army in front of him. If he sees everything, then the insect army left the caves before they expected. Their number also exceeds several times their expectations. Apparently they want to end them in just one attack. The master advised in this case more to return to the main base. But Hong Vanzhou replied that they could not, since the swarm of insects went outside. Just the same, this open area is ideal for attack from their side. Therefore they will not return to the base. Everything remains on their shoulders. They are forced to give a battle with these insects. The master replied that this was madness. The base has just begun to recover, and only their guild is not enough for them. How much time is left before the arrival of the army of insects before their base? The guy replied that 4 hours. In such a short time, they will not have time to escape from the attack of insects. There is nothing safe in this mission. They will all die. Director Long exclaimed that he would not die and returned home soon, but Shichao began to stop him. Some rays flew into these guys. The master asked anyone not to leave his places. Whoever violates the installation, he will repeat the fate of this poor man. He asked the director of Long for what purpose he came to the engineering department. The director replied that he should ask what they are doing here. Everyone at the base saw his broadcast with the commander Hong Vanzhou. They have only 4 hours left before the insects get to them. Why they are not going to bring down from the base, he, in turn, does not want to die. The master said that what he does not touch him. He asked the whole engineering department to listen carefully. Within a few hours, they must complete all the tasks to prepare the base. Even if they have time to complete the recovery process within 3 hours, they will still have to repulse insects. Moreover, their number far exceeds their non-expectation, whether they can withstand. Shihao told the master that, in his face expression, it is clear that he was very worried about the current situation. But he will have to add oil into the fire. Earlier, he secretly entered the base of the clan Huanzheng and got important information. They are waiting for insects to attack them, and at the same time, they are secretly going to attack them. They have an enemy who is hiding in the rear. The master said that based on past experience is similar to their fighting tactics. Shihao replied that this time the insect army exceeds all possible quantities. It is not necessary that everything will go this way. Their place for building the base is located inside the canyon. Their place is closer to the den of insects, so they will meet the army of insects first. The current situation is really difficult to resolve. Can't they get out of the quest and then return with new power and kill them? The master replied that this was impossible. To open the gate to the quest, you need a huge number of resources. When they opened them, all resources were spent. The portal is on reloading and you need to wait another 10 hours. The director exclaimed that he did not want to die. What is the engineering department? Who was picked up in this clan? Now they will not sit in the rear. Now they will go to fight to the front. This all lies on his shoulders. If the master does not cope with his work, then let him go and die first. The master immediately hit the director with his hand and asked him to calm down on time. The warriors said that the director of Long was overwork and it was necessary to send him to rest. He perfectly understands what a difficult task is now facing them. He cannot give any promises that do not expect from him. He is not going to retreat and throw them, so they will protect the base together. The warriors replied that they had nowhere to run. Even for such a short period of time, having collected all their forces, they will not be able to repulse insects. There are too many. From the point of view of common sense, it is. But they have hope, thanks to which they can survive in this battle and prejudice the battle. Wars asked their master what he had in mind by the word Nadezhda, to which the master replied that their hope is Sheohao. The boy was very surprised at this. The master began to explain that if he owns the skill of engineering, then their chance of victory is growing instantly. The guys asked how he could be a master of engineering. They decided that the plan that all hope is for a boy, it is wrong, and the monsters are already following their souls. Shihao said that be that as it may, his eye would not let him down, he opened him. He really owns a high level of engineering. Let him only say what is required of him. The guys got angry that he dared to call himself a master. Where do you like the world with him such a young master of engineering? The master wanted Xiao to get to the front line part by their base to build a weapon that would attack insects. It is necessary to reduce their number as much as possible. Xiao Hao realized he sends him to his faithful death. From such a difficult situation in his life, it does not outweigh the losses and meaninglessness of the rest of the victims. Shi Hao said that he guarantees him his devotion, as well as confidence in his decisions. But what is the use of what he will do? The guys asked what he took, that it was pointless, or he was just afraid. Such as he does not have the right to be masters. He is afraid to sacrifice himself to save others. The boy replied that he hates when he was accused of cowardice. But just to die without any positive exhaust. This is already a madness. The master said they can rely on him. If they give them more time, then he will receive an affirmative answer. He is the chief engineer of the Hanmo clan, gives him his word. Shi Hao said that he trusts him. Time becomes less. He flew to the front line of the base. As soon as they end in their own affairs, they must inform him. The master agreed and said that all the forces of the base will be directed at him. He will do everything to protect them. Their fate is in his hands. Shi Hao thought that he was not at all worried about their destinies, since he is not a real hero. Fei Fei reported that the crowds of insects are already approaching. The boy thought that he was doing it all for his loved ones and nothing more. He told his sister that he has a business that he needs to tell. Luo Feng was surprised that Shi Chao alone was going to stay at the front of the base. This is suicide. One person against the crowd of insects. Chi Chi also volunteered to go with the boy. But the girls said that they were better off staying here. Fei Fei asked how they would stand aside while her brother is fighting alone. He does it for them. Maybe they can somehow help him if they have to retreat. Shi Hao said that only Fei Fei can understand him, that it was not surprising, because she is his sister. But at least they would stop saying that he will certainly die. Sister told her brother that they believe in him and he would surely cope. Shihao replied that of course he would cope, because they are from the Guild of Kings. All troubles and problems for them. If there are any unsolvable problems, then you need to trust him, their commander. He called Nan to go with him. He needed her help. The girl, immediately hearing the commander's voice, hurried to the rescue. Shihao noticed a canyon in front of him, which is ideal for protection, as they are surrounded on all sides by mountains. In a clean field, it would be much harder for them to fight. But this is only a strategic advantage. In reality, their superiority in quantity creates a huge problem for them. But they can try to scare them. Any help will be in handy. He asked Nan to go forward and put explosive spiders along the way, but asked him to leave him alone so that he would have a surprise for them. Nana received 58 pieces of explosive spiders of power and strength. They will show enemies the real power of the earth and increase their power. One step will send them directly to hell. Shihao asked Weiss to use all the well-known skills of an engineering master to increase the radius and damage of the explosion. The robot immediately obeyed him. Although he does not know the exact number of advancing insects, he will use all his strength to prevent even one of them from slipping. Protection begins. The first thing to build for defense is a device for transferring resources, so that the main base can receive mined resources through it. Thanks to her, the base receives enough resources to use weapons to protect. Also continuing work inside. Second, build a defensive wall. However, only one wall will not be able to detain the whole army of insects. Therefore, he should add additional protection. Improving the protective wall was created. A new level of protection is a protective wall. The next stage is the most important. You have to see. These flying robots can also be used as a defense soldier. And so they decided to start. Highly mobile machine gun tower of the 80s. Also a highly concentrated magic gun. Warning from the system. The waste of resources is too large. The guys were surprised why this kid was not going to use drones. They told the master that if he continues to pick up all the available resources, then they would not have left nothing to use the base. They suggested putting him a restriction, but the master replied that they could still extract resources on the other side of the base. It is necessary to spend all the forces to help Xiao. After all, he does this to ensure their protection. Shihao told Nana that this is about what he wanted to build. After all, you can't spend all the resources of the base. They also need to leave a little. Nana said that it is not surprising that he is a commander. After all, he is able to make such difficult decisions. Only 30 minutes left before approaching. Now it remains only to ensure security for itself. The boy called a red comet to him. Shihao asked Weiss immediately use all possible improvements for a red comet. The robot replied that in this case he should use the Crazy Mouse account. Shihao noticed that his characteristics are really good. This armor is created for use by a person. You need to change a little. He told the red comet that this was a new gift from him, and he asked to change clothes. The red comet immediately growled. He was beautiful in new armor. He looked even more frightening. The boy said that he was much calmer when his dragon is nearby. Nana thought that her world is overwhelmed with all these metal robots. What is their value? She does not envy such upgrades at all. Shihao asked the robot to come. He also had something new for her. Thanks to this, they will be able to repulse the enemies. The girl thought that even if he gives her an upgrade too, she still could not get rid of her determination to kill him. Such low creatures as people can never understand all the beauty and power of mechanical life. She is a mechanical queen of cars. It contains both beauty and great power in one person. She has an unshakable character and perfect body. Nana could not understand what was happening with her body. The girl was very hot, as if there was something inside her. Shihao asked her not to be afraid. He updated something in her body. Nana received armor and wings, as well as weapons. How cool and convenient. It seems that her forces were added at times. The boy asked if she liked it. The girl answered joyfully that of course I liked it. Shihao exclaimed that they soon need to fight, and he asked not to overestimate his strength. Nana thought that her sensations were too warm. Shihao exclaimed that now his turn had come. He remembered that at school, using a syringe for insect species, they could not break through their shell. But they have one special feature. Their outer shell naturally adapts well to cold. Only fiery attacks will be able to inflict more damage to them. According to combat data, the laser caused the monster high damage. Therefore, he will now need exactly the recipe that his sister from the Mo clan gave him. He needs to find on this list. Weiss has already become much more interesting. Shihao said that it is not known how much resources he will need to create it. But now is not the time to think about the quantity. He asked the robot to start building. There was an alarm. The number of resources has sharply reduced. Not enough to maintain the base. The guys could not understand what this kid was doing. They suddenly began to show everything to the monitor. They saw a stunning, huge car in front of them. Weiss noticed how cool he is. This is what really attracts guys. Shihao said that they need to get acquainted with the management. Weiss told the commander that he should not worry about management, you just need to rely on him. Since they are connected, all his desires will be transmitted to him, so it will be easier for them to control. All desires and requirements of the owner were taken into account while creating this machine. He tried to do everything as his commander loved. Nana told Shihao that energy emissions were discovered nearby. The beetle army is already very close. The boy asked if they were still coming. And he asked Nan to show him a broadcast from the cameras. Since the number of insects is too large, the system cannot broadcast the video for more than 2 minutes. He was warned of a huge number of insects, but he did not pay attention to it and only now thought about it. Their number surpasses all his expectations. The kid thought about whether he could survive. But now is not the time for indecision. In the room, the leadership of the base felt an earthquake. But the master exclaimed that it was an insect army approaching them. Their clatter is reaching them. The guys were scared. Did they really have so many that they are able to cause such fluctuations in the earth? These smelly bugs decided to come with a swarm from the nest. Despite the fact that they will not be able to survive in this battle, they should show their character and stay to the last. Luo Feng exclaimed that he had to believe in the commander. He is the only one who is able to stop these beetles. The girls also believed in Sheo. I would like to destroy all the insects in an instant, but Shi Chao thought that he could not do it. Destroy as much as possible and win as much time as possible. There were 30 seconds left before the insect army approached. The boy was asked to start an attack. Shihao replied that he should not rush. They need to wait until they select to the area of attacks and the protective wall, and then they begin. However, this is just the first wave. He thinks to him to test his strength. His fiery force surpasses all expectations, but still, a huge number of enemies continues to approach the protective wall. Jumping pinch of 45th levels. The master thought that this was not the amount that they expected. High, mobile machine gun tower of the 80s. He shoots at them again. The guys notice that he had universal guns. They are completely different from those that they are used to building and using. How this guy was able to build them. The poisonous beetles of the 60th level appeared. Beetles of this species have a special ability. They can attack the wall by spinning their poison on the shell of the shield. Will the wall can withstand the attacks with poison? They were not ready for this. Nevertheless, the most important thing is that they can continue to extract resources, so the protection will be able to last longer. Even if the wall holds the defense, then what to do with beetles that attack close? Now they are outside the zone of damage to their guns. There was a fiery bombardment of the 80s. Their shells are quite slow, but their range is enough to attack beetles. Before us is a highly concentrated magic gun of the 80s. These weapons are powerful enough to repulse the enemies. Perhaps they can even survive. In the end, there was a hope for victory. The master thought that something was wrong. Everything is too simple. The system has not yet given an exact number about the number of beetles. There should be too many of them. Then there was an alarm again. The system has completed the calculation of the number of beetles. Based on the calculations of the system from past quests, the number of beetles has currently increased. The guys asked to look at this figure rather. The number of beetles is 1000%. Does this really mean that this time their number is increased 10 times? How is it possible? Most likely even after the protection of Shihao, they will not be able to stay alive. The guys decided that they would all die here. The master thought that their number increased by only 5 times. But it turns out in reality this figure exceeds 10 times. He decided that this time was his mistake. Even if you hope for Xiao, it will still not help. Shihao understood that the situation is very complicated. But such a figure is frightening. They decided to come to their territory and it was their mistake. It doesn't matter, but what is really important is that his comrades stand behind him. He will not allow enemies to pass. He does not even know if they will cope with them, but he certainly is not going to retreat. He asked Nanu and a red comet to be prepared. They are not allowed to retreat a step back. The guys immediately obeyed their commander and began to advance. Shihao began to shoot insects, letting them feel the firepower. The number of insects is 950%. The battle continued. The number of insects is 880%. Insects noticed that these little people are really capable of something. These were poisonous mosquitoes. They decided that no one to cope in the air. Nana asked who told them that they were not able to fight in the air. This guy is really smart. He was able to prepare a combat suit for battles in advance, but this will not change her plans to kill him. In truth, these armor are really good. Allow her to deal with the enemies with interest. The time of his death is slightly delayed. First, you need to deal with the bucks. The system clogged the alarm. The remainder of ammunition reaches below 30%. Weiss invited the commander to use the ability of combat shells. Shi Hao asked if they were able to release these shells. If so, then this is very good. You need to try to destroy as many bugs as possible. He asked Nana and Red Comet to move away from enemies to 1 kilometer, since there will be a big explosion now. Insects shouted that the little people came up with it. But they will not be able to kill so much of their troops. The number of insect army is 500%. The name does not correspond to the size at all. Anxiety sounded again. The remainder of ammunition is 0%. Shi Hao exclaimed that it was okay. Since they cannot use long-distance weapons, then they can use the weapons of close combat. Insects noticed that the guy was running to them. They began to growl and cough. Shi Hao said that apparently they had no choice. They will have to die here. The guys noticed that he decided to die for them. One of the guys exclaimed that the translating connection suddenly broke. Is it really someone from the army of beetles? Luo Feng exclaimed that if they were a little stronger, they could help. Why are they so weak? But the brother must do it. The warriors decided that they all needed to advance. You cannot leave them alone. They are all high-level fighters. How they can leave their people to die? The guys decided not to sit back. It's time to go into battle. But the exit from the base was blocked. The master said that he was glad that they were eager for battle without fear. But they too first need to analyze the situation. If Shi Chaos cannot deal with them, then they will simply die in vain. Shi Hao really surprised them. If the number of insects did not exaggerate their expectations, then he would calmly deal with them. But now, he cannot help him. Nana exclaimed that there are too many flying beetles. Their buzzing drives her crazy. The number of insect army is 300%. Red degree of damage to 98%. Really, his time comes to an end. The base for the transfer of materials and resources is completely broken. Protective guns are also damaged. They only have to go through the defensive system, and then they will be able to get to the base. He has a trump card in his sleeve. Enter the account of the King of Vampires. But he does not know how long he will be enough. Although his heart is doused with blood, he asked the system to change the account. Where did the snow come from on the battlefield? In front of him appeared here, 140 levels. This is the same girl from the clan, Huan Zheng. It has the highest level. Didn't their clan plan to attack them? Why did they decide to help now? Li said that he dared to confront the whole army of insects alone. They have enough military spirit to take on such challenges, but only the fighting spirit is not at all enough. The monsters started talking about the fact that the next man came to them for dinner. They look very tasty. Insects opened their mouths to eat this girl. They felt how strong it was. The girl exclaimed that if they want to try to eat her, then let them fit soon. If they smelly bees will have enough strength to win, then they may get a piece of it. Li used the breath of ice. All enemies receive magical damage from ice, and also for a minute is under the influence of the frostbite effect. The number of insects 250%. Shi Hao noticed that he could not attack them, as he too fell under the spell. The car did not move at all. The boy noticed that this girl is very strong. Without saying a word, she was able to create this. The number of insects 200%. In an instant, she was able to exterminate a huge number of beetles. Here is the power of 140 levels. However, she destroyed his bloody phantom. The monsters noticed that this girl ended her spell. They gave the command to grab her. She can't cope with their army alone. The girl asked who said that she had already finished. The number of insect army is 150%. Shi Hao asked Nan to be careful. Her abilities are beaten in a certain area. It can easily hurt her. Li asked, did anyone really be able to survive after her attack? She felt this smell on the basis of Huan Zheng. Is it really that rat? Shi Hao said that she noticed him. He almost fell under her attack, but he must thank her, even if she almost killed them. The girl replied that if he could see what level she was, then his level is approximately next to her. But why does he thank his enemy? Shi Hao explained that he was just such a person. If he was helped, then he must thank. But she destroyed his fighting vehicle, and he will record it on her account. Li replied that she had never met the one who would dare to talk to her like that. She is very curious how he treats her. But first of all, he needs to finish something. He first needs to survive. She pointed a finger behind his back. He could not understand what was before him. The number of insect army was 100%. The king of insects of 110th levels approached them. As soon as the number of insects reached 100%, their boss immediately appeared. Apparently, she came here and came here. She wanted to reduce a huge number of beetles in order to save the destruction of the Huanzhen base. It will allow the boss to destroy the Hanmo base, while not losing a single soldier. Shihao told her that she would easily deal with the Hanmo base, but the girl replied that she came to comply with the orders of data from above, nothing more. His mind is almost equal to her. But sometimes one mind is not enough to compensate for the lack of power. If he can survive, then she will wait. Shihao thought that this method of disappearance looks like the one that was used by Shu He. Recently he met 3 girls with this surname. Shu Hai, the second girl, was there. And the third girl with this name is Shu Liu. What is the connection between them 3? But now it's not the right time to think about it. Now you need to come up with a way that will help him defeat the boss. Otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain. The number of insects finally approached the normal value. He will have to spend all his strength on the destruction of the boss. Resource mining was destroyed, and the connection with the base broke off. They do not even realize that here there was Sei Lu, and helped him deal with beetles. Shihao gave the Nain command to go to the base rather, and report the whole situation. It is also necessary to call someone to the aid. Nana noticed that she was cured. He decided to give his resources to its restoration. The boy asked her not to stand, like a dug, but rather fly. The girl thought that he was about to fight the boss alone. She did not want him to die. His death can only come from her hands. Shihao asked the red comet to fly forward towards the opponents. They definitely need to survive in this battle, prevent the boss to go further. Meanwhile, the management of the main base. The number of insect armies is 350%. The warriors exclaimed that despite the fact that the male was able to reduce the number of insects to 350%, they still could not cope with the remainder. The master thought that a lot of time has passed since the breakdown. Why Xiao Hao still hasn't returned? He had to retreat as soon as his strength and resources end. How sorry when they can lose such a potential genius of engineering. It would be better if he was in his place. No one needs an old man. He asked anyone not to lose heart. Now is not the time to give up. Whoever decides to give up will be killed by him personally. The girls asked Yunfei whether she got to contact her brother. Yunfei replied that due to the fact that on the basis all the connection was cut off, she could not get through to him. But they should not worry. Everything is in order with the brother. He would never let them lose hope for him. Luo Feng replied that she was right. He probably continues to fight with the army of insects with all his might. Yunfei is most worried about his brother. They are like one family here. He cannot go on the battlefield. From their guild, he is the only man. His task is to protect their members at all costs. Meanwhile, Nana flew to comply with the commander's order. Given the flight speed, they will get to the base within 5 minutes. She has enough time to get to the base. Now this is a great opportunity to earn experience alone. She does not know what the reason, but for some reason the experience from killing insects was not previously counted. It is precisely in the zone of reach of the base. The girl exclaimed that her plan is simply brilliant. What a well done she is. Finally she gets experience. She needs more and more experience. Continuing in the same spirit, she will be able to reach the highest level, and no one can command her again. Nana has reached the 70 level. But then something happened. Someone attacked her. It was the Golden Warrior of the Elite. The Elite Warrior was 85th levels. While she was killing small bugs, she did not know that an Elite Warrior could attack her. It is necessary to send a message to the center of the base rather. Nana, lying on the ground, asked the commander to save her. She didn't want to die. Shihao, meanwhile, thought that now it would be right to allow the remaining number of beetles to go further towards the base. He needs to deal with the boss as soon as possible, and then go to their aid. The shadow password is the only solution in this situation, but the number of coins spent will be considered irrational. And also he has another problem, and this is the King of Insects. The King of Insects felt the smell of fear of man. He decided that the guy was completely unworthy of his attention. Shihao said that he did not have time for a useless conversation. He asked the system to launch the king's account. The boy could not understand what it was in front of him. He saw in front of him 3 brothers from the sanctuary, 95th levels. Why, when he only wanted to activate the Shadow King, new problems immediately appear. This boss really gives them a bunch of problems. He now definitely needs to get rid of them first. Otherwise, he does not have enough funds to launch an account of the Shadow King. He asked for a red comet in the shortest period of time to deal with these 3 insects. It seems that his usual attack is currently not enough to cope with them. It is really that his level is too small for them. Why their health has recovered so quickly? Is this not a feature of a special elite detachment? For only one blow, he could kill them. At the moment, if you take all its experience points and increase the account level, how many levels it can rise? The system said that it will receive the maximum level 105th. Shihao could not understand why so little. The system explained that all subsequent increase in level requires more and more experience points. The boy thought why he would learn about it only when his life is standing at the stake. He will not be able to burn the boss and elite warriors with the help of his main account. Did he not have those scrolls that Mocha gave him yet? Just with the help of a special weapon, he will be able to deal with 3 beetles at the same time. He decided to leave these 3 bugs on a red comet and give him 10 seconds. Then I asked Weiss to open all recipes for creating a special weapon. Xiao asked Weiss how much time it would take to create a weapon. Weiss explained that 30 seconds. The boy did not ask for so fast. Crazy Moss does not apply to a combat account. It is unreasonable to use it when 3 elite warriors attack you. It is good that Mocha shared with him many drawings of an engineering master. With their help, withstand 30 seconds of enemy attacks just spit. Maybe they will not give him a weighty advantage, but at least for some time it will be more difficult to kill. Weiss told the commander that the weapon was ready. He asked to pick up this weapon. Shihao was surprised at the size of the gun. Weiss explained that if he had not been a master of engineering, he would not have managed to invent such a powerful gun. But due to a lack of materials, it was possible to create only 3 rounds, so that you need to be more economical when using. The boy decided to use this gun in business sooner. Weiss asked the commander to wait a bit. He should listen to what he will warn him about. Shihao was upset that it was not as powerful as he expected. Weiss answered his commander that he had just spent 1 cartridge. In front of them was a miniature black hole. How this gun works. Shihao attacked 3 brothers from the sanctuary, monsters of 95th levels. The boy was surprised at the incredible power of this weapon. Weiss wanted to warn him so that he would not waste cartridges. But apparently his caution was useless. The monster was surprised how the little people were able to achieve this level of development. However, their skin is still very soft. It can simply break them. Shihao thought that he was telling the truth. Their delicate skin is saved by the inventions that they create. He is very grateful to Moke for the presented drawings. He asked the robot if he had just mentioned a way that increases the power of this gun. He asked more to say what to do. Weiss replied that the weapon master should be used. It allows you to apply additional damage from firearms in the volume of 200%. Shihao did not think that Moss was capable of this. Weiss said that this was supposed to be one big weapon. Shihao asked the system to unlock the weapon master. Despite the fact that this account requires a considerable amount to unlock, this is his only chance. If he does not overcome this boss, he will reach his guild. Since he unlocked the account, he automatically receives an account tied to a friend's account. It turns out that you buy one, and the second as a gift. Moss built powerful guns for him to even more effectively destroy the creatures. This account could not be activated separately. We can say that everyone was reanimated with the help of a weapon master. At the same time, it is not known what to expect them, so that you need to be careful. Shihao realized that this guy was as crazy as Moss was. There is no time to calculate the risks. He was able to overcome the consequences of the Shadow King in the past. Now he is not afraid of anything. His main task is to deal with the boss. He asked the system to revive the weapon master and use the Cosmodecent account. He could not understand his sensations. He felt this anger in himself and hatred. The boy exclaimed that it was just amazing. He will kill all evil spirits in this world. The monster said that there was enough from him. Stop playing toys. He wanted to kill him soon. An insect password was 110th levels. Shihao did not think that it was all that he was capable of. He told the monster that he did not even feel, after which he laughed loudly. The monster could not understand how possible and how he changed so sharply. Shihao said that with this level of intelligence, he could never explain to him what he did. Maybe he will show him something better. The king of insects called the guy a freak. Shihao replied that if after that he does not understand anything, then let him just die. The king of insects asked Manin not to play with him. He is completely powerless. In how he was able to cope with the army of insects. He spent so many resources to create an army. Was his strength enough to cope with it? The invention created by him is not an indicator of his strength. The monster asked to open his eyes and make sure that his technologies could not cope with the perfect body. He began to suck into a black hole. The boss was practically killed. But the owner did not even mention such a skill. Shihao thought that these 2 black holes could not kill him. The system said that while he was using the Cosmodecent account, an account of the crazy Moss was restored. The king of insects exclaimed that Xiao Hao was the first who was able to bring him to such a state. Whether he still has something in the arsenal. If not, then it's time to die. Shi Hao thought that this time he met a truly strong enemy. Now the pain will turn into a completely different direction. Shi Hao noticed that he has 20% of a strip of life, and this is not a problem. NG, here with Buff, the awakening of life will have to tinker. The guy realized that Buff awakening life disappeared. It seems that he will not last long. It turns out he can easily kill him with the help of the Emperor of the Shadow. But to kill him right here will be transference. In order to maximize the value of the boss, he has one bold idea. The monster asked the guy to stop. He wanted to crush him. Shi Hao replied that he was not stupid to stop. He asked the monster to catch up with him if he could. The kid could not understand why there are so many corpses on the base. Did Nana fight with them? What happened? Did he not ask her to return? A robot girl again heard Xiao Hao's voice. He said that she finally woke up. It is good that its core is not completely destroyed, he can fix it, but you should not play like that anymore. After all, this person would seem with a gentle smile in the next second can turn into a demon and begin to torture him. Shi Hao told Nana that she was still a child and to prank it normal. In addition, she sent information to the database before she lost consciousness. He praised her. Nana thought that she had created so many problems for him, and he did not even reproach her, and even affectionately comforts her. Nana pressed herself against the owner and thanked him. Meanwhile, at the base, they told the master that according to the information transferred by the servant by the robot, the place of invasion of insects has already been blocked. The remaining number of beetles is 80. The guys were very surprised, because when the signal from the front line had disappeared before, there were still 350%. If there are 80 left, then they still have a chance. The teacher was really right. That guy named Shi Hao did it. The master thought that the message was sent by his servant by a robot, and not himself. No one saw him returned. The master asked for a minute of attention. The defense of the main base is not at all weak, so that in no case should you be too frivolous and let out the efforts of Xiao to nowhere. Their walls are not protected by an energy shield. They will not stand for a long time. The teacher asked to try to shoot at all self-destructive beetles. These were explosive beetles of 65th levels. The gates were destroyed. It was necessary to prepare for a meeting with the enemy. The Fanyun detachment was preparing to protect the front line and not allow any insect to pass. That was the commander's order. Luo Feng exclaimed that they needed to stay in this mode. He did not even expect that they would put so the first time. The old man fighting the monsters did not think that in addition to the secretive boy of Xiao, there was also this low-level trifle, which could fight perfectly. Ordinary people with a level of 40 with a plus, faced with such a hopeless situation, would have long been a spirit. There is something in this royal team. He asked Luo Feng not to overdo it. He wanted to take care of them until their boss returned. He cannot allow them to just make a noise here. If the guy is behind, then it will be calmer. They could not understand what fell in front of them. Suddenly the Imperial Beetle of 85th level appeared. He was a personal monster. Seeing this monster, the old man asked to run away rather. With their levels, a faithful death to fight him. The man was surprised why Luo Feng stopped. Does he really want to die? The guy replied that he would hold him so that they could hide. He asked his brother Lan to protect his comrades. The Imperial Beetle called the guy a weakling who did not scare. Apparently among people there are still brave men. To express his respect for him, he will put all his strength to kill him. The monster noticed that Luo Feng blocked his blow and did not die. What is it with him? Lu Feng, although he did not understand what had happened, he knows for sure that he will not be able to deal with him so quickly. If he can cut it with his sword, he will earn a lot of money. The Imperial Beetle exclaimed that the forces of attack and defense did not correspond to its level. He really should not be underestimated. In his soul, he apologized to the boss, and said that he did everything he could. It was never a coward, but its courage in comparison with its strength is nothing. Sister really understands people. He is very responsible and brave, and these two will support him so that he becomes even stronger. Lu Chanfen, he told Luo Fan that if he is dead now, would be a big loss for their camp. He asked to provide him with them, and he advised him to leave and take his comrades. The guy realized that these were those about whom the boss once talked. The storm detachment probably also obeys the car. Not just the third, strong detachment of the Corporation Hanmo with 85th levels. This elite beetle will not be able to hold out for a long time. The monster was surprised that there are still such warriors among people. La Chanfen asked who would want to fight him alone. He is just a beetle. Do not spend his time with your empty conversations about responsibility and honor. The guy noticed that the Bears clan is still ahead of them. While the detachment is absent, you need to score as many points as possible and increase the level of the team. All team members continue to fight. They are required to destroy these beetles. Huan Tian told Luo Feng that he could not risk his life in battle like that. They are comrades, so if he goes to certain death, they will be near. Luo Feng replied that he could not allow them to go to the faithful death. The system notified that the remaining number of beetles is 8%. The remaining percentage of the base is 30. The central part is without damage. The guys clenched their fists and began to scream with joy. They won and they will live. The master asked them to calm down because the battle is not over yet. It is necessary to remain vigilant. Absolutely anything can happen. In addition, you need to immediately release a drone for reconnaissance. If Xiao Hao really died, at least you need to return his body. The system said that a strong energy response was found ahead. It will reach the base within 60 seconds. But what is happening? Did the Zhukov not remain only 8%? Where does the new wave come from? A mammoth of the abyss of 110th levels appeared. It was a boss of rage. Why is there only 20% on his strip of life? The master noticed that Shio is flying ahead. The guys were surprised that he was alive. Is it really that he beat the boss? All the boss hatred is concentrated on it. Of course, they are very grateful to him for everything that he did, but maybe he will not fly directly to them. He will drag the boss to the base, and he will kill them all. Shi Hao asked Nan to run to his comrades, and he still needs to finish something. The girl robot told the owner that she would do so, only asked him to be careful. The boy waved his hand and exclaimed that he would definitely return. Huan Tian said after him that she was in reliable hands. Nana said they were waiting for him. He will have to sacrifice part of the base system if he wants the boss to go, and does not hit the central buildings. The wall of the base for the boss is like wet paper, no resistance. It's good that he pulled the attention of the boss, otherwise there would be unimaginable consequences. The guys tried to get in touch with the control point, but the second guy stopped him. The boss completely ignored them. What is eventually going to do this? Shi Chao. The master thought that Shi Chao is like an air snake for a boss, and the place where he goes is probably the base of Huanzheng. Shi Hao said that now to deliver the goods to the house is great. He cannot wait for the moment to see surprise on their faces when they receive his gift. The warriors heard on the basis of the Hanmo terrifying cries and the sounds of a cruel battle. They thought that the beetles had already turned everything upside down there. Surely Hanmo has already come to an end. Lin Yuan asked where Lula did, why she had not returned yet. She did not allow her to go to the front line. She is very naughty and constantly forces her to be nervous. She always relied only at her high position and looked at everyone and never obeyed. Hadi said that judging by what he knows about Madame Su Lu, she must have gone alone to the Lost Temple. But why did she go alone, violating the battle plan? Hadi replied that Madame Su Lu always acts alone and does not listen to anyone. In the end, she is very strong. Precisely because she is very strong, one person was able to suppress her entire detachment of Ming Huan. And they could not become the first detachment of Huan Zhen. It should maximize their levels, no matter how strong she may be. But alone she can't cope with several bosses. But death would be a good option. They could take the opportunity and become the best. She did not observe discipline, so she could not do anything. Lin Yuan asked when they can attack the Hanmo base. Hadi replied that after 5 minutes. With this battle, they must hit Hanmo and return Huanzheng the former greatness of the 5 main forces. All those present will be generously awarded the corporation and receive a promotion and salary. An earthquake rang out again. What could it be? Suddenly their man came running. He explained that there was a guy with huge wings. He brought the boss directly to their base. Huan asked what else the guy with his wings did. The boss should not attack the Hanmo base. How could he come to their base? The man replied that he simply saw a flying guy from afar. He led a boss behind him directly to their base. And then this guy suddenly disappeared. Did Hanmo specially lead the boss to their base? With the help of a person alone, it is impossible to do. He gave an order to prepare for the approach of the enemy. The mammoth of the abyss was 110th levels. The boss really burst here. He asked not to think that they could hide from him, and he could not find. Even if he has to destroy everything here, he will get it anyway. They decided to run since the boss is not only in rage, he was simply distraught. If it is not stopped, the base will really be trampled. Huan asked not to panic and keep the system. Now the boss is confused. You need to grab it. And then attack with all his might. He has only 20% of a strip of life. The monster asked for one man with that kid. If he kills them, he will come out. The guys asked to continue, they must calm him down. Shi Hao noticed that they like his beautiful gift. This time, the Huanzhen base is completely destroyed by the boss. It will not work to restore it. Although the boss has only 20% left, this will be enough to exhaust them greatly. Now they will not have a desire to attack the Hanmo base. At first, he doubted whether there was Zhui Lu at the base, because then she could cope with the boss, and in this battle there would be no sense for him. It is good that he still won. Now that the boss's health falls to 5%, he will take his last step. The Mammoth of the Abyss sent all insignificant weaklings. The commander exclaimed that they were well done and let them continue to attack. The boss has 6% of health. The guy thought that Shi Hao Hanmo, who wanted to destroy them with the help of a boss. But he made a fatal mistake. The blood level of the boss should not be so low, although they do not have small losses, but compared to what they get from the boss, is just dust. What is there for red lightning outside the base? They saw some bloody red liquid body on the ground. It is approaching at a great speed. Yes, and this crimson red color. Is it really blood? This is not just blood. It is more like a liquid body with its own consciousness. This is very strange. You need to leave soon. Do not run into this strange thing. The monster asked this insignificant puddle to roll more from here. They grabbed in a fight. The monster asked people how they dare to use such a humiliating technique against the Great Lord. He promised to kill them. Huan exclaimed that someone wants to finish off the boss when they had almost finished. They have a few seconds to concentrate all their long-range firepower. The guys wanted to fade with all their might. The boss has 3% of health. They made a lot of effort, and no one can take their victory from them. As this is possible, the whole attack was absorbed. This strange bloody barrier is how strong he is. And then the boss came to an end. All their efforts were in vain. Who stole their boss? Huan gave the command to find him. Get out at least from the ground. This bloody barrier turned into a huge hand. It was something amazing. She seems to warn them. Apparently they should not take reckless steps. Otherwise they will die. There was a team to stay in the field and listen carefully. The enemy's techniques are incredibly strong. They cannot risk their own lives. The girl asked to forget about the boss. They have a more important task that they must fulfill. She planned to set him on Hanmo, but it turned out the other way around. A total of 30 seconds were spent on this battle. 30 million has already been written off from the owner's account. Debuff also acted by the breakdown of the soul. They are similar due to the fact that he improved the account of the Emperor of the Red Flame. His basic characteristics also increased. Only the pain did not decrease at all. It's good that he intimidated the people of Huanzheng and they do not dare to a second attack. And now he will use these seconds and go to see what in the end remains useful from the boss. The system congratulated him for the murder of the boss. He received 10 million coins and 1 million experience. The boy received many necessary useful items. He was transported half a day, and this is all that remained of the boss. This is a waste of health. The only reassures that he managed to disrupt the plan of Huanzheng. A reward was received for a special epic event, 80 million gold, 8 million experience. He said that he killed so many beetles, but there was no weapon and experience. He needs to wait for the end of debuff and return to the base to meet with his sister and the rest. Finally, everything ended. Now he recalls that when he saw how the boss runs right at them, he was so scared that he was almost pissed. It's good that he took spare pants with him. The master thought that the number of beetles was reset, which means that the boss was also killed, only who did it. He has never met people like Shi Chao. Shi Hao asked if everything was in order. The sister ran to his brother and hugging him exclaimed that he had finally returned. He looks so tired, whether everything is in order with him. They asked him not to worry. Shi Hao exclaimed that everything was fine with him. He only asked to let them go, otherwise he will now suffocate in their arms. Luo Feng congratulated him on a triumphal return. Mr. Reyes appeared and said that they were in debt in front of him, as he saved the base. Shi Hao asked not to say so, Mr. Reyes. They all fought for the sake of a common goal, no one in debt to anyone. He killed the boss and received a reward. According to the rules of the corporation, he must give half. Shi Hao thought that he had found the perfect moment to talk. Director Long said that there is no need to pay anything. The whole reward of it, and it doesn't matter how much he received. This will still not be enough to save their lives. He asked if Shi Chao would want to take him with a personal bodyguard. He will pay him any money. Shi Hao thanked him but refused him. He was very busy and he has no time at all. Then there was a video call from the commander of the detachment Van Chuan with the advanced. The connection has finally recovered. Still, he managed to defend himself from a huge wave of beetles, and all thanks to Shichao. Shihao replied that this was their common merit. He could not do anything without the support of the rear. The guys laughed and called him a handsome man. They knew that he would cope with everything. But the commander of another detachment said that it was not the time to celebrate. Although the problem with the attacks of beetles has been resolved, new difficulties have appeared, and these difficulties are related to the mission. And they are much more complicated than the attack of beetles. Before us is the periphery of the Lost Temple. Although they cleaned all the beetles in the district, they had a new problem. Their siege guns cannot break through the gates of the temple. They have only one last shell left. The result will be the same as from previous attacks. Damage neutralized again, and the gate recovered. The temple has an incredibly high level of protection. The master said that this was due to the fact that they were faced with the temple for the first time. They simply did not know his characteristics. The monster called them insignificant people. Their weapons are useless, and they are suitable only as targets. The commander said that therefore, they asked to send more powerful siege weapons to the front line. The master replied that weapons that they have the most powerful siege weapon of the Hanmo group. Recently, the base has been seriously destroyed. The commander replied that the process was not important to him. The result is important. He told Reyes that he, as the chief engineer of the group, should understand what consequences await him. The warriors exclaimed that they simply could not physically fulfill his requirements. Shihao thought that Van Quan was really cruel and merciless towards his people. He asked the master whether he came up with how to solve the problem. The master said that the current situation exceeded all his expectations. He needs to try to speed up the collection of resources and build more guns. Shihao said that time is definitely not enough. The master replied that they could not fail the mission of passing the dungeon. Shihao did not expect that the forever strict Reyes could assess the situation so well, and at the right time show the skill of the manager. He said that since they have no other way out, he has a crazy plan. The warrior asked the commander is not too hard. Reyes physically will not be able to fulfill the order in such a short time. The commander understood that he could not do this. The commander thought that if you try to press directly on Shao, he would just hide. When they shook hands with each other, he wanted to look at his real strength, but he was simply blocked by some unknown power. The guy noticed that even their boss was afraid of Shao. He thinks that they should at least worry a little. He asked not to forget about their viewer. According to the rumors, Kan Zhand is simply incredibly strong. He asked if she would also continue to watch the performance. Why not combine efforts to break these gates? The girl replied that this performance is very boring. The guy asked not to lift his nose so hard. The commander asked him not to be so hot-tempered. Their task is to complete the task. Judging by the arrogant appearance, this girl does not take them seriously. The commander replied that she did not attack them right away, so she can't break the gates alone. He thought that when they pierced the gate, they would have to fight with her in any way. Suddenly the earth lifted up again. Perhaps again, beetles want to attack them. A large group of unidentified objects approached them at high speed. Is it really bugs? The commander replied that these were not beetles, in that direction their own base. The comrade was very surprised that someone was going to attack them. Shichao flew up and said that he brought them something hot. The guy saw a huge car behind the guy. What he is going to do with so many mining equipment? Shiho replied that he was going to build a new base right on the site of the Temple of Insects. Apparently this kid decided to transfer the base directly to the beetle lab. Shihao said that specially for this, he reconfigured all the equipment for their prey. He could surprise the guys again. The second guy said that this is suicide and they only waste time in vain. Another man said that the guy really brought quite a lot of modified mining tools. Is it really at least someone can get along with a sober head? Does he think something else except iron? The commander asked the guys where the siege weapon he asked. Shihao asked them to be confident. His plan would not fail. The master completely trusted the guy. Shihao said that in this situation, it would be much more productive to put forward the base to the front line. They will be able to extract much more resources, and therefore they will be able to create more highly effective siege tools. One of the members of the detachment said that this is all just an assumption. Shihao replied that this was risky, but he best understands the law of distribution of magic crystals. Nana told him that his forecasts were confirmed. There really were a lot of crystals, and higher than the 100th level. The guys were very surprised, but now this is a fact. Luo Feng exclaimed that this guy thought could easily question the idea of the boss. Shihao asked not to waste time, but rather to begin. The master gave his guys a team to start building a base and station for processing resources. Shihao asked Captain Ji not to worry. They will certainly fulfill this task on time. The captain hopes the result will not disappoint them. Another boy asked Sheo how to return more. If he enters the temple, there the acid, which they shoot, and this is not a joke. Shihao asked his brother how not to worry. He would just look around a little and would not go inside. The monsters shouted that another insignificant man came to them. He must be killed immediately. The boy asked them not to be nervous like that. He just came to see. And he thought that now he is completely sure that the temple is a living creature. He asked Weiss whether he has underground detectors in the arsenal. The robot replied that of course there is. Shihao decided to start modification. Weiss noticed that the dungeon is suitable for the development of the fortress. Shihao was very surprised, a rating of 5 stars. The rating of such a dangerous place was so high. After all, the dungeons with beautiful landscapes had only 3 stars. He asked the robot to explain the reason. Weiss replied that this dungeon had 3 advantages. A large area, the climate is stable, natural disasters rarely happen. The most important advantage of the presence of a large number of high-level magic minerals. Disadvantages are the number of beetles is prohibitively large, and the second, it will be very difficult to obtain control over the dungeon, since 2 strong groups fight for it. Shihao replied that he was used to difficulties. They will do everything to get him. He modified the probe for the search for resources. The guys asked if he wanted to use it to study the underground part of the temple. Shihao replied that it was. You need to use all options to explore it as best as possible. Brother Hao did not think that he was as cautious. Xiao Hao asked if he really makes the impression of kamikaze. The system said that the underground matrix wave probe completed the scan. The load began. The appearance of the underground part of the temple is generated. The lost temple is actually a giant grave. This is already too much, just behind the facet of understanding, and some kind of red substance in the center. It seems that this is its energy core. Hao asked if they would really have to enter the beetle's body to fight the boss, if they cannot break the connection between the temple and the energy core. In this case, the temple will endlessly recover, and they will not be able to break through its defense. Shihao decided that the discovery of this energy nucleus is complete surprise. It is possible that the rating of the dungeon is 5 stars due to the energy nucleus. The commander asked Reyes to find a way to break the connection between the temple and the energy core. The master was not sure that he could do it. The commander asked Shihao whether he had any more tricks. The guy replied that this temple is at least a 200 level. What can he do? The commander said that he had exactly overestimated him. He advised him to concentrate on punching the gate, and if they do not have time, let them prepare for the consequences. Shihao thought to himself that he could put his threats to hell. Weiss exclaimed that the owner can make a powerful explosives. It will require its creation a lot of resources. Shihao asked the robot to calm down. If he explodes the energy core, they will lose a very valuable copy. Perhaps the whole dungeon will be destroyed. The core is an important energy source for its 5-star fortress. Shihao explained to the master that if their power exceeds the speed of the repair, they will be able to break through the gate. The master asked if they had enough firepower. Shihao replied that it was too early to judge or not. Captain G ordered to fulfill tasks at the cost of his life. He does not want the master to deprive his title. The master thanked him, and he said that Shihao is more suitable for the title of Master of Engineering. He realized his incompetence, and he was far from his abilities. Shihao replied that although he was smart enough and cunning to him not to compare with him from experience, in this position, he will become an object of public criticism, so that in his interests to help the master preserve the title. Shihao asked the guys to continue the construction, and he was about to deal with a hidden threat. Hao advised him not to touch this ant. He could not cope with her. Shihao asked him not to worry about it. He already intersected with her earlier, so that she was in the know how strong she is. He will just chat with her. The guys could not understand why he was climbing into a wolf. This woman is 140 level. The guy hoped that he would kill this upstart. Xiao Hao said Miss Shulo that she is as always elegant. Is it boring she just sit and watch? The girl replied that how he defeated the previous boss to her really struck her. Now she is interested in how he will break through the gates, which Mogan could not even break the attack. He did not expect that Miss Shulu is such a high opinion of him. Shihao asked if she should return and help, like the first combat unit. He understands what consequences await him if he lied. When she acts alone, usually turns off the receiver. How the base could be attacked by the boss, is it not his work? Shihao decided to play so that she believed. And why is she chopping from her shoulder? He simply could not defeat that boss, so he tried to take him from the Hanmo base. The girl replied that until she believes him, but she would leave him alone. Wherever he tried to escape, she will find him and finish it off in the most painful way. Shihao noticed that it seems she was not joking. Will she really come to his soul? He decided that if you really have to fight with her, then you need to squeeze the maximum from the King of Shadows. Hao told the guy that he was really cool. They spread literally a couple of phrases, and she left. Hao replied that the hidden threat was eliminated. Now it's time to start building siege weapons. And 2 hours later, finally the guys finished. Modified siege tools are ready. They suffered from the previous beetle attack, but now they will make them try a flurry of shells in taste. The master asked Hao whether there would be enough firepower to overcome the temple's ability to self-heal and break through the gate. The boy replied that this would not be enough. Therefore, they will add this healthy man. He showed the guys a new siege weapon. They fully appreciated him. Weiss said that it will take time to reload the gun. The boy replied that let him charge first. They are so far use other tools. He gave the command to prepare and attack. The beetles on the other side also established fire protection. There is some strange creature that looks like an anti-aircraft gun. But their camp is already outside the zone of their reach. They just spend time in vain. The monster again called people stupid. Do they really believe that they are the only ones who are able to control someone's fiery power? The master noticed that the beetles in a few hours raised their firepower. Hao replied that they were attacking them faster to prevent them from breeding. Soon they will see that faster their ability to recover or its firepower. He told the commander that the rear firepower was completely deployed. At any time, he can give an order to start to storm the city. The commander was surprised that the guy really was able to deploy all the fiery resources in such a short time. But to the end, he had not yet believed him. The commander ordered to open fire and blow up these gates. They attacked them with a 10-fold wave of beetles, and he will return them everything 10-fold, and they will not have time to recover. They told the teacher that the speed of restoration of the walls of the temple and the gate increased significantly. Ammunition decreased. Hao noticed that the temple absorbs the energy core. The beetles said that even their firepower has become stronger. It is still useless. The time has come for their response. The guys noticed that the beetles are still throwing their bombs. These were not bombs at all, but exploding beetles with self-leadership. There are unrealistically many of them. The guys asked the teacher not to redirect part of the firepower to the defense. If the beetles are approaching, then they will suffer heavy losses. Hao advised to continue to attack with all his might, and he would take these bombs, because he himself is expert in explosion. These beetles were intercepted. Chao is just handsome. They shot a new wave of their bombs. It can last endlessly. They asked the guy if he had enough explosive spiders. Hao replied that of course there is not enough. I asked the robot how much time was needed to reload the Furious Strangler. Weiss replied that he was already charged by 98%. 5 minutes were left, and there was an order to open fire. This siege weapon is incredibly powerful. He has a very high attack, and it is not afraid of corroding with acid liquid of exploding beetles. Hao asked for a strangler who was made of a hardened horn from the boss to destroy everything here. They went around the city wall and very cleverly evade attacks of other guns. Finally, it's time to attack the gates of the temple. He was looking forward to it. What are they going to do? There is also such an interesting thing. The guys were surprised that it was still. It's good that Hao is not an enemy for them, otherwise they would have the end. When he recalls that they lifted him before, he is scared. The commander noted that this kid is really strong in the technical sciences. It is not surprising that the master admires him so much. But what is his own strength? Hao noticed that the forces of the attack are still not enough. He cannot finish the constantly recovering armor to 0%. The boy asked the teacher to immediately cease the fire and use all the resources for the laser gun, and then shoot directly to the hellish meat grinder. They began to use the most powerful salvo of the laser gun. They must break through the gates of the temple before the resources end. Finally, they destroyed the gates of the temple, and it was just wonderful. But what is happening? The hellish meat grinder in a second destroyed the light from the temple. Immediately after the gate broke out a flash of light. Hao exactly saw this light pierced his hellish meat grinder. He only completed the accumulation of energy, and Jie Vanquan was already moving forward to attack. The difference between their forces is huge. Jie Vanquan said that you should not bathe because of small bees. He praised Hao and said that he could leave the rest on Mo Gong. Is it really the time for the last assault? The guys asked Hao to wait for news from them. Hao thought that they decided to leave him here. They are probably afraid that he will take a boss from them. And Suyan called people arrogant people. They suffered too long. How they dared to destroy the gates of their temple. It is useless to speak with these people. The breakdown battleship decided to crush them, and the case with the end. A response panel appeared in front of them, which blocks and reflects the direction of attack. The monsters could not understand what it was. He repelled their attacks. The guy called these beetles stupid. Do not underestimate the buffs of the sister Lula. Lula used the Ryov of the Dragon Killers. The guys praised the girl. Her buffa is just something. They felt that they became stronger and more hardy. Endurance is not important, the main speed. With such buff Sister Lulu, 2 elite soldiers of the 80s level for them to spit. One of the guys called his comrade a show-off, and he asked to look at the stripping of 6. The monsters noticed that people were stronger than they thought. Jie Vankuan was surprised that the bugs are so weak. He advised them to call more developed warriors, or leave. The Sandy Scatter asked to moderate his arrogance, and let them not think that since the gate was struck, they can pass by him. If he cannot defeat him, he will not justify the king's trust. Zavanquan decided that this was new information for them. Who is this king and how cool he is? He is something like a brainworm that controls all beetles. The monster called the guy with an insignificant low creature. They are beetles, a higher race than people. People will never compare with them. The guy realized that he contacted the temple in order to directly absorb the power of the energy core. The monster decided to tell people the truth, but then they will die. Zavanquan called the monster stubborn. Meanwhile, the master asked Chaos whether he would not go to the temple. He can cover him after all. He is still a commander of a mission. Therefore, he can send him to where he considers necessary. Shihao replied that there was no. They can defend the temple outside. They kill the monsters around the temple to pump. The master appreciated the guy's answer. He will officially appoint them to the royal detachment to protect and patrol the surroundings. Shihao thought that the main thing is to find a way to get ownership of this dungeon. The guys could not understand where the earthquake is from again. Shihao realized that his source is right under them. The underground sensors found a huge creature approaching at high speed. There is very little time from alert to a direct collision. And how they were supposed to avoid it? It was simply impossible. Before them was a huge demon of the desert of 120th levels. The guys realized that this was a hidden boss. He only appeared, and already in a rage. The master asked them to calm down. They have not yet completely lost their combat effectiveness. It is necessary to collect all the firing power and direct directly to the boss. The enhanced fire battery was able to stop the second attack of the boss. The master called all the detachments whose level above 70 to go with him to the front line. The guy told boss that some kind of big man appeared outside. Is it worth it to send part of the defense there? It was a sandy scallop. Zivanquan gave the team not to be distracted by him. This boss connected with the temple improved his attack and defense. This time he did not want to specifically complicate everything at all. He wanted to know how she would react to this Shao. Shihao asked a man who began to run away if the battle is in front, why he runs back. The man replied that he believes that the guy is awesome and super bold, and he would win the boss. It was the commander of the detachment Mao's son. They fled, but now their team has the highest level. The corporation will punish them. The comrade replied that it would be better to punish than losing his life. The master noticed that they all fled, and called the detachment a bunch of panties. Seeing that things are not surprising that they ran away. The guy from the detachment Fan Yun asked his commander Le Chanfen not to worry. His team would definitely not be able to survive, but together with Shihao, everything is different. Shihao asked Luo Feng to take his sister and the rest and retreat immediately. This boss is some kind of strange and he must find out something. Is he really angry with the previous attack on the temple? Was he really sent to the temple? Demon of the desert of 120th level. The guys from the detachment noticed that the boss gobbled up a firing battery. Their defense was destroyed, but he does not attack them, but rather headed towards the temple. This boss rams the temple. Well, aren't they at the same time? What kind of extermination of each other? Shihao realized that this boss was a wild monster, and his goal was to pick up the energy core. Just look at his old wounds, with his protection. The usual power could not leave such scars. No need to climb into their disassembly with the temple by the core. Their previous attack forced the temple to absorb the core more strongly, so they angry the monster. Although the boss has a high level, he has no chance. The temple finally repulsed. The boss is like a sausage for him, into which the spike was stuck. Is their firing position really beyond its range? The guys noticed that the boss again decided to attack them. The master asked everyone to listen to the order. It is necessary to run towards the temple. This boss attacks everything indiscriminately. At least approaching the temple is very dangerous. It is better than encountering a furious, crazy boss. The commander gave the order not to go to the temple. It is also very dangerous there. Is it really a restored furious strangler? The state of the temple is now unstable. It is very dangerous to approach him. In addition, the battle with the boss inside the temple can also affect the outcome of the battle. Mo Gong at this time would take care of himself. They will not be able to help. The master exclaimed that Shi Chao had already spent several battles in a row. He is too exhausted to overload himself. Shi Hao asked the master not to worry. He gave the order to assemble all mining cars in one place. He decided to pull out the boss and then crank up something big. Nana told the owner that she gathered all the guns, as he asked. The boy immediately thanked the girl of the robot. She asked what to do next. Very soon they have to face a hidden boss. She used to use the ability to connect to machines and turn into a mechanical Valsius. He needs it to connect with all mining tools and create a new, more powerful armor. Nana replied that she would do everything now. Once he saved her life, so she will fulfill his request. Now he will see the real power of the mechanical empress. With so many high-level guns of this boss, should not be afraid. Nana directed her mechanical servants forward and ordered them to become part of her. She is a little offended due to the fact that she has to create this armor to its taste. First, the girl decided to create a torso, then hands and back, after which the most important. Nana thought she was losing consciousness. Apparently the connection with such a large number of guns is difficult for it. The last step remained. Shihao praised Nan for the work done. He asked the rest to leave him. He will be the head of this robot. The furious stranger is already at the limit. But fortunately, it has not yet been completely destroyed. Shihao ordered the Strangler to return. With him, this armor will be completely completed. The boy decided to attack. He noticed that the monster had good teeth. Even his drill could not perfume them. It is not surprising that he even devoured his battery. His body seems to be not so hard. At least because of his attack, he will bleed. Nana told the owner that such a powerful attack spends too many resources. They will last a maximum of 2 minutes with them. Shihao replied that the outcome of the battle will be decided in these 2 minutes. The monster was able to evade his attack. What did he plan? This boss swallowed a lot of high-level magic crystals. Xiaohao was very angry because he had already lost a lot because of his mouth. Nana noticed that how it comes to money from the owner to demolish the roof. It turns out money. This is the greatest weakness of the owner. She will be able to use them to force her to obey her. But what is happening? Before the monster was bleeding, but now there is nothing. Having really absorbed the crystal, he strengthened his body and improved protection. Is this boss the same as the previous 3-headed demon? He also uses crystals. Shihao already has experience in the battle with such creatures. You just need to suppress it with your absolutely force. Nana noticed that the boss does not decrease. Shihao replied that the effect of such tactics will appear only at the last moment. Resources ended earlier, as this could happen. The boss is not yet bleeding. Xiaohao did not give up. The desert demon has an unusual state. Dizziness from deep shock. Although the boss's health did not decrease, he received this strange debuff. The equipment also spit out. Then he began to run away and the robot asked the owner if they would pursue him. Shihao replied that let him leave. Their resources are almost at 0. His escape saved them. Although he loves expensive things, he will take a loot from this stinking slurry. He asked Nan to help him assemble a loot. The girl agreed, but she thought that he forced her to comply with humiliating orders. Let it be disgusting. In principle, she doesn't care. You need to turn off the function of smell. Shihao received many different items as a reward. He was delighted with a rich catch. These things will serve good service to his team. One of the things was as if alive. Nana decided that it was just disgusting. This thing is about to break out of the cocoon. I wonder what's inside. An armored baby of 1/10 level got out of the cocoon. Is he really a rare pet again? It's too cool. Nana thought that the guy really rejoices at some small beetle. Shihao asked the beetle not to be afraid, but to show him what kind of breed he was. The bug replied that he would not dare to touch him. He is the great Prince Zhukov. It is impossible to hurt. Shihao realized that this was not a pet, but Prince Zhukov. Nana asked the owner not to underestimate him. Shihao asked how Prince Zhukov was in his stomach at this monster. After all, he turns out to save him. The bug was surprised that he defeated the desert demon and saved him. He thanked the guy and called him his patron. Initially, he was a member of the royal family living in the Lost Temple, but once his father was brutally killed, his uncle took the initiative to search for the killer, and then he seized power and captured his mother. To be saved, he created a cocoon around him. But sooner or later, he would have exhausted all his energy and die. Shihao asked what he was going to do on. Whether he will take revenge on the face of Prince Zhukov. The bug replied that he now has Shi Chao. He will be able to take revenge on his uncle. The guy replied that he was not interested in beetles. The bug exclaimed that if he would help him defeat his uncle, he would become a new king. Shihao said that he did not want to become a king, but he would help him defeat his uncle. The boy asked how he could become the king of Zhukov if he is a person. Then the bug bit him and said that he could. It turned out to be a luminous mark. The bug explained that this was their royal seal. Shihao asked if he would be able to capture the whole world when he would become King Zhukov. The bug replied that it was. He hoped that he was not mistaken by choosing this person. Meanwhile, the master asked what the situation was with Shi Hao. The boy replied that the problem was resolved, but the boss escaped. The master asked him to return soon, in the gates of the temple, in the courtyard. Whether the detachment of Mo Gong and boss gatekeeper figured out, Sun Yunyao was in an abnormal state. He was enveloped in a deadly poisonous fog. The comrade explained to Shi Chao that he was too careless and fell under the last attack of the boss. The girl said that her abilities are not enough to dispel the debuff. Shi Hao thought that they did not get along with this guy, but for their grouping, his death would be a serious loss. Ji Vanquan exclaimed that because of him they should not stay here. He suggested Shi Chao to join the detachment of Mo Gong. The boy was very surprised. The guys from other detachments were surprised that Ji Vanquan unexpectedly invited this boy to join the detachment. Shi Hao asked to postpone this, because now it is more important. When asked what exactly, Shi Hao replied that he wants to try to save the guy. Ji Vanquan thought he was joking. Even their goddess Lulu could not remove this debuff. The warriors noticed that this handsome man forever rude to their boss. But Shi Hao is still going to save him. It was the boss who showed him what real power is, whether it be power in the traditional sense or the power of the spirit. Lula said that she believes in him. The boy said next to him that if he does not cure him, he would no longer be in their team. One of the employees began to pray that the guy did everything. The patient whispered that he did not need his treatment, but Shi Hao advised to save the forces. The guy said that he was ready to give his life. Shi Hao replied that he was doing this only for Yin Xuan. If he is going to die now, then the girl will blame herself for this, so we can say that he decided to save him only because of her. The guy decided that he was mocking him. He was ready for death, but the guy gave him hope. Xiao Hao asked Weiss if he could create an antidote from his resources. Weiss upset his master. Shi Hao got angry because he had already promised, and the robot says that he could not cure him. Suddenly his bug flew up and said that he has a way. In the inventory of the guy, there is a sparkling saliva of the beetle. He can make an antidote from it. It was good news for Shi Chao, but then the bug will have to leave his system space. Shi Hao asked if he was afraid that others would see him. The bug replied that he has a loss of secrecy, so that they could not see him. Lula decided that the antidote should work, but it would not remove the poison from the body, but only delay its effect. Shi Hao exclaimed that he could prepare a potion, but only one. The master said that this is the best that they have. Based on this, they can win the time. Shi Hao answered the master that most of the mining guns were spent in the battle with Boss Cherv. Although he made an antidote, Shi Chao told the patient that he himself decide to drink it or not. The guy replied that he believes in the power of the Mo Gong detachment, and 10 hours of antidote will be enough. Ji Vanquan decided not to promise anything, but he will do everything to complete the task. Shi Hao said that before they go, he wants to ask him about something. Can he take his team members with him? After all, they are with them as one. The guys were very surprised at how he was going to take with them guys of such a low level. But the boy asked them not to worry, because he has a plan. The comrade said that the boss would not agree to his request. But Ji Vanquan replied that he did not care. He can take his people with him. The guys noticed that their boss has been making concessions of Shi Chao. Apparently he conceived something. Meanwhile, the lost temple of the depth of the temple. The monsters could not understand why the little people are so strong. Luo Feng noticed that it was very cool to go down to the dungeon with strong guys. But can they just stand and watch? Then a bug Jiabao flew up to Shao. The boy asked what bothers him. The bug replied that he was feeling an ominous aura. In the depths of the temple, he feels strong energy of despair and anger. Shi Hao said that he also felt it. What secrets are hidden in the depths of this temple? Shi Hao told the bug that most of this aura come from his uncle. The bug replied that earlier, under the control of the king of the father, the temple was filled with pure and sacred energy. Their people lived very happily, but since the uncle seized power, everything has changed a lot. The pure energy of the temple has become dirty and evil. Beetles infected with energy lost their minds and became aggressive and frantic. Shi Hao asked if the current state of the temple differs from the previous one. The bug explained that its name is actually the heart of Zhukov. It is not only a source of the power of the temple, but also a source of energy around the world. Shi Hao was glad that he had finally found a dungeon perfect for the fortress. A colored bee appeared in front of them. She noticed that the level of this person is very low. The monster decided to show all his rage, Shao. The boy exclaimed that he had no time to throw out his entire anger. He asked the bee to leave soon. The guys noticed that Shi Hao flew off the coils and can no longer restrain his inner strength. They decided that the guy was so easily dealt with the monster that it even became boring. Shi Hao noticed that there are also deceivers in such a strong team. The bug told his owner that he would have a choice further before him. Shi Hao replied that he had no time for this. But the bug explained, he will soon find 2 roads. One of them leads to the throne room. His uncle and his guards will most likely be there. And the other road will lead to the incubator, where his uncle used a badge to increase the rate of hatching of eggs. Shi Hao thought that these incubators are their priority goal. It is impossible to allow a bunch of soldiers to constantly hatch there. If you tell the truth to this commander, he certainly will not choose the road to the incubators, but will go to the throne room. Meanwhile, the commander has already noticed this fork. Lula said that, regardless of his choice, they would face heavy military. Then it is possible to rely on intuition. Shi Hao told the guys that he was relying on his rich experience and intuition. He chooses this path. The guys believed in him. He is very cunning and smart. Ji Vanquan said that he would go the other way. The guys were surprised that they chose different roads. Ji Vanquan did not agree with his strange intuition. Personally, he believes in his decision. The guy told Shi Chao that their commander just has such a character and no one can change his decision. The boy replied that he understands everything perfectly. After all, their commander is the strongest. The guys approached the incubator of Zhukov. Shi Hao realized that the intuition of the commander Zhe was very strong. He was actually able to find an incubator of the Zhukov army. He thought to himself that he would bluff perfectly. The guys exclaimed that it was urgent to destroy everything here. Shi Hao realized that Jai would not agree with him only because of his character. Now he must finish the path that he himself chose. Shi Hao exclaimed that it was necessary to destroy these eggs until no one hatched from them. Ji suddenly stopped the boy and asked if he did it specially. Shi Hao replied that he simply fled quickly and did not hear. Jai closed his eyes and said that it's okay. He thought that this kid was really not specifically or nevertheless predicted his choice. Shi Hao received a warning about his desire to kill him. Suddenly, something happened. There was Diana, the boss of the dungeon. She threatened that people would pay their lives for destroying her nest. She was surprised that ordinary little people were able to break through the gates and reached her possessions. The guys were surprised that this monster is half a half spider. Diana noticed that this primate was very rude. How can he treat her like that? They are not worthy to become food. Only death awaits them. She went to Jie Vanquan and said that he was different from the rest. Does he want to become her pet? The guy replied that he was not interested in beetles. The monster was very angry. He was in incredible rage. How he dared to harm her to a beautiful body. Xiao Hao said in a comic form that she was a role model. Jia Vanquan noticed that Van Hao is chatting too much today. The commander exclaimed that they would not waste time and it is urgent to deal with her. Shi Hao exclaimed that there was no chance to see the battle with the boss at such a close distance. Jai Vanquan began to use the secret technique of returning the dragon. Chuantan noted that the less Hanmo team was not expected from the captain of the strongest team. Each of them clearly fulfills its roles. Chi-Chi thought that she had never felt so encouraging. Jie Vanquan thought that the feeling intensified. He feels how his strength and speed increased. He seemed to become stronger. The guy decided that this was not just. This feeling appeared after the Xiao Hao team joined them. The bug asked to convince his friends to save the life of the Queen of Spiders. She should know something about the whereabouts of his mother. Shi Hao replied that it would be difficult. This will cause unnecessary suspicions. What should not be done? The Queen of Spiders did not expect a bunch of people to bring her to such a state. She will have to use the strongest shape to deal with them. Van Hao exclaimed that he would now send her to the next world. But the Queen of Spider replied that it would go to the next world. The guy felt the body stopped obeying him. Diana explained that this poison has neither a taste nor the smell, and can quietly penetrate the body. She will make them feel her illusory poison. Even Jie Vanquan lost his vigilance. Before them were the illusions of themselves. Xiao Hao was shocked, but he was not at a loss, and said that he couldn't find time for a long time to be alone with himself. He is so repulsed that he can go through his face. The illusory Shi Hao said that the guy still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. Shi Hao thought that if this is just a copy, it should not be higher than the 10th level. He noticed that he was illusory, too fast. This is definitely the skill of 120th levels. The enemy exclaimed that their true power is the same. The boy thought that he could not copy the system. He copied the ability of the Emperor of the Red Flame. The illusion explained that they are one, and all his abilities become him too. Shi Hao replied that then they could not kill each other. The enemy explained that illusory poison is the highest control skill. His task is to make them endlessly fighting their clone. At that moment, Shi Hao decided to change tactics. The poison can take control of the enemy of any level. It is worth getting into the illusion, and is no longer destined to get out of it. Shi Hao exclaimed that there was nothing impossible. He does not believe that the enemy can copy his system. The illusion replied that he could not win. Shi Hao realized that he needed to try to deal with him. At that moment, the illusion called the bug pathetic. How could he conclude an agreement with this person? The bug replied that he was not going to overthrow the king. At that moment, he just wants to see his mother. The illusion replied that his desire not to come true. His mother is enclosed in the transformation chamber in the depths of the temple. Shihao said that the performance is over and you need to get out of here. He simply pretended to be weak to find out about the bug mother. The illusion did not want to let them get out of here. Shihao replied that he was not able to steal his real murderous power. The illusion asked not to say that he has something about that he does not know. Shihao asked the system to use all experience points. He must maximize every chance of survival. The kid received an attribute of darkness. The attribute of flame turned into a more powerful attribute of a black flame. Shihao offered the illusions to fight in the second round. The enemy was stunned. Shihao noticed that he could copy not only skills, which was already, but also new ones. The illusion was waiting for his real body to be destroyed. At that moment, he could not dodge the guy. And then Shihao finally got out, but he was shrouded in the web. Diana noticed that not everything is clean with this person. She should report to him to Majesty. Shihao exclaimed that he would not allow her to escape. At that moment, the queen asked to spare her. Uncle Bug holds them on a short leash. If he spares her, she will be faithful to serve him. The bug noticed that she was saying sincerely. Diana thought that thanks to the gullibility of the bug, she could lure them into a trap. But Shihao believed her and called the bug too naive. If you betrayed once, then they will give the second. The bug realized that because of his weakness he was in a similar situation. Shihao suggested a bug to see what was interesting from the parachi. At that moment the boy received many gifts. He really had several useful items. One of them was rare, how it can be used. It was the essence of the Zerg. The bug asked the guy to sell him this Zerg. Shihao immediately agreed. For him, this item is not so important, and he decided to help him collect all 3 essences of Zerg. The bug immediately thanked the Panin. He flew up to him and hugged him. Meanwhile, the guys noticed that they finally got out of the illusion. They asked the captain whether he killed the boss. The captain replied that it was not him. It must be Shao. Ji Ventuan realized that judging by his level, it was he who did it. He was a little upset that he could not raise his level. Shihao told him that he had gathered all the loot that fell out of the boss. He could give him everything for storage, but the commander asked to leave this loot Shichao. At that moment the boy was not at a loss and thanked him, and he asked if he had the material of the grave with the boss. Really fell out, Jai gave him this subject, and he said that he deserved him. Shihao noticed that Ji Ventuan loves to litter with money. In one sitting, they gathered 2 entities of Zerg. The bug exclaimed that the next boss was his teacher. Shao, judging by the expression of his face, realized that even bugs were afraid of their teachers. The bug explained that he was his fencing teacher, famous as a lone master of the sword. Shihao wanted to meet a lone master of the blade soon. The bug replied that he could not cope with his teacher. Is he really so cool? The bug explained that his level is under the sign of question. His true power is his art of owning a blade. Shihao did not think that among them there were also masters of blades. The bug replied that his master is actually also a man. He explained that even before his birth, a stranger, a man suddenly invaded their world. They began to hunt for him, but with the help of his sword possession, he erupted through the environment. An ordinary body of flesh and blood could not resist the whole world. In the end, his teacher lost. He had to protect him and teach him the art of owning a blade. To increase the duration of his life, the teacher agreed to the risk and decided to turn into a beetle. It was his uncle who offered him this idea, but he introduced him Toxin, who would control his actions. Using this toxin, his uncle killed his father. The current teacher has already lost his mind. Shihao decided that he was just as super vapors who cannot be found at the initial levels. Although this is very strange, but now there is no time for it. Will he be able to reduce control over the teacher if he kills his uncle? The bug replied that most likely yes. To control the teacher, Uncle introduced his cells to him. The bug invited the owner to follow the secret road. Ji Ventuan said that you cannot change the path. This is just a small worm that can speak humanly. The bug was surprised that the guy saw him. Shihao was also shocked. Ji Ventuan said that the last time he saw a small speaker next to him last time. Shihao said that since he saw his beetle, he probably understands that going to the master of the blade is unreasonable. Ji Ventuan took out a saber and threatened the boy. He asked to make the beetle go there right now. The guys turned out to be surprised why their commander became aggressive. Luo Feng asked not to touch his boss and prepared for the attack. Shihao said that they had just passed all the trials together, and now everything has been heated again. He asked Ji Ventuan why he was doing this. The bug exclaimed that he would take him, but asked not to touch the owner. Shihao noticed that a bug instead of worrying about himself to protect him. Luo Feng asked boss and order Li. The guys advised to stay away from him. Hao exclaimed that for Ji Ventuan the master of the blade is like a red rag for a bull. He asked the guy not to pay attention to him. He gave his whole soul to fencing training. He is very excited by a meeting with this beetle master of the blade. Shi Hao decided to observe this all from the side and be prepared for the fact that something would get out of control. Ji Vanquan was looking forward to a meeting with a lone master of the blade. Shi Hao felt the chaotic energy of swords and absolute dead silence. The lone master of the blade said that it has been waiting for him for a long time. The peasant flew up to him. The master noticed that he was able to survive. He invited him to play chess. The bug replied that he could not play with him now. The master said that really, who would play chess with the killer of his father? Hao noticed that the old man was talking to himself. Suddenly, Ji Vanquan appeared. Pulling out his sword, he asked to stop chatting and fighting him. The master replied that he had not fought with anyone for a long time. Ji Vanquan exclaimed that there is no need to exist without a sword master without a sword. The master apologized and replied that now he could not die from his hands. But is this not the sword that he threw out before? He thought the ancient technique of fencing exists only in books. Ji Vanquan said that these old swords will not help him anyway. The sword that is not compressed tightly in the hand is just a piece of iron. The master replied that he had not met such a skillful enemy for a long time. Meanwhile, Hao asked the guys to be careful. The master exclaimed that this was a sword with a bug's father. He handed him a bug and asked him to avenge his father. The peasant could not kill him because he was under control. The master said that the bug is very good and too kind as his father. But if he does not jump over his corpse, he will not be able to take revenge on his uncle. Shi Hao told the bug that his teacher is right and he should do it. But he wants to ask the old man first. Can he tell us at what times he lived? The master said that when he met enemies, his sword helped him. In the end, only he and his enemy remained. He was also a master of the blade. When he made revenge, lightning struck the sword and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he discovered that he had already got here and there were many bugs everywhere. It turns out that it was a time travel. Since ancient times, there have been such single movements and enters into the dungeons. The guys realized that they had heard sensational news. Ji Vanquan thought that this thing is exactly inside the temple. Some voice said that the loner says too much. The guys noticed that the voice came from a bunch of beetles in the air. The leader Zhukov gave the command to destroy these invaders, although the master became one of them. But ultimately he is also a man, and he cannot resist the huge racial advantage of beetles. The master replied that his goal for a short time to remain clarified of the mind when the beetle is activated. He was waiting for this moment for many years, and now he had come. The air of beetles on his body is most activated after the transformation. He gave him a bug as the last thing a teacher can give him. The master noticed that the bugs already have several essences of Zerg, and he gave him one more. The bug replied that he would not dare to do this with the teacher. The master said that if weakness and kindness are the path that he chose, then he as a teacher will support him. He advised him to run away soon. This time he will not cancel the control of poison. Finally, Ji Vanquan showed the initiative, but he is sorry that he could not compete with his human form. But while he can still hold the sword, the battle will take place. The master answered the guy that in his eyes he was no different from garbage. Ji Vanquan did not want to miss the chance to fight one-on-one with such a rare master of fencing. The guys first saw how he refuses his principles and acts selflessly. The master noticed that the guy began to use a strange trick. Didn't he want to fight him on swords? Ji Vanquan replied that he was now just an insect and should not fight it on swords. The lone master of the blade felt the heat. Ji Vanquan used ki to call the wind. The master exclaimed that he would play well with him. The guys realized that the master of the blade has no strength to repulse. Shi Hao could not understand the attack of Ji Vanquan. Apparently he will last to the end. Shi Hao asked for a bug not to pour tears but to swallow these essences of Zergs. The boy said that he could not tolerate rude abyss. This prompted a bug not to lose the fighting spirit. He exclaimed that he simply did not have enough determination and thanked Xiao Hao for intimidating him. Shi Hao said that the bug and asked to show it. The boy asked the bug to get out of the cocoon. Meanwhile, the lone master of the blade laughed from his opponent. Ji Vanquan noted that he broke the drill position of the divine winds of the commander. Indeed, it is unusually strong. If he had not weakened himself, he would certainly lose. In the current situation, he certainly will not be able to defeat him. The master noticed that the guy was distracted during the battle. He considered that the guy in this case is definitely a dead man. The attack was very bold. Esho Hao intervened and barely withstood. Ji Vanquan saw that he had invaded his sphere of divine wind. The boy asked him to quickly get superpowers and let him fight with the master. He wants to show him his real power. The master thought that Ji Vanquan realized that he was losing and called reinforcements. Shi Hao told him that he was worthy or not to fight him to get closer and understand it. The master called Xiao Hao a boy who overestimated his strength. The guy replied that his abilities were not so cool. But this method of attack is too careless. The master exclaimed that this was just a false attack, which was expected by Shi Chao from the master of seizure of power. He was almost deceived by him. The master did not expect a reverse attack. Didn't he say that he did not know how to wield a sword? Shi Hao replied that he said that he was just inexperienced. He did not say that he could not. This is only elementary knowledge. The master was surprised that he could compete with him. Shi Hao replied that they agreed to fight on the swords. Why is he attacking stealthily? The master said that their human laws are just nonsense for them. Shi Hao realized that for the sake of victory, they are ready to do anything. And he likes to use the crushing power. The Zerg did not expect that a person could have such a powerful force. Hao told the guys that he knew that this guy was not so simple. Jai Vanquan realized that his true level was not 120th at all. It must be lured to yourself. If you kill, it will be extremely difficult. The master of the blade exclaimed that Shi Chao is not without flaws. This is what they call concern. No matter how, this Zerg cannot be underestimated. The guys could not understand why he gives boss to change the phases. Van Hao asked the younger ones to hide behind him, because if they collide with doubles, then they will end. They immediately listened to the guy and called Tsitsi, but Jie Vanquan exclaimed that even if she had frail strength, then at least she should be able to run. Has Xiao Hao really taught them to confront the enemy? Jai Vanquan again felt more strongly than before. Tsitsi asked him what he was going to do. The guy realized that all this was because of women. Apparently these are her hidden abilities. He decided to kill other doubles first, then talk about it. Shi Hao exclaimed that the tactics of cloning Zerg are useless. Zerig asked him to raise his head and see the death that he should meet. Shi Hao realized that the matter was bad. Again, the poison of insects. The master exclaimed that it was too late and they could not run away. Shi Hao realized that he had missed his attention and fell into a trap twice in a row. He asked everyone to drink the antidote that he issued earlier. This time the poisonous fog is stronger than the previous one. Zerig exclaimed that he could use all resources to eradicate them. Jai Vanquan said that he still has ways to delay the Zerg. The master replied that with his unstable look, apparently he was joking. Jie Vanquan exclaimed that he was the one who insisted on coming here. Zerig said that in any case, they will all die, regardless of the line. Suddenly a bug Jiabao appeared. He asked the rest to leave him. Shi Hao was delighted that the bug got out in time. Zerig exclaimed that he did not even try to inflict serious damage. He received all their will and strength and will obey their instructions. For the sake of the teacher, he was ready to let him die. He has no right to be called his teacher. But after what he did with the teacher's body, he will look. The bug asked him not to worry, because he would certainly expel the vile scum from his body. The Zerg could not understand why he suddenly became so strong. The bug replied that the whirlwind of Klinkov is a protective technique of Qi Yu Jiang, but he will show a real attacking technique now. Shi Hao exclaimed that this guy was really cool. The essence of the temple felt pain and even screamed. This is the body of the strongest grave. How it can be defeated by such a discharge. Apparently he swallowed the essence of Zerg to become so strong. Jai Vanquan noticed that this case of Zergov's is 10 times stronger than the essence of his teacher. The master exclaimed that he was surrendering. He did not expect him to become so strong. In return, the master promised to release his mother and let them reunite. But the bugs did not believe his words. His true goal was to kill him. The monster exclaimed that he had guessed, but already too late. He initially did not plan to abandon this body. The master of the blade asked everyone to feel despair. After all, they will die right here, right now. He began to connect the body of the teacher with the ancient tree, then uses the energy of the temple to activate the tree. On the roots of the tree grew sharp spikes similar to swords. The bug asked the guys as soon as possible to run to the exit, and he would be at the end. The exit was blocked by roots. He wants to leave them in a continuous narrowing space. Jai Vanquan said that it was necessary to cut off the connection between the main root of the ancient tree and the temple. Shi Hao decided to use shield grenades. He asked all the guys to come closer to him. According to his calculations, the energy shield should be enough for exactly 10 seconds. This is the madness that they entrusted their life and death at the guy of Zergs. They hoped that the guy would not disappoint them. The bug began to use the highest skill of fencing. The appliances of the blade not only chopped the trees, but also directly chopped the space. This is that the teacher improved to the highest degree. This was the first time the bug attacked in this way. Fortunately, he perfectly proved himself and did not disgrace the skill of the teacher. Shi Hao exclaimed that if the bug had failed, he would never let him go. The guys noticed, showing up that the teacher's body returned. The bug hugged him and said that he did not expect that he could return his body not damaged. He asked the teacher to rest in peace. Jie Vanquan did not expect that he could progress into such a powerful appearance. He told the bug that they could go together further, and he would help him avenge. The bug replied that for him it would be a great honor to fight with such a master like him. Fei told his brother that he picked up a cool baby. The bug went to the girl and kissed her hand. Shihao asked, and who allowed him to kiss his sister. Meanwhile, they declared a black offensive detachment about an emergency. Sulu just burst into the temple with a thirst for murder. Shihao told Captain Jai that they need to hurry to pick up the trophies and leave. The captain replied that the boss was overthrown by Jiabao, the trophies belong to them. Jess Von Kuan noted that among the trophies, there is a book of sword possession skills. He can study it well, and someday they will arrange a duel. Shihao asked to hurry and head to the final boss. In their bodies, there is still a reverse countdown to death. You need to speed up the process. Jiabao exclaimed who dared to attack Hao. There was a girl who said that she had finally found him. Jai Van Quan replied that it was too late to fight the boss. The girl said that she came here only for the sake of one goal. Shihao asked her to moderate his ardor. She was almost punished by her detachment. Isulu said that she would never forgive the one who dared to deceive her. If she wanted to touch Hao, then let him deal with him first. The guys decided that you can't stand just like that. It was necessary to attack. This woman is completely not prudent. Zulu exclaimed that since they all stood up for him, she would kill them all. Shihao asked her to wait. This is the enmity between them and did not need to draw others. The girl noticed that he had an incredible speed. He explained that when he brought the boss to the Hanmo base, it was just ordinary military tactics. Zulu asked not to confuse concepts. These are two different things. Shihao exclaimed that he could not allow others to damage him, so it is reasonable to answer the same. The girl replied that she was suspected as if he was lying. She did not hear that there was some reward inside the group. Shihao said that the list of rewards is a private list for mercenaries and bustle hunters. She has the same surname as the first person in the list. Is it a coincidence? Shihao thought that there was clearly a connection between them. Shihao could not understand why Wan Zhen made Shuihe the first goal. When asked whether he knows where she was, the boy replied that he was not. Suelu explained that the matter between him and her had nothing to do with Wan Zhen. The boy invited her to defeat the final boss together. There are clearly a certain connection between them. The girl exclaimed that she should kill him right here. Hao could no longer listen to this. He wanted to teach this arrogant woman. Zhe Vongkuan decided that She-Chaos had become stronger than the previous one. Shihao said that the longer the girl remains in this place, the more dangerous it is. Xu Liu replied that she wanted him to fight him. Shihao agreed to a fight on swords. But this woman has 140 level, and this is too dangerous. Shihao asked not to worry about him. He asked the rest of the guys to move away. She noticed that he was still calm and unperturbed. The boy decided that it was not worth underestimating her strength. But the girl also seems to have underestimated him. Shihao received the first warning and asked to continue. There is no need to use a crown reception a little. The guys were worried that she would really kill Xiao. Jai Van Quan noticed that the boy dares confidently fighting her. Fei asked Jiabao to help her brother. But the bug replied that this is the choice of Xichao. He believes that the guy has a reliable way to cope with this. Zulu asked if he really has the ability to show her them. He unlocked the attribute of darkness. And I decided to see how the power of the fiery demon increased. Shihao decided to show her his strength. The guys noticed that the battle of this level is beyond their inability to resist. Xiaohao decided to open the King of Shadows to save his life. He decided not to recover anymore, but to give her the opportunity to release anger. The sister exclaimed that his brother was putting herself in a dangerous position. The guys decided that Shihao just went crazy. Siklu decided to stop there today. The girl explained that his strength is like her. She just did not want to be deceived. She thinks that he had a hidden trump card that he did not use. To himself, he thanked the girl for saving him a huge amount of money. Xu Lu said that they clarified the case between them. The rest does not concern her. Shihao answered the girl that he had owed her one jewel and could return it to any time. Zhelu replied that she would remember this promise to him. The guys again felt an earthquake. The way out of this space has just closed. The guys noticed that some unknown channel opened again. Xiao Hao was interested in Jia Bao where he was leading. Van Hao was afraid that they could be in the jug. Shihao replied that no matter what traps are waiting ahead, there should be a way to find out the truth. Ahead was the deputy captain of the Golden Armor Guard, and also the captain himself. The guys decided that there is no need to talk to them. It was necessary to attack. The monsters said that they were ordered to escort His Highness the Prince and his retinue to the throne of the temple. Jiabao replied that Uncle was always insidious and cannot be believed in their words. Shihao asked Vice Li. Weiss replied not. Shihao decided to go there. The ultimate goal is to ascend the throne. He asked Jiabao to lead them there. There is still a final battle ahead. Jilu noticed that She-Chaos always had an expression as if victory was already in his pocket. And so they finally reached. They were greeted by the Oswald Armarksval. He said that having gone through the battle, They have the right to enter his throne room. The guys noticed that a thirst for death did not come from him. But the commander asked not to be deceived by his appearance and be prepared for battle. Shihao said that the feeling that his uncle gave people completely different from the presented. Zerg thanked everyone for his escort and said that he wants to deal with the family hostility himself. The Zerg immediately greeted them. He not only returned alive, but dared to resist him alone. Zerg told the bug that if he had enough courage and determination, he could prevent him from seizing power. It was on this that the bug said that he needed to correct his mistakes. It's not too late to overthrow it. The Zerg noticed that the bug really grew up. They noticed that Ihao just used the energy shield, how the final boss Zergov can use human technologies. Zerg replied that such a technology belongs not only to the human race. His brother, like his father, adhered to these outdated ideologies. The bug replied that this was nonsense and he initially wanted the authorities and rule the world, capture energy resources, eradicate strangers. But Zerg said that he was different from his modest father. And he, in turn, does not want to win such a close and limited world. Shihao realized that he had aroused consciousness of a higher level. The bug asked Zagog to go out and fight him to death. It seemed to Zerg that he really knew nothing. He asked for permission to tell him one story. Once upon a time there lived one young Grace. He did not inherit the royal stability. Compared to his strong brother, he was insignificant. But instead of glory, he was interested in studying various oddities. He traveled to conduct research. He wanted to climb higher and higher. For many years, he independently conducted research. The day came when one swordsman suddenly appeared in this world. He said that in comparison with the human race, they are more perfect. There are huge territories outside. They should not be sharpened on this piece of land. The royal family of Zhegov from generation to generation is transmitted by one artifact. To get him, he forced the teacher Jiabao to kill his father and imprisoned his mother. The guys decided that this plot was a little big. When you look into the abyss also looks at you. Shihao thought that they were not in imprisonment, but in defense thanks to that artifact. Jiabao asked Zerg to stop powdering his brains. Zerg answered him that he had really changed. At first he planned to persuade him, and then allow him to convince his mother to give an artifact. Well, now this is not necessary at all. Is this a holographic projection? Even if he cannot get an artifact, he can use the technology, which people brought in order to cross the space barrier. Zerg asked people, do they really not want to have such great power? Ji Vanquan asked to continue to speak. Zerg explained that they will be able to extend life from short decades to many hundreds of years. Shihao noticed that he was very pressing on human nature. Ji Vanquan said that the proposal is interesting, but what is the price? Zerg replied that if they help him break through the human world, then he could change their bodies. Suilu said that it was very tempting to stay young for several hundred years. Ji Vanquan seems to have already made a decision. Shihao thought that what he was afraid of most would happen. Will Ji Vanquan really transform? Ji Vanquan told Zerg that he would not believe his words. He is not interested in force that cannot be obtained by his own efforts. Shihao admitted that he thought about him too badly. Zerg exclaimed that they condemned themselves to death with a refusal. Of course, he still has combat effectiveness. Jiabao finally saw his mother again. Famida Almak did not expect them to reunite again, but the bug could not understand why she was attacking him. The woman asked to retreat faster. Her body did not obey her. Ji Vanquan said that if he could not mercilessly kill her, then let him not stand in the way. Shihao asked Jiabao not to do stupid things. His mother is now under the control of his uncle. She has a clear consciousness, only the body does not obey. She is not only the queen of Zeragov, but also the supreme priest in their temple. Shihao realized that his mother was very strong. She is even stronger than his father. Ji Vanquan decided that he could not kill her with all his might. The woman asked him to leave as he could not stop this magic. It would be better if he took her child with him and fled from here. Ji Vanquan decided that he was underestimated. He decided to give up the full, but Jiabao asked to stop. He asked to let him go the last journey himself. Ji Vanquan asked if he was really aware of this. Famida asked her child why he still does not run away. Even if the royal family falls and the world will collapse, but while he is alive, she will be satisfied, so she asks him to run away. Jiabao replied that he would not run away. He will do everything to stop his uncle. Zerg exclaimed that they could only kill each other and laughed. Luofeng could not restrain himself so as not to cut him with an axe. Shihao activated the Eye of Truth. The copy of the map was scanned. It is necessary to hurry to find the real body of the uncle. Jiabao exclaimed that he would not let his mother and father. Famida replied that if it was so calm. Before Jiabao was the secret kingdom of the followers of the Blood Mother. Famida explained that this is an illusion that only the royal family can be included. Jiabao remembered this place. Only he disliked him. When asked why Shihao was here, He replied that he used the technique to search for the true essence of his uncle. Femis realized that Jiabao concluded a blood heir to him. Therefore he is here too. The woman thanked the guy. Shihao asked the queen why she pulled them into this secret kingdom of blood followers. Femis told Jiabao that she did not expect to see him so strong. The woman held in her hands an artifact of the royal family. She handed over the artifact to her son. He said that he would protect him. Themis replied that it must be protected, otherwise there will be consequences. She can no longer suppress poison in her body. Jiabao exclaimed that he was to blame for everything. If it was only a little stronger, all this could have been avoided. Femida replied that now she could die without regrets. Shihao exclaimed that he has a plan, how to avoid eternal separation. Femida said that it was impossible to get rid of the poison that left Oswald. Shihao slaunchy that his assistant would explain everything. Weiss said he is an assistant to the owner. Jiabao did not expect that someone else would be in this secret space. Weiss showed the drawing of a secret medicine, the prohibited fruit of the princess. Shihao explained that they can use this fake death to deceive Oswald. Femida said that he has great knowledge in the field of pharmaceuticals. Weiss explained that they can completely abandon the essence of the Zerg. Jiabao replied that then the power of mother will be lost, and life expectancy will be reduced. Femida said that the loss of the essence of Zerg is only a small fee. Jiabao agreed and decided to rely on Shihao. Shihao promised to help them achieve the perfect finale. Jiabao was fine, but what about his mother? Femida asked to run away rather. If they stay here, they would die. Jiabao asked for permission to accompany her on the last journey. Femis told her child to accept her last blow. Zerg exclaimed that the big drama of the battle of mother and son was coming to an end. Hao asked Sei really whether he would not intervene in it. The girl wondered that this guy gave the grave when he caught him. She was worried about one question. What is his real goal? Jiabao apologized to his mother in order to deceive his uncle. He should use all his strength. He must pull out its essence of Zerg. Zerg was surprised how he could even kill his own mother. Shihao was delighted that he did not notice the action of a secret medicine. Femis asked her son not to regret the deed. Fei Fai and Huan Tian wiped tears from their eyes. The guys offered a bug to conduct a ritual for him, but Jiabao caused Oswald to go out more. Oswald did not expect him to be so ruthless as to kill his own mother. Ji exclaimed that his subordinates were killed by them. The incubator was also destroyed. Oswalda asked not to run away. He is the grave. Something began to happen. The temple is really destroyed. But the temple is in the womb of the ancient god of an insect. Perhaps he wants to digest them. The girl said that she was tired of being here and she needs to get out of here. The guys considered that this escape method is too simple and rude. Ji Vanquan asked Lu to begin spells. The girl began to read in the name of the wind, fly far. They really spun in a whirlwind. It was the magic of the wind, Lu. He said that they would first leave here, then think about the final boss. Shihao thought about how to identify the real body of Oswald. Outside the temple, Xiaolin was asked if he plans to fight. The guy answered the Master of Reyes that the outcome of the battle does not depend on them, but on people inside. They have not yet contacted the team of Mogong and Shihao, and why Sulu still has not come out. A girl in glasses would like her to die inside. She wanted to get the head of that boy and the final boss. The boy grabbed her in his arms and asked to hold on to him. The master could not understand why the temple collapses, what is happening inside. The head of the sister of Shuilu got out. It was the team of Moguna and Chehao. The girl in glasses asked Shuilu what she was doing. Why Xiao Hao is still alive because she was going to kill him. The guy asked Mrs. Lin Yuan not to be angry. They should leave here soon as possible to leave the earthquake zone. The guys shouted that the path to retreat was blocked. They were wondering what happened to Green Diet Gorg. Jai Vanquan ordered everyone to immediately leave this place. The master could not understand why they did not kill the final boss. Shihao explained they now violated his original plan. The system warned that something was approaching underground quickly. Some monster got out of the ground. It was the ancient spirit of graves of an unknown level. Hao noticed that the monster looked like Oswald. Shihao replied that he merged together with the ancient god Jigoth. The master said that the portal is ready for 60%. Shihao noticed that the return counting to death was still going on. He asked Jiabao what he wanted to do. The bug replied that he would delay him. He entrusts the artifact of Shi Chao, and he asks if he dies to be the king of this world, the secret kingdom of blood followers. Shihao asked him not to look so easily to death, because his mother is waiting for him. Jiabao felt that the morale of Shi Chao is much stronger than him. Ji Vanquan asked Van Hao to lead everyone away so that Ziers did not damage the portal. Jai explained that the final boss is beyond their capabilities. Shi Hao told Van Gi that his team members were relying on him. The guy was delighted and said that he would take people to the portal. The guys walked towards the grave. Get even with him. Jiabao decided that if they do not kill an uncle, Gorgogs never see peace. His last secret meaning reduced his health by only 10%. Jiabao exclaimed that he was too weak. Shi Hao began to reassure him. Apparently, this is due to the fact that he used the second secret meaning. Jai Van Kuan decided to use a tactical technique. Shi Hao asked him not to do everything that would be embarrassed in his head. Ji replied that this was his strongest deadly reception. He wants to use the reception and block the hatred of the boss. The meaning of hatred is restrained, but the power of attack is too great. And in front of them was a huge ice wall. It was Sulu. Shi Hao thought she had gone with the team. The girl replied that she was most interested in hunting for powerful bosses. Jeek exclaimed that it was impossible to cope with the boss alone. The girl asked for permission to see her strongest blow. Ultimately, how far it will go. Shulu used magic freezing. Shi Hao said that if this skill was used on it a little earlier, he would have died. Shelu was surprised that the boss was sealed only for a short time. Jai asked Shi Chao to pull out all his abilities. Shi Hao asked to lend him some money. The guys were very surprised, whether he was talking seriously now. Jiabao said that he did not have their human currency. He is sorry. They decided that he wants to take money and run away. Shi Hao explained that the more they lend him, the stronger he will become. Gai Liu has transferred 200 million to him. Ji Venkuan transferred him 300 million. The boy exclaimed that he would not let them down. The monster laughed. It took a lot of time to completely complete the merger. It is very difficult to merge with the ancient deity of the grains and seize consciousness. Before, they did not kill him and lost their only chance. Shi Hao noticed that the amount of health was restored. He asked the system to activate the special form of the King of Shadows. The monster exclaimed that he alone could not defeat him. But suddenly he absorbed his radiation. A large amount of blood in the air and it turned into a giant. Jiabao exclaimed that this body is in no way inferior to the ancient god of Zerg. Everyone understood that it was even more powerful. Ji Vanquan could not understand that Shi Hao was for a person. The guys could not understand, was that giant it is Shi Chao. The monster laughed, deciding that this was all bluff. But his attack was completely absorbed. Shi Hao absorbed the energy rays of the boss and turned them into 2 peaks. And if energy rays do not have the proper effect, he decided to treat the guy with his special absolute poison. This poison ignores any protection and corrodes any object. Monsters could not understand whether Shi Chao has no weaknesses. He cannot allow a person to exist stronger than him. In this case, you need to die together. But what he did, his life was absorbed. Jiabao noticed that Shi Chao defeated his uncle so that he could not fight back. The system warned that it is impossible to continue to support the special form of the King of Shadows. The guys could not understand why Shi Chao stopped moving. Zerg said that he froze at such an important moment. He is going to stretch out the heart of Zergs, then absorb it to break the space barrier. To leave this tiny world, he is ready to pay any price. It seems when Shi Chao heard about the hearts of Zergs, he reacted. Zerg laughed, noting that the guy was exhausted. He already believed that the victory is in his hands. When he dies, no one can stop him. The god Jeg is impossible to defeat. Well, something happened to his tentacles. How he dared to attack him, a brainless animal. He wanted to take possession of Zergov's heart. The boss threatened to break him into small pieces. He wanted to spare him. Well, now no one will stop him. Now the time has come for the final. He feels his sweet taste. The guys notice that there is still no way to restore Manu. If you allow this boss to go to the world of people, he will arrange a bloody massacre. Well, isn't this a red chromosphere in the giant's chest? The boss could not understand how possible. Why he cannot move. It was obvious that he won. God is invincible, he is also invincible. He will never come to terms with the fact that his plan just collapsed. The system reported the restructuring of the consciousness of the owner. In the near future, it will be forcibly redone. The boy was forcibly drawn into the spiritual world of the King of Shadows. You can leave only after completing certain tasks. For a fight, he can only use the account of the alchemy master. The system asked Shao to concentrate on the assignment. It consists in living until dawn. Shi Hao picked up a high-level grenade. The system said that it is impossible to use the details created by engineering accounts above the 50th level. Why the system did not warn him in advance, be sure to be announced at the time of life and death. Fortunately, he did not sell a low-level engineering props. You need to release air. The boy used the Gilling Gillers. Shi Hao defeated the crazy wolf of the new moon. He asked Vase from a set of potions of buffs. Weiss promised to create high-level medicine for him. A lagoon will appear in front of Shi Hao. He admired his victory. Shi Hao asked him what happened here. The guy replied that he was unsafe here and asked to speak in another place. Shi Hao asked Weiss was not mistaken at the expense of this man. This guy is the real essence of the King of Shadows. This is the main entity before awakening. Weiss explained that he was not lying. There should not be a trap. Laguna brought Shi Chao to his camp. He spread the fire, as the monsters are afraid of him. Shi Hao asked him to tell in more detail what happened here. Laguna explained that their town suffers from mutation because of the plague. The infected people have no way to recover. If this continues, then the whole country will die. Weiss told the owner that a large amount of antidote would be required, but this will require large cash costs. But if he saves everyone, rewards will be large. Laguna told Shichao that he has one thing to him. He must find the missing Dr. Victor. Awards are laid for him. Shichao has already heard about it somewhere. He realized that Lagoon was asking him to go with him. The guy explained that together they would cope better. Xiaohao first said that he would refuse, but when Laguna began to be offended, he explained that he was joking. The boy thanked Xiao for agreeing. The system said that the owner opened a new mission. It is necessary to help the Lagoon become the King of Shadows. Shichao was surprised that the system asks him to make him from this sunny guy. She asked him to make him a world-class villain. Shichao asked the Lagoon to show him the way. Do he really help him with missions, and only then will come out of this world? The system replied that he needed to complete only a certain task. Shichao thought that this place is like a treasure craft. Shichao asked the Lagoon at the expense of the hunters. He replied that the Order of Hunters was an ancient organization. They use powerful weapons and magic. After the destruction of demons, these people defended the cities. They received the Order of Hunters. He also wants to become a hunter. Shichao said he admired his desire to fulfill his dream, so he will help him. He was surprised that his money did not spend. But the system upset him that when he returned to the real world, expenses will be deducted. Laguna explained that Dr. Victor disappeared in the depths of this forest. There is a lot of dangers inside. Shichao heard some noise behind their back. It was Leisen. He asked to be careful. After all, hunters can kill them. Laguna explained that his task is to save Dr. Victor. He introduced the guys to Xiaohao, who helps him. Leisen laughed at the level of Shichao. Laguna was indignant and exclaimed that they did not have the right to insult Xiao. Leisen called him in response with a small bipod, who allowed him to become a younger member of their order. It would be better to think about my safety and his friend. Laguna exclaimed that it was illegal and he was the first. The guys turning away galloped away on their horses. Laguna was upset. They knew that it was his mission. Shichao asked him not to give up so easily. The guy explained that the relationship inside the Order of Hunters is complex. Shichao said his dream should not die here. Laguna agreed with him he should not fall into despondency. They approached some cemetery. Apparently Dr. Victor came here for medicines. This doctor is really strange. The mission says that we must go here. There was a scream. It was Leijon's voice. Laguna exclaimed that something happened to him for sure. Indeed, a grave guard wanted to attack the guy. Leijon asked to save him rather, because he did not want to die. Shichao was surprised why Laguna wants to take the task not in level. The guy explained that he wanted to become an official hunter. Shichao asked the system what would happen if the Lagoon dies during the mission. Laguna said that if he had not found an assistant, he could not have taken a step. The system said that if the guy perishes, the mission will fail. Shichao was afraid that then the Emperor of the Emperor will be deleted. Leison asked not to talk a lot, but rather save him. After all, he does not want to die. Laguna wanted to fight in the nearest battle, but Shichao asked not to do this. He will lose your account. Laguna asked the guy not to underestimate him. The monster asked the newcomer to blame, because he will soon become one of them. Laguna noticed that the range is too large, and he would not dodge. The corrosive effect of mucus is too strong. The guy was surprised that the energy shield appeared in front of him. They could not believe it. Did she do it? At that moment, the boy asked him to run away. Shichao was surprised why his machine gun tower does not kill him. Is he not physically receptive? First you need to lure it, and then tactically retreat. Laguna was surprised why his sword did not harm him. Someone called them a gathering of idiots. A man got out of the box. He told Lagoon that the guy was not understanding this. How he still wants to become a hunter. Laguna decided that this was Dr. Victor. Shichao decided that the old man survives well in the wild. Laguna explained to the doctor that they had come to save him. The doctor asked them to hide so as not to show him to the monster. That monster was the caretaker of the cemetery. But he became infected with a plague. Physical attacks cannot injure him. Only magic or attack taking into account the attribute. Laguna wanted to give Xiao his sword, but the guy refused. If the monster needs blood, then it will delight it. He threw a bottle of blood at him. At one time I knocked out a lot of life from it. Dr. Victor said that for the ghost it is like to pour it with holy water. The doctor was surprised. Where did she chaos of the health of the 50th level? The boy replied that he had many of these pieces, and the grave guard was defeated. Dr. Victor was again surprised that he killed Boss in a fraction of a second. At that moment he asked who he was at all. Shichao said that this is just an unknown stranger. He called the Lagoon and said that the mission was fulfilled. Shichao received a great reward. He received the material of the epic level of pathological fabric. Dr. Victor said he did not know what category they have. Shihao explained that all his things were from his native places. It is not surprising that they have not seen them before. The doctor was very surprised. For him it was suspicious. For what purpose he granted here? Laguna explained to the doctor that Shi Chao is good. The doctor exclaimed that it was up to him. The doctor asked the kid from where he had pathological fabric. Shihao replied that the boss had just dropped her. He came here to find her. This type of pathological fabric is very rare material. For the sake of her, he was gridded almost all the corpses into the cemetery. Shao, when it came to the plague, thought that he had finally stumbled upon his need. He asked her from the boy, no matter how much he will ask for it. He was looking for her for almost a year. Whether the day will come when the origin of the plague will be disclosed. Shihao gave this thing to Dr. Victor. He said that he admires people who work hard to achieve their goals. Victor thanked the guys. He apologized for his previous attitude to them. Laguna told Shihao that there are only some misunderstandings in their organization. The doctor explained to Lagoon that since he entered there, they would not look at him. At first glance, this group of evil guys who are trying to protect. In fact, behind their backs they do a lot of terrible things. People in the city should bow their heads with its form. If they don't like something, they start to attack. Shihao said that he also had such guesses. Laguna exclaimed that he would restore the former honest and immaculate image. Dr. Victor asked for a start to leave this place. Not far from here there is a wagon that he tied. Laguna asked Dr. Victor whether he had assumptions about the origin of the plague. The doctor replied that he had not yet figured out the scientific origin of the plague. However, he realized that the spread of the plague is associated with blood poisoning. All studies and inspections indicate one mysterious organization. It is on the mythical community of secret blood. Is it really the organization that worships the mystical blood of the ancient god? Shihao was surprised that in this world there is also an ancient god. The doctor explained that when the plague was not so serious, members of this organization went to cities and treated residents. People claimed that after the treatment of mystical blood, they healed and became stronger. But there were people with mental disorders, their bodies were mutated. Now he is in search of evidence. If there is free time, he will go in search of them. Shihao said that they also have myths about ancient gods. It is interesting to be among those whom he knows god named Laquen. The man replied that of course there is. Shihao asked if he knew what god the organization of mystical blood worships. Dr. Victor replied that of course he knows. Shihao thought that Bard Dark Blood Master sounds somehow not very good. Laguna asked which master he was talking about. Dr. Victor said that it seems that a group of hunters had already begun a secret investigation against this organization. This ancient god will become an important turning point for him to turn the shadows into the king. Shihao thought that for the sake of the quickly end of the mission, he should find a Dark Blood Master. Victor asked not to talk about it anymore, so as not to attract a curse. Laguna noticed that the doctor was always for science and against superstitions. He replied that before seeing everything with his own eyes, you can't just deny everything. Shihao decided that having such a consciousness is very valuable. The man asked the Lagoon to control the wagon, since he had not slept for several days. And so they arrived. Before them is the office of their Department of the Order of Hunters. They woke Dr. Victor and went into the room. They must approach the window and provide a report on the task. Shihao asked the Lagoon what was on the second floor. The guy explained that only members of the high-level order can get there. Suddenly, a girl named Marina appeared. With a cry of "Dad," she rushed to Dr. Victor's neck. When the girl looked at Shi Chao, he exclaimed that he was glad to help a good person. She immediately thanked the boy for the salvation of her father. The powerful aura of Shihao was very enchanted. She did not know which of the guys better, Xiaohao or Laguna. Victor noticed that again, a bad habit of a love fever appeared in her. Dr. Victor explained to Shi Chao that his house was near the bell tower. They invited him to visit them. Laguna told the guy that Marina was always like that and asked to go to pass the task. Suddenly, the guys in the building noticed the Lagoon. They thought that he was ended, but it turned out to be a big lucky guy. He came to give a task. He handed over a report on the task and the emblem of 3 associates that fell in battle. The girl accepting the task was very surprised. It was Ray's emblem. The guy explained that he had met them, and they wanted to help him with the task. However, they were killed by a high-level mutant. The guys exclaimed that he was lying, how he was able to finish the task with his level. Sarian appeared next to the girl, Christina. She asked them to stop. They will find out everything. Sarian congratulated the Lagoon and announced him from today by an official hunter. At that moment, the boy was very happy about this. Shihao was surprised at such a ritual of the blessing of the artifact. Christina praised the guy. She hoped that he would once become the pride of the Order of Hunters. Weiss informed the owner that this guy was in love. Shihao thought this was another person who influenced the turning point in his life. The girl came close to Xiao. He could not understand what she wanted to do. She pressed herself against the guy and began to sniff him. Christina told the foreigner that a special smell came from his body. The people around were very surprised that Christina voluntarily approached the stranger. The girl turned to the crowd and said that the one who would make noise she would send to the ancient god. Shihao asked her what this strange smell would look like, what comes from him. Christina explained that she had not met such a smell before. This is more like a distant and deep feeling of unknown than the unknown of someone else's land. Shihao decided that she could, by smell, detect that he was a time traveler. Laguna told the girl that even this guy and a foreigner, he could vouch for him. As for a good person, Christina replied that she did not suspect him. If he wants to stay here, he needs the title of a hunter. She said she could make an exception for him. Shihao replied that with his level, he was not worthy to be a hunter. The guys were very surprised that Christina made him such an offer and he refused. Laguna told the guy that he was too modest. Christina said that she would not insist. Laguna advised the guy to think about it. Shihao decided that he did not have time to be a hunter now. The boy decided to treat all the guys with a drink. The guys in turn were satisfied. Laguna exclaimed that it was too wasteful, then thanked Xiaohao. The guys asked the Lagoon why he is the main character and did not drink. Shihao advised him to join them, and he himself decided to think about the plan. He must earn a lot of money. Tomorrow he will go to the doctor to find out more information about the plague. Meanwhile, the guys have already drunk. Laguna decided that they were too weak. If they want to drink it, then you need to call more people. Shihao said that you can't say that he was drinking well. It is interesting whether the skills of the Shadow King came from his skills. Shihao thought there are very few residents infected with plague. Laguna replied that this is possible because there is no order of hunters. Shihao asked the guy if he really did not know anything about the secret blood community. The guy replied that the information should be in the order. He will increase his level and will certainly help him. At this time, the guys came in who brought more people to the cafe. They were happy with free drink. Laguna called the guys to go inside. Today no one will return sober. Shihao asked the guys to know the measure. In this world, it is still unknown how high prices are.